that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia. Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Oh, it's been a long week. I'm all right. It's been a fabulous week, but it's been a long week. I'll be doing my Facebook Live at 4 o'clock, and I've got a personal trainer at 2:30. He worked me so hard just then. We had to do 50 of everything. So 50 burpees, 50 of these, with the weights on the hand there, 50 of these, 50 of these, 50 of these. Oh, everything was brilliant. Right, anyway, should we do the early bird? Paula says good morning. Now, the thing is, right, about my voice, it was fine until I came to the prep in the studio. And as I was talking to Alistair and Emma, it started going again. Must be the aircon. Must be the aircon. Anyway, are you looking at this? Are you thinking, what is it? What is it? 'Cause it's in German. Well, I shall open it for you and show you, because it's a quick unpick. Ta-da! And a tweezer. How brilliant is that? Look, you work it from here. You work it from your little thing there. So, quick unpick your stitches. Quick pick. Then what do you do with the loose threads? You get that out, and then you pick up the loose threads like that. How brilliant is that? Now, it should be $12.99. Gillian says it's been good watching you all week. Jan says, morning, gorgeous. You made it to Sunday. Well done. Margaret says, morning, John and team. At $6.99. Now, when this was... How many sold at the launch? OK, I've got exactly the same amount had at the launch. So, come on. $6.99. We've replenned it, especially for you for today. I'm just going to go and get a slip of my lime juice. It's the Humantra rehydration one. $6.99. Check out. June. Morning. Oh, dear me. What's the matter with me? Morning, says June. Looks like it's going to be a fabulous show today. It certainly is, June. Pam Minihani says, good morning, lovely. The other Jan is there. Alan, I finished my first screening printing. I saw Alan, it's lovely. Right, keep going through. Lots of you there. £6.99, lots in baskets. Oh, yours might not be that colour. Colour is random. Oh, dear me, I do apologise about my voice. Let's see if it gets any better. Chantal says, good morning. Awesome, man. You're very kind. Lou says, good morning. Is that not, morning from me and my mum, says Tom. Hello, Tom. Now, Tom, are you new? Are you a new one, a newbie? Welcome, Tom, and your mum. Oh, maybe his mum's not, maybe his mum's a customer. Anyway, morning. It's either pink or blue. That's a huge random choice there, isn't it? What? Oh, Joe. I thought you said Joe. I was like, who's Joe? Yeah. Anyway, keep going through. Not as popular as it was at the launch. I think your croaky voice is puberty finally hitting. June, cheeky. Wendy says good morning. Viv says, tea and toast ready to be tempted. Jackie says, good morning. Pam Minihani says, bless you. I hope you're not coming down with something. I don't feel ill. I think it's just the air conditioning. Maybe, who was in the other day and they had lozenges? And I laughed because they had a lozenge. Maybe I need a lozenge. Anyway, $6.99. Keep going through. Lots of you there. 20 people have got it in their baskets you need to check out. Remember, once you've paid for this, that's P&P paid for the day. Whether you come in and get anything from Alistair, which is dropship, anything from Emma, anything from my tools hour. I've still got a few of the Eliso irons at the special price. Anyway, morning, John and team. Nearly at the end of a long week for you. It's been lovely seeing you daily. Thank you, Sue. Oh, it has gone, it's flown by. It's not been too bad at all, really. But I thought it would be. I thought it would be really difficult to get up in the morning, but it's been fine. Right, there's 32 of you need to check out. Come on, come on, come on. I'll show you two again. Right, so this side here, the quick unpick. And this side here are your tweezers, look, to pick up your thread. Now, it's all right. Oh, hang on. No, that's right, that's right. Yep, you've had what? $6.99. I know it's early on a Sunday morning. Good morning, John and all. Kate says, morning, John and team. From me and Reggie. Hubby's still in bed. Card at the ready. Suzanne says, morning, John and team. Have a great day. Oh, good morning, John. You're a trooper. Please don't apologise for us. We love you. Rebecca, thank you. I've got water, Alistair, but I'll take that one as well. Thank you. Alistair's just brought me some water in as well. Thank you, Alistair. Oh, and two things. One, I left my back door open all night last night. I got down this morning, went to get in the car, and it was like, oh, didn't lock the back door. And my back door isn't at the back, it's on the side, where everyone can see. And I've got to tell Ben off on behalf of Terry as well. Because Terry messaged in yesterday during Sarah's hour saying, can I make this dress out of quilting cotton? And you didn't read it out. I said I'd shout at you today. No, that's your job to look for it. Anyway, don't get defensive. And says, morning from Mum and me in cold Scarborough. Oh. Claire says, lovely shirt, thank you. My voice will get better, don't worry. It'll work its way out during the day. Right, come on, how many in baskets now? 29 of you need to check out. I'm going to leave it there because I'll show you the menu. Here's the menu. Sewing room gadgets now at 9 o'clock. I don't quite know how I'm supposed to drink my water and do the menu, but I'll do it like those ventriloquists used to do. 9 o'clock, we've got bunny makes and cotton fabrics with Alistair McDonald. There's a bear and there's a bunny. That one looks a bit like Alistair, doesn't it? Or is it Levi sleeping in the gallery again? Then at 10 o'clock, Gone Fishing. Oh, this is gorgeous. The Gone Fishing quilt with Emma Bradford. That's huge. It's absolutely huge. We've got it in Tula, Bumbleberry and Plains. Lovely, isn't it? Then at 11 o'clock, dressmaking patterns and fabric. Oh, we've got some lovely velvets in that hour. Really, really beautiful velvets now. And some viscoses. Lovely. And the dress patterns and everything as well. Then at 12 o'clock, we've got creative log cabin quilts from Annie's Quilting with Emma Bradford. We've got bundles for 3 different quilts. 3 different quilts. Oh, there you go. That's a lovely one. It's a curvy one, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Right, so Kate says, good morning, John Noel, Sewing Street team. Crikey, the sexy voice, John, today. Fran says, have to practice early morning, 6. Oh, she's got to get up at 6 o'clock in a month. You try getting up at 4:30, Fran. Morning, Sunday people, says Margaret. Be right with you once I've made my pancakes, bacon, maple syrup, orange juice and cup of tea. Blimey, you know how to live, girl. Right, yesterday, during the show, Hayley messaged in suddenly and said, oh, by the way, we're going to do the Eliso on 5-way split pay and reduce the price. Right? On a normal day, we sell it for $164.99, don't we? There you go. Normal day, sold thousands of them. Sold thousands and thousands of them. For no reason at all, it went on 5-way split pay. No one will have changed it overnight. 5-way split pay. 5-way split pay. And look what she did to the price. $149.99. We have no idea why. We have no idea why it happened. And we're not supposed to do it today. It's just that 21 of you didn't check out. Yesterday, we had more people in baskets than we had stock of. And we thought, oh, it's gone, it's gone, it's gone, right? No, 21 people didn't check out. Price comparison. £185 there. Same iron, exactly the same iron. 179 here. Coming up now. There you go. 179. Oh, they get free shipping. Oh, okay. You get your free shipping on that one. Big deal. Right. Okay. I've got 21 left. I will be showing it to you. Well, I can't show it to you all day. Actually, I can't show it to you all day because I've got guests all day. If you want one of those, $149.99 on 5-way split pay, £30 on the split pay, isn't it? I think everyone's still asleep. I think everybody's still asleep. Suzanne gets up at 2:15 every morning to go to work. Morning, lovely John. Thank you for a wonderful week. Thank you, Anne. Pauline, no, 2:15 a.m. Well, I bet you have to go to bed. Or do you do a Vanessa Feltz? Because Vanessa Feltz used to do the radio show in the morning, sleep in the afternoon, then she'd have her evening, so she goes to the theatre and parties and everything like that, and then be up the 4 o'clock in the morning show again. Right, there's still 21 of these. There's 21 of these left. $149.99. 5-way split pay. Oh, my goodness, how cute is the Gone Fishing quilt? Just hooked myself the pattern. Oh, here we go, here we go. Erica, oh, hang on. Erica says, good morning, John. I must do some more tidying later, but I'll have a lovely morning with you first. I love my Lisso iron too. Never thought I'd say that about an iron. I know that's what lots of people say, isn't it? Now, see, iron. Then you do this. I'll show you the slides. I'll show you the slides now. So basically, it lifts up like that. It's a beautiful, beautiful iron. $149.99. Right, slides, please. There we go. You can read that yourself. I'm not reading all that out. The front piece is hand-applied, so everybody's will be different. It'll all have the fishes on, but I can't tell you if you'll have the orange fish at the front or anything. Next slide. 360-degree pivot, cord pivot, which is brilliant. And the cord, it was at 3.9 metres. So you can have it right the way across the other side of the room if you wanted to. It's a long cord, that is. Easy to fill water tank on the side there. Beautiful. Then you've got your powerful triple play steam, whether it's vertical or horizontal. Then on the top there, your green dial is for your temperature. Your white slider is for no steam, a little bit of steam, lots of steam, mega steam. Then you've got your extra squirt and your extra steam. Oh, no, isn't that funny? Hang on, go back to that picture. My buttons are the other way round. No, because the writing's the right way round. Look. My buttons, I've got the steam on the left and the squirty on the right. That's interesting. And then the bar across the bottom it's a green light to show that it's on. Yep. I love this. You've got the 2-inch detailing tip if you're doing pleats or buttons or pockets and things like that. And then there's one more. There you go. The sole paint, which gets hot from top to bottom and side to side. Here they go. I wondered where you were. Have you only just woken up? Right, the other thing you need to know is if you leave it like that, it'll switch off after half an hour. If you leave it like that, it'll switch off after half an hour. If that happens and it falls over because the cat falls over or goes off after 30 seconds. So it's safety in mind. $149.99. Yesterday, when we went home yesterday, there were far more people in their baskets than we had stock of. And Ben said, as we left, oh, if any of them don't check out, we'll do it again in the morning. Thinking there might be 3 or 4. There's 20 now. There's 20 left, that's all. What I'll do is I'll give this iron to Emma to do, and I'll also remind you about it at the end of this hour, because I think a lot of people are still waking up. Right, let's move on. Oh. Yeah, I haven't got any fabric. That's what I said, I've got no fabric to No, that's what I said. Alistair's machine isn't threaded up, and Emma's got white on hers. Oh, I've got the overlocking that Levi just brought me. Yeah, sorry. Right, this we haven't had this for ages and ages and ages, right? So if you don't want a quick unpick, if you don't want the quick unpick from the earlier, this one £29.99. You're saving £5. Saving £5. Sarah says, morning, John. I treated myself to the Elisa Iron yesterday. Thank you, Hayley. Don't say thank you to Hayley. She doesn't deserve your thanks. Anyway, look. So basically, we've got a film of it doing it, but you can undo... Oh, hang on, I'm doing it the wrong way. Oh, I've done it already that way, look. If you've got stitches to undo, look, it's not going to harm your fabric. Can you see? Look, it's undoing the stitches. You can do it this way as well. This is overlocking, obviously, look how easy that comes off. How long would that take you if you had your quick unpick? I know, $29.99. Now, the reason we got this in for you is Sally Ann Harrison came in one day with a beard trimmer. And I was like, I didn't know you had a beard. And she said, oh, no, I use it to unpick stitches, little stitches, especially on FPP where you use 1.8 or something like that. Anyway, we found this one and brought this one for you. I mean, it's just brilliant. If you get him into see, you know, if you've got like an embroidery on a sweatshirt, you can get rid of that. Take jean pockets off in no time at all. $29.99. There you go. Look. That's the embroidery one. Shaving the back. Told my sister how great the Eliso iron is. She bought it yesterday. A new Sewing Street customer. I love mine, says Violetta. Just say Violetta. There you go. Removing embroidery without damaging the material or the fabric. We call it fabric, not material. That's a complex embroidery then. $29.99. Look. And without wrecking the fabric. Look at this. How difficult is it to get a jeans pocket off? Not impossible anymore. Look. They're not my hands, by the way. They're Vix's. I think they're Vix's hands, actually. Anyway, $29.99 will get you one of those. Well done. Let me just get all the little bits of thread. Gorgeous. Rightio. Needle grippers, or hemostats, or toy stuffers. $11.99. Beautiful. The easy quilting needle grippers. I'll show you how they work. This is the thing about gadget hours. Hayley says she loves the gadget hour because you can get everything out and show how it works. Oh, they've taken to sticking them to the card now. Anyway, look. So it unlocks like that. And then you hold on. If you're doing hand quilting, you can't pull your needle through. You grab it with that and you pull it through to do a bit of hand quilting. I think Emma's going to talk a bit about hand quilting later on. Or was that yesterday? Hang on. I might be getting my days muddled up. Oh, yes, she did say she's going to talk about it today. But also, if you're stuffing toys, soft toys, pick your bit of wadding and get it right up into that ear. Oh, actually, if you're stuffing Alistair's bear or his bunny, $11.99. Also very good in an operating theatre. We don't suggest you use them there. For stemming the flow. $11.99 if it was Victorian times, when I used to be a doctor in one of my past lives. No, this is in Amplethorpe. This was England. England, yeah, an English doctor. Married to a lady called Emily, 1850 something. They found my house, they found my death certificate and everything. Well, I was a doctor, but Emily died at 19. Well, okay, so if you wonder what I'm talking about, you might not believe in this, but we got regressed at this morning. Everybody only remembers my camel herder one and my gem hunter one, but I was actually a doctor in 1850-something, and I described my house, told them about my wife and everything like that, and then they sent a detective out the next week, and they found my death certificate, my marriage certificate, they found the house that I lived in, they filmed the house that I lived in and everything like that. It's incredible. Well, I won't say too much, but I was fine. Right, but one of the actresses that they regressed, I didn't regress her, her spirit turned around. Only if you believe in this sort of thing. I don't want anyone to be offended by this. But anyway, her spirit turned around, and she was this 19-year-old girl who died at 19, not my Emily, and that girl's parents were still alive. And it was weird that the spirit had, you know what I mean? Really strange. They couldn't show it because they didn't want to cause any upset. Anyway, these are going. Right, I'll move on. Yeah. In your own time, Ben. Bodkin. You got your bodkin, your pinch type, and your thread type in there. These are so old-fashioned, but they're absolutely everything that you want. You want them in your kit? So I'll just show you how they work. Levi's going to go mad. Right, so this one here is like your big bodkin where you thread your elastic or your ribbon or your wool through there and you just use it to push through. This one here, what you do with this one is you open it up like that. I haven't got any ribbon to show you. And then you clasp your ribbon in the end there and you push it closed. So you hold on and then you push it through like that. These are brilliant. For $1.99, these are ideal things to be getting for your added to your order because you paid 1 P&P for the whole day, remember? Good morning, John and all. I'm off to get to a printing workshop today. Wish me luck, as I'm not sure what to expect. Whereabouts? Is that Delia? Is that in Warrington area, Manchester? Anyway, bodkins, 2 of them, $1.99. Lovely. Tailor's All next. Now, this is brilliant because this is excellent for punching holes in things. But also, actually, because I've got the green machine today, I might do my belt while I'm here. Also, so first of all, you hold it like this, nice and soft, silicone grip and everything. There's your awl for punching holes in things, right? But also, if you're at the sewing machine and you don't want to put your finger too close to the needle, you can just feed your fabric through like that. I know it's brilliant. Or you can use it to clean your nails with. Don't worry, you won't get this one. $2.99. You're definitely not on your first life. No. $2.99? I don't know. There'll be more than one. You have more than one past life. I'm on about my number 6. Beautiful. $2.99. Add all these to your order because you don't pay any extra P&P. Oh, I thought that's where you would be going. She's at Victoria Murness, rhymes with sheerness, Mill in Moseley. Oh, Little House of Victoria. Send her my love, Delia. Send her my love. No. Yeah, near Manchester. Oh, well, it's that bit in the middle. What do you call it? It's lovely. It's beautiful around there, where all the mills are and everything. Beautiful. Right, moving on. Bobbin Matchmaker won't open these. Oh, yes, I will. You know what they are? Right, what you do is, you know when you fill the bobbin, and you say you're sewing a red blouse, and you fill your bobbin with the red thread, and then you finish your sewing, and you think, well, I've got a thread, and I've got half a bobbin with red on. You put the bobbin on that end there, and you slide that down inside the thread like that. So you keep your bobbin with your thread at all times. So matchmates, they're called. Matchmates. Yeah. So you get a half-filled bobbin that goes around there, and then it slides inside the thread like that. So you always keep your matching bobbin with your thread. Means you need to buy lots of bobbins. $1.99. Oh, that's fascinating, John. I'd love to regress. Wendy, it's really weird, right? Because I thought I'd never been hypnotised before, and I presumed you'd go out and you wouldn't know what you're talking about. You can hear everything that you're saying, and the answers come out, and you think, "Where's that come from? Where's that? Why is that? Why do I know that?" It's fascinating. Some people can't be hypnotised. Some of the guests we got, they got on the sofa and they couldn't hypnotise them. No. That's not even before you go into the regression. This is just to hypnotise to get you in the state. Christine Hamilton, they couldn't hypnotise her. And who was the other one? There was somebody else they couldn't hypnotise her. Anyway. $1.99. Morning, John. Hope your voice lasts out. So do I, Sandra. It'll be fine. No, it'll be fine. I can feel it getting better already. Yeah. I think it'll just catch every now and then, that's all. Lovely. Oh, sewer's extra finger. Now, this is a funny looking thing. Right, so this one here, if you're doing the ironing, actually, I can actually do a demo on this one. If you're doing your ironing, right, and you're steaming away, let's put the steam on, and you're steaming away, and there's all, and you can't go, oh, I want to do that pleat, but it's a bit hot, right? You get your extra finger, you hold it down like that, and that means you can iron right up to where you need to go to, and your fingers are nowhere near it, right? And then, like I said about the awl, if you're sewing and you don't want to get your finger too close to the sewing machine needle, you literally, look at how much steam I put on there. You can hold the fabric as it goes underneath the foot. Yeah. More purchase, yes. More purchase. Hang on, does it say anything else? Use to hold fabric right up to the presser foot. No need to sew over your fingers or your pins. Use to hold the seam allowance and prevent it from puckering at each end when doing a lock stitch. Oh, yes. That's a brilliant idea. Oh, yeah. So you know when your sewing machine, when you start a half square triangle, and your sewing machine goes like that, and it takes... So you've got the end of it, holding the end of it like that, so it starts moving the minute you start sewing. That won't happen. That's brilliant, isn't it? Trims and ribbons while attaching them, and keeping your fingers away from the iron when opening seam allowance or folding bias binding. Oh, you can use it for applique. Keeps the folds in place while you attach it. Oh, use it for embroidery. Use it to create loops and flowers in ribbon embroidery. Oh my, I didn't know it did so much. And then you can use it to hold things steady while gluing, tease out the perfect bow or loop, and hold a knot in place while you tie another. Morning, John. Hope you have a great Sunday. We're off to suitcase buying. Oh, Craig and Dan. You can bring as much as you like, Craig and Dan. Your shop's not open on a Sunday. Surely you make more money on a Sunday. That's Craig and Dan. Hairdresser, gardener, and gift shop. And they're coming on the cruise. That's what they're buying the suitcase. Beautiful. $9.99. Moving on. Rightio. Now, let's just see how many of these are left. Oh, here we go. They're going. Remember, it should be $164.99, and it's on 5-way split pay. We have no idea why Hayley decided to do this yesterday. She didn't actually tell us we could do it again today. But when we went home last night, or yesterday afternoon, there were more people in baskets than we had stock of. 21 of you didn't check out, right? So that means we got... Right, there's 20... I had 21 left when I came on the show this morning. I've got 17 left, but 31 in baskets. So it's up to you, it's up to you. Right, if you don't check out today, who's producing tomorrow? Hannah. Now, I don't know if Hannah will be allowed to do it tomorrow. No, we're saying nothing. Nothing. 15 now. 15 left and 31 in baskets, which proves people are coming in as fast as they're selling. So there's only 15 left now and 31 in baskets. 32 in baskets, 32. It's up to you. Like I say, I can't press your button. I can't press your checkout button. Right, come with me. Green machine. Right, so what this is, I'm not going to do... Oh, actually. Oh, I can't take my belt off. I was going to... No. I was going to do another hole because I need another hole in my belt, but of course my microphone and my talk back are attached to my belt. If I take that off, everything will fall down. No, your belt won't go around me. Right, anyway, look, you get the green machine. What colour am I doing first? Silver. Oh, now it's the most limited, but the other day when Sandy was in, it was the most popular, which is why it's the most limited today. So what do you get for $149.99? You get this, the green machine. Now, these come directly from Big Dave Green. He'll be watching Sunday morning. He'll be lying in bed in his silk pyjamas with his Marabou bed jacket, sipping Earl Grey tea out of bone china cups and saucers, and dunking his pain au chocolat. Right, anyway, so you get this machine. When it arrives, right, it's in two pieces. This will be separate from that. You only have to put a screw there. And you see the handle here, you have to put that on there. You put a little bit of Vaseline or lubrication on there and slide it on. You only have to do it once. It stays on forever then. And then what you can do with this, you get your dies. So the first die you get is your hole punching die, your 3mm hole punch die. Am I in the right place, Bruce? There you go, 3mm hole punch die. Then you get 100 rivets. You get 10, I think, of these, don't you? 10 S-Cub 7s and 10 magnetic ones and 100 rivets. I'm sure that's what you get. I'm just double checking. Yep, I was correct, right? Then you get the dies to put them in with. So that one goes with that one. That one goes with that one, and that one goes with that one. So you get all of this for $149.99. You also get a sheet to show you what goes with what. You also get a free download, exclusive Sandy chocolate chip cookie design of an apron. But on top of that, you also get a free download pattern, which is not exclusive anymore. Emma Bradford, another one, Spencer Chester or something like that. What one? The boxy bag, and then the boxy bag, the cow thing boxy bag. You get all of those. You get all of those. But you get this. You see this picture here? You will get that on a sheet so you know which dies go with which. So that's your silver one for $149.99. It's for putting rivets in. It's for putting press studs. What we should do is get Dave to make... Hang on, have I got any samples? I'm not sure if he takes them with him or not. Hang on, let me just have a look. Hold the line caller. No, he's left all the little bits. But what I might do is I might show you how that cutter works, so it's just easy. In each die set, you get two bits, right? So you put that one in the bottom there, and then that one is the hole cutter, goes in the top there. Oops. And you screw it in like that. Now I'm on a funny angle, so that's why. There you go, there you go. Oh, I'm doing it the wrong way. Hang on. Come on, John. Righty-tighty it is, isn't it? Lefty-loosey, righty-tighty. I'm being a bit cack-handed there. No, there you go, there you go, there you go. You've done it. I wasn't planning on doing this, you see. There you go. So you just screw in the die like that. There you go, nice and tight. That one just sits in the bottom there. And then to cut a hole, you literally put this is what's it called? Industrial leather. And then literally just press on here. You don't have to press hard. Oh, hang on. There you go. And I didn't even have to press that hard. I was pressing harder than I should have done. Can you see the hole there? Can you see it? I'll do it again. Literally just press down, up, done, like that. You don't need to use... And then what you do is to put the rivets in, you've got your rivet dies, and you put those in, and you change this, push it down. The solid one's the one that was... Anyway, it's brilliant. That's the silver bundle. Oh, message on the bottom. Morning, John. Mine arrived a couple of days ago. It's so heavy. Don't think it's going to move when it's in use. No, Carol. Carol, you can screw it to the desk if you want to. Oh, Carol. Now, Carol's been dithering about buying one, right? She got one the other day, and she was so happy she bought it. Yes, it is. I mean, it's liftable, but once it's in place, you don't want it going anywhere. Emma Bradford. No, not Emma Bradford. Emma Brassfield has got two. She has one which is always set up to do the holes, and then one that she changes to the rivets and things like that. The three-way split pay comes directly from Dave Green, and it's £149. You get all the silver ones with that, and all the dies. Beautiful. It's come from the industry. It's come from the industry, this. So proper manufacturing factories have things like this. Right. Oh, the design won't have changed for years. So that's the silver one. Gold next. Same price. You get the two dies obviously in there. So you get the whole die, the die to cut the hole with, and you get all the dies, and then you get 100 rivets, 10 magnetic clasps, and 10 S-Cub 7s, which are the ones you find on the front of your anorak. $149.99. Beautiful. We'll elevate your bag making. And Sandy uses it on all of the bags and aprons and things like that. You can actually buy decorative ones. Well, we've not got them on the show today, but you can buy decorative ones as well. Once you've bought this, you're set up, really. We do sell the replenish, if you run out of studs or all the bits about the S clubs and things like that, we do sell all of those as replens. Oh, gold is the most popular today. Gold is the most popular today. It changes it's like native lighting. You can never tell if it's going to be the black or the white ones. This one, when Sandy was on the other day, the silver was by far in the lead. By far in the lead. 149.99 split pay now. Split pay, you see. 49.99 at 3 months. And it's including your day's P&P. Now, Carol's just told you how heavy it is. If you took that to the post office, it'd be a lot more than $4.95 to post to you. I know, right, so that's gold. Didn't have brass the other day with Sandy. 149.99. That's the brass fixings. So again, you get the machine, the die to cut the 3mm hole, and then all the dies to put all of those in. Oh, yeah. So what you do is today you choose the set that you want, and then you come back and you look at our website and you think, oh, I'd like some gold rivets, or I'd like some silver S-clubs. You can buy all of those separately. What you get in this bundle is all the same colour. Well done. And then, now, the rainbow ones are a little bit more expensive, and that's because when they're dipping them to coat them, rather than just dip them once into the gold, the silver, or the bronze, they have to dip these loads of times for all the different colours. Well, it's that electroplate, because the way that Dave Green talks about it is actually going to a dip into a dye. Oh, hang on. Go on. They dip it into different colours then. Anyway, $166.99 that bundle. Oh, yes. Oh, I see. Oh. Yeah, there we go. Anyway, that's all of that. Do you want to replay any of these? Replay any of those? Right, so gold was in the lead. Oh, the gold and silver are now neck and neck. So I'll just put those through. There's the gold bundle. You get the machine, the handle and the handle holder. You get the dies to cut the 3mm holes. You get all the dies to put these in. You get 100 rivets, a stud, sorry. Rivet stud, same thing. 10 of the... No, they're the magnetic, and 10 of the... They're not called S Club 7s, they're called S Spring somethings. And you get the free... S what? S Spring press studs, they're called. I like on the front of your anorak. Beautiful, that's the gold one. And then we've also got it in the silver. There you go. Right, more people have got the silver one in baskets now than gold. So that, if you check out, that'll take silver into the lead. Well into the lead. Well into the lead, I'm being told now. Beautiful. No, I thought I took it with me. I've got it here. Rightio. Now, if you missed the early bird because you weren't awake at 8 o'clock, this was my early bird today. Look, so what it is on this side, I'll keep trying to pull that off, but you don't need to because you push it up like this. That side is a quick unpick. And this side is your little tweezers to pick up your threads. I know. $6.99 should be $12.99. $6.99. Now, when we launched this, we sold hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of these. Right, it's random colour. You either get this blue or you get a bright pink. I can't tell you what colour you're getting. And if you buy two, I can't guarantee you'll get one pink one and one blue one. It'll just be there, just put the hand into the thing and take two out because it's wrapped up. From the bouquet. $6.99 should be $12.99. Remember that one. Right, yeah. I'll just double check on the iron while I've been away. I'm sorry to go on about it, but it's such a brilliant deal I don't want anyone to miss. Oh, right, there's 15 left. 15 left now. And how many now in baskets? 34 in baskets and 15 not checked out. First of all, 164.99 is how much it will be again tomorrow, or will be after midnight tonight. Today, it's 149.99. We have no idea why Hayley let us do this. We had the little one yesterday as well. That one completely sold out. 5 split pay. 5-way split pay. So you're going to get home for £30, aren't you? Obviously, you then pay the other ones after that. How brilliant. Message on my bottom. Oops, just bought the green machine. Let's hope it turns up when the hubby's out. Chantal, you'll need the hubby to carry it in. And that's not me being sexist. Because I know some women are much butcher than men. I mean, look at Ben and Alice. Well, she's not butch, but he's not butch at all. Well, what is the butch about you? That's not, you don't have to be butch, go to the gym. 149.99. Behind you, says Viv. What was behind me, Viv? I should do a question before it. No, she's just sent a message going, oh no, I love my green machine, wouldn't be without it. That can, out of place is doing my old no fate. That doesn't make any sense at all. She's written, I love my green machine, wouldn't be without it. Fine, I understand that. Then she put, that can, out of place is doing my old no favours. Something about behind, oh, that's something that can out of place behind me is doing my OCD no favours. What can did I have behind me? What can's behind me? Is there a... Oh! Where? The things we do. Right. 14 left now. Well done, Viv. One more went while we were doing your cans. Right, there's 14 left. 13 left now. They're going to sell out. They're going to sell out. Right. 38 people got it in their baskets and there's 13 left. I'm going to sit down because Hayley will be messaging in a minute saying, get him to sit down. I don't know. They've done nothing but tell me off this week. Get him to sit down. Ian, move your bottle off the set. Mini glue gun. I'm not going to demo this. All temporary. No. Use all temp glue only, which I've got coming up in a minute. A glue gun gets to 170 degrees, plugs it in, UK plug, got a little stand to put it up with, and it comes with two glues. I have always wanted this iron. I've just ordered on Split Pay. Love the show. From Jean, you'll love it. You'll love it. When it goes like that, a lot of people say that when they first get it, when it lifts up, it gets a bit annoying, but it doesn't. You get used to it. It becomes like a friend in the sewing room. £10.99. £10.99. Well, there's nobody else normally in your sewing room, is there? You're welcome, Viv. You're welcome. Stand now. £10.99. Beautiful. Oh, Ben's got this. What do you use it for? Morning, John. Watched you and Derek Marks last night making bodkin pie. Was it nice? Yes, it was lovely, Jackie. Except it was meant to be gluten-free and there was mustard and something else in it which wasn't gluten-free. But it doesn't matter. Yeah, gluten's one of the highest gluten. And mustard is one of the highest gluten, yeah. £10.99, that's... You have to... Because I only know that because Rasmus, Alex's boyfriend, is proper celiac, not just like me, a bit intolerant, proper celiac. And he can't have mustard in anything. And the amount of times when you make cauliflower cheese, you chuck a bit of mustard in. No, can't do that. Anyway. Thank you, Jackie. £10.99. Well done. That's the glue gun. Now you'll need some glue sticks. Beautiful. £1.99. You'll need those. You'll need those to go with your glue gun. There is something satisfying about a hot glue gun, isn't there? And you could use your finger, your extra finger that we had earlier. Not your finger, but the finger thing from earlier. I quite like it. I don't know what it is, because I'm not a particularly gluey, crafty person. There's just something nice about it. Coming squelching out the end, isn't there? And you just stick it like that. $1.99 for the glue sticks. Oh, he loves... who else loves a drill? Somebody else around here loves a drill. It's not Hannah. I can't remember who it is now. Partial to a drill. No, it was a lady. Yes. No, it won't be Kat. Kate, if you look closely at the back of the repair shop, you can see their aged, well-used green machine. The best designs always last. Exactly. If it ain't broke, don't change it, whatever they say. Morning, I have 2 of these irons and 2 spare. Wouldn't use anything else now, from Janny Hanny. Blimey. Janny, like Janice, like Janet. Okay, we've got that strange man back. He eats donuts. It's going to go rude in a minute. Beautiful. Old slip reduction mats. Got the sewing machine one first of all. Beautiful. Now, if you work on your dining room table, you don't want to mark your table. These are fantastic. They also take the vibration away. Also, if you are working late at night, you don't want to wake the kids up or the husband or the partner up. Have one of these under your machine. $15.99. $15.99. Lovely. $15.99. Make sure you go through for that one, always very popular. Then we've got one an overlocker size. It's your overlocker mat. Same difference. Now, a lot of overlockers have the suctiony things on the bottom, but I'd still get one of these for your overlocker. Definitely. Beautiful. Oh, yeah. Very popular. Silver green machine, well in the lead. Make sure you check out. Thank you, Steve. I love you too. $14.99. It's a different name today. Well done. $14.99. Make sure you go through. Gorgeous. Right, go, moving on. Where are we going next? Loads in baskets for that overlocking mat. What? Ruler suction handle. Yeah. It's hem. If you do hems with it. Yeah. Right. This one, what you do is you put this on your ruler. If you don't want to slip around, or you have dexterity issues, so you put this, suck that onto your ruler, twist it so it sticks to your ruler, then you hold it while you're cutting with your rotary cutter and things like that. $4.99. Right, Jackie uses the overlocker mat to put underneath her foot pedal, which is a good idea. When we're sewing quarter, which one had the wooden floor? No. Anyway, we used to put it under the pedal for the guests so it didn't slide under the desk. We cut them up, though, and had them under each one. And somebody said they just bought the green machine. Tracy, just... Oh, yeah, there you go. Tracy, I've finally bitten the bullet and bought the green machine. Can't wait for it to arrive. You'll love it, Tracy. You'll be putting studs on everything. And you can put eyelets and things. When Dave Green's in next, I've requested him to be on my birthday show, so I don't know if I'll get him or not. Well done. Right, moving on. It all depends on where I go. I've got to go to a wedding in Spain, you see, so it might have to move for that. Right, next. Oh, I'll do this. Sew and knit gauge, right? This is brilliant. If you want to mark a hem, you'll see that most of our guests have one of these in their kits. Would help if you could open the packet. It's half the fun, isn't it, getting into it? So look, what you do is you move this up and down, and you can mark the size of your hem. So there's your mark there, and you literally just pop it down, and you can mark up the size of your hem, or up to 4 inches or 10 centimetres. They look like they're nothing really, but they're so valuable when you're marking up anything. Oh, and Tracy's got the gripper thing that I just said because she's got arthritis. Loads of these in baskets for $2.99. Add it to your order. Remember, we're not charging you any extra P&P. Loads. Have you got that in your basket? Loads there. Right now, I've got to do something because I made Levi fill it with water. So we have to do this. Well, only because Levi will get angry if we don't. Good for you. $24.99. This is the Beldray Multi-Steam Pro. You fill the water up here. This is the little, you press the button here for steam. If you want continual steam, you can lock it down. Now, I can tell you about it because it's all written on the side of the box. So, it's got a 260 millilitre water tank, 1200 watt power, compact design. You do get the fabric and lint brush. Our sample hasn't got it here. I've got a picture of it for you. There it is. You get the lint brush and the brush on there. It goes, it's hot enough to go in 45 seconds. If you put it on continuous steam, the water tank lasts for 15 minutes. I know. So if you want your curtains done or anything like that. Crazy Lorraine was looking at photos of Chloe's, and the one came up of looking at all your shirts in your dressing room at Sewing Quarter. Oh, yeah, when you came to visit Sewing Quarter, yeah? No, you can't strip wallpaper with this. I wouldn't. Levi wouldn't. $24.99. You get a man in to do it. $24.99. All the steam there. Alistair would get a man in to do it, wouldn't you? You wouldn't steam your own wallpaper. Huh? 2 men in, he gets in. He can afford it, you see. $24.99. Right, I've got to go. But I've got to talk about this iron again before I go. Look, I'll say it again. I don't know what Hayley was doing yesterday. I don't know why she let us do this one. There are 12 left. There are 12 of these left and 28 in baskets. It should be $164.99. I'll just show you a couple of price comparisons. Should be $164.99, which at $164, excuse me, it's a good price. Look, £185, exactly the same iron. Exactly the same iron. Most affordable that we've been able to find it so far, apart from us, £159. There you go, which is less than we normally sell it for. Have they got it in stock, though? Oh. Anyway. $149.99, three-way split pay. Now, I'll get Emma to use this iron in her demo if she's going to be doing some ironing. There's 29 in baskets and 12 left. I don't think we didn't ask permission to do it today. I was told to do it yesterday. I've got no idea if we were allowed to do it today, but we've done it. But there's only 12 of you now can get it. And there's how many in baskets? 29 in baskets. Right, we're going for a break now. After the break, we've got Alistair. Now he's got a bear and he's got a bunny, hasn't he, Bruce? He's just finding them for you now. There, bear and bunny. We've got the kit and the pattern on its own. We'll see you. And he's got lots and lots of other things as well. I'll see you back here in 4 minutes with Alistair. Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Turning tools are one of my favourite tools. They are perfect for turning tubes of fabric the right way round. So maybe you're making bag handles or straps, or you're doing small rouleau loops, absolutely perfect. So if you've got a piece of fabric here, I've sewed it in half, right sides facing. Turning it right sides out takes quite a long time. So what you need is a turning tool. If you take the tube of fabric, tack it together across the end, it just holds it together using the longest stitch, and then you just get the plastic tube, put it to the end, get your stick and push it in, and then it turns your tube right sides out really, really quickly. It's genius. Simplest thing, but absolute genius. Now, in these turning tool sets, you get different sizes. So that's the big one. So if you were using a narrower tube, then use the next size down. Now, when it's a short tube, I don't tend to tack the end. You can just fold the end in and push it through like this, and that will turn that right sides out. Look how quick it is. And if you're doing really small loops like this one here, there's even a smaller one as well. So if you just slide the smaller tube inside, then the smallest one comes with a little metal stick instead of a wooden one. But look how quick and easy that is to turn right sides out. Saves you loads of time. When you get your set of turning tubes, do make yourself a little bag, just a little drawstring bag to put them in, because otherwise they get separated, and it keeps them all nice and neat and saves you so much time.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Wondering what wadding is? In sewing, wadding is the soft padded material used in the middle layer of quilts, cushions and other projects. It adds warmth, texture and structure to your creations. Wadding comes in different materials like cotton, polyester or wool and various thicknesses, so you can choose the perfect one for your project. Whether you're quilting, making a cosy blanket or adding softness to a bag, wadding is what brings that snug and cushioned feel.
There are two different types of needles. Needles that you use in your sewing machine and needles that you use for sewing by hand. They come in different thicknesses and different lengths. The needles for your sewing machine can have different tips to them as well, depending on the type of fabric that you're going to sew.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia. Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Just as well our microphones weren't up then. We were having a good old gossip, weren't we?
We were.
About the spongy floor and everything. This is Alistair, everybody. He's new. That's a nice blouse. Is it your mum's old curtains?
Yeah.
Looks like it.
Well, actually, I am fashioning it like a shacklet because when I bought this, I ran out of time to return it. And it's a medium. And I'm sort of like... I won't be able to bend forward.
It's so funny because I brought in the shirt. We all try and out-shirt each other. So I brought in this really, really floral shirt today, put it on the dressing room, and I was like, what's happened to it? And it literally, I'd have to wear it like that, but I didn't have a T-shirt with mine, so I couldn't stand here with it open like that. It's the one that used to be it's the one that they sell as, I used to be a plastic bottle, I won't shrink. It obviously has.
Well, it obviously has. I think this was definitely, this is not a medium at all.
Couldn't you put a Go Day up the back?
Well, I could, but I didn't have, obviously, time for matching.
We could do one of your fabrics later. Anyway, Alistair, what have you got for us today?
We have, so we've got so much. So in preparation of coming up to Easter, now we call these, we've got our buddies. So we've got Barney the bear and Buster the bunny. But to start off with, we've got this amazing pack of threads.
Right.
And this is Last Chance Saloon.
Right.
In terms of when these packs are gone, they are gone. So essentially in this pack you get, you will not necessarily get exactly what you see here. It's an assorted mix of 20 spools.
Right.
There are 100 metres on each.
Yeah.
And these are high-spun polyester. And the way to test whether or not a high-spun polyester is a good quality one, if you grab the bobbin, if I give you that one.
Thank you.
That's
It's like the generation game.
it is the generation. And you give it a good old squeeze.
Yeah.
If it's hard and you feel resistance, that is a true high-spun polyester. Some threads, when you squeeze them, if they're squishy, they might be high-spun, but they're not the best quality.
Yeah.
So that's the ones that will jam your machine up. It's not that you can't use those threads, it's just that you're going to have a lot more problems and issues with
so
them.
lesser quality.
Yeah.
So these are higher quality, so I expect to pay more for them. Right, before I go any further, though, you're not, like you're saying, it'll be random colour. Some person's not going to get 14 yellow. How many are in the bundle?
Oh, no. So
20. You're not going to get 14 yellow and 6 pink or something
No,
like
so
that.
you might get doubled up on 2 colours, but the vast majority of them will be a mixture. You'll get some brights in there, but the best thing about these is you'll get your sort of like darker tones that we use mainly for dressmaking. And it's essentially as well, this is great if you're using an overlocker but you've just got a small project you need, you would be able to use these on an overlocker as well. So there's nothing that you can't do. And on my last show that I said, make seams a feature. So if you are doing bag making, say you're doing a simple tote, if you put 4 different colours on the overlocker, you can create a really nice rainbow effect. And it's just by using a tool and different threads. These have always been really popular. So you're getting 20 in a bag.
Right.
A German brand.
They're what, sorry?
A German brand.
Right.
These are around about £3 for a 100-metre spool.
OK, so how many you got? So, 60 quid then?
Yeah, easily.
60 quid easily, right? That's how, and we bring them to them at £30. But however, you've said that these can go even lower.
Much, much lower.
Oh, OK. How? Just tell me how you've done that.
Because, so Polysew is an old, it's an old-fashioned brand, and I obtained the the last of the stock in the UK.
When you say obtained, did they fall off the back of a lorry?
We can't discuss that.
Oh, can't
live
discuss
on
that.
TV.
Right, yeah.
There is an ongoing court case, but we're looking to set up.
But that's not nothing to do with the threads.
No.
Right, they're flying out. They're absolutely flying out, right? What you need to know as well, it's really high quality. Now, when I was training, and it would have been because you trained way before I did, didn't you? You know, because you're so much older than me. We never used polyester thread back then because it was like cheese wire, wasn't it? Sort of thing. And like, oh, don't use polyester. But technology has changed, and now if I'm using cotton, I like to use a cotton thread. But any other fabric, like all the viscoses we've got coming up later, and the velvets and everything like that, I'd use these for. Because they're really, really, really good quality. And also because they're highly spun, that's me, isn't it? But they don't, you don't get lint off them, do you?
No,
they're very smooth through your machine.
That's why I was saying about feel the core of the bobbin when you go in. You will feel, if it's hard and there's resistance, it's a high spun. The high spun is just how many times it's been spun within itself.
Yes, yeah.
But the spongier ones, those are the like really hairy ones. So you'll find that on a sewing machine, also as well, those ones will muck up your tension. So even though you've got your tension right, because it's slightly elastic, it just doesn't. There is nothing wrong with them. In fact, those threads. Those are great if you sit and you do basting or you're doing something like English paper piecing. And in fact, I actually saw a colleague of mine using the German brand of thread to do basting for English paper piecing.
Okay.
Ooh. God, that's quite exuberant.
Exactly. Not even exuberant. Right, half the stock's gone. How many baskets? Oh, there's 8 left once you've all checked out. 8 left. We started with loads of these. Now, you're not going to suddenly come back next month with more of these, are you?
No. If I've got maybe 10 packs left, they'll go on my website. That is literally,
that's it, yeah.
That is
so
it.
Here, you will never see these again. $9.99.
This brand you can't get hold of.
No,
this was one of the original Coats, sort of like Cotton's brand. This was actually developed by Coats Cotton, and it was because Coats Cotton only supplied industrial.
That's right, yeah.
But then they needed, before Moon Thread, they needed another brand to go into retail stores, and this was one of the brands they came up with, which was called Polysew.
Yeah.
But it's a fantastic little offer, and it just means that it just bumps up your bobbin box, and it just, sometimes there is a colour, like for instance, I started a craft project a couple of weeks ago, and I needed orange, and I was like, I don't actually have any orange thread. But then I realised that, in actual fact, I've got a whole shelf full of thread. So I'm quite lucky in that respect. But usually this is the one thing, when I didn't own a business, this was the last thing, because I could never remember whilst I was buying the fabric to buy the thread at the same time. And you had
How
your
often
day off.
you never do, it's so seldom we do that, isn't it? You go and buy lovely fabric, get home and go, I've got nothing to sew this with.
Exactly. You look at the back of a pattern and it'll tell you you need interface, you need a zip, you need a specific rivet, you need this, that, and the other, and you buy all of that. But for some reason, the pattern doesn't always tell you need thread.
No, exactly.
So you don't remember, and you just think, oh well, okay.
And then you get home and it's like, oh, shall I go with this one? Shall I not go with this one? Remember, it's really, really, really high quality. It's good for your machine. It's good for using on any fabrics at all. It's just me. When I'm sewing with cotton, when I'm working with cotton, I like to sew with cotton, that's all. But anything else, I'd use this, a high-quality polyester like this. I don't know how he's done it for $9.99, but there are only 11 left now, and that's it. And the 69 people got it in their baskets. 8 left. We're going to have a sellout. 8 left. Keep going through for that one. Let me start packing those away. Keep the graphics in. Oh, no, I can still see here. I'll keep you posted, yeah. Right, before we do that... Oh, yeah, no. Right, OK. Basically, coming up later on in this hour, we've got loads and loads of wide fabric, cotton fabric, right?
Get a little bag.
What we want to do is just show you on the website. You can go to pre-order and see all the colours there, because these have sold out. The threads have sold out. So you go, coming up on today's show, right, we'll show you all the rest. Right, look at all of these cottons, right? That's price per metre. Price per metre. If you want to go ahead and pre-order, that's the price they are. It's just that we've got so many of them. You might be thinking, oh, I want a purple, and I want a lavender, I want this, or I want a lime. Go ahead and look at them all there. They're all there. But before we go on to those, good morning, Alistair John, says Kim Suleiman. Good morning, Kim
good
Suleiman.
morning, Kimberly.
We are waving, but you can't see us.
Oh, she's up early.
Huh?
She's up early.
Is this early for it? On Sunday, isn't it? I keep forgetting it's Sunday.
But she'd have been on the lash last night. The darts were on.
Oh, I
Big
forgot
darts,
that she's
yeah.
in the darts, into darts and everything. She plays.
Yeah.
Right, okay. What are these then? Barney and Buster. Oh,
So, this is Buster.
right.
Isn't he cute? So,
Gorgeous.
we'll have to overhead him.
Yeah.
There he is. He's all...
Who's Buster then? Who have you named him after?
Right, so Buster, I don't know why he's called Buster. It's just that every time I think of a bunny, it's always Buster.
It was my older brother's nickname when he was a small child. He hated it. But all his friends and schoolmates always called him Buster, and I've no idea why. He hates it.
See, I was called Ali Mac because it was...
It's all right, we're just doing a live show here, Levi, don't worry. Oh, look at the look he gave me then.
I know.
He's in the right old mood today.
God, that was a
isn't
right Taylor Swift look.
he? Yeah, wasn't it?
Ooh.
Have you been called Taylor Swift before, Levi? It is Sunday. Anyway, go on. So Buster what?
So Buster, yeah. Oh no, so I was called Ali Mac at school.
yes,
It
yes,
was
yes.
a short version of Alistair and
Oh,
MacDonald.
yeah, that's quite posh. I wasn't called that. I can't repeat what I was called at school. I'm not going to do it now. Go on with Buster.
Okay.
I can't tell you.
Oh, right, okay.
It'll bring up to... My PE teacher used to call me Daisy. I'd be in so much trouble now if they did it now.
No, I know.
Come on, Daisy.
Yeah.
Come on, Daisy. I was very short and very wide. And he'd say, come on, Daisy. Anyway, come on, let's get on with Buster. Don't bring
So
back
this is
all my
Buster,
traumas from
and
my
he's
childhood.
really, really, really cute. And we call these buddies. So they're sort of people you can have in your sewing room.
Right.
So they're just somebody that I literally when I'm sewing I just go, all right, Buster, and just sort of like chat away and never answers back.
Yeah.
But no, a really, really great thing. What you can do, you can adapt this pattern. So for instance, you could put a little pouch in the front, so you could put your notions in.
Oh, yeah.
Barney's trousers that are around him are actually pockets.
Oh, okay.
So you could put your scissors and things like that, or rulers inside the pocket.
So they can become useful, not just ornament, but kind of...
Yeah, you can use this as a doorstop. I've actually put weighting in the bum. The great thing about the weighting is, I know we still have stock of them on the website, but if you were to buy the cherry stones for a kilo pack, you can put the cherry stones in there if you wanted them as a doorstop.
Right. Okay.
But they also make great gifts.
He's too good to go on the floor, though, isn't he, really?
Yeah, I mean, but again, a bunny doesn't... I don't think that you just have bunnies out for, like, Easter.
No, not at all.
I think you need to keep them out. And, for instance...
there's nothing about that's screaming Easter, apart from that you go Easter bunny, but it can be around all year long.
You could make them a Christmas hat for Christmas.
Yeah.
You could do them up in Halloween attire. It's entirely up to you. But again, just a really great, lovely project. And again, this is something that's really simple to make. So if you're... Sometimes when people look at toys... in general, if you like, if we're going to call them a toy, literally they sort of go, I'm not sure, because it's small parts.
Yeah.
Whereas this goes together like an absolute dream.
Perfect. And it's not a toy, it's more of an adult companion, really, isn't it?
Yeah, and they're just fun.
Yeah.
So we've got the kits and we've got the pattern.
OK, so let's do the kit for the bunny, Buster the bunny first. So what we get is we get the instructions.
Yeah. Oh, now, just to mention about this mohair here is 40% wool. This is really expensive.
OK, we haven't even got to it, but he wants to talk about it straight away. Right, I get pieces of felt, so I get felt for his feet, his bottom, his face, his tummy, everything there.
So you get everything. So this is the House of Alistair felt, so you get all the felt that you need. So all of our kits, they come with more than enough fabric to make the actual item itself, and we give you the stuffing. So you actually get the wadding. Now I've written in here wadding for kits. That was for
upstairs.
That was for upstairs. But literally, you get the wadding with our kits. The biggest thing that I hated growing up or being a sewer, when you got a kit, then you had a list of extra things you then had to then buy.
So basically, you don't have to buy anything else.
You don't have to buy anything else. The only thing, because I mentioned the weighting. Just before we get, everyone writes into, That's Life and
That's Life isn't on the telly anymore.
Isn't it?
No.
Oh.
Esther, she doesn't do it anymore.
Such a shame. She used to sort things out.
Ah, no, I loved it. I used to love it. Anyway, I didn't like the old man that sat in the chair. I used to hate those bits. Remember when he'd sit there and he'd read bit? I didn't like that bit. Anyway.
Yeah, it was always good. So we give you the wadding that goes inside.
So you've got the felt, the instructions, the wadding, and then a huge wodge of mohair.
Yeah, so you get this lovely section of mohair, which is just enough to it. Now, the pile on this is really quite short, so you don't have to worry so much if you haven't got the pile direction going exactly the way that it needs to be. So don't worry too much about that. But it's so simple to make.
And is it easy to work with? What's this on the back then?
So this is just a knitted jersey back.
Right.
But again, it's not overly stretchy.
It's not stretchy.
So sometimes these jersey back fabric, they can, as you quite rightly pointing out, but they can be really, really stretchy.
Yeah.
And you have to fuse the back of them. With this one, you won't have to fuse it at all.
So basically, you don't need anything else at all unless you're going to weight it and make a doorstop. If you're going to make a companion sit on the shelf, then you don't need to weight it, do you?
No, you don't have to at all. And again, you can make, for instance, say if you bought both patterns, what you can actually do is you can put the trousers, the jeans that Barney's got on, you could actually make them for Buster. So the patterns essentially...
Oh, OK, so the bodies are the same.
The bodies are the same.
Just characterised.
It's just that it's a different character. And also the kit comes with everything that you need in the kit.
Beautiful.
But you can use the patterns again.
But also, if you've bought the bear one, not Buster, if you bought Barney... You've got the pattern of how to do trousers. You could use your own William Morris fabric from home to put on, you know, you don't have to use the denim from him if you don't want to.
Yeah, and then you can create some pockets that'll be useful.
Yeah.
So you could put Buster in the kitchen. You could do all sorts. You could actually sit in front of the in the television room and you could put your remote controls in
the lounge, you mean? You've got a television room?
No, I thought that's what you called it.
That's what you call it?
Well, I still call it the big light, and everyone looks...
Oh, no, I call it the big light. Put big light on.
Exactly.
Yeah. Television room. That just sounds so posh, doesn't it?
Actually,
I need to warn you, there's only 4 left once you've all checked out. There's only 4 left. What were you going to say?
He's really, really good. No, because I told you I'd started a little night job and stuff, which I was really excited about. Anyway, I made a joke because there was another dresser who kept on encroaching on my dancer's space. Oh. And I said, oh, this is my dance space. And she just looked at me, and then it suddenly dawned, and I said, did you get that reference? And she went, oh. And I was like, how old are you? And then she told me, and I went, wow. I said, do you not know of Dirty Dancing? And she went, yeah. I said,
no.
I thought, no, you haven't. She said, oh, well, I haven't seen it in a long time. And I was like, no, OK. And then I just thought, how... Then you start feeling really like...
Well, that's like, I'll mention here, I'll go, oh, Judy Garland. They'll go, who? And I'll go, Liza Minnelli's mum. Who's Liza Minnelli? And you're like... Anyway, look, how many in baskets? OK, there's way too many people in baskets now. It's 12 not checked out, way more than 12. Check out. Yeah, we've got to get a move on because it's 20 past already, look, and we've got all those fabrics to get through. So that's the bundle. Now, you can buy the pattern on its own. If you want to do your own fabrics, you can buy the pattern on its own.
Yeah. So it's
really good price as well, $7.99.
Yeah, so we try and keep all of our pattern prices down just so that everybody's got access to them. Yeah. But you get the full pattern and instructions. So, for instance, I have used...
where's it going?
So I've got... so, for instance, our patterns, I've used one of the pattern pieces.
Right.
So I've cut... So you get everything that you need within the actual pattern to cut out. And again, just get a little envelope or keep this envelope and just stick all your pattern pieces in there. Our Angel policy is if you've made it and you're going to sell them, you're quite welcome to do that. We only ask that you don't go into a commercial aspect of them.
Or photocopy the pattern and give it out to all your mates.
Yeah, no.
It's the only way he can feed himself.
Yeah.
$7.99. $7.99. Very, very popular. That's Buster the Bunny. Right, now let's do Barney kit. Oh.
So this is Barney. So he's really cool. So he's got a pocket in the front, so you can literally pop your tools in there, and he can just sit in your sewing room with it, and it's just really cool. And also, it's the same on the back, and he's got his little jeans label there, because he's a cool dude. And then you've got some extra pockets in the back. And again, you could put him in the kitchen, you could put your wooden spoons in there.
Oh,
all sorts of things. Yeah, so literally, they can go anywhere in your house. But
do you know what would be good? Is if you're having a tea party or a barbecue or something like that. Paul, the wood, not the plastic.
That's a nice idea.
Wood, the recycling and everything. But, like, you could be sitting on the table with all the plates and everything, and he could have all the spoons in there so people help themselves.
Yeah.
A chef's hat.
You could put a chef's hat on them, and if it comes to dessert time, you could put everyone's ice cream spoons in the front.
Yeah,
and that's what,
exactly.
That would be cool. Actually, that's quite a really nice idea, actually.
Yeah.
It would be quite fun.
Yeah, but your boy's too old for all that now, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He's just interested in sort of like money, gaming, and girls.
There you go.
Which, yeah.
At 15,
I got a text
now.
Yeah, we're nearly 16. 16 in August.
Oh.
And it's literally... And I'm like, does any girls... Are girls okay about coming into your bedroom?
Oh.
Like, in terms of, like, the state of it? And he was like, yeah, no one cares. And I'm like, really, though? Are they, like, I mean, he's a handsome boy. I mean, yeah. But I got a text last night saying, when will you be home? And when... I don't know how to answer this. I was like, he knows I'm away.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking...
You should say, I'm not there, but Granny's coming round at 9 or something like that.
Well, yeah, yeah. And it was just like, your auntie will be there. You're
going to get back to a wreck when you get home today.
Exactly. I don't want, auntie having to deal with
You should do like with a dog. You should farm him out when you're not there and make him stay at someone else's house. Anyway, kit. So, in the kit, you get the pattern.
So, in the kit, you get the pattern and full instructions. Now, in the kit, so we put them in the black envelopes just because it keeps everything neat and tidy.
Yeah.
This is the way which the pattern in the kits will come.
Right, okay.
So, you get your full... you get all your patterns there. And the same will happen with Barney.
Yeah, lovely. So if you buy it just the pattern...
Then you get it in the black envelope. You get it in the envelope.
But if you buy the kit, then it comes in that
It comes in a paper, the paper form.
Okay.
So you've got your pattern. You get your little handmade with love button to put on the front of his jeans. You've got the horn buttons for the eyes. This is 100% wool. Fabric, and this is what we use for the body.
Yeah.
You've got the great denim there to make his trousers.
Now, I need to point out the trousers, you don't pull the trousers on afterwards. You don't make the bear and then pull the trousers on. They're not a separate item, are they?
You take the front section, and before you stitch the whole thing up, so you make the front section as a pocket, and you put that in, and when you attach the base, that traps everything inside. Yeah. And again, the side seams trap the front and the back. Yeah. And then you can see there that that's seamed, so you've got two individual pockets at the back.
That's right. It's just I don't want people thinking they're going to get a pair of jeans that they can, like,
No. So once you've made... I see what you mean. So once you've made him, the jeans are on there for life.
Yes. You can't... What I'm saying is you can't take those jeans off him and put them on him because they're not a removable item of clothing.
No, you could, if you're very clever, you could work out the pattern and work out how you can do that, which would be quite simple. But, to be honest, you want everything, especially if you're going to use it to put things in, because if you made the trousers separate, they're going to start to fall.
Yeah, exactly. So I've got denim for the trousers, I've got wool for the bare body himself, and then the felt.
And you've got all the felts that you need. You get more than enough felt in which you need. You've got the black felt is for the actual base and the bottom. And again, all you will need is some embroidery thread and some sewn thread.
Right, and then the eyes are the buttons, aren't they?
Yeah, the eyes are the buttons, and then you've got the handmade with love wooden button to go on the front as his jeans.
Brilliant. $29.99. How many in basket did you say? Okay, make sure you check out. Barney's very, very popular. We need to get Barney the Bear to catch up a bit now. Right, Barney the Bear pattern on his own. So there's... Oh, I've got that one then. Pattern on its own there. Very, very popular. £7.99.
And again, this is a bear as well that you could, rather than using, say, what we've chosen as the outer fabric, you could make this in your children's clothes. So it could be a memory bear. You can make it out to absolutely anything.
Yep. That's a pattern on its own, $7.99. $7.99. Now, what we're going to do is we will, if we have time, we will do a demo at the end, but we've got so many other things. Is that all right?
Yep.
We've got so many other things. They are easy to make. What we'll do is we'll go through the fabrics, we'll go through the stencil that we've got here, or the template we've got here, and then we'll come back, and if we've got time at the end, we'll do some sewing. Wooden template, Bunny wooden template.
So
What's this then?
So this is so let me take it out of the packaging, because then you'll see it as in how nice it actually is. So this is our wooden bunny, which is a really, really lovely. So it's like our descending templates that we have.
Yeah.
So you get the bunny. Now, you can use this egg shape to just cut out a
Oh,
belly.
I thought it was an avocado.
An avocado bunny.
Yeah. That was his lunch.
Do you see many of those?
Yes. Anyway, look.
So you've got the template with the bunny. Sometimes when you're trying to make a simple template, even on a half, sometimes you'll do it, but you'll keep on doing it and doing it and doing it. But this way round, this gives you a lovely bunny. So you could put this, use this for the applique on the front of a cushion. You could use it for a bag that you're making. If you're going to do this, you could applique these all over a quilt. The possibilities are endless. And just because we can, we've also given you 2 lovely eggs. So if you wanted to make it really Easter orientated, then you can use the eggs.
But you could use these. That's very 60s, Mary Quanti.
Yeah.
The shapes are really lovely just to applique or even just to draw around and colour in and things like that.
Yeah, well, you could use these for petals.
Yeah,
so
that's
for
what I was
instance,
thinking,
you could cut these all out in felt, and then you could make felt appliques there, and you use a smaller one. Also,
if you take 4 of those, make a lovely daisy. You know what I mean? And then you can put in between those, you could put a different coloured petal to cover up the seams and things.
Yeah. Or what you can do, if you made 2 of these, you could make a bow.
Oh, yeah.
So if you put this, so if I do that, I mean, it's not the same.
Nothing like a bow, but yeah.
No, but, you know, if they were the same size, then you could use it. So there's lots of things that you can actually make with these. Also, if you are making an applique bird, that will give you the bird body shape.
Yeah.
And then you can use these, obviously, for maybe as a wing. You can make little chicks. You can do all sorts of
And it can be the heads as well, look.
Yeah.
Be a little duck.
Yeah.
I'd do it like that. Quack, quack. Right, $22.99 for that
I don't know what you might know what it's called, actually.
Oh,
you know,
here we
the
go.
Indian... you know, when they do those beautiful, they're almost like paisley, but they're not. They're the big lotus flowers.
Oh, yes.
So if you drew around that and did a stitch detail with that, and then you drew around that, and then you put lots of them around there, then you could create a really lovely border.
Beautiful, yeah. Anyway, it's $22.99. So many uses for that one. So many uses. Right, let's do some fabric, shall we? Right, but we're on bunny, so let's do bunny fabric first. So what's this then?
So this is our. So this is vintage inspired. This is it's brand new fabric. But when I saw this, I just thought this was the cutest thing on the planet. This just reminds me of caricatures when I was little that you would get
In black and white then, though, wasn't it?
Well, it was, you know. But,
Life. Now, just explain something. You sell by the...
The Blitz was hard.
You sell by the metre.
Yes.
But they're not cut to metre pieces. They're cut to whatever you want. So here at the channel, we sell fabric off the bolt by the half metre. Alistair sells fabric off the bolt, but by the metre. So if you want a 10-metre piece of this, you buy 10 units.
Yeah, and our price is not for a half metre. That's the price for a metre.
That's the price for a metre. So you're paying $10.99 for a metre. Let's open it up then.
And then... obviously, when we get the orders through, so just to explain...
We just need to explain... I'll let you do this, because there's been a couple of people saying, oh, my delivery didn't arrive. Alistair just wants to literally... If you buy from us in our warehouse, the thing goes to the warehouse pack it and send it straight out, but...
So, when the orders come through... so say if we did a show on the Sunday...
Like today.
So the last orders, depending on how everyone pays... So we get the first lot of orders Monday, another lot on Tuesday, and then the final lot on Wednesday. Once we've got all of those, because everything's bespokely cut, that's the only... So on Wednesday, that's when we collate all the orders. So we know how many 1s, 2s, and 3s and 4s to cut. So once we get that, now, Yodel, who pick up from us, they have designated days that they pick up from us. So it's not like when I used to work for another channel where I could ring up and book one for every day. Yeah. So we have Wednesdays and Fridays. So if the orders don't come in from a Sunday show like today until Wednesday,
they won't be on the Wednesday delivery.
They won't be on the Wednesday delivery. And then we will get whatever we can once we start cutting the fabric on the Thursday into Friday's delivery. Yeah. But then because we don't have one on Monday, it then has to be picked up on the Wednesday. So that's why you will see a slight delay in which the fabric's actually coming.
And Lads has to do it that way because he can't do on Monday he'll get a few of the orders through and go, oh, John wants a metre, and then he puts it away, and then on the Tuesday it's like, oh, Levi wants 3 metres, you have to get it all out again. They get the bolt out with all the orders and they say, we need 15 1 metres, we need 3 2 metres, and we need 4 metres, and they cut them all at the same time. That's why it works like that. So please don't get upset with Alistair. It's just the way the system works.
Yes.
Right, OK. So now, if we're going to buy this today, then...
But you do have a great system in terms that it doesn't matter how much you buy in a day, it all checks out.
Oh, yeah, and you still only pay 1p&p, even though this is all coming from Alistair, and if you bought something from me earlier, that comes from our warehouse. So this is a metre. How wide is it?
So this is 150 centimetres wide.
60 inches wide.
Yeah, and you've got 4 different colourways as well. So this is the red one that we're looking at. You can fussy cut this. You could fussy cut the love hearts out if you wanted to in this colourway. This would make some great curtains for a utility room or even a kitchen. This is actually really cheerful. This would look lovely in a kitchen.
Yeah.
You can just use this as sashing for a quilt border, all sorts of things. Or you can use it as the backing for an actual quilt. You've got, if it's a lap quilt, you've got the whole backing in one piece.
Yeah,
there.
exactly.
And again, this cotton should be a lot more. It is 150, it's not 112.
Yes.
So it's much, much wider, and it's a great, I would say this is like a true quilter's.
Yes,
weight.
it is.
It's not a poplin.
No.
So it's slightly heavier.
So that's your red one there. So that is $10.99 for a whole metre. For a whole metre. And if you want 2 metres, 3 metres, 4 metres, they come in one piece.
Yeah, and these are also great because they don't have like eggs on them, so they're not specifically.
Oh yes.
So they're not specifically Easter. This fabric, if you've got newborns coming into the family fold, this would be great to make baby paraphernalia of all sorts of things. Think about changing mats. Put this on one side and then put some ripstop on the back with some wadding in between, and then you've got a really nice baby changing mat that nobody else actually has.
No.
But great for all sorts of nappy bags, all sorts of things.
Also, if you run a nursery or you're a childminder, it'd be nice to have to decorate the room that you not keep the kids in, but you know what I mean? Like when they come to the house, you're going to have them in a certain room, aren't you? It'd be nice if it's decorated or kind of cushions in this and everything like that, just to make them feel a little bit more at ease at home, sort of thing.
Yeah, and also think about, scatter cushions for the garden in summertime. It's got so many different uses.
Beautiful. That's the blue one. We're going to have to go a little bit faster. That's the blue one.
The blue
then
one.
you've got it in the purple. Beautiful. Sorry, I'll be with you in a second. Right, now we've got it in... Would we call it purple, this one?
This is the purple version.
Lovely. You got a favourite?
The next one coming up, because I've got such a thing about teal colours.
Yeah.
I really like the teals. But again, so I would say the red and the purple one, they're non-gender specific.
Yes.
And again, the teal one is. The blue one, you could say, I mean, in this day and age, nothing's specific, really. And again, really, really lovely.
Do you know what would be nice? Parent and a child apron, matching aprons.
Oh, actually, that would be really cute.
Wouldn't it? If you make one for yourself and one for the child, it'd be really, really lovely, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Or even if you wanted to just make a full skirt, but just in this, I think that would be great for the summer. Maybe put some broderie anglaise trim on it, that type of thing.
Where were you, 1976?
Exactly. Reliving my youth, John.
Oh, I love 1976. I did my O-levels in 1976.
Well, I wasn't born in 1976.
It was the hottest summer ever. Absolutely beautiful. And we did our O-levels and had the long... You know, you do your O-levels, you have that really, really long summer holiday and everything.
Yeah.
It's just bliss down by the river in Chester. This is the green one. It's a lovely colour. Teal is it called?
And you've got these little aspects... throughout all of them, you've got the yellow going through them as well. But you've just got... These, they're almost quite Scandi as well in their approach. But again, you could fussy cut the bunnies out. You could do all sorts of things.
Definitely
really,
gorgeous.
Really lovely.
Lovely. That's all the rabbits. Now, this is where it gets wild, and we have to go fast because these now. Let's just explain before we start.
Yeah.
What exactly are they?
Right. So this is House of Alistair's, one of House of Alistair's hero products from when we started, and we've always kept the price as low as we can on these. We do these in 26 different colours. They're 100% cotton. They're yarn dyed, not surface dyed. Continuity of colour. If you buy red from us today, in 3 weeks' time, if you needed more red, it will be the same colour.
Right.
We've increased this as the years have gone on. These are 150 centimetres wide. And again, they are cut to order. So if you put 3 in your basket, you will get a continuous piece.
Right, yeah.
And we never send you out 2 pieces. But again, this is something that we tend to see when we get the orders through. They might buy the lilac purple and the wine colour in one sitting, maybe with the red, so you'd buy those hues. Then they'll go with the yellows, with the orange and the brown.
Building their stash, basically.
Yeah, so, and then we've got some customers who literally buy all 26 colours just to have a bank of plain
colour. Yeah, exactly. What weight is it?
So I would say this is like a quilter's weight.
Yeah.
So again, we've sold this for years and years and years, and we actually sold this way back when Sewing Quarter was around.
Yeah.
So it's the same quality. I can't say look at the 5-star reviews because we're on a different network now.
Yeah.
But literally, the 5-star reviews, we have customers that come back and back and back for this. Because it's 150 wide and it's a whole metre that you're getting, again, these are...
No, is this emerald? Or
so this is forest green.
Forest, yeah, this is forest, yeah.
And this is just one of the greens. So we've actually got, if you include teal across the green and the blue hues, if you like, then you've got about 3 different greens here. But again, this is a lap quilt backing all in one.
Yeah.
And again, don't just think about this as you have to use it for quilting. You can use it for dressmaking. You can use it for your general crafting. And a lot of it, a little 1 metre of this goes a long, long way.
This is a metre, right? So let me just hold that up. We won't hold all of them up just for time-wise. But look, you get all of that, right, for your $10.99.
And it's 100% cotton.
Yes, and it's really, you can tell it's good quality cotton, yeah.
Yeah.
Right,
so,
let's work through...
So that's the forest.
Yeah.
And then, in the greens, you've got
what we should do is just kind of lay them out like this.
So this is the emerald colour.
Yeah.
So this is really, really... it's a really nice, vivid and bright, almost like a meadow green sort of like colour. So that's your emerald.
OK. We're going to have to whiz through these, I'm afraid. Ooh. So then go from emerald to lime.
This is lime. So if I pop that there...
Yeah.
Oh, no, if I pop that there we go.
Yeah, there you
so
go.
this is your lime colour here. Again, really, really good. This is more like an apple lime.
Yes.
It's not like an acidic
It's not acidic lime, no.
Yeah.
That's your apple.
That's your...
Then this is your teal,
Then this is the teal. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful colour. Really, really lovely.
There you go.
So that's your teal.
Oh, hang on. We've just got to wait for the teal graphics to come in. We keep asking them for a drop-down graphic, so it'd be much easier if you had to pick off the graphic. But there you go. Sold by the metre, £10.99. Lovely. Then we move on
I think if customers wrote in and said, can we have drop-down boxes? Can we have drop-down boxes? And redo the website for the drop-down boxes, I think it would just make everyone's life easier. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, just your opinion. No one's going to take notes of it.
No.
That's fine. Come on, what colour is that?
They very rarely do.
No? What colour's that?
This is Air Force.
Air Force. But I used to wear my dad's RAF shirts all the time because they were that beautiful blue, and they were for some reason they were the most exquisite cotton from his uniform, obviously, and they were really, really lovely. And I used to be known for wearing shirts this colour all the time. $10.99 for a metre.
So that's your Air Force.
Yeah.
Then we have light turquoise, which is this colour here.
See, that's more like a, would you call that aqua, maybe?
I would call it a celadon.
Oh, you. No, hang on. Do we mean celadon? What is that? The one in the Prada?
No. That's I can't even remember what that.
What does she say? You think it's blue, but it's actually. Oh, I can quote it normally, and it won't come out. Anyway, we'll carry on.
Yeah. So this we
celadon.
Call it celadon.
What's that then?
It's well, to be honest, I've only known because I did a whole wedding in this colour, and the colour that the silk company called it was...
Oh, okay, you stuck to that.
And I've always stuck to that. But it is a genuine colour.
Julia. Do you know the quote from House of Devil Wears Prada?
It's not...
Cerulean. No, I can't remember now. Anyway.
It's something like that.
Yeah, let's move on.
Then we have our royal blue, always really... Well, they're all popular. All the colours are popular for different reasons. So you've got your beautiful royal blue here.
That is gorgeous.
Really, really nice and rich. So that's your royal blue.
Imagine that. I'm going to just do this. Look, imagine that with red and white there. How lovely they look together.
It's...
marine, you know, like hello sailor. What's what I'm trying to say? Nautical, but nice. Hello sailor.
Okay, see where you were going there.
I was thinking of what's the name, Hyacinth Bouquet, when they go on the boat and she's all in a red, white, and blue. Anyway,
and then this is our turquoise or turquoise.
Colour of the Buddha, really, hemimorphite, I'd call that.
Yeah, it's really, really beautiful. This is almost like the real turquoise that you get in all the Tutankhamun jewellery.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking about taking my son to see that when it comes to London.
Oh, when it comes to London, you're not going to take him abroad to see it?
No. I have seen them in Cairo.
Yeah.
It was a very nice experience, but I'm not sure I would go back to Cairo.
Oh, OK, fine. So apologies if you come from Cairo.
Exactly.
Right, next colour.
Next colour is elephant grey.
Yeah. That's nice because it's not a grey, is it?
No, it's a deep sort of... Sorry, I've just heard in my ear, it's a deep sort of, and I paused, and then suddenly in my ear went, mushroom, and I was like...
What colour would you call it then?
Mushroom is grey?
Yeah. I'd call it mushroom.
Would you?
Yeah.
OK, well, mushroom then.
What word were you thinking of then?
It's like a... It's like a...
Take no notice of it.
It's like an old... metallic... brushed sort of metallic.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're getting at. Yeah.
It's like, for instance, if I went into the back of my grand's cupboard and there was like an old sort of like tea, like a silver-plated tea set.
Yes, and it's tarnished slightly.
Tarnished.
We'll call it tarnish.
We'll call it tarnish.
Next.
It's got a lovely patina, shall we call it? That's a better way of putting it.
Yeah.
Right, so then we have, let's pull them forward, we have our beautiful navy. I always go on about navy. Now, the best thing about this colour grouping and range is that if you go into your local Habby shop or fabric shop, I will put my hands down and say that they will not have as an extensive range of colours for you to choose. So this is our lovely navy. Mm-hmm. And then we have your standard black. Really, really great, really useful.
Jet black. It's a proper jet black,
isn't it? It's a proper black.
Will it fade if I wash it?
Over time, all of them will eventually fade, but they are colour fast.
Yeah, so I'm not going to wash that the first time and come out with a white blouse or something like that?
No, not at all.
Yeah,
no.
Lovely.
Then we have, now this is a really difficult colour to find, is chocolates.
Right.
And I was making a Christmas pudding one year, and I went out to go and buy, because I didn't actually carry it at the time.
Right.
And could I find chocolate or brown
What's that
cotton?
got to do with Christmas pudding?
Because...
to make a Christmas pudding. I thought you meant make a Christmas pudding.
No.
I thought you were at home stirring the pot.
We're on a sewing show. It's not This Morning anymore.
Oh, sorry.
It's not. I'll call Rusty.
OK, thank you. You'll call who?
Rusty.
Rusty Lee?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Now, you know watches all the time? Russell Grant.
Does he?
Russell Grant watches all the time. And the other day put a lovely thing on Instagram saying, with all the horribleness going on in the world, I'm sitting here crocheting it and watching Sewing Street, and it makes just the world right with everybody at Sewing Street. So thank you, Russell, for that. I can't remember what I was going to say about it now.
So this is our chocolate.
Oh, chocolate, right? I was making chili mince the other night,
right.
and the recipe asked for 2 slabs of chocolate.
Yeah. Oh, do you not put chocolate in your chilli?
No, I've never done it before.
Oh,
except I put my glasses on and I've got 2 bars of chocolate, and I just happened to go back like that with my glasses. Oh no, it's only two block.
Yeah, but the darkest.
Oh no,
chocolate,
85. It had to be 85,
yeah,
90%. Yeah.
But I made the mistake of putting a I put a whole bar. Now, I like chocolate.
Yeah.
But when we were sat there, my son loved it because he's got a real sweet tooth. But literally, it was like...
In your chili?
Yeah, but it was like, it was too... It was
No, this was nice. I just was...
chocolate.
Cerulean is what they say on Devil Wears Prada. Right, orange?
We've got your orange. Again, sometimes this can be quite a difficult colour to get hold of. You might get it in a fat quarter pack, but they won't ordinarily have this. So again, this is great for your autumnal makes, spring, summer. Orange, everyone thinks is just like a sort of like, oh, well, I have to use it for Halloween, you know.
Yeah.
But in actual fact, no, it's spring, summer, it's Easter, it's all sorts
But
of
as a highlight with navy or with camel or something like that, it looks gorgeous.
Yeah, they're lovely. And again, if you're using this as trim, you could use a plain black, say, wool fabric. Yeah, so these go really
as a highlight. So that, sorry, let me move that out of the way. As a navy, and then you did a binding or something in the orange, or a facing in the orange. It's just gorgeous.
Really, really nice.
Yeah.
So that's your orange. Then we have our yellow, which is...
Lisa Lamb would call that pewter, that old one, that one there, that mushroom one.
Would?
Lisa Lamb. Do you not know Lisa Lamb? She's a famous bag maker.
I do know Lisa Lamb.
Yeah.
I've had many a conversation in the green room with our Lisa.
Oh, have you?
Yes.
Never mind. Is that what turned you grey?
It did. And also she lives far too close. She lives in Brighton.
Oh,
Well, she did back
yes,
then. I don't know
yes.
if she does now.
No, she lives in a gorgeous house now, a bit further along the coast.
Oh, is she Hove now?
I can't tell you where she lives because she doesn't want all people banging her door down.
Oh, okay.
It's a beautiful house. But I don't like the staircase is this big sweep. It's a 1930s house, big sweeping staircase, beautiful cream carpet. She was dyeing her hair 2 weeks ago black, right? Dropped the hair dye all the way down the stair, all the way down the cream carpet. Ooh. I know. Anyway, yellow. No, hang on.
Expensive mistake.
Yeah.
So this is yellow.
Yeah.
And then we also have, so demanding. And then we also have canary yellow, which is almost like a yolk yellow.
Okay, so hang on. So that's
yellow.
It's one of them not called Sunshine. Am I breaking that up?
Oh no, we had Sunshine Poplin.
Oh, okay. Right. So that's canary yellow.
This is canary yellow, and we've got yellow.
Yellow.
So that's the two yellows.
Yeah.
Then
I suppose that it's more of canary coloured, isn't it?
Yeah. And then we have our beautiful lilac colour. Again, this is a really popular colour. Great for blending. It's great with pinks. It's great with other purples. But again, if you're wanting something a bit softer, lilac, I think, is a bit of an underrated colour. It's sort of like sugar almonds, that kind of.
Yeah, or Parma violets.
Yeah.
Yeah. Couple of questions.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you order more than 1 metre, it comes as a continuous piece. So if you order 2 metres, you will get a 2 metre piece. If you order 3 metres, you'll get a 3 metre piece. You won't get 3 separate pieces of a metre each. Oh, right, okay. When we held it up, those bright lights behind it, they're not sheer. They're like a proper quilting cotton. Like if we held up our William Morris with these lights behind us, it would be exactly the same.
Yeah, so if you can see there, you can't see it. Yeah. I can wiggle my hand. Yeah. But you can't actually see my hand through it.
Yeah, so it's only because we held that first one up and we've got all these bright lights behind us. And they are bright, believe me, they are bright. So so it's not shit. It's like any quilting cotton that you buy here. This is the same thickness as those.
Yeah. For instance, our poplin that we had on two shows ago, so I did that show with you. That one, when we held it up to that, because poplin is actually a lot finer because it flows much. It's got more fluidity to it. That was slightly opaque, so that would, for instance, if you were to make a full skirt in that. If the sun was coming from you from behind, then a double layer of poplin would be advisable. Yeah,
you're like Princess Diana, the Princess Diana skirt. That was a poplin skirt.
Yeah.
Remember before she got married and they did the picture of her walking with the children to the nursery that she was working, and all you saw were her legs fixed, the sun was behind her. That would be a 1 layer of poplin.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't get that with this, but you would with poplin, which is why you do a 2 layer of poplin. Right, carry on.
And then this is
another message. Right. Morning, boys. Can you please say happy birthday to my son Jack? He's a big fan from Lindsay in Essex.
Morning, Jack.
Morning, Jack. We've also got Steph saying 2 naughty boys together. It's elephant grey. I don't know what that means. Next. How are you, Jack? Is she making you watch the show? Happy birthday.
So was that the mum writing in?
Did it say? I didn't see the name. Sorry.
Well, Jack, because I heard a little dicky bird that Mum's going to take you out later for a hot chocolate and a brownie.
For his birthday?
Yeah.
Okay. Can we come?
Yeah.
Right, come on, next one.
So the next one is wine.
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 I only say that because that's Julie's mum, Nana Kate, when she had a stroke and she couldn't really speak very well, but she could always go, wine. So I'd say it like that. Now, even Hannah, when she goes out with her boyfriend, goes, can I have wine? And we're like, oh, sorry, that's John's, not even relation with Nana Kate's. Anyway, wine.
This is a wine.
Yeah.
Then
wine.
we have our red. Now, this is like a postbox red.
Yeah.
So it's not like a lacquer red, like a Chinese imperial or a lacquer red, which would be a bit deeper, a bit duller. But this is a nice bright, red.
Yeah, we've still got gold letterboxes in Stratford-upon-Avon, from when the Olympics, whenever anybody won, any UK athlete won the gold medal, their letterboxes in their town were painted gold. And ours are still gold for some reason.
Oh.
Anyway.
Nice. Then this is the infamous lipstick.
Lipstick?
And it's a really beautiful, sort of like lipstick, fuchsia, that type of colour.
Yeah,
really,
love it.
Really nice.
Pomegranate.
Yeah. And then you've got our really useful, very, very popular again. Now look at this spread here. This is just really, really lovely sort of like spring, summer, pastel sort of like colours. But you've got your pale pink.
Yeah.
Which is that one there. Baby pink.
Yeah.
And then you also have, this is our silver.
Right.
Which is a very lovely light grey.
Mm-hmm.
So if you were to use this with the elephant grey, which is this one, you can see these are two lovely gradients. They're two lovely gradients. If you come over here, look. There we go. And then it'll stop me from going like this.
Oh, okay, then, all right, then. Would you call yourself, you and Lisa Lamb, friends? She said, love chatted with you, Alice, during the sewing quarter days, but one of us has aged dreadfully since then.
Oh, she means herself.
Yeah. Righto, so this is your silver grey.
No, I love Lisa. She was bonkers.
Just completely.
Was described. But I mean that in a lovely way. Yeah. And Lisa will
she's
bonkers. So you've got a cream.
Yeah.
And then...
Hang on, cream graphics.
Oh, sorry.
First. Oh, hang on. Now, be careful of the silver. Was that down to 1 metre? 1 metre, sorry. 1 metre of the silver. Oh, sorry, I haven't been looking at the screen. You've been distracting me.
Sorry, okay.
Something's absolutely flying out. Right, and then we've
Lisa
got...
Lamb. She's infiltrating.
Yes, exactly.
And then we have our white.
There you go.
Which is really, really lovely.
I would normally say at this point, if you want to see two colours together, then just let us know. But we're actually going to run out of time in 2 minutes. So let's just recap the kits, the Barney and Buster, if that's all right.
Right, so should we just show the actual,
yeah,
maybe examples? So that is Buster.
Buster the bunny, the kit there. Oh, sold out, sold out. Right, Joe. But let me just do the pattern on its own first of all.
Oh, yes. So because it's sold out, but if you want it and you've got some, maybe some grey wool at home or some short hair, then literally this would be great for you. But you can make him out of absolutely anything. You can make him out of plain cotton. Yeah. And for actually what would be nice, if you were to make him out of, sometimes, like because fashion trends change and flannel shirts, he would look really cool made out of flannel shirts. Yeah. And maybe with some denim paws or something.
You're saying all my shirts are out of date then?
No.
I wear flannel shirts, and that's all I wear is jeans and flannel shirts all the time in real life. Have you got a what's it in there?
No.
Pipe cleaners?
No, I haven't. But you could insert pipe cleaners in there if you wanted to, or you could put some floristry wire in there.
Oh, floristry wire.
If you wanted to.
Lovely. And then what about Buster? No, Barney. Sorry,
Barney. And you've got Barney the bear here, and of course you've got that really cool pocket that you can put, could put your glasses in there.
Yeah, because someone lost their glasses before the show this morning, and he was running around like a headless chicken, going to Emma. Emma, where's my glasses? Where's my glasses? And she went, "They're on your head, Alistair." That old cliche.
I know. Well, the thing is, right. So the reason why I started wearing them on my head because at the theatre, I did exactly the same thing, and I had the whole company looking for these glasses because I couldn't see we call them tracks, so it's like the sequence of events that happen in the performance.
Yeah.
And I'm up here, I'm there, I've got to be backstage here, I'm ripping a corset off this one, then I'm thrown it over to somebody else to pack away for the next part, and then and I lost my glasses halfway through, and I was literally as green as anything on this. I'd never dressed on a West End show before in my life. I've done fashion shows, but that's a very different kettle of fish. Yeah. Literally, we couldn't find my glasses, and because I had them tucked in here, every time I bent over, they kept falling out. So they just kept on going like this. So the whole company, everywhere I'd been, everybody was WhatsApping everybody in the groups. Can you find Alice's cut? You can't see, all this kind of thing. Anyway, they found them in one of the dancers' shoe boxes because underneath each section we've got all the shoes for the show, and we were pulling them out. And of course, because I was bending down and I'd tapped all, but I couldn't find them. They were in a pair of shoes.
Okay, what you need is one of those Larry Grayson chains. Because that's why when I went to this, all my glasses were on there all day. It's not funny. $29.99. How many baskets are those? Okay, half the stock's in baskets. You need to check out on that because we have to go now.
Shut that door.
Shut that door. And I used to wear them on Roxy cones, remember? And everyone used to send me different chains in. And then the pattern for Barney is there.
So you got Barney
at $7.99.
And that is...
Oh, there's your kit. Sorry, hang on. That was your kit. Sorry, that's the pattern on its own. That's your kit there to make it with. That's your kit.
And you also get the wadding, remember, the stuffing.
Stuffing. Right, okay. Right, that's us done. That's us done for now. You're back in an hour's time, but you've got brand new fabrics.
Yep.
Patterns for clothes and things like that.
Yep.
And maybe we might get around to a bit of sewing in the next one.
We might get
Sorry,
round to
you've done all that prep and you're not going to sew it now. But never mind. Right, coming up next, a really, really gorgeous quilt, really beautiful quilt, Gone Fishing, I think it's called. Emma Bradford's here to show us how to make it. It's a whopper. We'll see you back here in 4. Great.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Subcutting is a really useful technique that we use in patchwork for cutting one piece of fabric into strips and then subcutting them into smaller strips. It makes the whole patchwork process quicker and easier, and I'm going to show you how to do it. So if you want to cut a piece of fabric into strips and you want to use the whole width of fabric, fold it in half to start with, and then have the top fold level with one of the lines on your cutting mat. You can then trim it to start with because this is nice and level. So I'm just going to line up one of the lines on the ruler so I know that this is at right angles. Then using your rotary cutter, just cut all the way along the line. You can discard that piece, you don't need that. Now I'm going to cut it, say I want to cut it into 2-inch strips. If it says in your pattern, cut 2-inch times width of fabric. Line the 2-inch mark up on your ruler and then cut it, and there's a nice 2-inch strip. Now with subcutting, you want to cut this strip into smaller pieces. So 2 ways of doing this: line up the strip on one of the straight lines, and say I want to cut it into 2-inch squares. Again, I'm going to trim the end off just so I've got a nice right angle, and then lining up the 2-inch mark, I'm going to subcut into 2-inch squares. So you can work 2 inches. If you then put the 4-inch mark, make sure you keep the lines on the top of your ruler parallel. So I've now subcut one strip into smaller pieces. If you want to subcut more than one strip, you can do this all together. 2 ways: you can either lay them on your cutting mat like this, one on top of the other, making sure they're nice and level, or if you've got more than 2, because I wouldn't cut through more than this number of layers together, put one below the other. Just make sure that they're all nice and straight and even. You can put them in a row like this. So I can now cut 1, 2, 3, 4 strips at the same time. Again, trim off the end, making sure it's nice and level. Discard those pieces. And if I wanted to cut them in maybe into 4-inch pieces, so I've got 2 by 4 inches, I can cut through all those 3 layers in one go and then carry on. And I've got now accurately sub-cut pieces from one larger piece of fabric. Join me for my birthday show on Thursday. Yes, it's actually my birthday that day. I've got the lovely Wendy Orlando, who's going to be demonstrating a beautiful shoulder bag and a quilt. Then I've got Sam Sabido in with a brand new Sunshine crochet cardigan, and a show with Amber Makes where we've designed the Carefree cacti with all cacti themed prints as well. So I hope you can join me. Happy birthday to me.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
When you're dressmaking, you should always take your body measurements first, then you can decide what size garment you're going to make. It's really important to go by your body measurements, not the pattern sizes on the pattern, as everyone is different. It doesn't matter whether you measure in inches or centimetres. To take a bust measurement, you're going to go all the way around the fullest part of your bust. Pull it nice and tight. This is your actual body measurement. For your waist, you're going to measure at the highest, narrowest part of your waist. It isn't usually where your clothes sit, it's a little bit higher. For your hips, you measure around the very fullest part of your body, a little bit lower than your hip bone. Again, pull it tight. There's not room for cake here, it's your actual body measurement.
Nesting seams is a really good way of getting perfectly matching seams. We use them a lot in patchwork, but they're also really good for dressmaking as well. So I've sewn these 2 separate pieces of fabric together and I want to join them. So what you do for nesting seams is press the seam allowances over to one side. So with this one, I'm going to press them over to the left. So you could do that from the wrong side. I also like to give it a little press from the right side, just gives it a neat finish. Now, with the other seam, I'm going to press this one over to the other side. So the seams are pressed over to that way, and then I'll give it a little press from the right side. Then you take the 2 seams, and because I want them to sit exactly one on top of the other, if you take the top fabric and pull it very gently, it stops. It stops just there, and that's the nesting of the seam. Because the seam allowance is higher this side on this one, and higher on this side, it makes the seam nest. So all you have to do now is pin, then sew them together.
Emma's here looking completely gorgeous. I haven't seen you for ages. I thought they must have been keeping us apart because I turned the telly on, there you were, and I was like, oh, I'm not there. And I thought, oh, she's asked not to be on with me.
No, not at all. I missed you.
Anyway, how are you? You look fantastic.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm good. I'm
you
good.
eaten anything yet today?
Not yet.
No.
No,
She's
not
doing
yet.
what Hannah does. Yeah, what's it called? Like
intermittent fasting.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then you only eat through a certain window of the day.
So it's the same every day? It's not 5 days on and 2 days off?
No, I keep it the same.
So you only eat between like 11 o'clock and 7 o'clock and then that's it?
Yeah.
So I don't think I'll be able to cope with that. I'd be passing out now.
Yeah, you know what? You get used to it.
Yeah.
And I have coffees in the morning to keep me going.
Oh, so you can have a you can have a
Oh, yeah,
but
you
then
can have tea and coffee.
yeah, exactly. But then I'd want milk in my coffee and things
Oh,
like
yeah.
that. But anyway, you're looking fantastic.
Oh, thank you.
Right, we've got this gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous quilt now called Gone Fishing by Art East Quilting Company. I've got it in the bundles and I've also got it in the pattern on its own. It's a big, big, big quilt. Oh, what's happened?
I forgot to tuck my...
She's tried to strangle herself with a microphone, everyone, just so you know. 90 inches by 90 inches, right? This one is gorgeous because it's all bumbleberry, well, nearly all bumbleberry, look. So I think you get 9.5 metres you get in this one? So half a metre, half a metre, half a metre. That one's obviously not a bumbleberry. Half a metre, 1 metre, 2 metres, and 4 metres of all that gorgeous bumbleberry fabric. So the only one that's not a bumbleberry is that splodge in the grey there. Oh, and 3 fat... now, are they long quarters? They're long quarters, aren't they, those? Beautiful. Now, I haven't got an image to show you about this, I'm afraid. Now, Hayley will sort it out during the hour, I'm sure, but there was supposed to be some way you could go to click to look at the finished picture, and we can't find it anywhere. Now we've gone live, is it still not there? No. So can you message Hayley then, see if we can get it sorted? Right, but what we have done is now this isn't as big as the real thing will be. It's a kind of mock-up print of what your quilt might look like.
Got a hand?
Oh, thank you. So let me just push that out of the way.
Oh, this is the bumbleberries as well.
This is the bumbleberry one, yeah. This is the bumbleberry one. Can you see? Isn't that lovely? Yours will be bigger than this.
Yeah, come your way a bit.
I'll come my way. All right. Oh, look, she's directing the floor now. So that will be your bumbleberry version there. Isn't it lovely? $134.99 on split pay. You get the pattern and 9.5 metres of fabric plus 3 long quarters. It's beautiful, isn't it? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Don't go anywhere.
Okay.
Then we've also got the Tula Pink version, which is the one we've tried to do as near to the original as possible. So again, you get 1/2 metre, 1/2 metre, 1/2 metre, 1/2 metre, 1/2 metre. Then obviously you've got your plains there. 1 metre of that one, 2 metres of that one, and 4 metres of that one. Oh, now you get 4 long quarters in this one. Wonder why you only get 3 in the last one then. 4 long quarters in this one, plus your pattern, $99.99. It's on split pay. And it's going to be 90 inches by 90 inches. Oh, sorry, making you stand there.
That's all right.
So then, this is a mock-up of that one. Get the cat the right way up.
There we
go. Look, 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 look. That's a Tula version. Beautiful, look. $99.99. Yours will obviously be bigger and it will be Tula. It won't just be printed up like this one. Gorgeous. And then the one that we've given Emma to put together is this one, like plains and polka dots and splodges. So this one, excuse me, you get your rust, you get your dot, you get your splodge, you get your salmon. What do you call that?
Yeah. It's good enough for fish, so yeah.
More splodge. Oh, yeah. And then this one, you get your 4 long quarters. Now, I'll look into the bumbleberry one, why that's only got 3 long quarters. $89.99 for a huge quilt like that. And Emma's done this much of this one for us. Oh, actually, I just do it.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. I managed that one.
Yeah,
there you go. So you can see how big it's going to be because that's just the cat's head there.
That's not even the finished cat.
No. So I'll give you that bit. Okay. That's brilliant. Thank you. And that's the whole bundle there, $89.99. It's brilliant, isn't it? Then I've got the pattern on its own. Very, very popular. Oh, isn't it funny? It's over this side of the studio, my voice goes. Pattern on its own, $13.99. Beautiful. So it tells you everything that you need on there. Actually, let me open it. Oh, actually, you've got one open, haven't you?
Oh, yeah.
Can I just borrow your... It's that in front of
you.
We're having a bit of a dithery day today. Look, because there are so many bits to it, There's loads and loads of instructions in there. So now there's no FPP, is it? It's all piecing, normal
It's all
piecing.
piecing, so it's what we call like stitch and flip. So if you've done like an Elizabeth Hartman pattern before.
Oh, yeah, she does all the ones with like the kind of flamingos and all that.
Yeah, and the forest friends and all sorts of lovely things.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's very similar. And it's nice, because the cat is so big, it's nice big pieces as well.
Brilliant. Okay, so that's the pattern on its own. I won't do anything else for now. We'll let Emma get on with her demonstration, and I'll fold up those quilts. So, where do you start with?
Where do you start? Well, there's a couple of different ways of doing it. So the instructions are very good and they're very thorough. So they do give you, of all the fabrics that you've got, all the shapes that you need to cut out, and of course how many. And each shape has a letter associated with it, so you can keep track of where everything is. So you can do that and label everything as you go, or what I did, which I quite enjoyed, is actually, because the instructions are very visual, which I love, you can actually just do it one section at a time. So the way I did it, so to start off with, you start with his ears. So I actually just cut the bit that I needed for the background and the ears first. So it would have been literally just that rectangle first.
Right.
And then I went back and then I cut what I needed for the rest. Or you can cut ahead for what you think you're going to need immediately. And I quite liked that because it was easy to keep track of
where you... Yeah, because if you cut the whole quilt, you'll have like a million pieces, won't you?
Yeah.
You have to keep labelled. Whereas if you just do it bit by bit... do I have to be careful about cutting any big bits out before I cut the small bits out? Don't do subtle there.
No, don't do a me, because I started off with the small bits first, and at least on the fish bowl background, there are some big squares or big rectangles that you need to cut. So I would cut those out first, big rectangles and long strips, so that then you've got plenty of fabric, so don't worry. But it will just mean that when you cut to the end and you need a big piece and you've only got, a funny shape, you're going to be able to cut it. Yeah, because I had to piece.
The thing is, I suppose it doesn't matter that you have to piece a bit, because you're going to see piecing lines through the quilt anyway.
It will blend.
And then once you quilt it, it's going to be hidden anyway, isn't it?
Exactly.
So it's not the end of the world, but
no,
if you don't want to do that... Oh, that doesn't look very good. I'm going to take those down. I'll put those up thinking they'd look nice behind me, but they don't.
Right, so let me start with... Oh, I've done that bit. So I've actually... because the techniques are all the same... Oops, I'll show you. I've built him up. So you start off with his ears and his face... and his body, and it tells you in the instructions exactly piece by piece what you need to do, and it's step by step. So I just followed it step by step. So his front paws are all done. Now the next bit I need to do are his legs and his tail.
And is it all stitch and flip, or have I got half square triangles to do as well? Is the whole thing stitch and flip?
It's all stitch and flip, and there are, even if there's a half square triangle, which...
I just saw one in there. That was all. I saw I'm sure I saw a half square triangle in that bit you held up, and I was like, I wonder if she's made it as a stitch and a flip. Can you not see it?
It may look like one, but I don't think it... Oh, yes, there is. There's one here. You're right. Yeah. You're eagle-eyed. I'm impressed. Yeah. Those are literally the same sort of stitch and flip. It's not a normal half square triangle where you would get two from a square. You just get one, and the rest is waste. Well, waste. It's extra. So, because I've done these, now I'm going to get to the bit where I need. I do love how visual it is, and it is very easy to follow, I will say. So first I need an N. So this is this one. And a Q of white. Let me just make sure I know what size, 2 by 2. Yeah, so it is that. And I'm just going to, oh, I have my multi-mat so I can do it nicely.
Oh, yeah.
Just need to draw a line from edge to edge through the middle. So I'm using my multi-mat on my sandpaper.
Yeah,
so it
we're just
stays.
checking, see if we've got any of those.
Oh, okay. And you can use a pencil, or I'm just using the friction pen here. And that is going to be your sew line. So you don't have to worry about doing 1/4 of an inch from one side or the other. That is exactly what you need to sew on. So if I go back. There we go. So it's just going to be that quarter. The only thing you really need to pay attention to is which direction that you need to sew that line in.
But there's drawings for everything.
It is. There's drawings for everything, which...
Actually, it's brilliant like this because you don't have to worry about seam allowance on a lot of it then because you're sewing on a line.
It's a bit of both.
Okay.
So you'll have a bit of both. But it's still 1/4 inch seam allowance, and it is fairly forgiving, I will say that. And because it's such a big piece,
yeah,
it has gone together quite well.
So you're still doing your Friday night what's-its? Haven't tuned in for ages.
Oh, yeah, I did one.
Because didn't you go through a phase of not being able to... Wasn't your Wi-Fi down or something like that?
Yeah, the Facebook didn't work right. I don't know. I started it again, so I took the summer off last year, and we started again in October.
It hasn't been that long since I've seen you, surely. Must have been.
No, I was on last year.
I've done a Christmas... Did we do a Christmas in Quiltsburg, whatever it's called?
Possibly, yeah. I know. We did something in probably November, October time.
Yeah, but still ages away.
It's ages.
Anyway, sorry. So you started doing them again, so we can still watch on a Friday night.
Yep, Friday night I'm on.
At what time?
Doing 8. I've been doing. It's actually been good because who watches has been keeping me on track. So I've been doing a FPP motorbike, a big FPP.
Oh,
motorbike,
wow.
Which, I'm not a big fan of FPP.
No, but you love motorbikes.
I love motorbikes, which is also keeping me going.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And so have you been able to get out on it at all recently, or is it still a bit cold?
I did get out on one of them a couple of weeks ago. We had that nice sunny weather.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's dry. I don't mind that, but yeah.
It'll be back on it again soon.
Yeah. I'm actually planned a nice long trip to France in May. On Luther.
You're not going to just sleep under that little triangular tent thing, are you?
No, I've booked Airbnbs.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I'm going to be...
And is it with other motorbike enthusiasts, or is it just you going off on your...
A bit of both. So I've got a friend coming down with me. We're going to spend the weekend in Bordeaux. He's going back quicker.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to meander back. Oh. Yeah, through France.
What about poor old Mikey?
Oh, he'll be fine.
Well, you do lots of TV dinners for him to put in the microwave.
Yeah, all sorts of things. Oh, actually, he's been doing really well. So remember I told you December I've been doing vegan kit meals.
No.
Oh, I didn't tell you. Oh, yeah. I did the vegan kit meals in December. Got some ideas for recipes.
Yeah.
And literally since Christmas, we've been pretty meat-free. Michael more so than me, actually.
Oh, wow. Because, I'm vegetarian.
Yeah. So we're vegetarian more than
The trouble is, a lot of vegan things have nuts in them, don't they? And I can't eat nuts, so that's where I fall down. And I love eggs, you see. I absolutely adore eggs and cheese, so I have to have those.
Yeah, I have to have eggs and yogurt and cheese.
Oh, and he's doing all right, then?
Yeah, he loves tofu. His favourite is gochujang tofu.
Right, hang on, what's that?
So gochujang is like a Korean sauce, like sweet, spicy sauce.
Right.
And you sort of make it, and then the tofu, you dust it, you tear it apart, and you dust it in corn flour.
Yeah.
Salt and pepper, and then you air fry it so it's nice and crispy.
Oh, you haven't got an air fryer either.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think you can do it in the oven or whatever, but air fry is really easy. And you just put the sauce. It's almost like kind of like sweet and sour chicken, but with a bit of a kick to it. Not chicken, and a bit of a kick to it.
Because I do this. I'm on this new eating regime, which is very good for your sugars, bringing your sugar levels down.
Oh, yeah.
And I do this one roast, because I didn't know. I've roasted vegetables all the time. We'll get on with the sewing in a minute.
Yeah.
I go on, but I always do roasted vegetables like carrot, parsnip, and apparently the vegetables that are grown under the ground have got way more sugar in them. But I didn't know this. Than the sugar. So now my roasted vegetables are like peppers, courgettes, pumpkin, butternut squash and things like that.
Yep.
And then you sprinkle in some chickpeas and halloumi and little squares of halloumi, put it back in the oven for 12 minutes, and that's just divine. And then you make this little like parsley and caper and lemon juice drizzle to go over the top of it. I'm making it tonight, actually. I've got that for my tea tonight.
Oh,
and
that
it's
sounds
delicious,
lovely.
absolutely delicious. And then I never use spices normally.
Yes.
So I've now got all my cumin and my chili and all of that. So only gentle. I don't do it it major. But so it's a whole new, and I make everything from scratch every day now.
Perfect.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll go on with the sewing.
Yeah, no, that's the spices, because you remember I was doing Zoe, and they tell you have to eat at least 30 different plants a week.
Yeah.
Adding the spices and the herbs is an easy way of adding another plant into your... that counts as well.
I wonder why this had so many, because there's corianders in everything, there's parsley in everything, and all the spices and everything like that. So I'm in Waitrose every day on the way home with my little list. Well, I can get this and get this. So I've made egg shakshuka, which is eggs baked in tomato. You make a tomato thing, and then you put holes in it. You drop eggs in and bake those. And then I made what's the other one? A lentil dal. And a danzak. A really beautiful butternut Scotch danzak. And I think that these were foods I was like, oh no, I don't really... And I'm like addicted to them. Yeah. And I love the making of them and I send them on a cookery show. Anyway, we're on a sewing show, so we'll get on with the sewing.
We'll get on with sewing. Yeah, no, that's fun. And Mike was eating so many things that I didn't think he would ever eat.
Yeah.
You know, being American, burger eating. But yeah, no, definitely advocate for it.
Yeah.
Just doing another square. So, I've got I think this is part of my legs.
You think it's a leg?
Yeah. This is, need to do another flip and stitch on this corner. Oh yeah, these are going to be the back legs, I think, or part of it.
Princess says she and her husband toured some of France on their motorbike, and yes, we did sleep in the tiny triangle tent. You have to go to Honfleur. It's beautiful.
Oh, you'll have to let me know where that is.
H-O-N Fleur. Oh, Fleur, you'll know Fleur because you're a botanist.
Yeah, botanist.
Honfleur. Oh, Crazy Rain says, morning, Emma.
Oh, morning. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it because other than that, I don't really have any holidays booked yet this year. So
you're not coming on the John Scott cruise then?
Oh, no. Where is the John Scott?
Scandinavia. You'll be busy on your bike. It's May the 17th.
Oh, yeah, I will be. I will be on the bike.
And are you coming to Ragley Hall this year at all? Because there's normally a bike.
Yeah, there is. I haven't decided yet. Last year I just went for the day.
Yeah.
And I didn't even camp there because it was getting a bit noisy at night.
Oh, no.
It was really busy.
Well, next time you go to Ragley Hall, come and stay at my house.
Oh, yeah,
Because I'm literally 10 minutes max from Ragley Hall. So you can also, then you can have a shower and things.
Yeah, I will. I think you were away last time.
I was, because it's normally, I think, around my birthday time, isn't it?
June, yeah.
And I'm normally away, that's why, I'll just leave the key for you next time.
Oh, bless you.
Make sure you feed the cats. But apart from
yes.
That's fine.
So this is just a normal seam. It's a quarter of
Oh, okay, so it really is a mix of stitch and flip and then stitching the two together.
Yeah. Which makes it nice on this machine because I don't have to change the foot on my machine. I just have a 1/4 inch foot for my 1/4 inch. So I have to change it.
Yeah.
There we go. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's a leg.
It's working.
Be exciting to do as well because as you build it up, you're going to see you're going to start off with one strip thinking, what on earth's this? And then as you join them together.
Yeah, the pattern comes alive. So then I need this, and then I'm going to need this bit, and then I'm going to need another one of these, another stitch and flip. I think this will be, pardon me, I'm getting it.
I think it's this studio, yeah.
This will be a fun one to do with your fabrics.
Yeah.
And then, again, from your stash.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Because you only need the kind of goldfish bowl and there's 2 fabrics you need a lot of, but the rest is a stash, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you buy a couple of the bundles for your background and your goldfish bowl and then just use your stash for it, yeah. So if you just got the pattern, you could just do it from your stash.
Yeah.
And also it'd be nice to mix designers as well, wouldn't it? I quite like to mix different designers as well. Have you finished your patchwork coat yet?
Shh.
How many years?
I'm concentrating on the FPP motorbike.
Okay,
right now.
fine. You've been saying that.
I know. And I actually have, I don't know if you knew I was working on patchwork chair. So I've got...
Oh, no, I think I know that.
Yeah. So I started on that. I've actually got some of those quilted now.
Yeah.
So I just need to sand down the chair itself and clean it up and then take it to the upholsterer. So
and you've still got your long arm business going, haven't you?
Oh, yeah, still got that going.
Swift quilting, if you want anything long armed.
Thank you. Yep.
Are you doing any of the shows or any of the festivals, or kind of like doing sewing for pleasure or anything like that?
No, I usually always go to the NEC,
yeah.
even just to visit.
Yeah.
At least one day. Yeah. And then, oh yeah, I think that this might be. Oh no, this is a leg. That's a leg. This is part of the back leg.
Okay. It'll all make sense in the end. It will.
Oh. Yeah, this is right. And then I'm going to need one of those squares on it. And then I'll sew those two together. And then you'll see the legs. Oh, do this. Oh, 6. There we go.
Ben, did you just say something? Sorry, I didn't... Sorry. Hearing things. How many in baskets for that, then? Oh, OK, the pattern on its own. I knew I'd heard something, but it was a while ago. Apparently, I got a delayed reaction. There's more people got the pattern in their baskets than we've got stock of. The pattern on its own, more people got that in their baskets than we've got stock of. $13.99. It's lovely, isn't it? It is huge, 90 inches by 90 inches.
Yeah. I think this is also one where, actually, I mean, no, the cat's supposed to be in a goldfish bowl, but it's so big, you could actually just do the cat.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Which is just one big square.
Yeah.
And then add some borders, something different to it.
So hang on, how tall am I? How many inches am I then? If this is 90 by 90, I'm 5'10", so 5'6", I'm 70. So it's 20 inches taller than me.
Oh, wow.
So it's massive. It is we can see just by that cat that we have there, the cat you've done, how big it is.
Right, so this and this go together. And these are the legs. And then undo.
It's the leg.
It's the legs. I don't think you were here when I did that. I did another pattern from the same company called Mini Highland Coup.
Oh, no.
And it was the same stitch and flip, but the blocks were only about 18 inches.
Oh, okay.
But they were full size, like Highland cow.
Wow. And was each one have a Highland cow in it then?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, and you could give them a hat or not a hat, and they could look forward or sideways or...
How brilliant.
Some options, but yeah, it's the same people who did it.
So, have they used the... Because we've got the goldfish on the front here, the same as on the iron.
Oh.
In the Tula Pink, in the one that they've used, not ours. They've got the Tula Pink cat food in tins as their border.
Okay.
On the original. And then they've got those, like, goldfish.
Oh, yeah.
Was that a customer? Oh. Videos? I haven't got any videos. Ask her, should we?
There we go. So that's the legs.
Right.
I'll press that in a sec. And then the tail. Not that bit. I'm pretty sure it's that bit I need, and that bit. So this bit and... Oh, am I missing a bit? Probably. I think that bit goes on there. Oh no, I'm missing a long.
Oh no, what have you lost?
I'm missing a long tail bit.
Of what colour?
Of this colour.
Oh. Not in your trolley.
It's not in my trolley. I didn't bring the extra fabrics in either.
Oh. Do you need Levi to get you something?
If you could.
Levi.
It'll be in my shopping bag.
Oh. Is Levi there? Okay, oh, Levi, because we need the fabric, that's all, from the dressing room.
I can do the fish while we're waiting.
Okay, we'll do the fish while we're waiting. We're just not sure where Levi is.
Yeah, yeah. If I press this, you'll at least be able to see the legs. Did you ever read the story when you were a kid? The calico cat and the gingham dog, or something like that.
No.
Have you ever heard of that story? Okay.
I'm a lot older than you, so...
Yeah, but...
Yeah, you're supposed to go, no, surely not, John.
So sorry, yes, what was I saying?
Apart from that. No, I've never heard of it. Was it
okay.
Were you in America or here?
No, I was here, but it was... actually, I loved this book. I used to have a Marks and Spencer's or a St. Michael's back in the day.
Yeah.
Called storybook, and it had two pages with one whole story, so they weren't very long.
Okay.
It was a good nighttime one, but that was one of them that I remember.
You were little.
Yeah, the calico cat and the gingham dog. It wasn't a particularly nice story from what I remember, actually.
Let's frighten the children.
Yeah, well, it was the 70s. What can I say? Yeah, I remember they...
any sign of Levi?
So I've got some background squares, like proper
It's
background.
the fabric. It's in your shopping bag.
It's in my
some
shopping
of the orange
bag.
fabric in. But just bring the shopping bag in. Emma's shopping bag from the dressing room.
Yeah, in the green room. It'll be on the chair in the green room.
There's only 15 of the pattern left. The pattern on its own, there are only 15 left, and way more than 15 people in the baskets. So there's lots of marking up to do as well on it then, isn't there?
There's a little bit.
Oh no, that wasn't negative. I quite enjoyed doing that. I liked that.
It's a good mindful bit that actually these ones I think are the most that you need to do because you've got to do all the fish.
Oh, of course, yeah.
But I was just thinking actually if you do a sewing group once a month or once a week, this would actually be a nice pattern to take and just sit. Oh, fabulous. This one, please. Thank you. Yeah.
Welcome.
Thanks,
you.
Ben. I'll cut that so we can finish the tail. But let me finish the fish.
Yeah. That's fine. 12 of the patterns left now. Just 12 patterns left.
So let me skip to the fish. Oh, then the fish on this kit, it's all the salmon, which works out.
All the fish are the same?
Yes. But on the front, they're all different. You could do lots of different...
Oh, yeah. That's where you could use up your stash, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because on the original one, they use pom-pom, fern, iris, poppy, myrtle, foxglove, marigold and misty for the fish.
And it's a rectangle as the base, but essentially everything else is a snowball.
Oh, okay.
For the
so
main
it's a
body of the
rectangle,
fish.
but with just squares on each corner?
Yep.
And do I have to do one?
Yeah, do opposite ones first.
Yeah, you can't lay them all down at the same time.
No, because they overlap. But we can do that. And then these ones.
They're quite big, the fish, then, if that's the fish's body.
Yeah. It is a big quilt, 90 by 90. It looks deceptive because you've got those block-ups.
Yeah, exactly.
It is not a small quilt. It is a good chunk. So let me clear that. There we go. And these are...
Oh, go on.
Oh, I was going to say, these are quite big half-square triangles that you just go down the middle.
Yeah.
So if you did your half an inch marking again...
Oh, yeah, you can make and use the spare up. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Apparently, gochujang crispy tofu is delicious. So
yes. Yeah, that is Michael's favourite meal now.
I'm going to have to look that up now, aren't I?
Yeah. It's really easy. The gochujang, you get this paste. You get it as a paste.
Oh, okay.
And then you mix it with, I use a little bit of maple syrup, a clove of garlic minced and cooked.
I'll look it up when I get home.
Yeah, a bit of water, a little bit of vinegar. And
they sell the paste in Waitrose?
Yeah, that's the one I used last time, actually.
Oh, okay.
It comes in a little pot.
Yeah.
I got two meals out of it, essentially. So I used half the pot for one lot, and then the rest for the second one.
Oh.
Yeah, it'll be in with the, on the spice.
Yeah. Well, in my Waitrose, they've got all the different you go down as Italian, Indian, and then Chinese and things like that.
Yeah, we did planthood for a little while in December.
You did what, sorry?
Planthood.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that. Yeah. Yeah, but again, you'll go through the first three. That's like gusto and things like that, isn't it? You go through the first three, you think, well, I like all three of those. Then it's like nut, coconut, nut. And I'm like, oh, there's no point to be joining.
That's what I found. Is that some of the meals repeat, and you can't pick three that, you're guaranteed you're going to like. Yeah, so I've skipped quite a few so far. But it was very handy, and it was good to learn...
Oh, yeah, how to do it. Yeah, exactly. Or what it's supposed to taste like.
Yeah, what it's going to taste like, and new things, because I would have never known what gochujang was.
No. Well, that's like me with these. I had no idea. And as I was cooking, I was thinking, I don't know how I'm going to like... But the trouble is, I just follow the recipe, and then you realise it was for a family of 4.
Oh, yeah.
And you're like, ooh.
Yeah.
And no, I haven't had any rice or pasta or anything with it. I have cauliflower rice and broccoli rice now.
Oh, nice.
Well, I don't like it very much.
You don't?
No.
How are you with quinoa?
Every time I've tried to cook quinoa, I've made a mistake, so I've kind of been against it.
Okay.
But you can buy it in the sachet, like the lentils in the sachets now, can't you? So,
yeah. The only thing I'll say is be careful, because I've only because I absolutely love it, and I ate it a lot when I was in graduate school. I used to eat it.
Quinoa?
Yeah.
Blimey, that was years ago, before anyone knew what it was.
I know.
Yeah.
And it ended up giving me a really bad tummy ache.
Oh.
I became intolerant to it.
Oh, no.
And it's only literally been like the last week or so I've actually dared to get,
Oh, yeah, well, I suppose it's if you eat too much, so your body's going to.
Yeah.
Because it's gluten-free, isn't it, and everything?
Yeah, and it's like it's a complete protein, so it's got everything you need. It's basically got all the same as you would have in meat, because usually there's something lacking.
Yeah.
But yeah, I had one of those lovely...
Quinoa's one of those things I love when I go to somebody else's house, or if I'm in a restaurant.
Oh, yeah.
Or when I cook it myself, I'm like, oh, this hasn't worked properly.
Yeah. Well, it's probably best to leave it that way then.
Yeah.
Only eat it occasionally.
I might get some on my way home today, though, just as one of those you pop in the microwave from the couch. Because, I don't really like the cauliflower rice. I thought it'd be really delicious, because I love cauliflower.
I love cauliflower, but yeah. Yeah. Have you ever had it roasted?
Cauliflower, I roast it all the time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah. I love cauliflower and broccoli. I absolutely adore.
Yeah, I do.
Only 3 patterns left. Only 3 of the patterns left now.
Oh, wow. There we go. And that is... Oh, I forgot to do the side of the tail.
Yeah, it's a bit important. It might not be able to move very fast.
It'll be a bit defective. Going in circles. go. Yeah, because you can get some good size half square triangles from that. I do like this deep blue, this teal.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's lovely.
Gorgeous?
Isn't it?
It looks gorgeous against that as well.
God, look at... So just to put it in perspective, that's the fish's body, right? And these are the fish that are swimming round the outside of the goldfish bowl. And they're just coming over. Look, so that's one of those. That's to put the whole thing in proportion. Emma's made that, one with the body of one of the fish. And it's massive.
Yeah, it's bigger than my hand.
Yeah. 2 patterns left. 2 patterns left now.
So this FPP project that I'm doing, even though I started it probably in November, it's kind of turning into my this year's challenge.
Oh, okay.
And
so have you designed it, or is it a design?
No, it's a kit.
Okay.
So I bought it as a kit, and the pattern and all the fabric came together. It's one of those. But if you didn't want to be quite that ambitious, and you did want to have a nice, gentle project that you can just say, I'm just doing this.
Yeah.
This would be perfect.
Okay, brilliant.
Yeah.
1 pattern left. Everyone agrees with you. 1 pattern left. That's it.
Just going to put his tail on. Oh, and there's no direction on these. I just was thinking, oh, is there a certain side I have to put the tail? But
oh no, of course not. In fact, on the original they just used polka dots. So again, no direction on that one.
No.
Sold out. The pattern sold out.
Oh.
Well done. Best-selling kit. Bumbleberries. Beautiful. I'm not surprised. Now, we've got a picture of the finished Bumbleberry one. It's not the actual thing. It's like a computer-generated, I imagine.
Oh,
no. OK, so when you purchase this, if you purchase the Bumbleberry one, once you go, if you can go into you go to your account and go into downloads, and there'll be a picture of the one you've bought in your downloads. Is that right? Yeah. There you go. There's the Bumbleberry one. It's nice, isn't it? Look. Oh, I see the cat's a completely different colour. Cat's the grey. Oh, it's nice. £134.99 on split pay. Have we got any in baskets? Oh, right. There's over half the stock's in baskets. The half of the stock that's left is in baskets. Over half the stock. Well over half the stock. You ran out of thread?
Sorry?
You ran out of thread?
I did. And I checked it. I thought I'd be all right.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried about Alistair didn't do any sewing in that last one, but the bobbin on that one is really, really nearly empty.
Oh.
Sue, I don't know what you mean. What is the black sheet in the folded cutting board? Oh, in the multi-mat.
Oh, yeah, you want...
What have we got there? Did you find any, Ben? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Have we got the blue dotty one? We do indeed. Right, so Sue wants to... So the outside is like your pressing mat, or you can pin into that one. Then inside here you've got a cutting mat. Then here you've got your sandpaper. So what you do is you put your fabric down there when you're drawing your lines, and the paper, it won't move, the fabric won't move at all. And then this, I don't know what the black sheet, so that's the black sheet, so that must be what you're asking about, Sue. And then this one here is like a suede-ette one, so you can either keep your blocks in there and it's not going to move. Has that one got any other purpose, that one, apart from holding?
No, it's just for keeping your bits in.
Yeah, exactly.
So it doesn't fall out, keeps them secure.
£19.99. Beautiful.
There we go. Right, let's try that again.
Thank you.
Cool. One fish.
One fish.
Oh, I love that combination.
So that's the background blue, that the whole of the background of it is. And then you've got your coral-coloured fish in there.
Yep. Right, that's my fish. Let me cut my...
So back to the leg.
Back to the leg. I need...
So have I got a picture of another one then? Another finished one? Have I got a picture of the finished Tula one? Let's have a look at a picture of the finished Tula one then.
13.
That's this block bundle here. Oh, look. That's the Tula pink. And so your cat's pink on that one. So your cat is orange.
Yep.
It's black or grey in the Bumblebee one, and it's pink in the Tula pink one. That's nice.
I like that one. It reminds me of ice cream. You know, like ice cream parlour, all those lovely pinks.
Beautiful, 134. Oh, that's the Bumbleberries that's in the graphics, sorry. Can we have the graphics for the Tula one? That's right. Beautiful, there's your Tula. So you get all the fabrics plus your 4 long quarters on that one. I'm sure you'll get 4 on the Bumbleberry one as well. But when you get it home, just check. And I'll check at the office. Oh, no, I'm not in again till next weekend. Oh. I'll email Hayley and ask her.
Oh, the other thing I was going to say is handy.
Yeah.
Cutting is a smaller ruler.
Right.
So this one is 6.5 by 12.5, which is a nice... It's just that you've got some 1.5 bits and 2 by 2 bits.
Oh, yeah, you don't be wielding the big
the big one. Yeah.
Brilliant, well done. Instead of the goldfish bowl, could you add another cat upside down, making it multi-directional?
Why not?
You might not have enough fabric to do that.
Yeah,
you might in the bundle. If you're doing it in your own stash, then yes, by all means. Their ears might touch. If you put a cat going over that corner, oh no, maybe not. No, maybe it would. And just do what you, Nicola, you think just doing the whole of the middle, the same colour as the background, and just have 2 cats on it. That'd be quite nice. Mm-hmm. Or 2 different coloured cats.
Oh, yeah, because a lot of people have different coloured cats.
Or my 2. My Luther is going so grey. Well, I didn't know cats went grey.
I didn't know that.
Not every day, but as he gets older, he's kind of getting more and more grey.
Right. Oh, bless him. Yeah.
Do they do a larger multi-mat? No, we don't. I don't know if they do, but we definitely don't do a larger multi-mat. It would get a bit bulky if it was any bigger. You can get the cutting mat and the ironing board that I've got. That's about a...
There we go.
What's that? Is that A3? What's that? What, A2 size? Is it?
Yeah.
A2 size. And I've either got sloths or llamas on mine. In fact, I know where it is.
Nice. This should go together pretty quick, actually.
Do what?
This should go together pretty quick.
I think you're muttering around.
I am muttering. I'm just saying it should go together pretty quick.
Oh, yeah. You got to be organised, though, haven't you? You've got to have all your pieces.
You do.
Labelled and everything.
All labelled, yeah. If you did them ahead of time and you labelled everything, it would be absolutely fine.
Yeah.
And then the next bit is this bit over, but I need a square of this. I had it.
Not a promo, Bruce. It wasn't a promo, it was a thing for the actual during the show. Morning, John and Emma. Loving this project. It's gorgeous, isn't it, Julie Fawn?
Yeah, it was really fun to put together. It's one of those projects that the end goal is nice, And then the actual process of putting it together is fun as well.
Yeah. So do we know do we know who actually designed it? Hasn't got a name of the design, it's just got Art East Quilting Company on it.
Yeah.
They haven't named who designed it. Maybe it was just their design team.
Could be. The Art East does ring a bell. I'm wondering. You remember that big star quilt that I demonstrated ages and ages ago?
Oh, the one with the fishing fabric.
Yeah.
I always talk about that because I loved that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if...
Oh, do you think that was Art East?
Yeah. I don't know whether I'm remembering that wrong. Oh, it was...
That was That was one in the old studio, that one.
It was.
Oh, no, I loved it because when you opened the box, it had, like, grass fabric and eggshell fabric and instructions on how to do... for sale fishing rods and and you're
like a catalogue.
You put it together and it was gorgeous, wasn't it?
Yeah.
They've just done the same pattern in William Morris.
Oh, nice.
And whoever chose the fabrics, sometimes you look at something and you go, oh, that just works.
Yeah.
And the background was a beautiful, like, kind of ochre sunflower pattern sort of thing. But William Morris, and I loved it. It was just beautiful.
Those star ones are one of my favourite.
Yeah. Well, also, you kind of, because you cut it in the strips and cut it in angles, it makes it a lot easier, doesn't it?
It does. There we go. So that's the tail, and then the tip of his tail is actually already incorporated into the main.
Into what? Into the
the main. So if I put this here, you can see it lines up.
Oh yeah, I can see it's up there. That little tip at the top there. Oh, this is going to be such fun to make.
Yeah, and then that goes. Well, I will finish putting it together.
So you've done the tip of the tail as a stitch and flip on the block before, almost?
Yes, because it all fits in.
Oh, look.
So those are his legs, and let me pull it over.
So hang on, is his... I'm just going to sound a bit rude now. Are his legs the one orange and the... Because on here, on the original one, the middle one, which I'm presuming is his... Which is his tail and which are his feet?
So the very outer one is his front back leg.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I've got it.
Is his lower back leg.
Yeah.
Behind, and then this bit is his tail that.
Oh, okay.
Around.
Oh.
But yeah.
So how brilliant is that? Oh, okay. And how long are they? Okay.
Oh, I need to.
Yeah, we've got some videos. We just found some videos that we got to play in this hour. So, Emma, before you don't... Or you can carry on saying, but we're just going to watch these videos. I don't know where they're coming from. Oh, from Art East.
Hi, I'm John MacPhail, designer and creative director at Art East Quilting Co. Today I want to talk to you a little bit about one of my favorite patterns, gone fishing. This was a pattern that we developed a couple of years ago with the team at Free Spirit to celebrate the love of everything cats. We love animals here at Art East Quilting Co., and cats are no exception. As always, we try to bring a little bit of humor and quirk to our quilt patterns, and we thought having the cat in a fishbowl looking for fish would be a great way to bring a smile to people's faces. This is a great quilt for someone who is newer to precision piecing because our cat is quite large, so the pieces are large to go with him. Another unique feature about this quilt pattern is that you can easily resize it just by excluding certain elements of the quilt. So if you wanted a smaller lap quilt, say roughly 50 by 50, you can simply make the cat in his bowl with borders around him. If you want a quilt for a twin size bed or a full, around 70 by 70, you can create the cat in his bowl with the fish around him. If you're looking for something more fit for a queen, roughly 90 by 90, you can add the external borders, which include the opportunity to fussy cut some fun prints in both the cornerstones and the center stones. The borders aren't the only area that are perfect for fussy cutting. Our little fish pattern around the cat in the bowl are also great areas where you can easily showcase your favorite prints and patterns. This pattern comes with the full instructions to create the entire quilt, and we also feature cutting guides so that you know how to make the best of your fabric. Whether you are just a quilt lover, a cat lover, an animal lover, or just a lover of the quirky and the offbeat, this would be a great quilt for you, or a great quilt to make for one of your quilty and quirky friends.
Did they flash up a bumbleberry one in the middle of that as well? That was unusual, wasn't it? Anyway, there's more about the actual quilt and everything. Sorry we didn't play that earlier because couldn't find it, been filed in the wrong place. Right, I need to do a quick recap then. So the pattern on its own has sold out. The bumbleberry one here. So you get 3 long quarters in this one, plus all your fabric there. It's beautiful, isn't it? $134.99. They're all bumbleberry, apart from the grey of the cat, which is our splodge fabric. Beautiful. How many of those got in baskets? All right, there's 4 left once you've checked out. 4 of those left once you checked out. Then we have the Tula version. This one has 4. For some reason, this one has to give 4. Oh, is it the? Oh no, is it the fish? Do you make your fish out of your fat long quarters? Oh, yeah, you do. So maybe on that one you just have 3 coloured of fish, and this one you have 4 colours of fish, maybe. Oh, this one's been popular. So you get your 9.5 metres plus your 4 long quarters plus your instructions. How many in baskets? Oh, too many people got that one in their basket now. If you want this one, too many people got that in your basket. And then last but not least, we've got the solids and the polka dots. There you go, beautiful. All your colours there. I think it's because there's fewer colours in this one. Look, there's not as many colours in that one, are there? So it's more of a kind of, I don't know, I don't want to say themed, but it's not as rainbow as the others, is it? Plus your instructions there, $89.99. It doesn't tell you how. Oh yeah, 4 long quarters in that one. Beautiful. Just want to show your finished thing there then, Emma.
Oh.
No, leave it with us. That's it.
Okay.
It's going to be huge, isn't it? And there's the man in the...
And then you've got a big square here, which is just one big stitch and flip, and that's that finished. And that's your cat. How
brilliant. And as he said on the video, you can just do the cat. You can make it as big or as small as you want to. And as Nicola just said, get rid of the goldfish bowl and make 2 cats, so it's multi-directional. Brilliant. Now, Emma's back in an hour. We've got an Annie quilting book.
Yes.
And we're going to be doing... Well, you've already made 1 block, but you're going to be making something else out of it, aren't you, when we come back? So you see her in an hour. You'll see Alistair. Oh, he's actually doing some work. He's cutting something out. We'll see Alistair straight after this break.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Chain piecing is a method where you can sew lots of pieces of fabric together all in one go. It saves time and it saves fabric and is a little bit more accurate too. So when you want to sew chain piecing, I'm going to sew 2 squares of fabric together. They're only little, so I'm not pinning them. So just put the foot down and I'm going to sew them together with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Just stop a couple of stitches before the end of the first one and pop the next set underneath. I like to leave a little gap because it makes it easier to cut. Stop just a couple of stitches before the end and then pop the next ones underneath. If you leave a couple of stitches, those stitches will then stitch almost into the air and you can cut them off. But it means that you're not stopping and starting, You're not wasting thread, and you can have a nice accurate group of patches. Also, if you're doing this like a production line, it means that you've got them all joined together. So once it's finished, all of your pieces are now joined together into one long line, which you then just cut apart and you've joined them all. Now, if you're wanting to sew at an angle, maybe you're sewing half square triangles and you need to sew either side of a drawn line. So I'm going to position my foot, so I've got the 1/4 inch seam allowance. You can do the same thing. I'm going to sew 1/4 inch outside. Just stop a couple of stitches before the end, and then you can pop the next one in. I'm going to line up those lines and then stitch across, and you can stitch the next one in. So it's really easy. Just carry on stitching all the way along. You could stitch along the line, or you can stitch either side, depending on what you're doing. But it does mean that they're all joined together in one nice long line, in exactly the same way. And it's quicker and easier too.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Join me for my birthday show on Thursday. Yes, it's actually my birthday that day. I've got the lovely Wendy Orlando, who's going to be demonstrating a beautiful shoulder bag and a quilt. Then I've got Sam Sabido in with a brand new Sunshine crochet cardigan, and a show with Amber Makes where we've designed the Carefree cacti with all cacti themed prints as well. So I hope you can join me. Happy birthday to me.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Before you start to sew, you need to mark up any dots, pleats, tucks or lines on your pattern that's going to help you put it all together. There's a couple of ways of doing it, and here they are. You can use a pen to mark up your dots, pop a pin through the marking on your pattern, and then use your pen to mark it on either side, like so. Alternatively, you can use a needle and thread and make tailor's tacks. Take a double length of thread and go through both layers of fabric, leaving a tail. Go through again, leave a loop, and snip off, leaving a little tail. When you pull your fabric apart, you'll find you can pull your pattern over gently, and then when you pull your fabric apart, you'll find there is a little bit of thread left on both sides, ready to match up with another pattern piece.
You won't see this very often, so just relish the thought. Oh, you stopped.
Sorry?
Sorry. Oh,
all your biscuit packets.
Oh, Levi. Right, what have you got for us this hour then, Alistair McDougall?
We have lots of new dressmaking fabrics. And should we start with the price crash for this?
Oh, let's give it away. What you pressing the price on?
Well, I'm 45 now. There's nothing much I can give away now.
45, is that all you have?
Yeah, on Tuesday, I'll be 45.
This, like in 2 days' time?
Yeah.
Oh. In fact, I knew that because Margaret messaged me yesterday to tell me. Of course, she said it's Alistair's birthday. And I said, if I'd known, I'd have brought a cake in, right? But you don't want to eat a cake, obviously, because you're trying to watch your weight.
Thank you.
That's right. And then she messaged back, going, oh, it's not that day, it's this day. So she's going, because it's also Rebecca Reed's birthday this week as well. So you'll be 45.
45.
On Tuesday?
On Tuesday.
What are you going to do? We'll be with you in a minute.
I think I'm not sure, actually. I think...
45, that's quite a milestone. They never thought you'd get that far with your outrageous lifestyle.
No, I know.
And you used to, all those parties you used to go to in London.
When I got to 30, I was like, what's going on?
I know. I had my crisis. I had my crisis at 35. Right. So what are we crashing? What are we crashing? Tell me what we're crashing.
Right. This is it's the crushed velvet.
Crushed velvet. Oh, these are gorgeous.
But these are super quality. This is not your going to your local fabric shop type of crushed velvet. No, it's not a crushed velvet as in it looks really sort of mangled and crushed, and you can almost see where the heat marks have actually gone. This is just a beautiful demure crushed velvet. But if you feel the weight of it, it is.
How much is in there? Just a metre?
That's a metre.
Wow, that's lovely.
But it is a really beautiful heavy one. It sews up like a dream, and it's not a difficult fabric to work with at all.
Look. Now, what's its composition then?
So this is 100% polyester.
Right.
Now, there is a bit of a stigma, even still, about polyester fabrics. We have moved on tremendously since the birth of the poly family and things like that. Poly fabrics were mainly sort of like a cheaper alternative. In some cases now, the polyester versions are more expensive than the silk. Some of the polys that come out of, say, German mill houses, they are super expensive. So, for instance, all of our outer coats and things like that, they're high-tech engineered fabrics.
Yeah.
So
well, it's like you were saying about earlier about the threads, isn't it? Back in the day, you wouldn't have made anything for your couture clients out of anything polyester. No. I wouldn't have used polyester thread or used polyester fabric. No. And now, look at this. You wouldn't believe, look at the drape on there. Oh, no, go back to that, Bruce. Oh, look. It's just stunning, isn't it? And like you say, technology has moved. It moves so fast. It changes every season, doesn't it? But they should almost call it something. They should give it a new name, shouldn't they?
Yeah.
Because, as you say, polyester has that, it's polyester. Whereas this, I mean, how exquisite does that look? Now, how wide is it?
So this is 150 centimetres wide.
Have I got a salvage of you? There you go. I mean, look how much you get. This is a metre.
This is a metre.
Look at that.
It is a huge amount of fabric. But if you look at the surface texture, it's a lot smaller. Usually on sort of like cheap crushed velvet.
Yeah.
It's much larger. Whereas this is actually This is actually from Italy. So this is a really. We've got 3 colours. So if you wanted to shop ahead, we've got this is the pewter, the gilt pewter. We also have the navy. And we have the wine.
Yeah, all right. Right, so we're crashing the price. So that's 34. Let's just get this in perspective, right? So $34.99 for a fabric of this luxurious nature is a good price already.
It's a really good price already.
But however, you've got contacts, and we can do. I don't know what it's going to. We'll show you. That's for a whole for a metre.
For a metre.
So for this piece of fabric, $14.99. Now, if you want 2 metres, you want 3 metres, you want 4 metres, it's all cut to order, and it will be cut in one piece. Alistair won't go, there's a bit there, that makes 4 metres, whatever. It will be cut to order. There's loads of you there. Right, people were checking out at full price, you know.
Oh, well, you've got a little Brucey bonus there then, because you said that even if you put it at full price, it automatically goes.
Yeah, yeah. So they bought it at pre-order this morning, thinking they were paying $34.99. When it checks out their basket at midnight or tomorrow, they'll only be charged, I can't believe it, $14.99.
It is an absolute steal. Now, I have to tell you, the navy is it's more of a midnight blue. That is the one that we don't have as much of.
Okay, so we'll come to it in a second. Let's go. We can come back. We can come back to it in a minute. Put that one there. Let's put this one in there. Do the navy one. Because I was going to say, do I need to use a special needle or anything with it?
No. So I always use...
Because it's got a bit of a stretch to it.
It's got a little bit of a stretch to it, but however, this does work on a machine. It really... you've got a lot of control, especially when you're cutting it out. Oh, I've got a strangler there. When you're cutting it out, it behaves itself. It is absolutely beautiful. If you're thinking about soft furnishings, or maybe you want an opulent sort of like dressing gown, if you're changing up a collar on something, just put a bit of fusing on the back. This will turn a lot of things into a whole host of different.
But it's got even if you just make one of your tops out of it, something like that, it's got such a lovely draped. Do you know what this would be lovely in a cowl neckline, wouldn't it? You haven't got a cowl yet.
Yeah, well, we do.
44 of you want this. 44 people want this. Sorry.
It's really, really good. But also the drape of this, if you're making skirts, a cowl neck would be beautiful in this. This is something that you're going to make. So, for instance, if you make a dress out of this, every single time you bring this out of the wardrobe and just team it up with different accessories, it will look like a completely different dress.
And it doesn't matter if it's fallen off the hanger and it's sat at the bottom of your wardrobe for 6 months. You pick it up and shake it out like that, and it's going to get its shape back and everything. Also, with that bit of stretch, if you wear it out to dinner, it's going to stretch with you. Do you know what I mean?
And if you're going on John's cruise, this is the perfect thing to wear for the evening dinner with the captain.
Yes.
Are you having dinner with the captain?
Well, we're doing the itinerary this week. But also what I've just been told is we have a colour-themed night, right? So on Derek's cruise, you know, Derek with the upside down ears, his was a white night. Apparently the one on my cruise is a pink night. I don't know yet. Don't make your outfit yet, because we'll let you know. But so everybody has to dress in pink or a particular colour or anything. And that doesn't have to be formal, but we're doing formal nights as well. We won't be sitting on the captain's table. There's 4,000 rooms on this. Who knows? 14, 9... right, how many people want this now? OK, there's too many people got this in their basket. Too many. I know, you know, he said there's not as much of this as there are of the others, right? We still had copious amounts of it. It wasn't like, 100 metres this, 100 metres this, 4 of this. There's lots and lots. Right, this is flying out. This blue one is absolutely flying out. Let's move on to the wine one, and then we can go back to the pewter, just to so you can see all of them. You see, this is so... isn't it?
Even if you just... So, for instance, if you don't have a trouser pattern at home, but you want to make a quick pair of trousers, you could even make posh loungewear out of this. If you get, say, for instance, if you like that baggy...
Those lovely boggy trousers.
Those lovely boggy trousers. If you want a baggy sort of like boyfriend trouser sort of look, get an old pair of, say, like your husband's pyjamas or something like that. Try them on, obviously, first to make sure they're baggy enough. Then literally use that as your template, because usually pyjama bottoms are the same in the front as they are in the back. So
are they?
Yeah. And especially with this fabric, you want them all to be the same. And literally, once you've got one leg pattern, you just create it all, and then you just elasticate the waist, and then under a drape. But these will move beautifully.
But I bet Julie Vaughan's been in for some of this, hasn't she? Because I can just imagine her. She makes gorgeous little slinky. Do you know who'd be... When Emma used to come on Sewing Quarter to begin with, she used to make a dress each time she came on, and she had these little slinky dresses out of a stretch jersey, and they had things like Daleks on, and what does the Doctor Who go round in? The police box and things like the TARDIS and everything. All that sort of thing, right? This would make one of those... You don't have to wear it slinky, but it could make a lovely slinky dress, doesn't it?
Well, the other good thing about this as well, when it cascades off your skin, sometimes fabrics will show up any lumps and bumps that you don't actually want to see. This velvet, because it is the weight that it is, it will skim
So you can wear your foundation garments and your Spanx pants and everything like that.
And it won't show through, because sometimes those garments, especially like the seamed ridges on them, especially when you're wearing pants, even though they're wide leg, they're always like tight fitting around the bum.
And they've always got a seam. They've always got a seam that you can always see. VPL, visible panty line.
Yeah, well, these will not show that up. So you don't have to get your thong out to wear that underneath.
No.
You can literally...
I never know which way round they go anyway. $14.99. It's a quote from Mrs. Brown's
John
Boys.
Scott's Sewing World book.
Yeah, no. Anyway, that's the wine one there. That's a beautiful wine one. That looks so rich. Now, I know we can't talk about Christmas now, but imagine that as a Christmas Day dress. Just be beautiful. Well, no, because you can make it now, wear it all year round, but then dress it, like Alistair says. Dress each time you dress. Do a simple cowl neck dress, long sleeve, fitted. It'd be beautiful. All you have to do that. It's got such a lovely drapey weight, really beautiful drapey weight. This one's absolutely flying out as well. Right, I'm just going to go back to, because we can't spend the whole hour on this. I said we were going to do some sewing. Oh, look.
And this is like a sagey sort of like pewter colour.
Is gorgeous.
It's not grey, it's not green, but it's sort of, it's an amalgamation between the two. It's such a beautiful colour. And you can see, this is the intensity of something that looks as if it's shot. And what we mean by that is usually a fabric has two yarns going through it. And when you look at it one way, it goes black, one way goes gold. Yeah. This almost has that shot look as well.
Do you know what it looks like as well, this one? When we were little and we lived on Duxford Airfield and the inside of the windows used to freeze. And in those days, I suppose it still does now, but when the ice froze on the inside, it had like ferns and fronds. And that's what this kind of looks like, the inside of the window when it iced up sort of thing. Right, now, I need to warn you, how many people got this in their baskets? Okay, way too many people. Way too many of you got that in your basket. Remember, you're buying it by the metre. It's $14.99 a metre. It's meant to be 34. Was it 34.99?
34.99. That was a really good price to start off with.
That would be the normal House of Alistair price you would expect, as in discounted from the fashion houses or anything like that. Today, it's even better, right? Now, how many bolts extra have you got in your... Like, if this sells, which this will sell out today.
There's nothing left.
So you can't bring it back next time?
No, I can't get hold of it. Once we sell the stock that we've got, that's it gone. Like most of our fabrics, if you don't buy them when you see them...
Right, OK, so in the first hour, we did those cottons. You have those all the time.
They're regular
lines. You could come back forever and ever and ever, and you might have more colours or anything, but you'll be able to supply those to us forever. Fabrics like these come and go. Once they've gone... That's it. They've, like the threads this morning. Once they've gone, you can't get any more. Right, there's loads of you got that in your basket. So that one there's the pewter. That one there's the pewter. Right, loads of them there. Loads of you there. Right, you do the blue one now. I'll just try and fold this one up.
And the navy, this is a beautiful midnight navy. Now, I always go on and on and on about navy because fashion houses, there doesn't seem to... In the 30s and 40s, navy was
What was it like then?
Well, I know that you were institutionalised at that time, but I can tell you that was. But, you know, what was the Blitz like?
That was after the 30s and 40s, wasn't it? Anyway, you mean the First World War Blitz?
Yeah.
Thank you. Right, now, how 66 people, did you say? 67 people have got this. There's only 10 metres left. Only 10 metres left.
What was
and
Guy
I will
Fawkes
be using
like?
it to muzzle him afterwards, don't worry. What were you going to say?
What was Guy Fawkes like?
What, the real one? Yeah. Oh, he had a lovely hat. Or message on the bottom. In Australia, we wore our thongs on our feet. Yes, Patricia. Flip-flops. In Australia, thongs are called flip-flops. Flip-flops are called thongs. Ragley Hall, yeah, that's near me. Beautiful. Oh, yeah, well, I drive past... is it Coton? Is it said Coton? I always call it Cofton. So when I drive home, I go through all them, and there's a Coton Hall. That's where they hatch the gunflower, the gunpowder plot. Cornflower plot. Right, that's gone. Let's do the red one. Wine, I mean. Happy birthday for Tuesday, Alistair. It's my birthday tomorrow. I'm quite a bit older than you, from Elaine. Oh, Elaine. Julie says, morning, boys. You're both looking gorgeous. Elaine says, morning, lovely boys. Love the dress behind you, the yellow fabric. What's the pattern, please? It's coming up. It's not a dress, that's a top, but it's coming up in a minute. What's the matter? Yeah, wine.
Wine.
Right, how many of those got in baskets? Oh, way too many people.
Keep it on there, it's like the magician's thing.
You know how they do that, don't you? Oh, he's being rude now, everybody.
I am not being rude. What was that rude? That was the magician's thing.
Yeah, you know how they do it, don't you? Oh, is that a different magician?
Oh.
Here we go, $14.99. That's going to sell out. That one's going to sell out. Right, let's move on. Right, that was brilliant.
The magician from the Canary Islands?
Yes.
Right.
Right, let's move on the
Yes.
Right.
So that is that one. So should we stay with the Velvet family?
Yes.
Because
this is nice.
This is absolutely
okay.
Beautiful.
You know when you're at home and you want to stroke your fabrics and you don't want to cut into them, I'm going to tell you. Well, it's true, isn't it? We get the odd fabric. This. Oh, hang on, what's the matter?
Mm-hmm.
This is, right, just tell us what it is then, Alistair.
Right, so this again comes from a really, really lovely Parisian fashion house. Now, this is a luxury plain pile velvet. So it's a solid. It does have, some velvets have a really long nap. Now, what we mean by nap is it's like the furry, hairy bit on the top. This has a very, very, very fine one. So a lot of people where you get a traditional cotton velvet, which has a much larger nap on it, which sometimes can move and slip. This one won't. It is absolutely beautiful. It's got the backing on the fabric here is a woven one, so you're going to have a lot of control when you're sewing it on the machine. Yeah. Again, it's going to be hardware, and you can put this in your washing machine as well. So yeah. You can put
Also, can I try to interrupt? Normally, when you buy a velvet, right, you take the edge of it like this, and you go like that, and your hand is full of fluff. Look, there's nothing coming off there at all.
No. This would make a fantastic two-piece, like a jacket and skirt affair. Again, a nice little dress, a full-on coat if you wanted to make it. Just think about your, also again, your soft furnishings. You could make, look at that there as a detailing on a wedding attire or something like that.
Just coming in on that.
And if you're going to do little girls' dresses, use this as the trim. You'd only need a metre. You could make really luxurious scarves out of this. Really, really, really beautiful. And again, as I said, this sews up like a dream. It really is lovely to sew with, because even though I'm not showing you how to sew, I actually test.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah.
In the studio. Just
well, also, all the years, and I'm not being rude about how old you are now, but all the years' experience we have had, we've both worked with an awful lot of fabrics. And, like, when I work for designers, they can sometimes come in and go, oh, could you make me something out of this? And you pick the fabric up and you go, oh, no, that's going to be an absolute nightmare. We know just from touching something, like the minute I touch this one, you can tell that this is quality. You can tell that it's going to be really easy to work with. Now, there's no stretch on this, is there? No stretch.
It's a non-stretch velvet, but literally, the control that you're going to have over this is going to be phenomenal.
Oh, now, I know we're talking fashion, but imagine dining chairs, chairs in your dining room.
Yeah, you can use this in and the good thing, actually, because you've mentioned that as upholstery, because this is so, it's a really nice... when we're saying tough, we don't mean it's tough as old boots.
Yeah.
We just mean that the actual construction of the fabric is really strong. So, for instance, if you are going to reupholster, say, your dining room chairs, this will stretch over and...
yes. So it's going to work like... it's tough, but it's not malleable. Good morning, both. Would I be able to use this velvet for a quilt backing? Now, normally, I would say, oh, no, don't use... I've just cut myself. Don't use anything. But it goes in the washing machine.
Yeah.
So, yes, imagine the luxury... Imagine that...
You could even make a weighted blanket, because I know that's a real sort of like thing now. And for instance, if you were to buy some of the House of Alistair Anti-Pill Polar Fleece, you could put the polar fleece on the back, and then you could do a pink on pink, trim it all the way around. All you need is a metre, and you've got a really, really lovely, heavy blanket.
It's only $16.99. I haven't even talked about the price. $16.99. I mean, that is a phenomenal price, right? For a metre... right, okay, this is really important. We sell our lovely velvet, our lovely polyester velvet, right? It's at $8.99 a half a metre. It's just have a look. You know, we do the tropical ones and we do a plain one. Maybe it's $7.99, but this is really, really, really good value. No, it's not that price. You know, the tropical one we sell. Yeah. No, because they're two different. The printed one is the same as this, the same quality as this. It's so. And I'm not dissing ours because this is printed. But look, this is us, right? We sell that. It's the same quality. So Julie Vaughan will know because she's made a skirt out of the yellow version of that. Really, really, really good. That's good value. $8.99 for half a metre, right? That's us. That's our price, right? This is $16.99 for a metre, right? That's what that. I mean. I'd hate to sound like I'm going, but we are your eyes and your ears and your hands. Yeah. So we have to tell you, it's our job to tell you what it's like. You know what I mean? And this is exquisite. This is absolutely beautiful. And like you say, you can use it in fashion, but you can also use it in the back of a quilt. You could also use it for covering, even if you want to cover a piano stool, like Ben was saying earlier, a piano stool top. Be beautiful, because it's hard wearing as well. It's
hard wearing, and also, for instance, if you wanted to, I know, look, we always say, if you're starting sewing, start with something simple like a cushion. Straight lines, practice straight lines. I know everyone goes, but actually, if you practice straight lines, you will start to get to know your machine and you'll nail it. But literally, even if you just buy some of this just to make new scatter cushions for your living room, you will sit there in front of the TV and you will be doing this all night. Who needs a cat? That's all I'm saying.
You can have mine if you like. Buy some of the pom-poms. Buy some of our big pom-poms off the website. You can make yourself... Imagine how much... Right, OK. Let's go into Liberty, John Lewis's, wherever, and buy a cushion cover in velvet, that quality velvet with a bit of pom-pom around the edge. You'll be spending way more than $16.99. And how many cushions are you going to get out of this? Do you know what I mean? It's just gorgeous, isn't it?
It's lovely, and it's such a nice deep colour. It's not a Barbie sort of like pink.
Oh no, it's posh.
Yeah, it's a really lovely regal colour.
Beautiful, absolutely stunning.
But you could use this to make drapes out of.
Yeah.
In fact, actually, even if you went, so sometimes actually, when I've been looking for specific fabrics, and especially this, for instance, sometimes if you just need it for a collar trim or that, I've had to go to the John Lewis furnishing department to actually find a good array of colours for velvets. And because I only need a smaller bit and I could buy half a metre, which is more expensive in the upholstery department.
Yeah.
But literally, because they don't have it. These are the things that they don't have.
This is gorgeous. Will you be able to get... Oh, there's only 5 metres left.
Oh, right.
Only 5 metres left. And how many baskets? 33 people. 33 people. Right. Should we go on to that yellow fabric?
Yes, because
I know we were going to do patterns first. We might as well carry on with that fabric on it. Because somebody just messaged, didn't they, about that one.
So the pattern, the lady who messaged in about which pattern this is, you want the Brigitte pattern.
Brigitte.
Which is this model here as well, in the jersey I've made.
Right.
Now, just to say to everyone about our patterns. So I do a how-to...
OK, let's do Brigitte then.
So what I ask you to do is I ask you to get an old baggy T-shirt. Well, not like baggy, but a T-shirt that just skims you and fits you. And then what I do is I tell you to lay it down flat, and then you draw up the centre front, so you're doing a cross-section, and you use the pieces of the T-shirt to draft out the bodice block. And then I tell you, you've got pictures in here as well, then I tell you how to fan it out, and then where to put simple lines to create these simple garments.
Right. So I'm not going to open that and find pattern pieces.
No.
I'm going to find an instructions list of what to do with my folded T-shirt on a piece of pattern paper.
Yeah, so you start with a T-shirt, and I tell you where to draw the lines and cut. You lay that flat on a piece of paper, and it sounds daunting, but it's not. It's very, very simple. We have sold so many of these patterns, so you don't have to worry about that. And the good thing about this is that because you're using your T-shirt at home, it's going to fit you. It's not my version of a 16 or somebody else's version of a 16. it's going to fit you because it's your T-shirt.
Exactly.
You don't want a bodycon T-shirt unless that's the look that you're going for, but you just want a T-shirt that just skims the body. All of these garments that I produce in this range, they're all loose fitting.
Brilliant.
So, but they're so flattering as well.
So that's the pattern for both this and for this.
And for this.
Right. So that's in a stretch and that one's in a viscose.
And that, yep. Now, what you can do with this, now, even though we've made this a top, you can, a very simple fix to turn this into a dress is just extend an A-line coming down. Yeah.
Do I do it into A-line or just go straight down?
So this fits at the hip.
Yeah.
But literally, you can just fan it out ever slightly more.
And that's in there as well, is it?
Yeah. So essentially, you are fanning it out. And once you've got this section here done, then all you need to do is just draw, essentially, from the centre front, you're just drawing an A-line that comes down to there.
And that's all in there?
It doesn't tell you how to do that for the dress. It only tells you how to draft for the top.
OK, then.
But if you wanted to turn the top into a dress, you simply just draw the line further down and just make sure you keep where the waist is, and then you measure from your belly button and drop a tape measure, and then just get a friend to just sort of say, your ankle, it's 134. And then you know what drop you need. If you wanted it full length, and then just team it up with a really nice belt just to bring it in.
Yeah, beautiful. Right, that's the pattern, $7.99. This is the fabric. So what... Oh, this is so lovely. What's this then?
So this is our mustard jewel crepe. And again, really, really, really beautiful, beautiful fabric. It's really lovely to handle. The lady who posed the question about the transparency issue, I would suggest with this, I would... If you're conscious, then I would maybe put a lining in there. But I don't think that you would need to.
If you're going to make a skirt out of it, I'd definitely put a lining in it.
But
as a top, you'd be fine. No. I've got a couple of questions. A jacket would look lush in the velvet. Would. Hi to you two, great show. Which way do I cut the velvet? Has it got a definite nap on it?
It has a definite nap on it, but you will see when you go like that, it will go smooth. When you go the opposite way, it will turn a different colour. Traditionally, you always cut velvet, so the pattern pieces, so the actual nap is pointing up.
You see, I tell people that, and they go, "Oh no, I want to go down."
No, it's to go up.
Cut going up.
Yeah. The reason for the velvet is because when you're getting abrasion happening here, you want the marks to happen. That's the beauty of the velvet. Yeah. There are no rules, so if you wanted that neat look, but you still wanted the flat velvet, and you don't want all the messiness of the turned up, then you can have it with the nape pointing down.
There is one rule, though. You cut all the pieces going the same way.
Yes.
If you decide to do them smooth like that, you cut them all... I'm right, aren't I?
Yeah.
And if you want them up, you cut them all up. Don't be mixing and matching and cutting some across. You need to cut everything in the same direction. Anyway, back to this. This is $14.99 a metre. It's called Mustard Floral Jewel Crepe. It's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, so this is very sort of like Gucci Prada-esque. You've got these big jewel flowers.
Oh, they're made of sequins?
Yeah.
I didn't realise that. They're all jewels looking sequins.
It's a really, really lovely... And also, this, now, a mustard or a yellow isn't necessarily a colour that would suit my skin tone.
No.
However, this type of mustard, because it is like a dusky mustard and it's more gilt...
Yes.
So when you actually see it, your camera won't pick it up, but it looks slightly goldy.
Yes, it does.
So it's very, very opulent. I would be able to wear this because also within the print as well, there are darker colours as well.
Yeah, because if I was making or styling somebody, maybe a lady who was old like me, I'm going to say, I would normally say don't go for this colourway, right? But it's going to be warming to the skin.
Yeah.
Because any other mustards, you'd go, steer away. Because like Hannah has to steer away from mustards completely because it really, really drains her out. But this colour, because it's got that gold and almost a spot of green in it, it's going to be much warmer. Oh, you can see there, much more warming than a normal mustard.
Yeah,
that's beautiful.
It's really lovely, and again, you can just use this say if you've got a little navy dress at home or a little black dress and you just make a couple of simple scarves, you can tie around to use as a waist fastening, and then just have one coming down over the neck. I mean, it's just really, really simple, really beautiful.
Okay, do you want to...
So the next one, so what I've done, this is not that I've done it actually wrong, but this is just to kill birds with two stones. It's not going to do.
No, two birds with one stone. So it's the same top, but in a different fabric.
In a different fabric.
So that fabric's this one here. Oh, this is lovely.
This is lovely, and it's the depth of the navy at the back. It's you could almost go, oh, that looks like really dark black, but it's not. But then you've got these emeralds and racing green colours, and then you've just got these flurries of just pops of colour.
Gorgeous.
It's really nice. And again, if you're not overly floral, this is a really nice one to go for because it's not in your face, here's a bouquet of flowers.
Yeah.
Again, but it's just really stunning. And again, this is one that you'll be able to put in your wardrobe and it'll become part of that capsule wardrobe that you can bring out again and again and again.
Oh, do you know what? A lovely blouse.
Yeah.
Really beautiful blouse. That would be gorgeous, wouldn't it? Because you could wear it if you're if you work in an office, you could wear it with your blue skirt and your blue jacket for work sort of thing. And then team it with jeans or with linen trousers or something like that.
Jeans, it would look really
lovely, wouldn't it?
But you would still look classy and dressed up.
Oh, yes.
Dress the jeans up.
I'm talking about Sloane Street jeans. Bond Street jeans, yeah. They don't have to be bought from there, but you know what I mean? But you can look really, really stylish with that little gold chain belt and everything, like little hit and heel shoes. You're going to look lovely, aren't you?
I think with some nice white linens and have that on the top. Or if you had all white, even if you just got some of this and made a little scarf out of it and just had that just as a fashion.
Or you're in your whites, just make that.
Yeah.
Because that doesn't do up, does it? That's like a little
That doesn't
throw.
do up. So this one is our how-to geisha top. And what that is it's got a really nice collar coming down.
Right.
And it sort of cascades in waterfall, it sort of like drapes down. But then you've got some two avenues where it's sewn, so it's almost got sleeves.
Yeah.
But it is essentially a jacket.
Yeah, because I'm just thinking about if you've got your white jeans and your white vest on or something like that, and you don't want your arms out and showing, you make some... I was going to say kimono, but then I saw that sort of thing. So.
And this is really dressy as well.
Yeah.
And this is such a simple pattern to draft out. It really is the how-to geisha pattern.
Yeah.
And again, this is a really simple one. Sometimes a simple pattern, when you make it up, has a more dramatic effect than, say, a whole busy Westwood thing going on.
No, exactly.
It's just the elegance, and you're allowing the fabric to actually do the talking rather than trying to tell a different story.
Yeah, so there's your how-to geisha pattern. I was just saying that because I was going to say kimono jacket or just something to throw over. You know, you want something just like diaphanous and gorgeous and girly, just to throw over something else. Plain, have a John Scott column of colour, like in the black or the white or one of these colours underneath. And then you just throw... Actually, do you know what? If you were going to a wedding, you could wear very, very simple, beautifully cut trousers and a really nice, like, camisole top, and then make this geisha top to go over the top, and then you're ready for the dance floor later on, but you look stunning in all the photos. My throat's really going. Beautiful, aren't they? Absolutely gorgeous. Fold that one up. Right, so that was the pattern and the fabric.
So that was the pattern and the fabric.
Oh, right, now I've got a very soft, lush... Have I got that fabric?
No, that's a scuba.
That's right, you go on to
that's just to show you that, for instance, we've got 3 different types of fabrics in use here. They're all the same top. So this one is in a scuba.
Yeah.
So this gives you more structure. This is in a jersey, so this is more like a sort of like gives you more of a knit feel and a very different weight. This would look more like what the velvet would look like if you made this top in the velvet.
Yeah.
And then you've got your floaty, really, really nice, all the same top, but you can see that you can use lots of different types of fabric for different effects.
Yeah, totally. And imagine you've only bought one pattern. And you've got 3 completely different looking tops. And then if you do extend it into a dress, you've got loads of different looks from one £7.99 pattern.
And you've made the pattern yourself, and it fits.
And also, the joy of that is we all fluctuate in size. If you find that you've put weight on, just use do it again, just use a bigger T-shirt. Or if you've lost weight, just take a smaller T-shirt.
Well, the quickest way to adapt that, so at home, I'm glad you said that actually, so at home, everything happens, we call this the centre front, so it's the cross-section of the body, and also we call this the back part, the centre back. Now, this top, it's the same at the front as it is at the back, because there's no darts or anything like that, so you're making 1/4 pattern. All you need to do is you need to, where the centre front is here, if you have put on a little bit of weight, all you do is from that line there, you just add in an extra inch.
Right.
And that widens the top. That gives you that, so it's so simple to do.
So you're actually adding if you add an inch on, you're adding 4 inches onto the whole
So if you add
garment.
So you would just, what you need for a little bit of extra room, you would just then divide that by 4 and just add 1/4 of that measurement to here, and then that will extend it.
Or you don't even have to do the pattern. You fold your fabric. Don't put the paper against the fold. You put the paper in, because you're then adding, because it's just a straight line, isn't it?
It is just a straight line. So literally, once
look at the tips you're getting for nothing today. Right, what's this then?
Oh, so this is our steel.
Right. It's a steel, you mean, at $14.99.
But it is a steel at $14.99. Lots of these, if you were to go up Berwick Street in Soho in London, you were to go and buy the same, just have a look and see how much.
Well, it's funny, isn't it? Because we were talking. Who was I talking to the other day about Berwick Street? Right back in the day when I was doing theatre. It was just amazing. But now it's all been taken over by Shishi Soho. Before it was like you'd go to Mr. Atata's for your linings, and you'd go somewhere else for your buttons, and you'd go to Buy the Yard and borrow it.
Trimmings round the corner.
And it was the best place. And like I say, they were all on the ground floor, and then at the door you'd go into the shop here, and on the other door next to it, go upstairs, be like Busty Blonde second floor and things like that. It was just a completely. I used to love sitting in Cappuccetto's coffee shop at the end of Moore Street and literally watching the whole of Soho, because it was like proper, it was like working class people with their barrows. It was like on a film, do you know what I mean? I just used to absolutely love it.
It was a fantastic, but I went there, I forgot what I was there for, but I was in that area recently. I was to get to I had to walk because of the tube problem, so I had to walk through there to get to the theatre. But literally, it's changed so much from when I was at college at St Martin's, which was round the corner in Charing Cross Road. It just has changed. And there was there was a fabric market down, and then there was one shop that I only ever went into now and again because it was so expensive, but not for the street. It was actually okay. Was Borovics?
Oh yeah.
They are one of the only remaining ones there.
And even they've halved their shop now. And Martin Borovic still follows me on Facebook and everything like that. And the little lads that used to work there, they're all like the old man running the shop now and everything. Yeah. It's so lovely. But also, you'd be down Berwick Street and you'd be buying your fabrics here, and then there'd be like fruit and vegetables along here and everything like that. It was just the most magical place.
And anyway, in the sort of like real difference and diversity of people that just were up and down, and creatives and people doing music, and there was people doing dance.
Pineapple Dance Studio just up the road.
Yeah, it was really lovely. It's not so much like that now, but it was just...
Shishi now, because every flat costs £4.5 million. I remember I nearly bought a flat in Soho, and it was £55,000. And I was like, oh, who'd buy a 55... I mean, you couldn't get it for under $1 million these days.
No. It's really expensive.
Anyway, this is called what? Steel?
This is called...
Steel Floral Georgette. So what's Georgette then?
So Georgette is... it's not quite like a... it's a sort of like a textural fabric. So it's not as feeling-wise, it's not as soft as, say, like chiffon. So it's got more like a dimple, sort of like abrasion to it. But it's a flatter one. So a normal crepe would have more weight to it, and it would be sort of more bouncy and more what have you. Whereas a Georgette is more sort of like floaty and elegant. It's not quite an organza either, because organza is really sort of like stiff.
Stiffer, yeah. Also, a chiffon is see-through, whereas this isn't see-through at all.
This isn't
see-through. You wouldn't need to line this one at all.
But if you were making a skirt, if you were making a skirt, then I would.
Oh skirt, But I was thinking of a top there. But you can see the white stripe of your mat through there. Yeah. So I would put that a bit of or just wear a slip. They still sell slips in Marks and Spencer's.
Yes, since I've had to buy one.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's because they catch on your legs, don't they? On the hairs on your legs. $14.99.
When you take it off, the sparks just fly.
Yeah. Anyway, we won't go there. I was about to go to rubber dresses then, but I won't.
Well, one of my jobs as a little boy was to tell my gran that a slip had fallen down.
Oh.
And she used to just have to go...
Wake it up.
Like that.
When I was little, I used to have to tie my nan's corset every morning. And I'm not being silly about Victorian. She still wore a lace-up corset in the morning, like in that very sort of pinky, fleshy couture fabric. And I'd literally have to sit on her bed and pull the laces like that.
Well, my gran, I've told this story before, but literally I came home, I'd been at primary school, and literally my gran, because we're Scottish, we'd always have, like, the soup pot. Basically, soup pots and things from the kitchen doubled as so many different other things in the household. But literally, this big pot, which filled all 4 rings, and I thought, oh, my gran's making Scotch broth.
Yeah.
Because it just took forever, and for the meat to water. Anyway, so we were doing that, and she always had, because to stop her fingers from getting burnt, she always had a peg on the top of the lid.
Right.
Anyway, this thing was really boiling. I was like, what are you making? You know, and then I looked in, and it was just like this frothy pink sort of like thing. I'm thinking, what on earth is this? And my gran looked at me as if I was stupid and just said, I'm dyeing my bras.
Oh.
And she had all of her bras with a Dylon dye in.
Yeah.
And that's what would make the Scotch broth as well.
Nice.
Obviously, she would clean it.
Yeah, of course. But, mind you, my nan used to have budgies, and she used to clean them like this. She'd get them out the cage, she'd have a bowl of soapy water, she'd go like that, and then she'd roll them in a towel, right? They lived for years, but they're all called beauty. 14.99, need to move on. Look at the time, it's 1:45.
Oh, right.
We were going to do sewing in this hour.
Oh, no,
Hearts.
No. Right, so this is hearts. So in time for Valentine's, or just if you just wanted something sweet and cute, you've got these beautiful love hearts.
Now, I would definitely line this one, even as a blouse.
Yeah. But again, as a blouse with jeans, really, really cute.
Or you wear a blouse and you wear it slightly open and you wear a really exquisite Janet Rager or like a design... I don't know if Janet Rager's still going, but you know what I mean? A really, really beautiful bra underneath it. So as a fashion statement, rather than covering up your grey bra, actually show your bra off with that. Because I think it's a shame for some ladies, you pay all that money for beautiful, beautiful bras and underwear, and nobody ever sees it. I mean, I know you do it for yourself, but you kind of think sometimes you just want to go, you know, show it off a bit.
Well, exactly.
Like me and my Calvin Kleins. Anyway, $14.99. That's your... so would you call that white or ivory?
I would call it ivory. Or
that's,
oyster.
Georgette crepe, that one.
Yep.
Beautiful. I'm going to move on because it's time-wise. Let's do that one next.
Oh, no. Right, so...
oh, no. Did you say, oh, no?
Oh, no, I've just seen what's coming up. And
yeah.
I was like, I'd forgotten that was there.
I mean, all of them have got such beautiful drape and everything, haven't they? Look.
They are really beautiful. And again, these are just... again, think about wedding season coming up. If you're struggling to find something in a store, you will be able... At these prices, you will be able to make
actually, Jeremy Joe, he's not here today, he's been directing the last few days. He's getting married in May. And his mum went out shopping for a dress the other day. And they're beautiful dresses. £700.
Oh, yeah.
She didn't buy them. I can't buy a dress for £700. I rang her up and went, buy it, it's gorgeous. But £700 for a dress. You could make... Like Alistair said earlier, make the simplest dress, let the fabric do the talking, and it's the way you do it. What you do is, if you've got a hat or a fascinator, cut a bit of this fabric off, fray it off and tie it in a bow on the hat or something like that, or even just tie a bow on your handbag, because sometimes you can just tying it all in will just work wonders, and you don't need to spend £700 on a dress.
No, and the biggest tip that I gave people when they shopped with me when I worked for Liberty, if you feel as if you're wearing the clothes, fantastic. If you feel that the clothes are wearing you, it's the wrong thing. Yeah. So whenever you're in a store and you're sort of like, you feel as if the clothes that you're looking at in the mirror is completely disconnected from you, then it's not the right thing.
And also, I know this is something completely different. Always trust your gut. Your gut is your gut feeling. It's called gut feeling for a reason. It's never ever wrong. Even if it's something you think that's not me, that's a million miles away from me. If your gut's going, oh, that's rather nice, just go for it. Just be brave.
And also, do not go with sizes. Every brand is different, and it depends where it's manufactured. Go by fit.
Yes.
I've put my mum, on the bottom, she's a 6. I think she's a 16 and a 14 on the top. But literally, I've put my mum, especially Jerry Webber, I put her in a size 20 trouser. And my mum went, I'm not a size 20. And I said, no, I know you're not. I said, but put it on because it's about the fit of these trousers. They're wide leg. They want to be, you want the fabric there. And she put them on and she was like, but I'm not. And I said, look at yourself in the mirror. And I said, and look at the
and you have to ignore the labels because there's nothing worse than putting something on that's like 4 times, like you say, a size 20 and you're size 16, and you feel miserable about it. In Germany or wherever they do cut, they're all different sizes. I used to wear a make of jean, French Connection jeans, right? And one year they'd fit perfectly. I'd go in the next year for the next ones, and exactly the same French Connection, nowhere near, either too big or too small, depending on the cutter, the designer, and the pattern grader. So just ignore sizes in dresses. This is gorgeous.
And also, every machinist, if it's not sort of like mass produced, every machinist takes a slightly different width of seam allowance. So if you try a 32 waist in one style and then try a 32 in another, they can be so different.
Totally. Right. What's this?
This is just absolutely. I just am absolute in love with this. This is just, it just radiates. This is what I put on the Facebook page.
Right.
This is really, really nice. But this is Flora Georgette. And this reminds me so much of when I worked at Liberty. This does almost look like a Liberty print.
It's the essence of Liberty.
It is the essence of Liberty. But again, you've got this beautiful black background and you've got these stunningly, you've got the fuchsia colours here, you've got the magentas and the lilacs, but then you've got these sort of like creamed tomato sort of like colours in here. Really, really beautiful. You've got the cornflowers printed in here. I just think this is just stunningly exquisite. And I think this is something that would just be so timeless.
Oh, yeah.
And again, people will just remember what you're wearing. And again, it has a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful drape.
If you bought a metre of this, right, how many scarves could you make out as gifts? Just roll hem them with your machine, with your overlocker or your sewing machine. Just roll hem the edges. You can make gorgeous scarves out of that.
Yeah, and again, don't be scared of fabrics like this. You could do a tug-of-war, and there's a reason why, they used to make parachutes out of silk. So if you think, oh, well, silk's very delicate, well, it can be when you're laundering it, or to try and get a stain out of it.
Don't wash your parachute.
Exactly. You don't wash your parachute.
And then when you get the grass stains on when you land on the floor, don't try washing it. Anyway, that's that one. How much was that? $14.99. Right, last fabric, and then I've got some patterns to do. Then time's up already.
Oh, gosh.
Sewing again.
Well, I had it all cut out.
I know. This is gorgeous. Purple paisley.
See, I did. I promise. I had it all cut out.
Yeah. Whatever. Oh, now look, look. Now again, the geisha top or a lovely kimono or something out of this would be stunning.
And this has a lovely sort of silver pinstripe going through it as well, this little nod of lurex. But again, paisley, you've got this black sort of like charcoal background and these beautiful, beautiful...
But look, it is, this one is, let me get into the camera, that one is not see-through, but it's sheer, thank you, sheer. $14.99, that's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, and again, these are all cut per your requirement.
Yes.
So if you needed 4 metres, we'll cut it as a 4 metre piece. If you only needed a metre or 1, 2, it'll come as 2.
Yeah, exactly. $14.99, that's $14.99. Right, the patterns we haven't covered are... Yes. Oh, kimono dress. No, right, when I've been saying kimono, I haven't meant kimono dress because that might be a bit too see-through. That one there might be a bit too see-through for a dress, mightn't it?
Yeah. So this tells you how to... So what we've done with this one is we've made nice little cuff details on the shoulders. Again, this is a really nice... easy fitting.
Do I do that one from a T-shirt as well?
Yeah, you do all of them from a T-shirt. So it shows you how to start from that principal point, and it just means that every time it's going to fit you. Again, it tells you all how to create the actual skirt. You can shorten this. You could make this a top. You could do all sorts of... You could make the sleeves wider, all sorts of different things.
Lovely. So that's that one, $7.99. Right, what's this then? Well, how's this one different to that
So this is a cruise top. So the Brigitte top actually has a much lower back wing.
I need you to go across and let's see upstairs. There you go.
So the... where are we? Right, so if I put them side by side, you can see the difference. So the cruise top has more of a tunic affair to it, whereas this one has a true batwing. The cruise top has a slight batwing, but it's more. When you lay it flat, it's slightly an odder shape. So it's not as voluminous, but the Brigitte top is closer to the hip area.
Okay, so that's the one we're doing now. The cruise top there, $7.99. You see, that would be brilliant if you did do it in one of the diaphanous fabrics. If you're on a holiday and you're on the beach or by the pool, you've got your swimwear on, you don't want to get up in your bikini and go to the bar.
Great cover-up.
Just throw that one over the top of it.
Yeah.
You can make it out of anything, really.
And this one at the sides, it's sort of...
it's got men's shirt tails?
Yeah, so it comes up like that. So that's the main difference. That's a solid bottom all the way around.
Okay. So that would be gorgeous as a cruise, cruise top it is, or going on a holiday just as a throw over. Or if you had a day on the beach and you're all sunburned, you go home, you have your shower, and then you go to promenade later on, just pop that on over the top of your white jeans or something. It's going to look gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah.
Couple of questions, and I've got 2 more patterns. Hi, Alistair and John, lovely show. Can you tell me if the mustard fabric has got any stretch in it?
No, it doesn't. It is. It's a straight woven fabric. However, if you cut it on the bias, that will make any fabric stretchy.
Yeah. So that's, again, a lovely cowl top. Lovely. Thank you for that, Susan. And next question. Hi, boys. Could you please tell me what is scuba fabric? I've never come across it before. It's nice to see you two together again from Dawn. Right, very quickly, because we're about to run out of time.
So scuba is essentially what they make wetsuits out of. However,
that's really selling it well, isn't it?
Which it is really selling. However, the fashion industry, as an alternative fabric, have taken it on board. The great thing about scuba is you don't have to finish the seams. You can just cut like fleece and you can just leave them raw. It creates structure. So if you wanted a skirt that you didn't have to then put buckram and all sorts of different things in, or crinolines, you can literally create it and it will stay in its shape.
Yeah.
So it's a bit sort of like...
Oh, hang on.
If you've ever touched a mouse mat...
Yes.
That's what it slightly feels like. But it's soft.
Right. I'm going to say here, please be careful, though, with scuba. I mean, I know times change. If you're going to buy a dark colour, if it's got a white background, if it's a digital printed one, just be careful, because sometimes the white comes through. When you stitch it, the white sometimes comes through. So when you are buying it, just check what it looks like. Right, I've got to be very quick now. Drape front pattern.
Drape front cowl top. So this literally cascades down. Now, this has a little modesty, so it almost has a built-in camisole.
Oh, brilliant.
So it's really nice. However, what you can do is when you've created the front, so this pattern isn't the same on the front as it is in the back, but it tells you how to create the back and the front. What you could do is you could do 2 cowls, so just make the front part and do 2, and then you can have it as an overpiece, just as a sort of like a decoration. So you're almost like wearing a scarf, but it's actually a top.
Oh, lovely.
So
that's
really,
that one.
really
and
nice.
then last but not least, so a bit different, the skirt. Now, last time we had this skirt pattern on, absolutely flew out.
Yeah, this is, if you were ever, and we've got it here, if you were ever going to buy a pattern, to make a pattern, essentially all you need is the waist measurement, and it fits and flares. It cascades over the hip area. You can make it any length that you want. You can add any detailings on it. And again, it does use a lot of fabric, mind, but it is the simplest skirt.
That one's pinned at the back because it's the size of the mannequin, wasn't the size of the skirt, that's all.
But literally...
Is there a zip in it, or is it just...
Yeah, you would put a little zip in the back.
Yeah. $7.99. Now, last time I was saying it was on. Now, not all of today's fabrics will be right for that skirt. What you want with that skirt is you want like a quilting weight cotton or a linen or something, which is going to have a little bit of a fluty.
I forgot we actually had this top hanging up in the back.
Yeah.
So you can see here, this is the cruise top.
Right.
So you can see here that it's more like a tunic shape, whereas the Brigitte top has more of a real... It's closer here, and then it has more of a pronounced bat wing like that.
OK, quick question. Tracy says, what are the tops behind us? What top...
Right, so these are all the Brigitte.
Brigitte.
So Brigitte are all here. And the one on the table, my darling, is the cruise top.
Yeah, that's the cruise top, and that's the Brigitte.
These are the Brigitte.
And Derek says, I love the floral Georgette, but I can't imagine how I'd wear it. Derek, you'd wear it beautifully. Alistair, when are you in next? Don't know.
No, I'm in for birthday.
Right.
I think it's the 27th of February.
Okay, not with me then.
No, because I had another date, but then it kept changing.
Yeah. Take care. See you later. Alice, everyone, don't go anywhere. We have got Emma coming up now. Oh, lovely. Annie's quilting book. We're going to do log cabins. I'll see you here in 4 minutes.
Join me for my birthday show on Thursday. Yes, it's actually my birthday that day. I've got the lovely Wendy Orlando, who's going to be demonstrating a beautiful shoulder bag and a quilt. Then I've got Sam Sabido in with a brand new Sunshine crochet cardigan, and a show with Amber Makes where we've designed the Carefree cacti with all cacti themed prints as well. So I hope you can join me. Happy birthday to me.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Chain piecing is a method where you can sew lots of pieces of fabric together all in one go. It saves time and it saves fabric and is a little bit more accurate too. So when you want to sew chain piecing, I'm going to sew 2 squares of fabric together. They're only little, so I'm not pinning them. So just put the foot down and I'm going to sew them together with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Just stop a couple of stitches before the end of the first one and pop the next set underneath. I like to leave a little gap because it makes it easier to cut. Stop just a couple of stitches before the end and then pop the next ones underneath. If you leave a couple of stitches, those stitches will then stitch almost into the air and you can cut them off. But it means that you're not stopping and starting, you're not wasting thread, and you can have a nice accurate group of patches. Also, if you're doing this like a production line, it means that you've got them all joined together. So once it's finished, all of your pieces are now joined together into one long line, which you then just cut apart and you've joined them all. Now, if you're wanting to sew at an angle, maybe you're sewing half square triangles and you need to sew either side of a drawn line. So I'm going to position my foot, so I've got the 1/4 inch seam allowance. You can do the same thing. I'm going to sew 1/4 inch outside. Just stop a couple of stitches before the end and then you can pop the next one in. I'm going to line up those lines and then stitch across, and you can stitch the next one in. So it's really easy. Just carry on stitching all the way along. You can stitch along the line or you can stitch either side, depending on what you're doing. But it does mean that they're all joined together in one nice long line in exactly the same way. And it's quicker and easier too.
When you hear the term half square triangle, or HST, it refers to a simple way to create 2 identical triangle shapes from a fabric square. Start with 2 squares of fabric, any size, and place one on top of the other, aligning the raw edges. Using a ruler and a fabric pen, mark a diagonal line from corner to corner. Then mark a second line 1/4 inch on either side of the diagonal. Pin the fabric together to keep it secure, then sew along the 2 outer lines that you marked. Now carefully cut along the first diagonal line you drew. Press the seams flat using the heat from an iron. Use washi tape to align your ruler and trim away any excess fabric. And there you have it. Your half square triangle is ready to use.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Charm pack, or 5-inch squares. A charm pack is a bundle of pre-cut fabric squares, usually 5 inches by 5 inches. Each piece comes in different patterns and colours that match perfectly. They're great for quilts, patchwork or any small sewing project. No cutting or matching needed. So next time you are looking for a quick and easy way to start a sewing project, why not try a charm pack?
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Some pattern pieces will tell you to place it on the fold. It always tells you on your pattern how many pieces to cut out and where to put them. So you need to find the fold of your fabric. This is how to do it. First of all, make sure your fabric is folded carefully in half. Along your folded edge, place your pattern piece right on it. Make sure you pin it carefully at each end, and then you can add some extra pins in the middle to keep it secure. And that's how you place your pattern piece on the fold.
Wendy's just messaging, she's going, oh my goodness, I've just had a moment realising I'm old enough to be Alistair's mother. How old are you, Wendy? Because he's not really 45, are you?
Well, I'm only 31.
31, yeah, plus VAT. Anyway, let's do this then. Creative log. You know me, I love a log cabin. I love a log cabin. These have been absolutely flying out. $12.99. So what you get in here is you get 10 fresh new designs. I know, beautiful. Let's just go through it then. So table of contents, I'll just go through it straight away. Summer cabins. Now, this is really weird, isn't it? Because these are all log cabins, all log cabin blocks, but they all look so different, don't they? They do. And also what I love is it's not just a one-page pattern. Each pattern is like got everything you need to know. Oh, they've got sew and flip on that one, look. Half-square triangles. So it's a mixture of half-square triangles and log cabins, that one. Then you've got your log cabin square darts. Beautiful. Then we've got, what have we got here then? Then we've got Spunky. Now, I've got a kit to make this one. I've got a kit to make Spunky. We're not doing that one today. But it's lovely, isn't it? So that's a mixture of very simple log cabins and stars. And then we've got Cloudy Day. We've got kits for Cloudy Day. Have we? Are they the ones? That's the one we're doing, isn't it, Cloudy Day? Yeah, I think it is. Yeah. Cloudy Day, that's the one we're doing. Monochrome and orange. Yeah, there it is there. Then we've got, now, this one's called Hearth and Home. We haven't got a kit for this one, but Emma loves this one. She was thinking that the Tilda bundle we've got, now obviously you'd have to add fabric to it because we haven't bundled it to make that quilt, but those, if you love those colours, you're going to love, look, you're going to love the Tilda bundle. Do you know what I mean? So, but we haven't bundled it, so don't buy that thinking, oh, I'm going to make that one from that bundle, because we haven't, you know what I mean? We'd normally put the right amount in of everything. You need to check and maybe add your background colour and things like that, because it looks beautiful, isn't it? Then we've got Lagoon Oasis. Then we've got Love Knot. It's a little old place where... Oh, no, different song. Round peg in a square hole. Look. Look. It's gorgeous, isn't it? So, but look, all it is they're log cabin blocks, just put together like that. What I love about this is you've got there's no matching, that one. There's no matching of seams, is there, apart from that middle one there?
And you know what? Looking at it on the monitor.
You've done it wrong.
No.
Oh.
It looks like the Death Star.
Oh, what?
The Death Star from Star Wars. If you add another circle.
What is it from a film?
Yeah, Star Wars.
Star Wars, never seen them.
Really?
Is that the one with the little camp robot and the gold robot?
Yeah.
That everybody said I was like the gold robot.
You're not like the gold.
And then I watched that bit and I was like, I did in fact take that to that. Anyway, Tranquil Logs. Oh, no, it was a gold one and a white one.
Yeah, look, R2D2.
Oh, blue.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, it was only the gold one. They kept showing me the gold one.
Yeah,
I was like, I don't see the resemblance.
No.
Anyway, background and foreground. So you got 10 brand new. Look, there they are. Oh, that's only 9 on there. There's definitely 10. There's definitely another one apart from that. Beautiful. $12.99. Oh, right. How many baskets?
Oh, yeah.
Right, be careful. Be careful.
That's the 10th.
Oh, that's the 10th one, the one on the front. Oh, yeah. Yeah, because you'll put it on the front and the back. Oh, it's been a long week. $12.99. Make sure you check out. It's a lovely, lovely, lovely book. You want to see any of them again? Just let me know. Right now, so we have got bundles. Let me do this one first. So we've got a bundle for this. So was there just enough fabric to make those 4?
No.
Oh, no.
You get a lot left over. At least, what did they... Oh, they've got fat quarters. They sent me half meters.
Oh, okay.
So, but you would still have some left over.
So we can definitely make this.
Yeah.
And have a bit... Could I make this and enough patched fur backing to that if I was making it into a cushion thing?
Possibly.
Possibly.
Oh, yeah,
Or you can make a
backing.
panel and then...
Yeah.
Anyway, it's gorgeous. Oh, bumbleberries. Beautiful fabrics. Oh, there's more. Now, that one there is a brushed cotton, isn't it?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Adding different textures in there. So you can make that one. So that is $26.99. You get half a metre of fabric. Oh, they're long quarters, sorry, not fat quarters. They're long.
Oh, even better because you need strips.
Yeah.
So that will give you more length.
Look.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful. Log cabin there, $26.99. Gorgeous. Right, I thought it was a serious question. So that's that one in the blue. We also have the fabric to make that one in the red. Oh, look, a bit of Liberty in there. Oh, it's all Liberty.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Gorgeous. $29.99. $29.99. You've got your long quarters plus your half a metre of your red splodge. Gorgeous. So that's to make the round peg in the square hole. Okay, so Ben's going to buy 2 red and 2 blue and make a quilt out of it. 1, 2, 3. It would only still be a lap quilt size, Ben, if you did that. Oh, it's going on the table. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Very nice. So that's that one. Then the one that Emma's going to be working with is this one here. I've got it in monochrome. I'll do the monochrome first. So you get 3 meters of your black, 1.5 meters of your white, and 1 meter of your grey. And that will be enough to make this one. Oh, no. They've done those 2 in blue, and they've photographed them over the same chair. There you go. Yep. That's the one you're making, isn't it, then?
Yep.
So there you go. Monochrome. Just the 3 colours. See, it looks different. It looks different on there than it does there.
Does.
Doesn't it?
And you know what? It's just one block.
Oh!
It's just one block. And you get that whole pattern.
That's brilliant, isn't it? So you need... you've got your fabric there. All your fabric there to make a monochrome. That's just for the front and the binding. Beautiful. Then we've got the one that Emma's going to demo in, which is the same quilt, but in Rose and Hubble. No, not Rose and Hubble. Lewis and Irene. Sorry, Lewis and Irene. Dreams in orange, Dreams in cream, and Bumbleberry in yellow. Why have you taken $7.99 off there? So you've got 3 metres, 4.5 metres, 5.5 metres. You've got 11 units in there. You don't get the book. You do not get the book. Beautiful. Have they taken the $7.99 off already? Just double check. If there's 11 units, we're just working it out now. Oh yeah, the $7.99's been taken off. Beautiful. Then I've got this bundle. Now they've made this bundle for Spunky, right? So this is the bundle that they've created. Oh, hang on a second. Okay. Taking some money off there. We think the $7.99's been taken off already, but just in case it hasn't, we're going to take another $7.99 off for you. Or $7.99. There you go. We'll work it out. I'll sit here with a pencil now and work it out. £70.41. Beautiful. Then what I was saying was they've made this bundle of Tilda here for the Spunky quilt. So if you want to make the Spunky quilt out of that one, then that's what they've yardaged this one for. $107.84. That the saving is already off that one, right? But we were thinking so that will make that quilt. That will make that quilt. But what we were thinking when we were prepping this morning is we love this one. Now, obviously, the colours will be perfect for that one, but we haven't bundled, so we don't know if the amounts of each fabric are right, sort of thing. So what I think you need to do is buy like a bundle of cream or something like that for your background, and then mix and match that, and you can make that. Beautiful. £107.84, two-way split pay, and you're saving £10. You don't get the book. Beautiful. Right, so that's it. So you're going to make us... Or are you looking up?
No, I'm just looking. I was looking to see how many of that one that we like. It says you need 15 fat quarters.
Well, you've definitely... Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I've got 12 fabrics. That's 24 fat quarters.
Yeah.
If you doubled up.
Yeah.
And how many does it say you need?
You need 15.
So you've done plenty to do all the icons.
Yeah.
Then how much background does it say you need?
It's 4.5 yards. I worked it out. It's about 3.5 meters that you need.
Right. Okay. So what you do is, if you do want to make that beautiful heart and home one, you can make it out of this, but you won't use these. You just need to have 3.5 meters of your backing fabric.
Yeah.
You can incorporate that. You can bind it now, something like that.
Yeah. How much of that? Sorry. How much of the pink is there?
There's 1.5 meters of the pink.
Oh, well, you do need a background, 3.5 meters of background, and 1.5 yards of taupe. So the pink.
Oh, the taupe could be the pink.
Yep.
Pink could be the taupe.
Yep. And then you just need your 3.5 meters.
Oh, okay.
Of background.
So if you bought that colour, you just need 3 meters.
Oh, that'd be nice. Yeah.
That's a cream, I think,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah.
We're just working out for you. We haven't bundled it like that, but you could. We just saw this morning. We thought we were making this one. Hang on, we just look at that. There you go. We thought you could make that out. That's what we thought we were making out of it. But you just need to get a 3 meters of cream, and you can make that one. All the difference will be is your cream will be the background, and then instead of taupe, you'd have pink.
Pink.
Brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah.
Lovely. Right. Okay. So you're making us that one there, aren't you? Which is called
Cloudy Day.
Cloudy Day.
Which is ironic because the colours are really sunshiny.
Yeah. When it was that, we had a really, really bright day last night.
Oh, yes. It was nice.
Beautiful, wasn't it?
It was.
Right, okay. So, cloudy day, grey skies above, snuggle up in this cosy quilt. Skill level, confident beginner. Gives you the quilt sizes, 12-inch block sizes, and you're making 20 blocks.
Yep.
Go on then, make me 20 blocks.
Okay. It is just the one block, so that is nice that each one is exactly the same. So you can, if you like to chain piece your blocks or do the same bit each time, you can actually, because it's a log cabin, you're essentially working on all your blocks all at once, which is another thing I like about doing a log cabin. I'm going to start with not a log cabin technique though.
Okay.
Because it's got half square triangles in it.
Right.
As part of it. So the way that they show you to do half square triangles is 2 large squares, and then you do 8 half square triangles at once.
Oh, okay, brilliant.
So the quick method.
You're going to show us how to do that first of all. Brilliant.
So you'll be proud of me. I actually pressed this before I put my friction pen on it.
Oh, good.
I did do an Emma.
Oh, yeah, that poor tessellating.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's quite a big square then.
It's a pretty big square, yeah, because you get 8. And they're not, I mean, they're 3.5.
Oh, yeah.
And then you trim them down as well, so it's nice. You get, one, you do them quick, and 2, you cut them down to exactly the right size. Yeah. So I'm just doing a line on one of the fabrics, corner to corner, so 2 diagonals. And then with this method, this is not going to be the sew line, but this is a line that you'll sew 1/4 inch away from. So if you do prefer to have a sew line to sew on, you just do the same thing, but you'd have 2 lines, 2 tram lines either side.
Put them in a different colour so you don't get confused.
Yeah.
So literally, all you've done is drawn the 2 diagonals on one of the fabrics.
Yep.
You put the 2 fabrics together, right sides together, and you're going to sew down both of those lines, but either side of those lines, 1/4 inch.
So I'm going to have 1, 2, 3, 4 sew lines all together.
Yeah.
I'm just going to pin it, just to keep them on top of each other. Yeah, I really like some of the patterns in the book.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? I love a log cabin.
Yeah, I do like a log cabin. The other one I liked, what was it? Is it summer something? Early in the beginning? I know, what am I like? The first one that comes up, summer cabins.
Oh, yeah. That doesn't look like log cabins, does it?
It doesn't. It doesn't. But
oh, no, hang on, though, is it? Can you still call that a log cabin? I suppose you can. Oh, do you stitch and flip, or do you...
There is some stitch and flip in that.
So it is a log cabin, but you've just stitched and flipped the corners
to
make them look like triangles rather than squares, logs.
Yeah.
Can I show a picture of the spunky quilt? Yes, I can. Of course I can.
Yeah, because actually, I know we said about it would look really nice, those fabrics would look really nice on the cover.
Yeah.
Actually, to be fair, it would look stunning in the spunky
this is
as
your
well.
spunky quilt here. And then that's it finished over the fence, but that's it put together there. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 log cabin blocks a row and 1 star. And that's the finished. You don't see the whole of the finished thing there, but it makes a 50 by 60 inch quilt, and it's a 10 by 10 block size. But we're doing cloudy day.
Yep.
Is it cloudy outside? It's still raining.
Yeah. I'm hoping. I know next week's not going to be nice again. That's what I've seen.
Is that the snow next week? Oh, I'm off all next week.
Oh, are you? Oh.
Well, until Friday. I'm not in here again until Friday. Why are you looking at me like that for, Levi? Oh, Levi's in such a funny mood. Do you need a cuddle? Do you need a cuddle, Levi? You can't get past the camera now, and then the security are waiting by the door, so I'm not allowed to cuddle you anymore. I'm sorry, I'm relaxing back here. I shouldn't be doing this when poor old Emma's working hard. It's been a long week.
It's all good.
I've loved it, though. Don't get me wrong, I've loved it. Don't tell the management that, though. So, yes. So I don't want it to snow next week. I'm going for brunch with Delphine tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and then on Tuesday... Oh, I've got my big meeting at Pavers on Tuesday. Got a big meeting at Pavers. Oh. I'm not driving. I'm not. I don't want me to go all the way to York. I'm not doing that.
Oh, I'm going to York week after next.
Going to... Oh, are you?
Yeah.
What, with your botany? With your flower
stuff?
Oh,
no. I've actually got a couple of days off because it's my birthday and I'm taking a couple of days.
When are you then?
Week after next.
So you're week after, are we still in February? Yeah, just.
Yeah, still be February.
Oh.
Yeah.
You an Aquarian then?
I'm just Pisces.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
I've got to
Just.
get on with Pisces. Get on with Aquarian. Yes. So I've got a full week. And my personal trainer's coming every single day.
Which is good. You should. Oh, I felt the guns.
Yes, had a good old field as well.
Yeah.
Yesterday, we made me do 50 of everything yesterday, so I was absolutely achy yesterday. Oh. But you just feel so good. Whatever that hormone is that goes round you afterwards, it's really good. Not so good at the time. When he goes, do 50 burpees, and you're like,
oh,
50? And I do it in the garage, so all my neighbours can watch and hear me. I don't do it there so they can, they just do. This drives all the way from Redditch to watch.
Yeah.
This drives all the way from Redditch to watch me in my garage.
Burpees where you have to do the star jump and the squat thrust, isn't it?
We don't do star jumps, actually.
Oh,
That's nothing he's ever made me do.
Oh, okay. I thought it was where you did this.
No, the burpees when you go down, legs go out, come back. But there is another one where you do it with weights on, and you go back, and then thump, thump, like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll video it for you. I've got some new shorts. It looks nice.
Right. So I've sewn. I'll mark this so you can see what I'm going to be cutting as well. So you don't have to do this bit, but I'm just going to do it so you can see. Oh, there we go.
So are you drawing more sewing lines or cutting lines?
This is a cutting line,
right,
so and I'm just drawing it so you can see because I've actually used a white thread. So
yeah.
But we'll cut there.
Yes, I was going to do. I had a stitch unpicker in the first hour, and I was going to use one of your two sewing machines and had white fabric.
Oh.
You had white thread in yours, and Alistair even threaded his machine up, so I couldn't do it anyway.
Yeah, I saw that. Was that with the tweezer as well?
Oh no, that was brilliant. No, I was talking about the clippy.
Oh, the clippy one.
Yeah.
Right. So then we cut. I don't know if you can see that. Did it show up? So I've got my sew lines that way, and I'm going to cut. You do, let's see, 1, 2, 4 cuts altogether. Actually, that I've marked it. It's really easy because I can actually move it, and I'll know that it'll all be lined up.
Oh, yeah, because I can see you've got a rotating cutting mat there.
I do, but I didn't know whether it's locked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We lock them and then forget to... how many books in baskets, please? There's 5 left. There's 5 of the books left once you've all checked out. I know, brilliant.
And then it's just down the middle.
It's called... Is it called serotonin? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, it probably does, doesn't it? Endorphins?
Endorphins, yeah. Anyway. Hello, Emma Bradford.
Oh,
looking stunning as usual. I love your top, says Christine.
Oh, bless you. Thank you. It's a Next special.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Are you all wearing Next at the moment? You, Sandy Chocolate Chip Cookie, Stuart, all wearing Next. I used to be the corporate face of Next. Every time they opened a new store, I'd go and open it and do makeovers and things like that. Back in the day when I was famous.
Mm-hmm. They have some good staples.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. There we go. So that's how you get 8. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 half square triangles. I'm going to press them. You can press them to the side. I've been pressing them open because it's...
Oh, you see,
I know.
You see, when we were at St. Quarter, you would never.
I never
press one open. Christine says, "Can I ask?" Oh, Christine, it wasn't a Liberty block. You had to buy from the brand new Liberty collection, and you got a free envelope of fabrics from Liberty to make a block out of. So we didn't sell a block or a panel or anything like that. You had to buy from the launch that Susie Duncan and I did, and however many, 175 or whatever, got the envelope to make a block with, and then you could do with it as you wanted.
There. So you end up, once you press them all out, you
pressing them. What were you using to press it with, Ben?
Oh. Lovely.
Elise, so now, this could be your last, well, not your last hour, but at midnight tonight, that price could go back up. Should be $164.99. For some reason, Hayley told us we could take, 9 left. 9 left. Look at the price, $149.99. Look at the split pay. Look at the split pay. 35 in, but this happened yesterday, right? When we went home, they'd all sold, or people had got them in baskets, right? And then when we came in this morning, there were 21 left. There's 9 left now at that low price.
Wow. And that's how much I paid for my box standard one.
Yeah, yeah.
And this is nice and pretty.
Yeah, exactly. And you can go and Google it yourself. You'll see the prices elsewhere. But there's only 9 left. Only 9 of those left. Right, what are you doing now, then?
I am trimming my half-square triangles to the correct size, which I also never used to be a fan of. But when there's not that many, I don't mind.
When there's 144 of them, that's when it's a bit...
And they're 2.5 inches, you do lose the will to live. But it does mean that your half-square triangles are the perfect size. Right, I'm just going to do the one, 'cause that's all I need for now.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got time.
Oh, yeah, it's only past. You've got plenty.
Yeah. So I'll show you when it's part made. This is what we're going to be making.
So that's a finished block, is it?
Yeah. So you have 2 different colours of half-square triangle. You've got the dark and the light, and you've got the dark and the medium colour.
Right.
And I'll show you how to put that together, but then you put that...
Oh, I see. So it's the same block, and the fabric goes in the same colour order, except the square in the middle. Sometimes it's a light and a dark, and sometimes it's a medium and dark.
Yeah, but they are all the same.
Yeah.
So this is going to go like that. So you make your... I'll show you, but you make your log cabin. Well, this is essentially the sort of... It's a half log cabin, but it still counts. And then once that's made, you've got like almost a sashing and a
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and then I've got 2 more.
So it's part of the same block. It's not that. Oh, I've got it. So the 2 different colourways are in the same block.
Yeah.
I was looking at the picture here, and it looks like you do one in one block and then one in the next block, but it's all part of the same block.
It's all the same, yeah. So that is essentially, what your block is going to look like. And you have 20 of those. So you can, like I said, you can make them all at the same time.
Nice.
So that's what we're going to end up with. So let me start making that, and then we'll get to this bit. I just want to show you where we're ending up. Yep, there's that. That goes there. I just need to make sure There we go.
Christine, you'll have missed it because it was the 8 o'clock in the morning show, and you're never up by 8 o'clock in the morning. Right? So that's what it would have been.
I'm just going to put all of my...
Actually, I'm jumping ahead, but the quilting on the one in the picture here looks very much like the quilting you did on our winning quilt for Festival Quilt. That Christine's mentioning she's won 3 years in a row now.
Oh, wow.
She's had a block in 3 years in a row. But it looks like the swirly quilting that you did for that.
Well, I do like a swirly especially on straight lines.
Oh no! I've got a log cabin that Jane Alcock made for me, and all the quilting on that is swirly, and it just looks so lovely, doesn't it? Because you imagine you're going to on a log cabin, you're just going to do straight lines and straight lines, then put the swirl on top.
Yeah,
it's lovely.
It is nice. There we go. So that's all my strips sort of laid out.
Right.
And what you could do if you
look at that, Bruce.
If you were doing them all same time, is literally have a stack of each one, so stack each size, so then when you...
Oh, because they're all identical?
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah.
Lovely to have you back, Emma. Not usually a fan of orange, but the colourway that you're doing is fresh and bright. Carol in Somerset. It is, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's citrusy. And I always get a bit fed up this time of year anyway, and I think it's happened a bit earlier because of the weather.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think I needed this shot of yellow and orange.
Have you got a sad lamp?
I don't.
No, I've got friends who've got them, and I've often wondered if I should get one. I did have one of those alarm clocks which didn't make a noise, but
it lights.
It comes up as the sun would come.
That would be nice.
Yeah, but I just kind of don't know. It was so difficult to set, first of all.
Oh, yeah.
It didn't make it easy. But I don't know why I didn't like it. I got rid of it in the garage now, and I keep thinking, I should get it out, but it'll be summer again soon, won't it?
Yeah, it will. Plus, you're always up before the sun anyway.
Oh, well, in the summer, it's the most beautiful. Getting up
is.
4:30 in the summer is idyllic. But now, it's just vile, isn't it? Because it's so dark and wet outside.
Mm-hmm. It was quite foggy on the drive-in this morning, actually.
Oh, it's funny. My app said it was going to be foggy this morning, but it wasn't. In my village, it wasn't foggy.
Yeah. So even though this is a log cabin, it's a variation because you only add the strips to one side, or to two sides, right?
Yeah.
So you're...
Oh, yeah, because the full log cabin, you go all the way round.
Around, yeah. Oh, I don't actually need to do
that. Let me look at the book. Oh, be careful with the book. Limited now. And way too many people got it in their baskets. Do you never use the thread cutter? Is it because your machine hasn't got one? You're not used to it, or do you just not do it by habit?
It's partly both. Partly, I like the control of holding the threads when I start.
Oh, of course you do. I knew there'd be a reason.
I'm a control freak.
Yeah, because you always, whenever you start sewing, you always, like we used to when I first trained, you hold the threads behind, don't you, and pull. Yeah. Which means you hardly ever get one of those, and it all goes down into your machine.
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't it funny? Because when I first started, we didn't have thread cutters on them, and you automatically did that and held the thread. It was all part of sewing.
Now, I was saying to Alistair this morning, you know that it's the one time that you don't check the machine before you come on, that it's going to be trouble.
Oh, yeah.
So don't give them any chance, because they like to play havoc anyway.
Yes. So now, have I got... Hang on. You have to follow the colourway that they've said, don't you? Because the amount of fabric you've got here.
Yes.
Because I've got so much more orange.
Yes.
And then half the amount of cream, and then only 1 metre of the yellow. So you do have to follow... I was going to say we could swap them and change them, but you can't, can you?
Well, you could to a degree, if I say that. I'm sure you could. The reason you got so much orange is because the border is all in the orange.
Oh, okay, right.
So
you could.
Yeah, you could change them up, but you'd still need to have your border.
You'd have to have an orange border. You can't change that, but you can
No.
swap them up. Because they work in the colourway that you've got them, but if you wanted to move them round.
Yeah.
And I wonder what it would look like if you did, like, alternate, kind of make...
Oh, like a rainbow.
Yeah, kind of, some of them put
Oh.
Put the dark one first, then the pale one, then the pale one first, then the dark one, or not. I don't know if it might... I don't know. But after you've made this out of the bundle, this would look gorgeous in rainbow fabrics, all the different blocks, all different colours, wouldn't they?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and actually, I've just noticed the secondary pattern that it makes.
Yeah, so the squares make a...
Yes. I was only looking at the top row, you see. It's only when you look down and you realise they make a secondary pattern within them, don't they? Be careful with the book. Be careful with the book. Oh, I've got the Cloudy Day, Lewis and Irene in at the moment. That's this bundle here. Check out. Oh, I was going to work out the sums, wasn't I?
Oh.
Yeah, go.
The other thing I was going to say about the round peg bundle, they'd be nice. I mean, they'd be pretty big, but it'd still be nice placemats or...
Oh, yeah. The garden in summer.
Yeah. Or cushions.
Oh, yeah, cushions be lovely. Oh, now Lynn had a sad lamp and she had to stop using it because it gave her headaches.
Oh.
Well, you see, my friend Bob won't be without his. He gets so... Well, he has, because he's moved to Italy. But when he lived in Islington, he couldn't do without it, so...
Yeah. I have to admit, I haven't gotten fed up sad-wise, but I am fed up of being cold.
You see, I don't think it's as cold as normal. I've hardly had my heating on.
Really?
And I walk around the house in shorts and T-shirt when I get home.
Oh.
My neighbours think I'm crazy. Like, they see me in the morning. On a day off when I'm doing my cleaning and things. I'm doing the bins and everything. On a really cold, windy day, I've just got my shorts and my T-shirt on.
Yeah.
And my flip-flops. Oh, let me just work this out. Right, okay, so I've got 5.5 metres, which is 11. Oh, let me get my pen. Oh, don't be looking at me while I'm doing my maths. No, I can't do adding up when you're watching. Now, isn't it funny? It's a cardboard channel. I can't find anything to write on. There's usually loads of it. Oh, here goes this one. I've got one. Oh, thank you, Chris, but you were too slow.
All right, this is the last strip on the log cabin middle bit. This would actually be a really good block a day pattern if you just wanted to do one block every day.
Yeah. Now. Yes, he's taken it too low. $7.99 was already taken off, right? Ben didn't think it was. So you've actually saved £16 or £15 and 98 pence. Don't tell Hayley, she'll go mad. I've been in every week, which makes every day this week makes him tired. Look, I was doing my maths on the back of this lovely Plaid for Lads card.
Oh, nice.
It was part of the set dressing. Sorry, Chris. Oh, it doesn't. I thought it was going to frizz.
It didn't fly.
Oh, I love those colours together.
Good. So this is
oh, right.
my
So
log
now what
cabin.
happens when I get to this bit?
Yeah. So that's my log cabin bit.
Yeah.
I've got one sort of sashing strip sewn together. This is what it looks like apart. So I'm going to sew this and this together to make it. And then it's just a case of putting it all. You'll sew one set of strips to the block itself, and then the square and the other set gets sewn together and then added on.
Okay. So do you make it like into a fat row and a skinny row, and just go the skinny row on the bottom of the fat row? You'll see what I mean in a minute.
Yes. Press that open.
So how's the family?
Oh, good.
Your granddaughter must be getting quite old
Yeah,
now.
it's her birthday this month as well.
And how old is she now?
She'll be 8. I know. It's gone quick.
Well, yeah, so I must know because I think she was a newborn when I first met you, was she? When you first started at Sewing Quarter?
She might not have been born yet. Wasn't it 2016? I want to say 2016-ish. I want to say...
So I was there from the beginning, wasn't I?
Yeah. Right. So I'll put that one onto there, and then this onto here. I have to say, it's a perfect 1/4 inch.
Huh?
On this machine, it's a perfect 1/4 inch.
Yeah, it's brilliant. But there again, we all say this, don't we? Every machine's different, isn't it?
It is.
And you don't ever make a quilt on 2 machines.
No.
Because your blocks won't be the same size, even if they're both exactly the same machine.
Go. So are you going to be posting while you're on cruise pictures and updates? And...
Oh, yeah. I think you're going to be filming on there as well.
Oh, nice.
And apparently what they want to do is announce next year's while we're on the cruise This
Oh,
is
nice.
Oh, do you know how many books are left? Can I just tell you? One book.
Oh.
There's one book left. And how many
quick.
baskets? 34 people want it, and there's one book left. That's a shame, because I was going to take this one. But never mind. Leave out. If I can't go with the box. I borrowed a box of pins on Christmas Eve, because I was going up north taking my sewing machine, and my niece wanted to make some scrunchies. So I took my sewing
Oh,
machine,
yeah.
Right? And every day, Levi's gone, have you brought the pins back? Have you brought the pins back yet? I brought them back yesterday, and he just, like, shrugged. But you look at the amount other people walk out of here with, and I've got 1/2 box of pins. Anyway, there's one left, still one left, there's still one left.
Oh, you'll have to sign it.
Oh, I can't buy it, I'm not allowed to buy one.
Oh, okay.
It's fine. I'll photocopy it before we go. But I won't, we're not allowed to do that.
No.
Oh, now, there's 2 left now. Oh, now there's 1 left. What happened then? Yeah. Anyway, you've done it?
Yeah, last bit. So I actually pressed this seam and that seam opposite so that they nest right there.
Yeah.
Because that's where you need it to match. And that is the very last seam.
Are you have you brought the song and dance routine with you? Because we've still got 15 minutes left.
Oh, you know what I can do?
Oh, what?
I haven't cut any strips. I haven't cut any strips for ages.
Oh, no, we can do how to cut. Brilliant,
Yeah.
brilliant. That's fine then. Oh, then stop. Sold out. Sold out. The boot. Well done. Congratulations. We knew that would be popular. The Aliso, how many of those have I got left? 3 Alisos left. 3 Alisos. And how many baskets? 37 people want it. There's only 3 left now at that fantastic price. Now, we don't know how long it's going to take to get the next batch in. And I'm not adding any undue pressure. I'm just saying these come directly from the suppliers in the UK. But the suppliers in the UK have to get them shipped from America. Not yours, not the ones we're selling here, but the next batch have to come from America. And they won't send the batch until the whole container is full. So I don't know. I mean, they'll need to fill it with little ones because we sold as the little ones as well. But when these 3 go, we won't have any stock. And when these 3 go, it definitely won't be $149.99.
And even when they send the container, it's going to be at least 4 weeks on the water.
Yeah, definitely.
There we go. Right. So if I do that, which is that one, and then if we show that, I guess I don't have the bits in between.
Yeah. But what we're saying is that then creates that other square in the middle, doesn't it?
Because then the other ones go... Which way do they go? Oh, it's the same.
Oh.
Oh, no. It's opposite. Okay. So then...
Oh, what you put that one, the one on the top right.
Yeah,
so
you'd have 2 dark ones. Where are they? You'd have 2 dark ones like this.
That's it.
There you go. And then, obviously, that then becomes the other side.
Yes.
So then you'd have dark...
Oh, right.
Dark lines going this way.
Yes.
This
I was going to say, oh, no, because that means you've got seam matching, but you haven't got seam matching, have you, in it?
No.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah, and it...
Beautiful. So that's how to make that block. Let me just, before you go to do the cutting, I'll just go through the bundles again. The book sold out, book sold out. This is the bundle, that one that Emma was doing there. You're saving at $15.98 because Ben's taken the price off twice. And that was to make the Cloudy Day. Cloudy Day, there you go. £70.41. You're getting an awful lot of art, Lewis. It's all Lewis and Irene. Lewis and Irene Dreams and Bumbleberries. That's a gorgeous colour, that one, isn't it? Rightio. Then we've also got that one in monochrome, which would look very... Do you know what I might be tempted to do? Is out of my stash, I might do one of the squares in the middle, like red or something like that.
That would be nice.
Just to get you that pop of that secondary colour. Because isn't it tradition that log cabins normally have red or yellow in the middle, don't they, for the heart of the home and things like that?
For the hearth.
Hearth. Oh, hearth, not heart. Hearth. Yeah. Oh, yes. I've been saying heart all this time, and it's meant to be hearth, isn't it? Anyway, $38.89 for the monochrome one there. Oh, you're saving... Right, there's 5. Don't try and take any more money off, Ben. There's £5 off that one. I wonder why they've taken money off these bundles. Okay, then I've got the Tilda bundle. Now, they've put this Tilda bundle together for Spunky. But you don't have to do funky with it. You just have the Tilda in your stash. We think it would look nice for the log cabin that's on the front of the book, but you'd need to supplement your cream. Oh, and you got £10 off that one.
Oh, wow. Oh, Tilda.
That's good.
That is good.
Beautiful. 8 metres of fabric there.
Wow.
Right, and then one we haven't really talked about this one. This is your circle in a square. You want to make the blue one? That's that one there. These are long quarters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. Plus your ½ metre of your blue. Now, is there meant to be a blue border on this? Because those 6, 1, 2, there's only 1, 2, hang on, look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bits, and there's ½ metre of that one.
Oh, that could be the binding as well. No.
She's trying to cover a track.
Well, to be fair, they sent me all ½ metres, so
I
don't
see.
differentiate.
Okay.
So,
let me have a look what they've done in the book.
yeah, I think it is, because it is literally just that size, and they've probably, that's for the binding.
Oh, I can't even find it now. Round peg is well, 34. Oh, yes. That'll be the blue will be the binding as well, look. So we can't shout at her. She's done it right. Anyway, that's that one, $26.99. And then I've also got that one in the red. So you get the ½ metre of the red splodge. Then you get your Liberté. Yeah, it's all Liberty. Apart from, obviously, that one. $29.99 to make your circle in a square. Right, so what are you going to show us then?
Cutting strips, because it's one of those things I learnt by watching telly, because I always started hand piecing before I did anything on the machine.
Yeah.
And I didn't have anybody to show me how to do this. So I was watching, back in the day, PBS, which was the free cable channel.
In America?
Yeah, that's where Bob Ross started.
Oh, don't mention his name here. They all love him here.
So, yeah, they'd have quilting programs on there as well.
Oh, wow.
I'll show you how to do it.
So we weren't the first then at Sewing Quarter. Oh, well. Right, so take my fabric.
Yes, and I fold it lengthways so that my selvage edges are both together. Now, when you have it cut off the bolt, you probably see on this end, it isn't always straight when it comes off the bolt, which is no fault of the person who's cut it. It's just that when it's wound on the bolt, one side of the fabric is a bit tighter than the outside one, just naturally. That's just the way, nature of the beast. So what I always do is I put my selvage edges together, and then I fold it in half and hold it up so that it's hanging straight. And I just shift my fingers. So I've got a digit in between the selvage edges, and I can just shift it one way or the other.
Yeah.
So if I shift it so it's definitely a bit skewy, you can see, you see that crease in there?
At the bottom, yeah.
Yeah. So if I put it back straight, 'cause it was fairly straight to begin with. There, I'm happy with that. Happy with that. So that's folded in half, everything's straight, and then I'll just fold it in half again so it's in quarters, and line up my selvage edge with that folded edge. And you can even see, if I pull this over, even though I've already cut some strips off it, it's already skewed a bit. Yeah, so you can see not all of my cut edges are even, and if that was a cut edge off the bolt, it might be even more noticeable.
Yeah.
So it can be up to like ½ an inch.
Also, yes, because also you've cut a straight line, whereas it's been cut in warehouses and things like that. It's not a straight line, so some might be sticking out more than others.
Yeah, exactly. And the reason that I line everything up like that is when you do cut your strip, especially skinny strips, if the fabric isn't perfectly aligned with each other, so all 4 bits, when you cut your strip, what can happen when you open it up is it will go a little bit zigzaggy on each one. And that's really a problem if you're cutting borders and things like that. Oh, so I kind of skipped ahead. What I did do, and I don't use lines on my cutting mat very often, but I do it for the first cut. So I've lined up my folded edge with one of the lines on the cutting mat, and then I use my ruler to line up with one of the lines going this way to cut that extra off. And I try and cut it a little bit skinnier usually, but if you cut it skinnier, just open that up to make sure you've got the whole strip.
If it has been uneven, if it's broken, you know you've not done your line properly.
Exactly.
Again, yeah.
So I'm cutting 2-inch strips, and now, even though it's lined up with my mat, I use my lines and my ruler to measure the depth of my strips. So if I want 2 inches, and I measure 2 inches on my ruler and then cut it. The only time that I revert back to using the lines on my mat is if, for instance, I need to cut one that is 8 inches wide, which I had to do for my squares. Then I cut that using the lines on my mat because my ruler isn't wide enough.
Yeah.
But rule of thumb is use the lines on your ruler to measure, and only keep using the same one. So either use all the measurements on your ruler, or if you do prefer to use the measurements on your mat, just keep using the lines on your mat.
Yeah.
Don't mix and match.
Don't do one on your mat, one on your ruler, one on your mat.
Yeah. So, of course, like I just said, there's exceptions to that, but that's the general rule of thumb. Actually, I'll open that up so you can see. You should be able to, let me see.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, so this would be where the bends would be, right here. So if it's, it would be a bit more skewy. Yeah. That's a bit exaggerated, but you'll be able to see it.
Just a bit.
Different bend, a different kink.
Brilliant. When I've got to stop now. When are you in next?
I actually don't know.
Oh.
I don't know, because I don't know if I've got a date in March. Oh. I have to check with Jen, otherwise it might be April, and I haven't got a date for that yet.
No, they've kept apart all this time.
I know.
Anyway, give me a quick cut, because I've got to...
Thank you.
Mwah. Lovely to see you. Right, tomorrow's menu. Now, remember, I'm not in now again till Friday. So, Jason Yenter Fabrics at 8 o'clock. Now, I thought... Oh, no, it's 12 o'clock. They've got William Morris. Jason Yenter Fabrics at 8 o'clock. Helen McCook Goldwork at 9 o'clock. Sewing Room Tools at 10 o'clock. Helen McCook Goldwork at 11. We love William Morris at 12. And I think it's Vic's you've got tomorrow. Thank you for staying all week with me. It's been a long week, but enjoyable. And I will see you next Friday. Mrs. Skinny Galinki's in next. Don't get me standing next to her. Hayley West, looking fabulous. We will see you. She'll see you in 4 minutes, and I'll see you on Friday.
Join me for my birthday show on Thursday. Yes, it's actually my birthday that day. I've got the lovely Wendy Orlando, who's going to be demonstrating a beautiful shoulder bag and a quilt. Then I've got Sam Sabido in with a brand new Sunshine crochet cardigan, and a show with Amber Makes where we've designed the Carefree cacti with all cacti themed prints as well. So I hope you can join me. Happy birthday to me.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Subcutting is a really useful technique that we use in patchwork for cutting one piece of fabric into strips and then subcutting them into smaller strips. It makes the whole patchwork process quicker and easier, and I'm going to show you how to do it. So if you want to cut a piece of fabric into strips and you want to use the whole width of fabric, fold it in half to start with, and then have the top fold level with one of the lines on your cutting mat. You can then trim it to start with because this is nice and level. So I'm just going to line up one of the lines on the ruler so I know that this is at right angles. Then using your rotary cutter, just cut all the way along the line. You can discard that piece, you don't need that. Now I'm going to cut it, say I want to cut it into 2-inch strips. If it says in your pattern cut 2-inch times width of fabric, line the 2-inch mark up on your ruler and then cut it, and there's a nice 2-inch strip. Now with subcutting, you want to cut this strip into smaller pieces. So 2 ways of doing this. line up the strip on one of the straight lines, and say I want to cut it into 2-inch squares. Again, I'm going to trim the end off just so I've got a nice right angle, and then lining up the 2-inch mark, I'm going to subcut into 2-inch squares. So you can work 2 inches. If you then put the 4-inch mark, make sure you keep the lines on the top of your ruler parallel. So I've now subcut one strip into smaller pieces. If you want to subcut more than one strip, you can do this all together. 2 ways: you can either lay them on your cutting mat like this, one on top of the other, making sure they're nice and level, or if you've got more than 2, because I wouldn't cut through more than this number of layers together, put one below the other. Just make sure that they're all nice and straight and even. You can put them in a row like this. So I can now cut 1, 2, 3, 4 strips at the same time. Again, trim off the end, making sure it's nice and level. Discard those pieces. And if I wanted to cut them in maybe into 4-inch pieces, so I've got 2 by 4 inches, I can cut through all those 3 layers in one go and then carry on. And I've got now accurately subcut pieces from one larger piece of fabric.
Some pattern pieces will tell you to place it on the fold. It always tells you on your pattern how many pieces to cut out and where to put them. So you need to find the fold of your fabric. This is how to do it. First of all, make sure your fabric is folded carefully in half. Along your folded edge, place
via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Good morning, welcome to Sewing Street. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1. In Visualize Live.
Good morning, welcome to Sewing Street. I feel like after that lovely intro, I have to be all chirpy on a Monday morning. Good morning. We should really be chirpy. We're waking everyone up on a Monday morning, aren't we? Dan, I think you've put this upside down. I'm just looking at my monitor there and seeing all the birds upside down here and thinking, oh, they are all upside down. It's directional. It's a beautiful quilt though, isn't it? Maybe that's the way up you'd have it on your bed, if you're lying in bed and you want to look at the birds. Good morning. How is everyone? It feels like ages since I've been sitting here. I'm really excited to be with you. We've got Helen McCook here. We've been having a good old catch-up with her amazing kit. It's all so well thought out. I know that Helen's been listening to you. What do you want? What sort of kits would you like? And she's put together amazing bespoke kits for the show. So really, really excited about that. Speaking of exciting bits, this hour we have got brand new Jason Yenter fabrics. We've got some of the most popular border prints. We've got a bundle that should not be on two-way split pay. No, Hannah, it's not. You've forgotten what you've done already. She said it should not be on two-way split pay, and it is.
It's not over 100. She's actually put it on 3-way split pay. It should not be even on 2-way split pay. So yeah, we're very excited. I will show you all on pre-order in a moment. But first, another exciting thing is I've got 3 early bird specials. They all work in tandem, but we're going to do 3 separate auctions in case you want, separate products. Now, we're going to start with a rotary cutter. Now, it's not just any rotary cutter. This is the Hemline Black and Gold. The price point that you see on screen is actually a very sort of comparable price point to what we found elsewhere. So if you go to a high street store like Dunelm, they have a bit of a haberdashery range. And they're £20. In fact, they've done a bit better than us. I'm going to get it from Dunelm instead. No. We're going to do better than that, don't worry. Today it's going to be an early bird special. Now, it's your 45mm blade. It's exactly the same as that one. It's a gold blade. It's not a solid gold blade. It's not gold plated. It's just the colour of it. But it's lovely. Now, when you do blunt this eventually, when you've done a lot of cutting, you can replace it with any of the Hemline gold blades or any of your standard 45mm blades. I love the black handle. It looks so swish, doesn't it? But it's also super comfortable. It's all got this lovely rubber grip on it. So you're going to have that stability when you're cutting, which is important. And I also really like this. Now, this is the only rotary cutter that I've seen, this little guard, which actually keeps your rotary cutter on the base of the mat and keeping it nice and straight. It's just giving you that little bit more leverage, isn't it? And then it has also got your safety button. It has got the safety catch, which is obviously important. So here you can see it's got that trigger, which you can see your blade exposed. If I want to lock it completely, then you can. So if that's in your pencil case, if you're on the move, if you've got it there on your desk, it's never going to have an exposed blade anyway because it has got the retractor, but you can also have that additional safety of locking it in place. Now, this is going to be all about price, I'm not going to lie. This is going to be all about a brilliant deal for you. We want everybody to open their order nice and early. So let's start with a brilliant deal. Now, reminder, Dunelm did beat us on price. Yeah, Bruce was on his way to Dunelm. So if we can get this today, under £20, we're going to do it. I've got a feeling that this is going to shock you. Today, you can get it at £11.99. Nowhere near £20. And it is a beautiful quality 45mm rotary blade. We know the brand Hemline. If you're after a gift for somebody, if you're going to workshops or classes and need a second rotary cutter, or if you're starting a new hobby, starting a new craft, then this is perfect. Thank you, Christine, for leaving a FIFA review. She said a good rotary cutter and well priced, and I like the colour. It looks very swish, doesn't it? It does look very, very swish in the black and gold. Perfect complement to my other Hemline Black and Gold series items and a great price. We have also got the mat. We've got the ruler. They're very stylish. Sometimes workroom things, might not go in your home interior design. We spend a lot of time in our craft room. We want it to look nice. So to be able to have all matching as well, I think is really nice. Hence why we're going to do these as early bird specials as well, if you do want to get that whole look, that whole set. Just nice to have a rotary cutter that is safe once finished cutting. Exactly. The amount of times I've seen, and even on air, if I'm honest, designers that obviously cut and just put the rotary cutter to the side and leave the blade exposed, because quite often you would have to physically retract the blade. Whereas with this, it does have that trigger point, so you can to lock it in place like this, but then you have that extra security of the locking button so that that is now completely secure and locked in place. Saved features. Can use it if you're a left-hander as well, because you can swap it round to the other side, I believe. Not yet. Not all rotary cutters of this price point have these kind of locks on. Lots of these sort of price ranges in rotary cutters are the ones that you would then physically have to retract the blade down itself, and you wouldn't be able to lock it in place. And they don't always have a nice soft grip handle like this. Robert said, it cuts like a dream. Very nice to hold. Well, this is it. You've got to make sure that you're cutting through multiple layers of fabric safely, efficiently. And you want to make sure that you've got a nice sharp blade. What's going on? Right, it is Monday. It is Monday morning. It is bright and early. I'm sorry, Hannah. I did message Hannah at the weekend. I said, I've not been here for ages. What can we do that's really special? What can we do that's really different? I know that we've had a lot of huge shows recently with Stuart's birthday. You know, we've done a lot of, you did the split pay shows. So I said, Hannah, what can we do? I said, Hannah, it's not really good enough. What can we do more? And she says, I didn't reply because it was stressing me out. She ignored me. I was like, can we do something special? She's like, right, I was planning on doing some really special deals. She's like, I'm going to go even further now. If you've got this in your basket, if you've already checked out, you're about to get this even lower. Okay. £20 is the price normally on this road. In fact, here it's £21. Hannah's in the mood to break all the rules today. Can you tell? Under £10. Oh, we have 60 of these. Buy as many as you want. Fill your boots. Stock up. If you do want one of these for your foundation paper piecing, that you don't have to change your blade for your paper maybe, or you've got a separate one that stays in your tool bag, ready to go to workshops and classes. This will look absolutely fabulous. Going to your workshops and classes with your black and gold hemline blade. Under £10, that is now a really, well, that's like an entry-level sort of price, isn't it? It means that now you can start your quilting journey really affordably. Let's face it, I know that tools, it can be expensive to start out a new hobby, can't it? Today, we're better than half price, £9.99. Good morning. We want to make sure that you don't have those Monday blues this morning. Let's sell this out. There's now less than 50 of these remaining, and there is 30 left in baskets. Can I just say that Hannah and I, we're messaging to and fro a lot through the week, often with, you know, silly reels of funny things, TikToks and all that. And every now and then I say, Hannah, please, can we just do something crazy? Oh, by the way, speaking of crazy, Bruce has just asked me to move my drink from set before we went on air. And I was like, I don't know, Bruce. This is my water bottle that we're also selling on the show set. I've got my own one because this was on Manager Special. It's not been on since. We've got the cold drinks flask and we've also got the thermos flask as well. I like the idea of the thermos ones because if you're starting to do more walks, if you want to take your coffee with you, because let's face it, if you go to a drive-through coffee, it costs you £5, can't it, nowadays? When you start having, you know, your alternative milks or syrups or something. So to take your own coffee with you, or soup or something nice, maybe you're starting health kick and you've got your soup ready for your flask. So we've got two options in the lovely William Morris showcase coming up at 12 o'clock, along with the quilt that's behind me. Once everyone has checked out on this massively discounted rotary cutter, there are fewer than 20. £9.99, supposed to be £21.99. That is now kind of like a Manager Special deal. Honestly, do not... I'm just saying it's kind of like, it kind of is. It's kind of like-ish. You know, those kind of things that we're not supposed to do. Good morning, good morning, good morning. You know the prices where you kind of see with managers? Hannah feels like she should be a manager. She has access all areas on the system this morning, apparently. Three-way split pays. So I got told over on our sister channel, Jones, where I've been doing some morning shows, that my producer said, I don't have the... Because I said, oh, thanks for putting it on split pay. She said, I don't have the power of doing that. She says, imagine if the producer had the power of putting things on split pay. Hannah rocks in, put it on three-way split pay. Shouldn't even got it on two-way split pay, and I put it on three. So, yeah, Hannah has the power this morning. £9.99. She was waiting for me to tell her, no, put it back on two. Too far, Hannah. She was expecting me to tell her she'd gone too far. Right, how many of these have we got left? Once everybody's checked out, literally 14 left. But we're presuming everybody's just buying one. If you want two of those, go for it. Shall we do the mat and the ruler? Let's do the cutting mat because you've got to get the whole set now. It's another one. There you go, roll VT, Bruce. We are being so edgy this morning. Right, how nice is this going to look? Do they? Hannah says, I don't have a workroom. She says the green ones bother her. Having the green cutting mat she doesn't like on her dining table. If you have a workroom, she says, fair enough. But do you know what I like? This is a size that is probably going to be your second cutting mat. It might be your cutting mat that you have that you can sit in the dining room and watch the telly while you're cutting your half square triangles. You're not going to be doing your full half meters from this, but you're going to be working from your charm squares. You're going to be working on your sub cutting. You're going to be trimming off your dog ears, or you're taking this to a class or workshop with you because it's more portable. You can hide this under the sofa. You can hide this in the drawer. This is, again, going to be discounted as an early bird. If you've got this at £9.99, add this in. Your savings are huge. Now, the start price is already really good. £13.99 for a Hemline Gold cutting mat. Now, this is in inches and centimetres, imperial and metric. See, this is already a brilliant price. See, now, Bruce, look at you, Bruce, we've converted you. About 10 minutes he was going, I'm off to Dunelm. That's a really good price. And now he's like, look at this, £15. Okay. Sorry. Our floor manager, Dan, is now saying, hang on, what is all of this that you're adding into the show that's just arriving this morning? This wasn't in the show at the weekend. This is my fault for asking for more amazing deals for you today. Right, should we do something really silly? We kind of started the show as we're meaning to go on. We started the show with our naughty discount on the rotary cutter. Let's do something crazy on this as well. Where are you thinking, Hannah? Do it, do it. Who wants it under 10? Another amazing early bird special. Oh! Hannah! Right, is it at this point I tell you you've gone too far? £9.99. It's supposed to be amazing. This is a price point that I'd be saying, have a spare one that you make sticky for your gyro cut tool. Have a spare one that you're taking on the move with you, that you keep in your craft bag. Now, this one, there was 100 of. There is now 76, 75 chances remaining at £7.99. Your rotary cutter is £9.99. Your cutting mat is £7.99. You are now paying still less than what you would pay for the rotary cutter elsewhere. We're still lower than the price point that you're getting both of these. That's brilliant. Any crafts. See, now, I work over on our sister channel, Jewellery Maker. They have a cutting mat on the set ready, you know, for different bits. Hobby Maker, definitely, using a craft knife. It's just for all hobbies, for all crafts, at this sort of price point. Like I said, to be able to have, they always say when you have if you've watched one of the gyro cuts, which is a little tool that you can sort of curve like a penknife that writes like a pen. Who is it that comes into the young man? Hannah's saying the young man. Not sure his name, but the young man. Yes, they always say, use an old cutting mat, make it sticky. £7.99? This is amazing value for money now. Bearing in mind, £15 elsewhere. We're under £8. It's not, you know, an old mat. This isn't second-hand. The reason I say this, quite often now, I'll do price comparisons and I look elsewhere and I realise actually I'm on a second-hand website quite often and find things. I think, oh, that's cheap, and it's refurbished or it's second-hand. This is self-healing. It is self-healing as well. So you can just, if you wipe it with a baby wipe, then it will reinvigorate those self-healing properties. Some people wash them, a little warm bath. It's 18 inches by 12 inches. Your grid size is 17 inches by 11 inches or centimetres, 28 centimetres by 43 centimetres. But what I love as well is that you've got your really important angles, or your angles that are most used. So you've got a 30 degree, a 60 degree, you've got a 90 degree, you've got a 45 degree. You've even got your 2.5-inch strip here for your bias binding. Or if you're cutting your own jelly rolls or something, this is perfect. Just to have those markings there is brilliant. Half the stock is gone once everybody has checked out. Remember, if you've already checked out on this, don't panic. You can still come back in and get the mat and still only pay £1 post and packaging. And trust me, today is a show you're definitely going to want to open your order early. We've got so many brand new kits from Helen McCook. We've also got lots of her best sellers back in stock. We've got the Entangle quilt on the show. We've got, for the first time, Outside Manager Special, the water bottles, the William Morris water bottles. We've even got a brand new Jason Yenter collection, Calypso 3, coming up in this hour. So if you've got anything in your basket, don't panic, you'll only pay 1p&p all day. All your orders are consolidated at midnight tonight, so it's fine. £7.99, and that's for your mat. So we're up to £18 so far, aren't we? £17.99 for both of these. These are all your essentials to get going. It was my first 3 purchases when John Scott took me under his wing and said, right, come on, I'll sort you a job at Sewing Quarter. He was like, right, you've got to get yourself on a crafting class. I went to my local quilters den, it's called Quilters Den in Warwick. I went to a patchwork, beginner's patchwork, and first 3 items that I bought ever in the crafting world about 7 years ago was the rotary cutter, a cutting mat, and a ruler. And it's still, you know, these are your most used tools in patchwork, aren't they? You need your ruler, you need your mat, and you need your rotary cutter. Now this all ties in perfectly because it is again from that black and gold range. Difficult to see on screen. Shall I have a look with some fabric underneath? So you can see your markings. There you go. So whether you're looking at light fabric or dark fabric, you're still going to be able to see underneath. Is in inches. You've also got to gain all of your different angles at your 30 degree, 60 degree angle here, 45 degree angle. This is a really good size to start with as well, because you're going to be able to cut lots of your bigger cuts as well as some of your smaller squaring up blocks, like your 10-inch blocks as well. You're going to be able to use it for that. Okay. Long River website, this is £20 or £19.49. It's got great ratings, 5-star ratings. 24 inches. It's the same ruler. This is the size that we always recommend to start out with. 24-inch ruler, you cut your full width of fabric. We're already lower than the price comparison on the Long River. We're going lower. Oh no, we do not see quilting rulers at £8.99. I would absolutely make, and this is like the luxury black and gold version that Hemline launched. Hannah's now singing black and gold in my ear. £8.99, 24 by 6.5 inches, all of your measurements, all of your half-inch, full-inch, quarter of an inch, and every 1/8 of an inch is marked as well on here. Use it along with your rotary cutter, use it with your cutting mat. Today at £8.99. Your cutting mat's your side graphic, that's just £7.99. How much are we paying for the whole bundle? So, we're at £9.99. Plus £7.99 plus £8.99, please. Sorry, this is kind of maths we probably should be able to do in our head. £26.97. £26.97. Very stylish way to start a new hobby or craft, isn't it? Take them to your workshops or classes. Nice set to be able to get somebody for less than £30. Bearing in mind, with our price comparisons that we were looking at, how much would we be at? £20 for the rotary cutter. £15 for the mat, that's £35. And how much was the ruler, Bruce? Then the ruler was £19.49. So we're at £54. £54.49 elsewhere for that set of 3. Whereas here, for all 3, here today we're at £26.97 for all 3. It's a big difference, isn't it? Virtually half price. £8.99. We've got a really good quantity on this one. Not as many as the mat, but just be aware if you do want the ruler, that is a very, very low deal, even by Sewing Street standards. Even here, you know, on an early bird special, we might take £1 off or £2 off. Today, £17.99 down to £8.99 is one of the biggest clearance prices I've seen. That's a massive saving. Okay, so get in touch with us today. Get your questions in for Helen. She's already setting herself up right now, doing a bit of stitching in the wings. We've got some amazing kits to bring you. They're all from Helen McCook, so they're all her kits for you, and they are amazing quality, all really well thought out. Some that are new and exclusive, some that have never been seen before or bought before outside of her sort of private classes. So I'm really excited about that. That's at 9 o'clock. We've also got... Now, Sewing room tool sounds very generic. We've jam-packed this with all of your haberdashery needs. We've got lots of different things. We've got some Easter bits, we've got lots of lovely buttons, bits and pieces that we don't normally have time to talk about on the show. And they're all lovely. Excuse me. So that's all coming up in the 10 o'clock hour. Easter fabrics as well coming up. And then at 11, Helen's going to be back. We've got some restocks. We've got some fabulous tools. We've got things like beading trays. We've got the retractable lanyards coming as well, the necklaces that you can put your tools onto. We've also got the silk shading. The Tudor Rose back in stock. It's sold out every time it's come to air. Really excited about the brand new Thistle as well, silk shading kit coming up at 11 o'clock. Then We Love William Morris. We Love William Morris coming up at 12 o'clock. Behind me, we've got the Entangled Quilt. This is gorgeous. Is this the colourway that we've got? No. Is it? I didn't know we had the exact colourway. I was told we don't have this colourway. Oh, Dan is a legend. Our floor manager said, we do have it. I found it. This is the colourway that you're going to get the chance to purchase today. Now, it's already on pre-order if you want to shop ahead, but it's an amazing quilt kit. We are going lower. Right, so do you know when we said we've done some really, really cheeky deals on our early bird? We're going to keep this theme going throughout the day. Stay tuned. Stay tuned. Now, before we do the bundle, can we do the border fabric for this collection? Because it's not in the bundle. So, it is brand new in today. Let me have a look. I've got a feeling that, Dan, have you put the border one within here? Let's have a look. If you put the picture in, Hannah, then I'll be able to see which one the panel is. So, this isn't part of... Oh, it is by the half metre. It isn't part of the collection because... It isn't part of the bundle because it is in the... no. Bear with. Ends in 21, Dan. Thank you. Got it. Right. So... We've not put the border prints in the bundle because we definitely think you're going to want more than half a metre. If you get yourself a metre of this, then it will start to really show it off. Brand new today. This is stunning. Brand new Calypso 3. You know when they bring out a third film or something, it's got to have obviously been a very, very popular collection for Jason Yenter to say, I'm bringing out a second edition, I'm bringing out a third edition. This is Calypso 3. I absolutely love this. The colours are amazing. Now, I want to show you, this is what half a metre looks like. Now, the reason we're going to start with this is because this isn't in the bundle, because I think that you're going to want more than half a metre of it. We've found with these border prints, half a metre, people buy huge amounts of it. Look at the details. Look at the details on the whales. I mean, they're absolutely amazing. Everybody's checking out on multiple units. I'm not surprised. These are gorgeous. Look, you've got your seahorse, your jellyfish, your stingrays. Oh, they all look like they have been watercoloured. They're amazing. Now, if you want to make large cushions, if you want to do wall hangings, if you want to be able to use this as a border on a quilt, this is amazing, isn't it? We watched the new Mary Poppins yesterday. I'd never watched it before. I was a little bit sceptical, I'm not going to lie, because I am a huge fan of Mary Poppins and, all the old classics. And some of the new recreations are good, but I was like, I just can't beat the Mary Poppins. Anyway, I watched the new Mary Poppins yesterday, and I loved it. I say new, it's probably still about 6 years old now, isn't it? But they dive in the bath and go under the sea. So me and Maisie have been having loads of conversations about coral and seahorses and all sorts, because she loved that scene on Mary Poppins. We have to keep watching it. But isn't this just so magical? She would love a big wall hanging or a big play mat. It's just gorgeous. Huge cushions. Remember, you're not just getting, let me show you, that is half a metre. So if you are buying multiple units, it will carry on like this. it'll carry on in this direction. So you are going to be able to do amazing long wall hangings, or you could do a big quilt with amazing borders, do some stunning quilting. What about adding beads and ribbons and all sorts, make it really tactile with, like, you know, I'm thinking like scrunchy things and making it like a sensory mat or something. This would be brilliant for that, with tentacles coming off. Oh, I think this would be amazing to be able to do some really educational, lovely, colourful things for somebody who's a teacher, or, you know, someone who's a primary school teacher, to be able to make a big wall hanging. I love it. But even, what about like swim bag, or a lovely wash bag, or just fussy cutting some of these watercolour elements, just by having yourself a metre of it. Even your background is gorgeous. Even the borders, it's all designed with the Jason Yenter collection to have these amazing borders. And they're both slightly different, can you see? I do love the big long door hangings that you have. You know, in Japan, they always have like lovely long wall hangings, don't they, across the doors. Sorry, just having a sip of my water from a new William Morris water bottle. I love it, I love it, I love it. This is not in the bundle. It's part of the brand new Calypso 3 collection. Okay, now the bundle. Where do we start with this bundle? Now, it's gorgeous. It's a brand new collection. It's all under the sea theme. It's stunning colours, really, really bright. Great for any of your quilting projects. But there is another big reason why you've got to get involved in this, is because split pay is a huge thing for us here. Because we're part of a bigger group, we're part of Gemporia Craft, and we're really, really lucky, because those of you that have, you know, been on, you know, my crafting journey, been with me from the start, know John Scott from years ago when we were part of a previous life of Sewing Quarter. One thing that we really wanted to do on that channel but never ever could was split pay. And we always had people asking about easy pay, split pays, you know, offering that service, and we never ever could do it. As soon as we joined Gemporia, it was the first thing that was on our list, and we used to say, we're going to be able to do it soon, we can't do it just yet. When we launched 5 years ago, it was our main thing, that we knew the sister channels, Gemporia, could do split pay, so we said, please, 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 can we offer it? After about 6 months of being in the channel, we then launched Split Pay, and it was mega. Sorry, this is just a story about Split Pay. So, now, normally, our split payments start at £99, and then it goes on to two-way split pay. Normally, three-way split pays are only sort of override the system with three-way is over £150, over £200 when we're looking at things like sewing machines, larger bundles, kits. We have been sneaking in the odd hour. I'm planning my birthday show at the moment, which is in April. And one of the things that I've asked for is a split pay show, because I know how accessible it makes it. It makes it so much easier for us to be able to justify in our heads, yes, I need this collection. And I can split it over 3 months. It makes it so much easier. It's 0% interest. This is the collection that you might be thinking about on the horizon. You might be thinking, right, this is going to be great for those summer holiday projects. This is going to be brilliant to make the grandkids a swimming bag, a drawstring swimming bag that they can put their, you know, the swing cozies in. This might be brilliant for somebody who's going on a cruise, John Scott cruise, and wants to make some nice toiletry bags. This is going to be perfect for that. So three-way split pay means that you are getting it today, 0% interest. How much are you paying today? £25. £25.47, and you're getting that whole collection home. And look, this gorgeous collection. Oh, Hannah, no, this was not planned. Okay, £5 saving as well. As you can see in the graphics, normally, it would tell you if there were a saving. This was not supposed to have. The biggest deal on this was that you got it on three-way split pay. You're now saving £5 as well. £5 saving. I love this one. Seeing these, like, sea view windows. Like when you're on a cruise, the little port... What are they called? Portholes? Portholes. On a submarine. So cool, isn't it? So cool. £71.41. 3-way split pay, 1/2 metre. So somebody's asked how to get split pay. I'm so pleased I told you the story about split pay, Hannah. She said to me, you're going very, very in. There's no credit checks for split pay. Don't panic. Jane, all you have to do, in fact, can I show you? If you are logged in on the website, you just need to create an account. It's completely free to do so. It's not like creating an account. It's just literally your email and password. Once you've added it to your basket, there will be a click option, ticket, and it will say split pay on, and that's it. That's literally how you do it. 0% interest, no hidden admin fees. Everybody who gets the chance to get this today, you've got it on 3-way split pay. If you ring up as well, call the call centre. They're really helpful. It's not all chatbots or robots. They are human beings upstairs, and they are ready to take your call. £71.41, 3-way split pay, quarter of the stock straight away in baskets. I love the fact that you've got the portholes in 2 different scale prints. You've then got this one with all of your lovely bright fish and seahorse and coral. Love that. 1/2 metre of each. But then you've also got some of these which almost look like batiks. They're not, they're printed fabrics. But this one, look at that. It's got the lovely shells and more of your linings, your backgrounds, your wash bags. They could be your hero prints, they could be your blenders. But to be able to do an amazing applique design on top of this with your fuser mat would be gorgeous. Look at this one. Again, it looks like it's a batik, but it's not. So you're not going to have to worry about any of the colours running. That's really cool. It's got fabulous depth to it as well. This isn't, when sometimes I was looking at I'm in my era of having young children, so that's what I'm thinking about when I'm looking at these bright colours. Whereas this could be anything. This could now be, like you say, wash bags, storage tubs for the bathroom. This could be really beautiful linings for a handbag, or they'd be really nice. Put it into your quilts, because even though they're stingrays, if you're doing this in half square triangles, they could come quite like abstract shapes, couldn't they? So many blue tones in there. If you love working with your blues, you're getting a whole 1/2 metre of that one. Remember, £5 off on the bundle today. We've discounted it today, and you're also getting in on your 3-way split pay. Not only are you getting those lovely shells, oh look, I like the starfish as well. 1/2 metre of the starfish. These are all already cut for you if you are multi-buying on the bundle. They're already cut. This is gorgeous. 3-way split pay. Look, you've got such small scale print as well in there. So if you are subcutting it into smaller patchwork pieces, you're still going to see it. There's splashes of green and red. This is what I mean about that whole batik-y feel to it. It looks like it's been hand-dyed. I love it. It is printed. So if you are after any of these individually for any of your larger projects, then we have got them by the 1/2 metre. I love the sea theme. Steps away from floral sometimes, doesn't it? But it's still very beautiful. It's another way of bringing in lots of colours. Quite a lot of us are very drawn to lots of florals, or have a lot of florals maybe in our stash. This is something that is a bit different, isn't it? I love the corals, all the different colours. And the depth of this one's very clever. The blue background, can you see there's even fish behind the coral? Bruce, can you come really close to this? Because I don't even know how they've done this. It's really clever. When you're under the water, have you ever done scuba diving or snorkeling and you see, when the light reflects on different parts of the ocean when you're under the water? It's really, really cool. You can just see something lurking behind the coral. That's really nice. I love that close up. So that could be the centre of an amazing block, mixed with cave, mixed with any of your brighter colours. You could put it with more muted coloured. It could go with like the Janet Clare blues, couldn't it? £23.80 on 3-way split pay. Can I just remind you, now we've dropped it, your split pay's also gone down. So everybody who is checking out on that first payment of £23.80 now, you'll get it all home. You get the whole collection home, as you're seeing here. Get yourself the border print as well if you want. You can make yourself a whole quilt, couldn't you? Or start making for summer. I just love the tropical ocean. What about making a bucket hat? Really fun bucket hat with this. I love that idea. You get to the end of summer and you think, oh, I really should have bought those sandals. Or, you know, we always think about, yeah, beach bag would be great for this. Really great. Instead of using just, you know, a carrier bag or something, make yourself a lovely beach bag that you're all ready. Thanks, Vicky Alder. Jane got a split pay. Whoop, whoop. Just so you know as well, I sound like a broken record, but it's not normal for us to be able to do under £100 on two-way split pay. It's very naughty, and we will answer for it. But I was always told, you know, if you just make sure if you can answer the question. I was always told this saying, and I can't remember the saying. That was classic me. There's sayings out there that I'm always told, and I stick by them, but I can't for the life of them remember them. Well, it's kind of like that, but it isn't that. It's always easier to ask for forgiveness and permission. But as long as you can justify why it was that you were doing that, if you've always got a reason for it. But this is, you know that really famous saying? Please forgive me. Help. But I love the smaller scale portal as well. Look at this. Bright colours. What are you eating now, Hannah? She's on a salad. She's had chia seeds and yogurt and all sorts, and now she's having a salad. She doesn't just hungry all the time. It's because you're thinking that you're trying to be healthy. If you stop thinking about it, don't even try and be healthy, then you probably won't get as hungry. Three-way split pay, £71 and 41 pence. It's all right, because you're bouncing still, aren't you? Hannah's going to a workout class called Bounce on a trampoline every Tuesday. She loves it. She says, actually, after how many weeks you've been now? 4 weeks. She's like, actually, I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. She said, I can't even get a place this week. Is it a really busy class then? Is it very light in there, or is it dark? Dark disco lights. That sounds so much fun. I've been going to the gym loads as well, but only not for more so for my mental health. I think it's brilliant. I've been doing Pilates and I love it. So good, isn't it? Yeah, those Pilates studios where they have those posh machines, they're Reformer Pilates. Hattie, who used to work at Gems, she's opened a Pilates studio. But it's very expensive doing that. I've never done it before, but I just like the breathing. Lying on the floor and breathing. That's my kind of gym class. It's lovely. Right, now that whole collection, can I remind you, you're getting all of these half meters. Not the panel. Is that the one? Yeah. So you're getting all of these fabrics that you're seeing cut into half meter units. That's 4.5 meters of fabric on a three-way split pay today for £23.80. There's more and more of you joining baskets. Best of luck. I love this collection. We have got them individually, but it's definitely the best way to buy. One, you're getting your saving. Two, you're getting that three-way split pay. Three-way split pay. If you want to, you don't have to use it. It's just an option. Why not? It's 0% interest. It's interesting you say about the how can I apply for 0% interest, because my mum was buying a wardrobe the other day and she said, I was on the phone to them wanting to order it, and then they said, oh, do you want to do the split payments? And I think that she still had to wait about 3 months for this to be delivered, and she was paying each month, paying the payments. She was like, oh, this is just becoming right fab. And then they said, we just need to do your credit checks. She was like, oh, do you know what? I don't want the wardrobe anymore, actually. This is too much faff. I just wanted to buy this wardrobe from the department store. As soon as you start thinking, oh, actually, I don't really want to go through all the credit checks, it's just a bit of a faff, whereas this is so straightforward. It's literally a click of a button and you just pay. It sets up the direct debit that you pay this month. You don't have to call up next month. It's not through a bank, it's through us. So the first payment will come out on what date are we today? The 8th, 9th, 10th? The 10th of Feb. Next month, 10th of March. 10th of March. 10th of April, it's paid off. That is so funny because that's exactly why I said 8th, 9th, 10th, because I look at my fridge and that's the only way I know how the dates. And I said, oh, my sausage's got a date today, it's 10th. And I thought, it made me chuckle in my ear because I thought, actually, yeah, that's what I do. My chicken goes out of date today. I know the dates because my lasagna needs to be eaten tonight. Yeah, come in and message in to us, by the way. I haven't got my iPad, Dan. Our Facebook Live was open all night. So I don't know whether we're still live or what happened, but someone left Facebook Live on all evening last night. I'm blaming Ben. Was it Ben? Did you not turn off the Facebook Live? One job, Ben. Okay. Whole bundle of your blues. Over half the stock has gone. There are a lot of people who've got it in your basket. There's more and more of you joining. Now let's do them by the half metre. Can we do the large portholes first? Now, don't forget to get your panel, as I say panel, your border print. Get your border print as well, because that's going to make the collection go even further. This is gorgeous. So if you want to do, you know, a small lap quilt, buying a border print can then turn it into a big bed quilt. I just love it. This is so cool. So if you're just wanting half a metre, this is what it will look like. If you want to multi-buy, it will be cut off the bolt for you. Wash bags, storage baskets, summer beach bags. Get yourself some clear vinyl and put this behind it and then vinyl on the outside and make yourself a lovely swimming bag. Storage shelf. If you're making if you're making like a storage shelf that you're then wanting to put a cover over it. I've got one of those storage for crafts storage units at the moment, just one of the towers. And I was thinking, oh, I might put like a bit of fabric in front of it and then it just sits in the room that you want it. Whether it be in a children's room, this would be great. If you want it in a bathroom, then this would be lovely as well. You know, like in kitchen, sometimes you have like a little fabric curtain to hide your storage units. This would be lovely for that. I am thinking, though, for bags, bag making, if you've got the green machine, some big eyelets, nice rope, nautical rope designed for a big beach bag. Have you got any holidays to look forward to? I was looking at going on holiday. I'm going tomorrow to Minehead. I'm so excited. But you know when you like got a holiday and then it gives you the bug to be like, really want a summer holiday, really want like a sunny holiday, because it's going to be very, very cold in Minehead this week. Very cold. I've got my big dressing gown to wear. Got loads of activities to do, though. I think Maisie's booked in to learn to ride a bike every morning, which is nice. They do all sorts of activities there. It's brilliant. But no, I thought, right, maybe we do need to do summer holiday before Maisie starts school, because it's going to be expensive for the rest of our life, isn't it? Yeah, it's so good. Every morning she'll be doing, like, learning to ride a bike. That's a nice activity to do, isn't it? What's that? Hannah says she won't be very good at teaching anyone to ride a bike. May's more of a scooter girl. She loves scooting around everywhere. Right, there are your portholes. Morning, Vic and team. Lovely to see so much colour on a grey morning. That blue is gorgeous. Thanks for your messages. Good morning, Kate. Honestly, this one, it does brighten up your Monday morning, doesn't it? If you're thinking of those summer days that will come, what about nice big outside cushions or bean bags or something? This would be great for that. Now, we've got the big portholes. We also have the smaller scale print. Using it within your patchwork. Using it for a plique. You could cut out some of those circles and applique them onto different projects, couldn't you? Onto bags. It doesn't need to be a hole under the sea project. That's an I Spy quilt, so I do like doing sensory cushions. Who can find the dolphin? Who can find the turtle? Who can find the octopus? And is he in like a treasure chest? Yeah, he is, look. So much detail in this, isn't there? Making reusable party bags or under the sea theme parties. You could do like lovely bunting and all sorts, couldn't you? £8.49 backpacks, school bags. But I do think for your bathroom makes, add in a little bit of colour, that blue, you just want to dive in, don't you? And it's all multi-tonal as well. You've got lighter shades running through, contrasting with these beautiful big bright pinks. £7, 49. Sorry, so £8.49.5 metre. If you do want to multi-buy on this, maybe if you're thinking for larger projects, if you're thinking for dressmaking, if you're thinking for, imagine going on a cruise. Oh, wearing a gorgeous dress. Imagine Karen making something amazing with that. Let's do. This one's going to sell out by the half metre, by the way. This one is going to sell out by the half metre. So if you are thinking of the bundle, that was going to be the only way of getting this print, I think. There's literally 2 metres left. 2 metres of this one left. Oh, I love this. Isn't there an actual fish called Nemo? This one. That's a Nemo fish, isn't it? Clownfish. Hannah calls it a Nemo fish. A clownfish. And is that a dory fish? Oh, that's dory fish. What's the actual name for this fish, please? Dory fish. I love the little seahorse as well. What's this one called? The spiky one? A lionfish. No, I think you're lying to me. Sold out. It has sold out. Well, we're naming all the fish. That was called Brian. I've got one with coral on. This reminds me of something Cave would do, actually. Look, even on your selvage, you've got all of the lovely little fish. Oh, it is a lionfish. Isn't it so cute? I know people actually make things with selvage edges. I think Bex has made something before with them. This is lovely, though. And remember, it's got all of the depth to it. Oh, my word. This has been very popular by the half metre. 8 units left. That's less than 5 metres. I'm just thinking, right, if you're going to just see elements of this, imagine this is a binding as well. Look like your blue. This might be quite an interesting one to do as a binding. What do you think? I like it. Unusual. Just lovely colours in there. Great pop of colour. It goes with your blues. It's going to go with your brighter fabrics as well. As we said, it's a good way. I really like what you say, Hannah, about bringing extra colour into your fabric collection without it always being floral. Different ways of bringing in colour. £8.49. A half metre. 6 units left. This one has sell out. There's loads of you. Right, this now puts us in a bit of a situation with our mega bundle. Let's have a look at the shells. She sells seashells on the seashore. This one looks like a batik. It's not. It's a printed fabric. This is more grown up to me. This is lovely. I was thinking more of your children's makes, you know, with this. Whereas a quilted wash bag. You could mimic some of these lovely wiggly lines with your quilting, couldn't you? You could add some of your lovely extra colour skeins if you want to do some embroidery onto it as well. We're going to be talking all things embroidery with Helen McCook at 9 o'clock. We've got some amazing kits back in stock and some brand new kits for you. There's 5 metres of this one left. As a background, fabric or a background of an applique project, I think this would be brilliant. Linings, on bags, backs of cushions, using it within your patchwork as well. 100% quilting weight cotton. It looks like a batik, but it's not. It's printed fabric. Now your chance to be able to multi-buy, get a few units of this. I know that the Calypso 3 range, Calypso 1 and 2 have been really popular. Brand new in today and out today by the looks of things. We don't tend to reorder on the Jason Yenter prints because we're always looking ahead and getting the next collections in. So if you know you love it, if you're thinking ahead for summer, even if you weren't thinking ahead for summer, it's definitely worth having that in mind as we are now super, super limited. There's 5 metres of this one left in stock. So it just launched today. It's been a very, very busy hour. Thank you for putting this on 3-way split pay as well. If you want that whole mega bundle, that is brilliant value. I've got the starfish, got the stingrays, then you've got your 2 blenders. This one's really magical, actually, having all those lovely colours in there as well. I'm imagining this one for dressmaking as well. That would make a lovely blouse, wouldn't it? You know, one of the Catherine Wright patterns. £8.49 a half metre. Less than 5 metres of this one remaining as well. This would look lovely with white, or if you want to do this with any of your other... There's other tones in here. You can put it with like a burgundy or a purple or a green. It doesn't look like a batik. It's not. It's printed fabric, 100% quilting weight cotton. Very clever. Right, more of you have got this one in your basket than we have availability. There's now literally 6 units. That's 3 metres left. If you're multi-buying, it will come joined up for you. The team in the warehouse will cut this for you. I've got waves in light blue. Now, you're seeing waves. Let's imagine this as like an animal print. We've got the Scrappy Bear coming up in the 10 o'clock hour. Imagine doing a Scrappy Bear in this, or imagine doing... Sashikori, yeah, Sashikori prints. I think this will go with Stuart's collection of fabric. Oh, it's about to sell out. We've literally got half a metre left. Half a metre left. It's a lovely design. That's gorgeous. To use this for a Europlique, that would be really nice to be able to have as like your sea, or to be able to have as like lighthouses or sea. I love that. It's got lots of depth to it. Your waves about to sell out. Waves in darker blue. Now it's different print to that one. It's wiggly lines. Binding. This would be gorgeous as a wiggly line binding. Men's shirt. Lovely dress. How designer is this? A men's shirt. That looks very Paul Smith, doesn't it? Love it. Imagine doing your patchwork. You know the kaleidoscope sort of EPP? When you put a mirror and you can do some really cool... Depending on how you're placing your lines, you could make this into a really, really cool design. Can you see there's different shades? Again, it looks like that batik feel to it again. You can see how he's overlaid lots of different designs on the computer. This looks amazing, doesn't it? Give it different tones, more movement to it. £8.49 half metre. This is again your Jason Yenta. Not screaming under the sea. It's just a great blue to have in your stash, isn't it? Instead of using a solid, use this. Even within your smaller scale patchwork prints, it's going to look great. Once again, really limited on this one. Less than 10 metres remaining in your waves. Final one is the Stingray. And as I said, if you're subcutting this into smaller pieces, it could just look like different abstract sort of shapes, couldn't it? Doesn't have to be Stingray, but I love that. That's my favourite, I think. 4 metres left. 4 metres! Get a couple of units of this for sure. That looks absolutely gorgeous. So much texture and movement, and I love that on the Stingrays you've got different prints as well. There's 9 of you who've got that in your basket. 10 of you have got that in your basket. Brand new in today, out today by the looks of things. Your Stingrays in blue. There's 3 metres left. Mega bundle. It's on 3-way split pay. I'm keeping that on the down low. I don't know why I should keep screaming and shouting. I've said it a lot whilst the management are on the commute in, but let's face it, they're probably going to be getting into the office now and they will hear that we've done this. Now, also, not only did we put it on 3-way split pay, we discounted it as well. £5 off. It should be £76 and 41 pence. We have taken £5 off. We forgot how low that takes the split pay. So you're getting your split payments at £23.80. You're getting the large portholes, the smaller portholes. You're getting this one, which is sold out. You're getting the starfish that's sold out, the shells that's sold out. Loads of these are now sold out individually by the half metre. The waves, that one's now sold out as well. So we can't make any of these mega bundles, any more of these mega bundles. So once they're gone, they're gone. There's now 20 of those bundles remaining, which sounds a lot. It's not. I honestly, I'm now hoping that everybody is thinking about their summer makes in a more affordable way. You could get it on three-way split pay. Normally, you'd have to be spending over £150 to get three-way split pay. Love it. If you're thinking about getting new chairs for the garden, new makes for the garden, some lovely new cushions. If you're thinking, oh, I don't really want to start buying them now, things for summer now, because it's a lot of money that you're not going to see the benefits of until, you know, it starts getting, summer. But with making, it's a bit different. Start making for summer. Join the process. A lot of people are excited about John Scott Cruise in May. Gives you perfect amount of time to be able to get this home. Make some lovely little, I'm thinking, you know, those packing cubes. That would be such a good pattern for someone to bring out, because it's everywhere. I think it's because I've been stressing about packing for Butlins that I've been doing loads of TikTok hacks, packing hacks, please help me out. And I've seen all of these packing cubes you can get. Imagine doing outfit 1, outfit 2, or project 1, project 2, and having your own little storage packs, making yourself some toiletry bags for your cruise. This would be lovely. Three-way split bay, 4.5 metres. Sorry, it was me talking. Hannah said, I've got a really good idea. And then she says, I've now forgotten it. Forgotten a really good idea. It will come to her. Oh, she said, if you make to sell. If you're doing some lovely spring or summer craft fairs, people are going to be buying for their holidays, aren't they? You've got to be making ahead. This is the perfect opportunity to do it. Now, there are less than 20 of those bundles remaining. It's on three-way split pay with £5 off. £23.80 today on split pay, and you'll get all of this fabric home. You can start making all of your hero prints, your blenders. I mean, there's not any solids in there, but these are going to really make your lovely fabric, brand new fabric sing. Okay, now also don't forget that border print to go with is available, not in the mega bundle, because we think you're going to want more than half a metre. We found most people on the border prints check out on more than half a metre because your print runs this way. So if you want to do long wall hangings, you're not having to pattern match or anything. It's all just going to be one continuous piece if you're multi-buying. What about a big table runner? If you got one of Jason Yenter's other quilt patterns, he often works with these border prints, which are the same size as this. He incorporates them into kaleidoscope type patterns. So if you want to use one of your patterns that you've already got, this is lovely. Brand new, in today, really colourful to start off our Monday morning. The double panel, this one would be great for the Jason Yenter Dazzle Kaleidoscope quilt. There you go. Carol. If you've already got the Dazzle Kaleidoscope quilt pattern, use the pattern again. It's not always about going out and buying a new pattern. It could be seeing what you've already got and how different it can look with different fabrics. This will look completely different to another collection that you've already got. But, you know, it works because it's one of Jason Yenter's border prints. So if he's designed a pattern to go with a border print, then you know it's going to work. Okay. Keep checking out on those during the break because we've got so much that we want to talk about in the next hour. We've got Helen here. Helen McCook, I mean, we all know what a fountain of knowledge she is. We find her so interesting. We love having Helen here. And even just like in our prep, normally we say, right, what are you making, all this? And we learn so much just listening to Helen talking about, you know, her kits that she has really carefully created for you. So I'm so excited to be able to launch some brand new patterns that have never been seen on screen before. And also some of your old favourites back, as well as lots of useful tools and accessories. Lots to bring you. It's all listed on pre-order. So start shopping during the break. But we're back with Helen right after this.
Turning tools are one of my favourite tools. They are perfect for turning tubes of fabric the right way round. So maybe you're making bag handles or straps, or you're doing small rouleau loops, absolutely perfect. So if you've got a piece of fabric here, I've sewed it in half, right sides facing. Turning it right sides out takes quite a long time. So what you need is a turning tool. If you take your tube of fabric, tack it together across the end, it just holds it together using the longest stitch, and then you just get the plastic tube, put it to the end, get your stick and push it in, and then it turns your tube right sides out really, really quickly. It's genius. Simplest thing, but absolute genius. Now, in these turning tool sets, you get different sizes. So that's the big one. So if you were using a narrower tube, then use the next size down. Now, when it's a short tube, I don't tend to tack the end. You can just fold the end in and push it through like this, and that will turn that right sides out. Look how quick it is. And if you're doing really small loops, like this one here, there's even a smaller one as well. So if you just slide the smaller tube inside, then the smallest one comes with a little metal stick instead of a wooden one. But look how quick and easy that is to turn right sides out. Saves you loads of time. When you get your set of turning tubes, do make yourself a little bag, just a little drawstring bag to put them in, because otherwise they get separated, and it keeps them all nice and neat and saves you so much time. Join me for my birthday show on Thursday. Yes, it's actually my birthday that day. I've got the lovely Wendy Orlando, who's going to be demonstrating a beautiful shoulder bag and a quilt. Then I've got Sam Sabido in with a brand new Sunshine crochet cardigan, and a show with Amber Makes where we've designed the Carefree cacti with all cacti themed prints as well. So I hope you can join me. Happy birthday to me.
Wondering what wadding is? In sewing, wadding is the soft padded material used in the middle layer of quilts, cushions and other projects. It adds warmth, texture and structure to your creations. Wadding comes in different materials like cotton, polyester or wool, and various thicknesses, so you can choose the perfect one for your project. Whether you're quilting, making a cosy blanket or adding softness to a bag, wadding is what brings that snug and cushioned feel.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Now, normally when you sew 2 pieces of fabric together, you sew them together, right sides together, and open the fabric up. We, however, are doing a French seam, which means that all of the raw edges are encased within the seam. So, we don't do it the normal way. This is how we do it. So, instead of sewing your fabrics right sides together, you sew them wrong sides together within the seam allowance. There. Then what you do is you then take the whole seam, you would press it, and you will turn it round. So you now sew along the seam, but having the right sides together. So what you've done is you've encased your raw edges in here, you've created your normal seam from the right side, but on the wrong side, all of your raw edges are all encased within the French seam. A lot of people are terrified by French seams. You don't need to be at all. They're really haute couture, and they turn your garment from being homemade to made with love.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hello, welcome back. We have got the most amazing hour now for you. And I mean, it's always an absolute treat whenever Helen is here, and whether Helen is demonstrating or whether she is bringing us her own kits. It's so exciting. Now, we've got so much that's coming up in this hour, but before we even start, I just want to show you this piece, because this is Elizabeth's garden kit. We are so lucky to be able to even see this, let alone be able to have it in a kit and for you to be able to make it. Because this was a piece that was literally designed and made for one workshop in the Lake District. And if you were not on that workshop, if you were not on that class, then you've not even seen this. And it is absolutely amazing. Not only have we got it here just to even show Helen's work, it's amazing. But to be able to have the kits as well for you to be able to do it, I find so exciting. So this is going to be coming out very, very soon. So good to be back with you, Helen. How are you?
It's so good. You feel like you're miles away over there. Hello.
Oh, yeah. Come on over. Why don't you come on over?
I don't know. I was just perched over there.
Because we've got so much...
It's just extensive.
Stay with me, because this is a really, really exciting project that we're launching today, actually, isn't it?
Yeah. So it's kind of inspired by Elizabethan embroidery and Elizabethan gardens, hence the name Elizabeth's Garden. And it's never been seen before, apart from in one class in the Lake District.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Now, this is going to be coming up. We don't have loads of these kits. Obviously, it's quite limited. It's really exclusive. So if you have already gone ahead on pre-order, well done in finding it. But we've got a few more pieces that we want to show you before we start this. Now, we're going to start with something completely different. That is brand new. And I don't think I've ever seen you kit something like this before, this colourway.
Completely different side of my personality, yes.
I love it. We're calling this the Disco Needle Case.
Yeah.
I love it. It's the dazzling canvas needle case.
You can't get more dazzled by a set of colours than this, can you?
This is amazing.
It's just really fun, isn't it?
Was it the colours, the wool that's included that inspired you, or was it which came first, the design or the colour?
I fell in love with this set of colourways that Appletons, the wool company, brought out. And they are a traditional company.
Okay.
People know that I've talked about them before. And they were the original wool company that William Morris used before he started his own dye company.
Really?
Yes. So they're a traditional company, but recently they brought out this completely fantastic neon jazzy colourway. Right. And I was just like, I've got to do something with that.
So this isn't a novelty. You're not taking away any of the quality to bring these really bright colours?
No, it's fantastic quality. The quality is exactly what you'd expect. It's British products. But I just fell in love with this. I just thought it's so fun, so jazzy, and what can we do with it? And the nice thing about canvas, it's very approachable, suitable for beginner level, all the way through to advanced. And it's useful because it's a needle case, so you can put your pins and needles in it. But yeah, it's just fun, and it's a really approachable, straightforward project. So, yeah, something for everybody.
In the kit, you get everything. I mean, this is from Helen herself. This is Helen's own kit. Yeah. So you're getting all of these amazing neon colours. But in the kits as well, you've put everything we need.
Yes.
So, and they've all been sourced very... they're very particular what you've picked to put in, even the pages. This isn't just normal sort of felt that you put in the
No. So you've got felt to line, because it's a really lovely, bright felt to line it with.
Lovely.
And then you've got heavy wool cloth, which it's the traditional wool cloth that they used to use in needle cases, even in the Regency period. And it's lanolin heavy, so basically it stops any pins and needles from rusting. So if you leave needles and pins in fabric, it puts little rust marks in and rusts your needles and damages your fabric, whereas this is, because of the lanolin, it should protect those things. So, yeah.
Amazing. And like you said, to be able to have something that's really useful to make. This would be a really, really lovely first project. And then, look, you're getting all of your labels as well included within here.
Yes.
To be able to label your needles. So you know which one your chenille needles are, your embroidery needles, your sharps.
Yeah, and you've got 2 of each, and it might be that you know that you use more tapestry needles, and therefore you could have more pages dedicated to that. So, yeah, and nice size canvas, so you don't need to be squinting at anything. It's not tiny. A good size needles for the wools, because it is tapestry wool, 1 strand that you're going to use. So it's really approachable, really straightforward.
Do I get instructions?
Yes, right there.
Oh, of course. Get your instructions. Full instructions included as well. Yeah. £32. This is such an amazing kit for you to make for a gift for somebody, for you to gift it as it is here, or your first project as well. It's not the same as crewel wool, is it?
No, so there's different weights of wool, and so this is tapestry, which is the thicker type. You can use crewel wool in canvas, but you'd use multiple strands, whereas with the tapestry, you just use the 1 strand. So it helps you because you don't have to worry about your tension so much. So, yeah, but it's very straightforward. And I'm planning at some point to do a little kind of companion set with like a fob and a scissors keep.
Oh, cool.
You just have a jazzy set. But alternatively, I am at some point going to do a more muted palette in the same stitching. Just in case it's something that somebody loves it, but it's a bit too jazzy for them.
Oh, yeah. Well, this is what's fabulous about today's show is we've literally got something for everybody. We wanted to start with something really different. I know how limited it is because, like you said, you were sort of testing the water, seeing what everybody thinks to the neon range.
Yeah, designed specifically for this, so it's never been seen before. Nobody's seen it before, apart from my partner. So, do
you want to do a little bit of a show with us? Because we're down to 7 of these kits remaining. That's it. Literally 7 left. So we can dip in though and give you a little bit of an insight. When you get this home, how do we get ourselves sort of set up with tapestry?
So what you're going to do is you're going to initially fold your canvas in half. I've already folded it in the pack. So you're going to fold it in half, find the central line. And it tells you really straightforward directions and pictures in your kit. Yeah. But what we're going to do is we're going to create the border first. So can I just borrow the sample a second? The actual...
Yeah.
Ooh, no, hang on. I've got it in the box. So can you see if I lay that out, you can see it's got a pink border all the way around. And it's mirror image. Yeah. So what we're going to do is by folding and finding the centre half of the canvas, that's the central line down the spine. So we're going to work off that. So we're going to start by creating this border, and all we're going to do is we're going to do a satin stitch, and we're going to come up in hole 1, down hole 4. So I'm going to just grab my needle. I've parked it up in one of your pieces of the wool cloth, nice and handily. I'm just going to tighten this so I don't end up throwing my frame all over the floor.
There's only 3 of these kits left, by the way. It's about to sell out. We're loving the neon.
Clearly the neon disco colours are popular. It's good to know. It's you never quite know with colour because it's so personal to everybody.
Yeah.
And it is completely outside what I normally do. But I do love it. So just knot in the end. And then what we're going to do is we're going to park up the needle. And I'm going to work up that line, so I'm going to be covering over that thread. And once I get up to here, I can snip that knot off, and it's then secure. So what I'm going to do is 1, 2, 3, 4. So the hole that I came up in initially is hole 1. So I'm coming up in hole 1, down in hole 4, and making sure that I'm covering those stitches, that stitch on the back that travels to the knot. And I'll just do that. That creates the border. So we do, and I tell you very clearly in your pack as well how many of those stitches there are.
Okay.
So if I just find the right page, we have a number of those. Nice clear directions as well.
Everything is super clear.
For example, the main stitch pattern in the middle is that.
Yeah.
So you can see it's a really clear diagram, and it's laid out so that you can see, and I show you photos of mine step by step as I've been working it and what it should look like. And you can see the holes of the canvas when you're working it, so you can double check that you have what you should have. So we've got 57 of those to get the spine. We're clearly not going to work 57 right now because you are patient, but you are not that patient. So, so we can work all the way up. As I say, once I'd got up to there, I'd snip that off. And also at the bottom, we put the spine in, and we share the holes at the bottom, and we do them vertically this time. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and we work across this way to create the spine and the base. So we'll go all the way round, and that creates the border that we're going to work with. Okay, so you can see it works in quite rapidly. Now, if you want to work in the hand with that, that's absolutely fine. If you want to work in a scooping motion, that means you can in the hand. Whereas if you prefer to put it in a frame, it will keep it nice and square for you. So that can be easier. So you'll start, as I say, working round like that. The next thing that you're going to do is to get your blue, and we're going to start putting the blue base in. Now, the lovely thing about these canvas stitches is I saw the blue far clearer, so I worked the blue pattern first.
Right.
Like a zigzag.
Yeah.
And you come up in hole 1 and down in hole 7 diagonally, and it's on a true diagonal line, meaning it's corner to corner rather than anything else outlandish. But if you prefer, so I then built up and did my orange, put my orange in, and then my yellow to fill, just fill the gaps. Whereas if you prefer to look at the diagram and think, actually, I see it's clearer with the yellow first, it's fine to work that first, as long as you end up with, everything in the same place. Does that make sense? So you look at the diagram and think, actually, the strongest line I see is the yellow. Then work the yellow first. It will help you to get everything placed together. But I'm going to show you with the blue, which is how I originally worked it. So find the end. With all of these skeins, there's an inside end and an outside end. The inside end is the one that will pull neatly. So if you pull that end, you will not end up in a nest of threads. Okay. So I'm just going to grab another needle.
Well done, everybody that did get the kit. It has sold out, but yeah, we're definitely going to need more of those next time.
Yes, that's fine. No, it's good to know. And as I say, I'm intending to make a companion piece, like so that you can have a little kind of etui, so you have a little set, because they are such an approachable technique. And it works in quite rapidly. It's a lovely gift for somebody, or it could be that you work it for yourself. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And the nice thing about this is the highest number you have to count to is 7. So up in hole 1 here, down in hole 7. And I want to preferably go down in a shared hole, which is why I did that. So I came up there and went down here because I've already got stitches into this hole. So it just helps to maintain the tension if you do that. So I'm going to create a zigzag. And this will give me the kind of base for what I'm doing here. Now what I want to do again, I want to have a shared hole there, so I want to go down in that. So I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So again, go down in the shared hole. Don't worry about that thread being there because you're going to cover it up. Okay, so everything will be neatly covered by the time you've finished and held in place. Just make sure that you aren't creating too much tension on that thread, and therefore you're not puckering up or anything with the canvas, which, as I say, if you've got it in a frame, that won't happen anyway. But if you've got it in the hand, you have to go some to pull it so that it puckers, but because it's a relatively sturdy fabric, but it doesn't mean it won't. So just don't take the chances. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So again, you can see that it zigzags in quite rapidly. It builds up, and if I bring the actual sample onto the screen a second so you can see the context.
Like you say, there's no sort of fancy stitches, it's nothing that's too difficult. Like you say, if you can count to 7.
Yeah, that's the worst it's going to get, counting to 7. So the nice thing about it, I think, is that it builds up quite quickly, but the effect of it, I think it's like an optical illusion. It looks like a bit like those Esher blocks, don't they? Yeah. So you see different things in it each time you work it, but you can see, as I say, pink border, blue, then you're going to add your little arrows of orange, and then you're going to fill horizontally with the yellow, those little diamonds. It fills it quite quickly, and the front is a mirror image to the back, so it's identical on the back to the front. So once you've worked those, you then trim round your canvas, and I've said that you leave, I think, 6 threads of the canvas, and then you just fold it under. Give it a little press if you need to keep it pressed in place, or just finger press if you're happy. If you've got good grip, just finger press it and it'll stay in place. And then what we do is we turn under the felt and then pin it into position, so you've got the underside of the felt and the underside of the canvas together. Pin them round, and then we're going to slip stitch them. You can put on a sewing machine if you're happy. Like, I tend to do everything by hand.
Yeah.
You know, but let's face it, if we're going to go disco,
yeah.
in case you've got a sewing machine at home that you like to use that. Yeah. You know, that's great. Just whip it up. So and then just a little running stitch around the outside, that would be sufficient. Just match up your orange, and because it's a lovely orange is in your colour here, just use a matching colour and it'll still be okay. And then what I did then was I got my 4 sheets of the 4 pieces of the pinked heavy cloth, and then I just back stitched up with a piece of the pink, and because it's in the central line, it goes down the spine. Right. So if it helps you to pin them in place first, do that. Just pin through all of them, just 2 pins through the central spine, and then I back stitched all the way up, and then use that same thread to whip, because it just strengthens, and the diagram of that is all in the book. And then once I did that, I then decided how many of these I wanted dedicated. So the front ones I put pins, because the pins I use a lot and they're easy to use. So I thought front sheet should always be pins personally. And then, you know, went through tapestries, 2 of those, embroidery needles. And what I did was I just used the, you've got some orange thread in here, which is what I used to attach the felt on. And I used 2 strands of that and just 2 straight stitches. And you can see I used a little knot on the back, 2 straight stitches, and then knotted into that thread on the back just to secure it. And as I say, you've got embroidery needles, chenille needles, and then sharps.
Something really useful. I think you'll love making that.
Do you know what? I'd say lovely gift.
Yeah.
You could even, if you wanted to, you could go really old school and put a ribbon on it and hang it. Yeah. And you know, we've got some of the retractable things. You've got one that can clip onto your waistband, so you could actually make yourself a little chatelaine. So you could be
for the disco,
very
love
fancy
it.
Chatelaine, you know.
Yeah, imagine going to your workshop with that.
Absolutely,
love it.
absolutely.
We'll talk about those retractable necklaces as well in a minute, but they're coming up now. As we're going to the disco, we thought this works fittingly well. This is where we're going with it now. That you need your shoes. So this is now the crewel work. Shall we dance shoe?
Yes.
This is gorgeous. Now this is crewel.
Yes,
work.
it is. Yeah. Yeah, so same type of wool, same company for the wool, but it's the finer weight. So it's a 2-ply twisted wool with a long staple fibre, and it's something we've been using for centuries. Since the medieval period, we've been using crewel wool.
This is a bit of a sampler as well. You're learning lots of different stitches with this, aren't you?
Yeah, so rather than going into a traditional sampler format, using this as a showcase to kind of try out different stitches and different techniques is a really nice way of working. So yeah, you've got laid work, you've got some long and short, you've got satin stitch, French knots, you've got stem stitch, fly stitch, chain stitch, you name it. There's a good selection of things in here. So yeah.
Brilliant. You've got your stitch plan, your colour plan here as well. All of your colours obviously included, your stitch diagrams, the order of work. It's all so well written.
Thank you.
Everybody who gets this home today, you will be able to do it. You've also pre-printed the design onto the main fabric.
Yeah, and it has the angles where you're doing things, so working through a shape to fill up. Then I've included the angles of where the stitches go just to help you with your stitch guide.
Yeah.
So the worst thing I think is to get excited about buying a kit and then go home and then get it home and not know what you're doing. So that's why I like to include step-by-steps. I do chat my way through it as well. So the stitch diagrams work on their own. So if you're a visual person and prefer to just look at the pictures, just look at the pictures. But you can read through all the information if you're not sure about anything. It's all there. And I always say, if there's anything about my kit that you're not sure about or it doesn't make sense, please tell me, because it has my contact details in there, my email in there. Because if you're confused, somebody else will be confused, and that's not what I want. So sometimes if I write something, it makes sense to me, and then somebody else goes, actually, Helen, I'm not sure what that means. So please let me know, and I'll make an adaptation on the kit and make it clear to you what you're supposed to do.
Brilliant.
So.
You do also get your chenille needles as well included. Would you advise working in a hoop?
Yes, I mean, I think it's much easier to work in a hoop or a frame because I'm used to that. I know people who like to work in the hand, like to work in the hand. I'm sending out no judgment. It's you do you. But it's easier to work in a hoop, and it also frees up your other hand. The problem with hoops, particularly if they're with working in the hand, is that you're having to hold something, and it's the grip that quite often is uncomfortable. So yeah, I prefer a freestanding hoop, particularly because then I've got both hands free and I'm not having to hold anything.
There are a couple of the frames available, options on the website. We actually have the one with the seat. Have you seen this one before?
Yeah, so that's the same. So I actually use these at home. So the one that I use here, the barrel clamp, is so that it's stable because I'm standing up.
Yeah.
So the seat frame, I take that. I've got several of those outside actually in my bag, but I take one of these with me everywhere because they're collapsible.
Right.
So I take it on the train, the plane, you name it. I work all over the place. I've even been known to sit in traffic on the motorway while you've been sat, you know, for ages and there's been a big incident. I'm the happiest person in that queue. So I've always got something to work on. I've always got an embroidery frame with me, and it's one of these that I use. So.
Brilliant. £21.99, and you say it's completely collapsible, so it comes down into smaller pieces if you are commuting. That is brilliant. £21.99 if you do want to have a go working in the hoop. And then the Shall We Dance kit back in stock. Believe this was on air last time, maybe the time before.
Quite some time ago.
Yeah,
I think it was
back
one of the first shows I did for you guys. I think.
Yeah, last year actually.
Yeah,
last year.
Yeah,
last year in May.
How are we in February, by the way? This is shocking to me how quickly this is all going. I love the fact that you were talking about summer, though. It was like so cheerful.
Yes, we are looking forward, ready for spring. It's light now at 5 o'clock, isn't it? I feel like it is actually starting to get brighter.
Yeah,
it is.
Shifting. The snowdrops have come out. It's time.
It is. Although I did try to snow literally about 2 days ago. I think it's actually snowing. It's freezing. That's your Shall We Dance kit, back in stock after popular demand. Loads of you there. Now, there's too many people who are already checking out on the Elizabeth Garden. We're going to bring it to you next. This is brand new and very, very special. So what sort of techniques are we looking at, and what are we learning with this?
We've got a whole range of surface stitches. So we've got some Ornue here, which is colour over gold. So this is a very traditional format in the twist, like an Elizabethan twist.
So is this all gold work? Would this be classed as gold
it's a bit of a mixture. So we've got some metal threads in here. We've got gold. We've got some couching with gold. But we've also got some beadwork. We've also got plate in here. We've got beadwork with the faux pearls and the diamantes. We've got lots of surface stitches, so we've got open flies, we've got a stump work technique here with the little 3D leaves, we've got bullion knots, which I'm going to demonstrate because I know people might stitch, you either love them or hate them, and generally if you hate them they're not going right for you. So we'll have a look at that today. Coral stitch, which is a beautiful stitch, I'm going to demonstrate that. Laid work.
Which one's coral?
This textured one that looks like knots.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's lots of things. And then in the kit I've given people the option. So here I've done Pekingese over coral stitch, and then we've got different types of embellishments here for the stems, but you can also, I've included a really good diagram of braid stitch or Elizabethan braid if you want to go down the very traditional route, and you can use the metals from the kit to do that too. So
we are so lucky that we have got you that come on Sewing Street, because can I just say as well, I mean, you won't mind me saying this, but you do a lot of workshops, you do the classes, but you don't actually sell the kits on your website. You're working on it, aren't you?
No.
We're so lucky that we get them the chance, because if you weren't on the workshop in the Lake District, you wouldn't have been able to see this, and there was probably only a small group of people, you know, who had an opportunity of getting.
Yeah, so it's one of the things that I've been meaning to work on for a while. So my website, it's in place and people can contact me through it, but basically because I spend so much time designing, making and travelling for work, to see as many people, because it's a tangible cultural heritage that we're dealing with. It's a craft that needs protecting and needs sharing, and I know I'm preaching to the choir here because you are with me on it, but I like to go to as many places and see as many people, and if you teach each one of those one stitch that they pass on to somebody else, that's protecting the heritage of the craft. So consequently you're kind of bouncing around like a pinball, doing as much as you can in the time that you can, and so it means that I focus on that really, rather than things like the website, because I know I can sell things through you guys. It's something that I am planning to deal with, and to get somebody to actually come and deal with the stock, because also if you order something from me, I'm maybe not there. The stuff that I am doing here, I know I've got ready. It's going to go in the next 3 days. It'll be out. So as soon as the order comes in, it will go out again. But all the other things where it's ad hoc
take a bit longer.
So it doesn't happen so much. So this is the opportunity, really.
This is your opportunity, and there are only literally 13 people now that can get this. It's really, really exclusive and limited. Well done, everybody who already got it on pre-order. I mean, for one, it's beautiful. We were saying, how amazing would this be for a gift for somebody's like pearl wedding anniversary or something? It's a really special piece.
And it's the kind of thing, if you could make it into a box top, or you could make it into a framed piece on the wall, and you could include initials in it. So there's little spaces here. You could put initials or dates, or, you know, a special occasion, even for yourself. You know, we always talk about other people's special occasions. What about your special occasion?
Yeah.
And, you know, it's just going to be enjoyable to work in.
How long was this workshop that you did in the Lake District?
Is
it a day
It
workshop?
was about 3
days.
3 or 4 days.
And so then do you learn, you know, the different elements to this? You take it away, and this is a project that is going to be, obviously, slow stitching. Use this as your mindful time.
I mean, I think because there's repetition in the design, so the idea with quite a lot of my classes that I teach is that you will have things to do at home. So, but that's good because it reinforces the learning. So you learn something in a learning environment, and then you reinforce that when you go home and work independently from the notes and from your memory and from looking at the piece that you've already worked. So it embeds that for you. So it means that it is there for you to draw on again when you need that skill. Whereas if you can complete something in a class, quite often it's on the surface because you sign it off mentally.
Yeah, that's so true.
So with these, it's you'd have done at least one of every component and one of every technique, and I'll have demonstrated, I've talked it through, I've seen you, I've adjusted your technique, and then you complete that section. And you know what you're doing.
Now, obviously, you are not going to be in the room with everybody, so you've made sure you've done really comprehensive instructions for this. I mean, this is a massive booklet, and we are going to do a little bit of a demo. Any questions that you have for Helen while she's here this morning, if there is a certain stitch that you are struggling with, for example, get the messages in and we can show you on air. But this is literally broken down step by step, and you've photographed at each point as well.
Yes, so it's one of those things that increasingly I have huge amounts of photographs on my phone and on my iPad and things. So I take photographs of every little step, almost too much, of every little step, so that I can break it down, because also remembering to do that, the notes I work at the end, and remembering to do that step by step, it reminds me of how much detail somebody who hasn't seen and hasn't designed this kit needs. Because sometimes when you've worked it yourself, it's really easy to kind of think, oh, I'll just do this and that covers the whole thing. And actually, as somebody who hasn't designed it, hasn't done this stitch before or whatever else, you need more. So I'd rather put more information in and for you to be like, oh, fab, now I didn't need that diagram, but that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm on the right path. That is, it looks right.
Yeah, step by step, I've got that. That's where I'm at.
And it's really nice large font as well. I know that sounds silly, but it's actually so easy to work from when you're...
No one wants to squint at instructions.
No, love them. Single figures, once everyone's checked out. And also, you're getting all of your DMC skeins, the beautiful colours that you've hand-selected. Yes. They are stunning.
Thank you.
Pre-printed.
Pre-printed. It's a nice heavy satin. So
lovely.
Traditionally, a lot of the embroideries from the Elizabethan and later Stuart periods were on this really heavy cream satin. So that's the type of weight that I've used. And you've also got a backing fabric there, a calico, to just give it extra weight, just to be on the safe side. Yeah.
You get one of your beeswax buttons as well?
Yes, yes. So you'll want to wax, because we're using metals, you'll want to wax, and beads, you'll want to wax some of the threads. It's all included in there. Everything that you need is in that pack, apart from scissors and your hoop.
Brilliant. You've got all of your lovely golds, you've got the green. This is check thread.
Yes, yeah.
So do you snip this then?
Yes, so... Get you. So that's for the base of the acorns and for the base of the flower, for the pinks.
You get your pearls, you get your needles, everything that you need to create this absolute work of art. Split pay is on as well. Any questions that you have, of course, get them in, because this is going to be a one chance to be able to get this. I think this will definitely sell out during the show. Can we do a little demo with this?
Yeah,
what elements do you want to show us?
Yes, so I think I'm going to show you coral stitch, because it's a straightforward stitch. People quite often haven't seen it, but it's so lovely because it gives you texture. Yeah. And then laid work I'm going to demo if I've got time, and also
so this one's your coral.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then we've got bullion knots in the top of the acorns.
Right.
And then we've got laid work in the little oak leaves there. So,
oh, lovely.
Yeah,
yes, brilliant. Whilst you're checking out, Helen's going to show you a couple of these stitches, but please do not miss this kit because, as I say, no one else has had a chance and even looking at this on the telly. Sorry, I was just looking at all the different stitches. It is so gorgeous. It's an absolute work of art, and even the colours that have been chosen with your DMC skeins, they ombre beautifully. So many different bits to learn, but it's the repetition, isn't it? You're not going to get bored with this.
That's it, and you've got lots of ranges of textures of stitch. That's the thing about embroidery, where you're doing different types of technique. You want really heavily worked areas against lightly worked areas, smooth areas against really crisp, crunchy textural areas, and it brings out the opposing qualities of each other. So the smooth area looks smoother because they're next to texture and vice versa. So it can be really playful and kind of curious and a charming piece.
Do you tell us where to start with this, as in which stitches to work first?
Yeah, so I tell you how I've worked it and what I would advise you to do and show you that way. But what I would say is with this piece, it's not the end of the world if you jump about a little bit more and decide to do other bits first. It's fine, it will still work because you've got quite individual elements to it, so it's fine to do that.
Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Right, over to you, Helen.
Right, okay, so I'm using a double thread of the stranded there, and I've got it into the needle, and we're going to be doing some coral stitch. So what I'm going to do is, if you're right-handed, you lay it forward on the line and round to the right, round to the left, and then you're going to go down on the right-hand side of the thread, on the right-hand side of the line, and that creates a loop. You can just see pink fluff there. Let me just remove that, because that's from the canvas. And then what we're going to do is we're going to come up in the loop that's created and on the left of the line. So you can see we're not up and down in quite the same hole. If I just lift this out of the way slightly, can you see there's a small gap about the thread width, the line width apart. If you're not up in a loop here, you're not getting a coral stitch. So, and then what we do is we pull. Now you can just pull it, but I prefer to use my needle to help tension. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this thread here, and I'm going to put my needle in here and just use it to help tension everything, so I get a lovely little bobble on my thread. Excuse me. If you're working left-handed, you simply do it the other way. Right. So you go that way and go down on the left and up in the right. Okay, and again, you have to have that loop to come up in, but you can see it works the same way and you get the same texture.
How many strands are you using?
I'm using 2 strands. Yeah. You can use it. Anything less than that tends to look a bit spindly. You don't really read the knot as much as you like. Okay. And, you know, this is one of the lovely things. Quite often we try and avoid knots, don't we, in embroidery, whereas here we're creating knots in a decorative way. So we're creating that lovely texture. So again, I'm going back to right-handed, but you want to get your knots reasonably even, the spacing in between them. So however you've started, continue like that. You can see I'm just using that tension. It's a really pretty stitch, but you can go thicker if you want more texture to your thread, to your effect. Then use more threads. You know, all the way up to even 4 strands would be fine. You've got plenty of thread in your pack, but it's going to give you a really lovely finish. It's very effective. I mean, it's one of those stitches that it looks more complicated than it is. And that's one of the lovely things. I mean, we have so many stitches.
Yeah, I bet it's difficult to choose when you're, you know, designing.
Yeah, I'm like a kid in a sweet shop, to be honest. It's like you think about, you know, well, I want a textural stitch here, or I want a smooth stitch here. You know, do I want it to have a lot of impact, or do I want it to be something that kind of sits in the background and just does a job? Like, so it's that more than anything else. So you can really kind of create massive differences in the finish of something. But that's the fun part.
This is definitely adding texture, isn't it?
Yeah.
Depth.
So you can see it creates a lovely line there. And as I say, you can put your knots closer together, you put them further apart. If you want it to be thicker and more textural, then just change up and use more strands. You could use a couple of different colours of strands in the needle and get a marl effect. Oh, you can do all sorts of things with it. It's really flexible. So, we've seen enough of coral stitch, do we think? Yeah, move on. Let's do some laid work. So laid work, you want to have flat coverage of a space, but you want to have as little thread on the back as possible. So it's really, so I'm just pointing here, yeah, brilliant. So we're using as little thread on the back as possible, so it's really thread saving. So, so what we're going to do is we're going to work across, and I've come up on one side, I'm going down just on the outside of the paint line, because with laid work, you don't necessarily want to have to use an outline edge, so you want to get a nice sharp finish.
Yeah.
And then I came up here, went down here, and I'm going to come up right next to where I went down, trying not to undo the stitch that I just put in. So that means there's a tiny, tiny little seed stitch on the back. Okay, so we're going to bring it across, and you want to try to keep your stitches horizontal. So whatever your angle was to start with, you want to continue with that.
Do you do this through the leaves as well with the gold? Is it the same stitch with the metallic gold?
Yeah, so you mean the Onue ones?
Yeah,
ones?
yeah.
No, so
oh, sorry.
No, it's similar. But these, the ones that we're looking at here are these oak leaves.
Yeah.
Because these are long stitches that we're creating, they then need holding down because they're easy to catch and they're not that secure because they've been held in with a tiny, tiny stitch on the back. But they're working quite quickly and using very little thread. So
will you just bring that back in,
yes,
the main
of
one
course.
in? So the laid work is that one here.
These ones. So all the oak leaves are laid work.
Right.
And then these ones, these are couched, but it's a technique called Onue. So we use gold, and what we do is we lay the gold on the surface, and then we use different colours, so light, medium and dark colours. Everywhere we've got a stitch line here, we put a little stitch over the top of the gold, and that means that you see the effect of the colour over the top of the gold. So the only time you're going through the fabric with the gold is at the start and the end. To fasten off the thread.
Yeah.
So otherwise it sits on the surface and is held down by the colour. So it's, I mean, there's so many things you can do with this. That's the interesting thing, isn't it? So as I say, where you're working backwards and forwards, so which end am I at? I'm at this end. So you're wanting to come backwards and forwards, and then where you've got these lobe shapes, you're following round with that.
6 left once everyone's checked out.
I'm so glad you're liking this kit. It's one of those things, I know it's a considered purchase, but it's a really unusual set of techniques that you're seeing here. And it's lovely to be able to share things. I've got so many kits. I've got a corker coming up in the next show. I've got so many exciting things to share with you guys. And you can see I'm starting to work the lobe of the next section here. And you're just coming up and down at the edges of those, continually then working in the direction that you're wanting to go with the main body. You see, so I've started the little lobe there.
Yeah.
Now what I want to do is I want to be able to change colour, because we go in light, so if we've got, you know, light to dark in 4 shades, so light is here, dark is here, I want to use about a quarter of each. So where I want to swap between colours, rather than just colliding one colour into the next, we're going to alternate stitches a little bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave a little gap and then put a stitch in. And if it helps, then just lay the thread so that you can see what you're doing. I keep seeing pink fluff floating everywhere off the disco needle case. I think I'm going to have to change the title of that one. It's going to have to be Disco Needle Case, isn't it?
Disco.
Yeah. So you can see I'm just working the lobe here.
The frame on the right-hand side, by the way, is the one that Helen uses at home. It's different to the barrel clamp that we've got on screen today, but it's the seat clamp, which is the seat frame, which I know is very popular. So how is it that, will you just leave that at the side of your, or how do I finish off my thread to change colour?
With that, to change colour, what I can actually do is I can bring it up into an area that I haven't worked yet, and then, or on any of the lines, because you know you're going to cover the paint lines, and I can do 2 little stitches, nice and small and tight, like little stab stitches or seed stitches, as small as possible, bring it to the top, and then I can snip it off. So,
right, snip it from the front?
Yep.
Yeah.
So we tend to work from the front with most things, so it comes from for a couple of reasons. When we're working on big frames, you're not able to flip them over that easily to see the back. And also, if we were working with multiple people on the same frame on a massive thing, we wouldn't be able to say, guys, you need to stop, I need to flip the frame over, you know. So that's the one reason. So everything started on the top and finished on the top where possible. But also, knots can sometimes undo themselves, particularly if you're using very slippy thread. So, and it can create bulk on the back, which you don't want. So we tend to use knots on the top, a couple of stitches to start, or with the canvas, knot, and then work towards it and then snip the knot off, and then finish off with a little 2 stitches. We call it the waist knot technique. And it means everything's more secure, because where you've started and finished in a place that you know you're going to work over, it's secure to finish it, and then you work over it and it becomes more secure.
Right.
So it tends to be the way that we work, but each to their own.
Yeah.
You know. So I'm just going to bring in my next shade, and I'm going to sit it in the gaps that we had before.
Right, so this then gives it that almost variegated feel. It's not one starts, one ends.
Yeah, exactly. And you can take a couple of choices on this. So you can just choose to fill and leave one space alternate, so light, dark, or you can go, if you want to ease through, if you've got a larger area, you could go a single strand of the light, a single strand of the dark, 2 strands of the light, 2 strands of the dark, to kind of move in, so easing it even more visually. But it's just striping is enough to kind of ease them through. As I say, you can have quite distinct colour changes, so you can see, you know, the transformation from the light here to the dark there. It's quite extreme, but being able to work through, and you've just eased them into each other visually by alternating those colours. So it works quite nicely.
You wanted also to show a bullion knot, didn't you?
Yes, so I'm just going to bring that up because you now know what you're doing with that, because as I say, having worked your alternate area, you'd then just continue and work a pure area of this colour. So as we were doing with the light, and then when I wanted to ease into the next colour, just alternate. Right, bullion knots.
What's the difference with a bullion knot and a French knot?
Right.
Or a colonial knot?
Oh, get you. Peking knots,
All the
knots, Danish knots, all the knots going on. Basically, we've always liked texture. So there's lots of different ranges of stitches, and there's different places that they were most popular at different times. So we tended to use the French knot here, whereas if you were in China, they'd use the Peking knot. In America, they tend to use the colonial knot.
Okay.
So they look very similar, all of those 3 things, but there's just a different way of getting from A to C.
Okay, so this is a bullion knot.
Yeah, we're going to do bullion knots. And bullion knots, basically, French knots are on this piece, by the way. There's some in the centre of the rows and the turnovers. But bullion knots, they're lovely. They look like a long twisted section. If I just bring that in and you can see a close up, these, if you look, here.
I thought that they were some of those little beads. I thought
they
were like.
No, they look a little bit like kind of textured bugles, for example. But no, they're not. And we're going to use 4 strands of stranded here. So I'm using one of the bigger, more pink fluff. Come outside the paint line, and then we're going to go down on the other side of the shape, and that leaves a loop. Okay, so I've left my finger in that loop. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back up where I came up initially. Okay, so I went up, down, up. And I'm going to use that a bit like a maypole to wrap my threads round. So I'm holding the needle at the back, and I'm using my thread to wrap round. Now, I don't have it in a death grip. It doesn't have to be around there super tight, you know. And then I'm going to hold those twists onto the needle. So I checked there was enough to get to the other side. I'm holding the twist onto the needle. I'm just with my other hand pulling this extra thread through to the back. This is the point at which you want to really hope you're not pulling the other end out of the eye of the needle. It happens. Just bear with it. And then what we're going to do is we're going to pull the needle. Well, what I want to do is, the worst bit of this is trying to get the twists over the eye of the needle, because that's the widest part. So just take your time. So just ease them one at a time, just pulling your needle and just taking your time with it. Okay, so pull it like that. And then what we're going to do is, you can see we've got extra thread here at the moment. So I'm just easing the thread along. Check you've got all of it through to the back. Yeah. And then to get rid of any extra tension that's in there, pull the working thread in that direction and just ease with the needle so that it sits all the way along. Once it's flat to the fabric, you can then just take your needle down at the other end. So that's a bullion knot. If you don't like bullion knots or you don't think you're getting on with them, quite often people rush them and that gets people into a bit of a flap and it all goes horribly wrong. So just take your time, don't be stressed about it. And as I say, once you've got your twists over the eye, just ease them over one at a time with your thumbnail and it will go far easier for you than trying to rush through in a one. The other thing is you can always use, if you prefer to use something else, you could use buttonhole bars or you could come up and do little wraps around the round.
This is what's so good with the instructions. There are so many different stitches in here. If there's one that you really enjoy doing.
French knots, beads, you could do anything. So it would work.
Amazing. So. Can I just recap the kit? Because there are so many of you who've got this in your basket. We've got more of you who have got these in your basket than we have availability. So the finished item, as you can see here, I think the picture on the web is a side view or something. It's not quite clear.
Oh, to get some of the textures, I think.
Right, OK. So within here, you see exactly... What's that? No, the picture's just slightly, different to what you were. They've uploaded it slightly strange. Anyway, you've got your full kit and literally less than 10 remaining. In fact, once everyone's checked out, I think it's sold out. Everything that you need in here, including your instructions, your gorgeous heavyweight satin with your printed pattern on, all of the colours for your with your DMC skeins. You've got your pearls, you've got your gold thread, you've got your check thread, metallic thread, you've got your beeswax, your needles, and also your backing fabric as well.
Exactly.
All included with your instructions. Way more of you have got this in your basket than we have availability. If you've been watching Helen's demo, now is definitely the chance to check out. It's on two-way split pay as well, under £50. As Helen said, I know this is more of a considered purchase, but this is a real sort of, well, it's a masterpiece of stitches, isn't it? You're going to learn so many different techniques in here. A lot of people have been messaging in, and there was a lady who actually sent in a photo of one of your kits that she's made.
Oh, wow.
It's from Sue. Hi, Helen. Thank you for giving me the confidence to try some detailed stitching, couching, etc. Here is my attempt. It looks amazing,
Sue, it's lovely. Yeah, you've done exactly what you need to do. So, yeah, ranges of texture. So heavy and light, textural and smooth. Brilliant. Well done.
Thank you for your messages. Keep your pictures coming in. That's amazing, Sue. And it's just, like you say, it's just having the confidence to break it down into small stages. When you look at Helen's finished projects, you think, oh, it's so daunting, it's so overwhelming, it looks so complicated. We're going to be talking about black work in the next hour. And as soon as I saw those pieces, I thought, well, it literally looks like lace, doesn't it? It looks so difficult to do. And you said, honestly, when I break it down, it's 4 different stitches. You'll be able to do it. Everyone can do it, which is brilliant. Beading tray. Now, I think this is brilliant, and I don't think actually, have you bought these trays on Sewing Street?
Yeah, they've been on before, and they sell out every time I bring them.
Right, you may get a different colour. There's a selection of different colours. There's the reds, in fact, I've got, here we go, white, brown, mustard, green, it could be any of these colours. But this is a brilliant design because you can keep, obviously, your beads in here, your pins or your little accessories if you're going to workshops or classes. But also, you can then use it as a bit of a funnel to get beads back in a tube.
I use these all the time because I'm so messy. Trying to get beads and little bits and chips of gold into places. They're all over my carpet. It's terrible. So consequently, now I've used these, I can just pour them straight back in. It's much better. Plus, because they unclip, you can unclip all of them and it goes flat, so they're really easy, again, to travel with. So,
yeah, brilliant. Are they leather or are they faux leather?
They're leather.
They are leather. Yeah. They're really lovely quality. £18, that's something that's going to last, isn't it? I'm now thinking of any of our sister channels. Well, lots of us do different hobbies. If you do jewellery making, we always need a beading tray, but also... I know that Hannah just says that her dad needs one of these to put a change in.
Well, they're quite handy for leaving on your bedside table, to be honest. Put earring backs in and things like that. Like things that you've, again, found in your pocket. You're like, oh, I need that for tomorrow. And, you know,
Really smart. Just to remind you, it is a random selection of colours. So you'll get one of the colours that you see on screen here. Your collapsible trays. It's leather in its beautiful quality. Your snaps on it are really good quality as well. And I do love the fact that it acts as a funnel, because if you've got a beading train, you tip your beads, these little seed beads out, getting them back into a tube is proven quite difficult sometimes.
I used to use like saucers and kind of crisp tops and God knows what else when I was working with them. Now I've got these. I'm not so straightforward.
Brilliant. They'll sell out as well. There's now single figures on the collapsible trays, just £18. We'll take out the graphics while everybody fights over the last 8 of those. We also have a silver thread pack that you put together for us. Now, we've put this together, well, you've put this together because so many people are asking for solely silver elements.
Yes, so people may remember that I've had gold packs before now, and it's got the different types of metal thread in. Whereas this, people were asking if I could do a different colour, so I've included silver this time. So we've got silver pearl, everything's labelled up by the way, silver pearl, we've got rococo to couch with, we've got the Japanese to couch with, we've got smooth, and we've got bright check, and those are your cut work threads, so you can do chips with those or cut work.
Easier to find gold out there, but to get all silver.
Yeah, actually, yeah. So I've got a few projects that I worked in silver, and I just really like it because it has just such a different feel. And actually, sometimes when you combine silver and gold, so if you're doing cut work, you can kind of do a barbershop pole and kind of ease through both colours. It's really pretty. It just has a very different finish to it. So.
Do you know what? I love it when Helen sources things for us as well, because, I mean, you know your stuff, you know your quality, the research that goes into, you know, what you put together.
Yeah, what I sell is what I use, because the things I put in my kits are the things that I use. I only work out of things I've stocked myself. I have a ridiculous amount of stock at home to the point where my partner thinks he's living in a warehouse. And he's like, how can you possibly need all of this? And I'm like, you don't understand.
No,
you don't understand. He's
Don't
not a
question
crafter.
it.
Any crafter understands. We all got stash. Exactly. So this is the thing. So these are all products that I use myself. So.
If you've got projects on the go already, or if you're already interested in couch work, or you could use it for all sorts of hand embroidery projects.
They're quite versatile. As I say, you can utilise it by easing some of this into with surface stitches or applique or whatever you're doing
as well.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want a small amount of stuff. You want to be able to have enough to play with, get your teeth into, don't you?
Got plenty there.
Yeah, and I think the website has the descriptions of how much. I think it's 5 metres, a metre, 5 grams, 5 grams. But if you want to check, it does say on the website.
Fab, thank you. £28.99. Comes in the lovely box as well. If you are already checking out on something this morning, if you've bought any of the kits, I mean, you could add some to your shoes, couldn't you, if you wanted?
Absolutely, glitter it up, you know?
You just go shoes. £28.99, that's for the silver. We also have the padding as well, which is something different. I've not seen it.
Yes, so we've had padding packs before with the gold, but what I've done here is that obviously we want to be specific to using silver here. So
if I'm getting this, this is a good add-on as well. Do I need to have?
So you don't have to have it, but it's if you want to use the metal threads as they are, they'll sit flat to the fabric. If you want to create textural finishes and raise up areas into higher relief, so cut work over soft string or whatever, then you'll want to use this pack to make it more 3D. So you've got your soft string, you've got 5 metres. I've taken them out of the pack so you can see it, and it's obviously white because you're using silver. Normally it's in the kind of gold colour.
Right, okay.
You've got hard string, which you can work over, 5 of the beeswax to help you. The white craft felt to go underneath your white gold work, your silver gold work, and then you've got the carpet felt. And I've cut a piece off so that you can see. Now you can layer this up, so you can have it as thick as that and in multiple layers, or you can separate it into smaller segments, which is if you prefer that. So, and then where you work with this, you would put your padding in this, and then you would put a piece of the felt over the top and then work your gold. The reason being you don't want the fibres sticking up through the gold. Right. So this would then smooth it over and then you work with the gold.
So does that just give you different, again, layers and textures
You can go really high with it. So you can go really textural, really high. You can really sculpt with the soft string and the hard string. You can create basket weave patterns. There's so many exciting things that you can do.
How do I look? Can I look on Pinterest and things to get different ideas?
So you could look, so look look on Pinterest, just look up embroidered metal threads, gold work, silver work.
Right.
It's and so many different parts of the world use it in the same threads in different ways as well. So India works in very different ways. You know, the work that they put out of Italy, France and Spain, they pad in slightly different ways as well.
Right.
It's so exciting.
Yeah.
Such an exciting rabbit hole to fall down.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Because this is just giving you a little bit of an insight to have a play with texture then and structural work.
And a good place to look as well for free advice is if you want to look at the Royal School of Needlework, their Stitch Bank.
Okay.
It's free. There's demonstrations on there, videos, and you can look up carpet felt, craft felt, soft string, and it will show you step by step with little videos. And you can do left-handed or right-handed on there.
Have you done demonstrations on Sewing Street yet?
Yes, I've done demonstrations of those on Sewing Street, but I think we could probably do more padding demonstrations.
Yeah,
as
I
well.
would love to do that.
Because it doesn't sound like the exciting stuff, but it means that you can really do super exciting gold work with it because it layers up all the foundation work. So we always with gold work you want to rush onto the sparkles.
Yeah.
But with this, you're like,
oh, exactly. You look at that and you think, right, okay, I know I'm more drawn to the sparkly silver.
Hard to be excited.
But
however.
actually, you need this to be able to, and it's not something that you might have already in your stash, is it? So I'm pleased that you put together this kit. $16.99. There's literally only 20 of those padding kits left, but that's to go with your silvers. We also have our Melor.
Yes.
Am I saying it right?
Yes,
Muller.
you are.
Hannah's like, I don't know whether she's talking about a yoghurt in there or...
Yeah.
Okay, now, this is the brass
Yes.
version. We've seen the sterling silver version,
Yeah.
but you bought a more affordable version that you might actually use all the time. You might actually use it more than your silver, in fact.
Exactly. So with the silver, it's very much an heirloom piece. It's the type of thing that you'll pass on. It's hallmarked. It's made in Birmingham, specially made in Birmingham. These are also specially made in Birmingham. I've had them made for the show. I want people to be able to afford to do embroidery. I want as many people as possible to do embroidery. Okay. So the tools, I want to have different price points to allow you to do that.
Well, there's not that many tools that you need. So it's nice to have, you know...
No, exactly,
good
but it's
tools.
Nice to be able to have good quality tools that you will work, and it's a war horse, it will keep going. So
silver's softer than brass, isn't it?
Yeah, with the Melor for the silver, you would use it only for when you're doing your laid work, where you're doing your cut work. You would use it to smooth the edges of your couching in place. You will use this for that too, but you can also use it to help if you're doing mounting, for example. You can use this to help pull up your stitches, tighten everything up. It's solid. So you can see, like, it's a nice sturdy thing.
Yeah.
You can put, it's got a hole in the end, so you can put a ribbon through it, keep it nice and safe, put it onto a chatelaine or your retractable tools. But the idea is that you can smooth things off with the rounded end, and then you use this to help get your tension right on your threads. You can help, for example, when I was doing coral stitch, you can use your laying tool rather than the needle to help smooth it into position. There's all sorts of things you can use it for. It's just really super useful.
Quality tools, I mean, that, like you say, it's less than £20 for this, and it means that you are going to get those lovely final finishing, or like you said, helping you if you're struggling to pull some of your stitches through, mountain stitch, you say this is going to be really useful.
Pull up your tension. You can use it to smooth out when you're doing canvas stitches, if you're doing multiple strands, to make sure all your tension of those are sitting evenly. So just very multifunctional, easy to use.
There's more than enough of you there to see it sell out. This was a little bit of a tester for you as well. I mean, you've had all of these especially made in the Birmingham Jewellery Quarter, and you said, I've done a limited amount, but a limited edition. Let's see how many people want them. And if, it sells out, which it is about to sell out, then hopefully you'll get more for next
definitely.
time you're
So it's one of those things that quite often when I come, I'll kind of try things out. You never know what people are going to like and what people are going to want. And as I say, for me, I was like, it makes sense to have one at a different price point and also sturdier to make it something that's more multifunctional, more easy to
But we want to know what you use and what tools you have found along your journey.
I use both. As I say, I've got both in my boxes. But it's one of those things that over time the Melor's changed shape slightly. So there's a lovely story to do with this. So I had a friend, Owen, so when we trained at the same place at the Royal School of Needlework, and the traditional Melors were originally what we had, and then over time they slightly changed, so they were less rounded and they were thicker, and they had a slightly different point on the end. So I'd actually lost mine and I was devastated and I was having an awful year. It was the year my dad died. Everything was going wrong. And Owen, lovely man that he was, came and said to me, now, I've actually got 2 of the traditional ones, so I'm going to give you one of mine because you've lost enough things this year. And I was so touched. I was in tears in the cafe. But these are actually moulded off that original Malor because it was an old Malor and it was the type that we use. So they're the type that I prefer to use. So this is an exact replica of what I use myself and what Owen gave to me.
And this is why, like you say, you had these especially made.
Yeah,
and
they work better.
Personal.
They work better. So
literally about to sell out. I think there's 2 and there's about 15 of you who've got it in your basket. So if you do want the very last of stock, get that whilst you can. It's been a manic hour. We've overrun slightly, but don't panic. My next guest won't mind. It's only me. And we've got so much more still to talk about in the next hour as well. Loads to get into the next hour because we've got back in stock the Tudor Rose. We've got the Thistle, which is the brand new version of the silk shading. Quarter of the stock of both of those have already gone on pre-order. Lots of people have also noticed this. We've talked about it, your retractable tool. This is fabulous. I love it in the sparkly colours. We've also got it in the gunmetal grey and the rose gold and the silver. They're all underneath us on the website if you want to shop ahead. The Elizabeth Gardens kit, can we just find out availability on this? There are literally 3 not yet checked out. This is your final call. This is your final call. There are 12 of you who've got this in your basket for the very last 3. If you want it during the break, go for it. It's been virtually a sellout show all hour. We've had, a lot of demand for all sorts. So have a look and see what is available. Don't go anywhere because Helen's going to be back at 11. She's still got so much more to show us. Any of your questions that you have as well, get them in and we can, of course, demo them if we get a chance. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you.
Loved it.
Yeah.
Don't go anywhere. I'm going to be back with some lovely tools. We've also got Easter fabrics, which Hannah has stolen. We've got... from the Easter Bunny, I think. I don't know where she's got them from. Don't go anywhere. We've got amazing tools and haberdashery coming up after this.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now, Virgin subscribers can watch on channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Subcutting is a really useful technique that we use in patchwork for cutting one piece of fabric into strips and then subcutting them into smaller strips. It makes the whole patchwork process quicker and easier, and I'm going to show you how to do it. So if you want to cut a piece of fabric into strips and you want to use the whole width of fabric, fold it in half to start with and then have the top fold level with one of the lines on your cutting mat. You can then trim it to start with because this is nice and level. So I'm just going to line up one of the lines on the ruler so I know that this is at right angles. Then using your rotary cutter, just cut all the way along the line. You can discard that piece, you don't need that. Now I'm going to cut it, say I want to cut it into 2-inch strips. If it says in your pattern, cut 2-inch times width of fabric. Line the 2-inch mark up on your ruler and then cut it, and there's a nice 2-inch strip. Now with subcutting, you want to cut this strip into smaller pieces. So 2 ways of doing this. Line up the strip on one of the straight lines and say I want to cut it into 2-inch squares. Again, I'm going to trim the end off just so I've got a nice right angle, and then lining up the 2-inch mark, I'm going to subcut into 2-inch squares. So you can work 2 inches. If you then put the 4-inch mark, make sure you keep the lines on the top of your ruler parallel. So I've now subcut one strip into smaller pieces. If you want to subcut more than one strip, you can do this all together. 2 ways. You can either lay them on your cutting mat like this, one on top of the other, making sure they're nice and level, or if you've got more than 2, because I wouldn't cut through more than this number of layers together, put one below the other. Just make sure that they're all nice and straight and even. You can put them in a row like this. So I can now cut 1, 2, 3, 4 strips at the same time. Again, trim off the end, making sure it's nice and level, discard those pieces. And if I wanted to cut them in maybe into 4-inch pieces, so I've got 2 by 4 inches, I can cut through all those 3 layers in one go and then carry on. And I've got now accurately sub-cut pieces from one larger piece of fabric. Join me for my birthday show on Thursday. Yes, it's actually my birthday that day. I've got the lovely Wendy Orlando, who's going to be demonstrating a beautiful shoulder bag and a quilt. Then I've got Sam Sabido in with a brand new Sunshine crochet cardigan, and a show with Amber Makes where we've designed the Carefree cacti with all cacti themed prints as well. So I hope you can join me. Happy birthday to me.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design roll, a simple way to bring your project to life.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
A little tip for when you're measuring yourself, either for making a pattern or for buying shop-bought clothes. Take a piece of elastic, because it's really important to find where your natural waistline is. All you do is you just tie it around yourself. Doesn't matter how tight, because it's not going to be a waistband or anything like that. You just tie it around your waist, like that, and then leave it for a little while. Move around, do a bit of exercise, do a bit of housework, do a bit of tidying up, and when you come back, right, this will be in your natural waistline. So if you're drawing a pattern, every single line emanates from your waistline. And if you're buying clothes, you will get your natural waist size. For example, this is my natural waist, and I measure 41 here, but I buy 36 jeans. So which one's right? Not the 36. My natural waist is a 41.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hello, welcome back. Busy day today. Sorry that, I say sorry that we've run over. Of course, we're going to run over a bit. We've got Helen here with all her gorgeousness. She's going to be back in about 45 minutes. In fact, she's just staying around in the studio, setting up next show. Loads to talk about. Now, anybody who has not bought any of Helen's kits before, or if you're thinking, right, this is the year that I really want to have a go at doing something quite mindful, something for me, sit down and have a bit of you time and do it. But if threading a hand sewing needle puts you off, get a little tool. There's so many different products out there that make things really easy for us. This is brilliant. Now it's not an assortment this time. You will get the red one, the green one or the blue one. You get to choose. They're 3 separate graphics. Now, What's great about this handy little tool is that it comes with a little lid, which also has got a needle holder in there. So you can keep your needles, store them in there. Then to thread them, it's so easy. So you've got two different colours here. So you can do larger needles and smaller needles. You can also do your basic, 50 weight sewing threads, but you can also do the heavier weights, like your crewel threads that we were just looking at, or your wools you'd be able to do with your bigger needles. You can do it. So all you do is you put your needle in, make sure the eye of the needle is facing inwards, basically, because what it's going to do is it's going to shoot the thread across here. Let me get the angle right for the camera. There you go. So it's going to shoot across there. And to check that it's in the right place, if you pull the needle, that's now held that in place. See what I mean? So then you lay your thread across here, literally seconds, push it through. You can see that has now shifted your thread across here, and that has now threaded my needle. So fast, so easy to be able to do it. And as we say, any size needle, any kinds of thread, finer threads, thicker threads, whatever you need. It is literally so easy to be able to take it on your move. Yeah, there you go. It's not just me being lucky here, is it? Oh, hang on. If it doesn't catch it, just give it a couple of pushes across and make sure that it's across. Make sure that your needle's across. There you go. Just give it a couple of pumps and it's there. There you go. And it's threaded. That's the red colourway. There's less than 10 of those. It does exactly the same thing with the green, with the blue. And you do get a set of instructions. But obviously just watch back my amazing demo. It was as easy as that. It's exactly the same. You can see here with your instructions. Go on, controversial question. Can I turn this around? Oh, do you remember? There was something else. Yeah, you can. You can slide that on here. I don't know why you would need to elevate it, but Hannah's really intrigued whether I can slide it and put it on top of there. Yeah, you can do that. Also, why was it that there was a lady that said, take this out? Oh, do you know why? Because if you are stitching and your needle becomes if it comes unthreaded whilst it's already attached to something, you can also take this off. Can't remember why, but I remember she said if you take that off, then you don't need to take your thread out of your work to be able to rethread it as well. That was a little hack. Can anybody remember that? But that's just all come back to me now. It's exactly the same. If you've got any of your threads, doesn't matter the thickness of thread, doesn't matter how many skeins this is. So, Helen, it's the white side which is the small needles and the black side which is is that correct?
It's got a wider needle. It's got a wider arrow.
Got a wider arrow. Oh, yeah, so that's easy to be able to know which one's which as well, because it's got the wider arrow to be able to... So this one, is it wider? Yeah, that one's wider to be able to do your thicker thread or your thinner thread. Sorry, your bigger needle or your smaller needle. Match up your thread as well. So then poke it through. There you go. Am I in? Yeah, I was in. Sorry, I got two egos checking my camera to see that you could see this so we were in the right angle. Right, so make sure your eye of the needle is facing the right way. Poke it through with the right lever. There you go. Oh, my God. Oh, this is... Sorry. Oh, do you know what? I've jinxed it now. I was like, I've done this every time during the break. This is so easy. Oh, how many pumps do I do, Bruce? Right, pump it through. Sorry, I'm covering it with my fingers. Here we are. There we go. Pump it through. Once it pops out the right side, pull it through. There we are. and it will have threaded your needle. It's so much quicker than trying to strain or struggle threading your hand sewing needles. Barbara said, it's so easy to use, stops frustration of threading a needle. Exactly that. Do not, this was my fear. You know, Helen's kits are amazing and they are so achievable. And I know a lot of people that I've spoken to personally that say, I just really struggle threading a needle now. And it's things like that that might stop you from buying one of the kits. Don't let it stop you for the fact that this is less than £10. Hand quilting as well, or slip stitching your binding. Quite often, the needles that you're using for hand quilting especially are really little, aren't they? The eyes are really little. So to be able to thread it, yeah, this is a great little invention. There's always a storage compartment for needles. Yes, Tracy, so you can see in the lid, you've got the storage section here for for your needles. At £7.95. There's less than 20 in the green. You do also have your instructions included. So if you're getting it for a gift for somebody and they haven't watched my fabulous demo, then don't worry. They have got instructions. Get one for yourself, get one for a loved one, and then there's also the blue. About to sell out on this one. Thanks for my coffee, Hannah. We're talking about abbreviations. Hannah said, do you want any shug to me? And Ross, who's a producer and jewellery maker, was also on a break at the time. And he said, why have you you've not even shortened the word. You've kept the same syllables. It's easy to just say sugar. But Hannah was like, no, but it's more fun, isn't it, saying shug? So now she's saying it constantly about everything. A thread. This is a thread. £7.95 for in blue. There are only 8 of the blue colourway available. I mean, they all do exactly the same thing. They come with instructions. I was just going to have a read and see if it says anything different to what I was telling you. It's got the pictures as well. £7.95. 5 of those left. I haven't seen these on air for years. This is what this hour is, actually. These are some of our favourite finds off the website that we don't get the chance to bring you. Green is probably the only one that's really got availability now. It's £7.95. All of the others are super, super limited. So, yeah, grab those whilst you can, especially as we're talking a lot of hand embroidery today with Helen. Loving all of her kits. Also, can I give you a heads up? Refill my water bottle. This is obviously not fact. It's not going to make you drink more water. But having a nice water bottle, I think personally encourages me to drink more water. I've drank 2 bottles already this morning and it's 10:30. Honestly, it's so nice and cold and chilled because it's that sort of double thermos insulated. I don't know enough about bottles, but all I know is that it's keeping it lovely, nice and cold. I've actually had 2 bottles of water this morning already because it's lovely. Hannah said, how many times do we need to go to the toilet? I'm all right. Okay, can we please do Scrappy Bear instructions? Because this is one of my favourite patterns from Sandy. Family Comfort, Scrappy Bear. I'm very lucky that I've actually got a Scrappy Bear. I absolutely love Scrappy Bear. It was for my baby shower show. This was launched for the baby shower show. So Sandy is known, Family Comfort actually originated with memory bears. And so within your journey with Family Comforts, she then, of course, offered you the opportunity to make your own memory bears or scrappy bears, whether it be scraps of fabrics that you've loved working with, whether it's special fabrics from garments or clothes, then this is such an amazing pattern to be able to have. It's one of the best-selling patterns that we have in our stock, and currently there are only, well, there's a couple of chances, 22 chances, that's it. Now, it is lovely. This pattern's dedicated to my lovely dad. I love that. Gordon! Oh my gosh, I didn't know his name was Gordon. That's my maiden name. Right, we've got all of your instructions. Now, you get your labels in here. They're really professional instructions, as you can see here, with all of the details of how to get in touch with Sandy, the different tools and clips and things that she needs. We always get them back in stock because these are, as I said, some of our best sellers, but we love this. We wanted to choose a couple of fab patterns for you, and if anybody's got any scraps that they're thinking, what can I make? Gift for somebody, or what can I make as if you've got fabrics that are sitting in a drawer and you think you want to make them into something, this is a really great idea. Now, this is on a lovely thick paper or light card, so your pattern pieces are reusable. It does have your seam allowance all included. All of the details are on the pattern pieces themselves as well. So you get your full-size pattern pieces, all of the photograph instructions, as well as your text that corresponds with the pictures. Sandy's made this on air before with myself. I mean, she's made it a few times now, but it is such a lovely way of using up some of your favourite fabrics, working with different kinds of fabrics as well. Single figures, once everybody's checked out, single figures. Right, just a final call on the green needle threader, the only colourway that's available. The other ones have sold out. Super, super easy to use with any size needle, with any of your threads, whether it be your basic 50 weight thread, your lighter weight 40 threads for your hand sewing like your EPP, or if you're doing crewel work, if you're doing the wool that we've had in the disco needle case. I've added another disco to it now. It was the disco needle case, now it's the disco. DJ. Is Steph still DJing? Is that a break? You've got your two different sizes for the different thickness of the different eyes of needles as well. £7.95. You're getting it now all soundproofed. Lovely. £7.95. Hannah's very happy that she's met a lovely young man who's a DJ. Disco. When Hannah gets home today. Monday morning disco. £7.95 for your needle threader. Love those. Okay. Let's do some of the Easter fabrics because Hannah, as I said earlier, I think stole them off the Easter Bunny. Let's have a look. We've got Dan Morris, gorgeous fabrics. I think these would be lovely for Scrappy Bear. Instead of giving an Easter egg, an Easter bear. Easter bunny, Easter bear, with bunny fabrics. Shall we do the green? I love this green. It's very grown up as well. There's Easter fabrics that we have launched that are more so cutesy little, more so for children, whereas this is very grown up. This would be lovely for gardening projects, wouldn't it? Making a nice peg bag. Oh, I can't wait for putting my washing out. I've got a smart meter. Now, I know that me talking about meters is quite controversial. It's created threads on the fan page. Now, my mum's meter, she did have to go and read in the drain outside because she and it's still all wrong. It's still completely wrong. She's been in there months now, and it's linked to somewhere else. They said you've got to go down there and find out. She's like, I'm not going down in the drain to find out. Like, someone needs to come and have a look. She was there, like, literally pulling mud out of the drain. Anyway, that's another story. I've now got one of those. I know I'm about 100 years later than everybody, but I've now got one of those things that you come downstairs and it tells you you've already used £4 of electric. I'm like, I am living in one of those houses where I'm constantly looking around for a switch that I'm saying, hang on, where is this switch that's obviously on somewhere? Because I've not done anything yet, and it's cost £4 already today. So yes, I'm going to put it in a cupboard. That's my solution, I think, is just put it and not look at it. Right, this one is your bunny fabric. Now, we've got it in the green, we've got it in black, and we've also got a cream version of this one as well. But I think that this is super cute. Imagine fussy cutting some of these elements and putting them onto your Easter bonnet, Easter basket, wicker basket. Love that. Hot cross buns, little lovely, well, it could be all the year round, couldn't it? All spring theme fabric. Lovely bowl covers, or I'm thinking like a nice bowl that you put your hot cross buns in. Dan Morris, stunning artwork, lovely colours, $7.99 a half metre. If you do want it with the Scrappy Bear patterns to the side, I think it would look really cute. That's in the green. We've got it with the darker background, which is the black background. Unusual colour choice, actually, but I think it makes those illustrations pop. And you're seeing more of the lavenders and the blues, these really colourful shades pop. The oranges really pop. I like the spacing between them as well, because if you're fussy cutting, you could take so many of these different elements and just fussy cut them onto little T-shirts or onto little gift bags. Beautiful. £7.99 a half metre. This is new to me. Could be new to you too. In fact, it's only been on air once. So it probably is new to you. Dan Morris. Oh, bunny hop. It's a bit later actually this year, isn't it, Easter? It's not till the end of, I think it's the end of April. Yeah, I think it's the 22nd or something. 20th is Easter Sunday. Slightly later, it's normally around the 10th. Yeah. Addison, I feel like people say that to me every single year. Oh, Easter's getting later this year, isn't it? Easter is getting closer to Christmas now, Hannah's saying. Your Dan Morris creative group, Honey Bunny. Honey Bunny. Dun, 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 dun. Joe, I'm so disappointed that John didn't love the Voyage, ABBA Voyage, no. But you know, he told me I didn't enjoy it, and then in the same sentence, he then followed it up with, I just could see you, Vic. Whenever I was watching Agneta, I could just see you. I hated it. It's like, oh, thanks, John. I thought you would love it, reminding you of me. I'd love to go and see it, though, the holograms. I bet it's amazing. Technology. Yeah, Bruce's brother said it's amazing. Let's go on a school trip. Oh, yeah, even if you don't like ABBA, apparently, it's such a spectacle. $7.99. This is with the cream colour. What about a lovely apron? I'm imagining this one with, like, some nice lace or with hessian or with jute. This would be really, really lovely as a lovely apron, a pinny. Very Debbie Shaw bag-esque. This would be lovely with a Debbie Shaw bag. Or like a picnic blanket. How beautiful. If you want to do a quilting project with some nice big blocks, literally even just squares, patchwork squares, it's fabric like this that, oh, I think it's just so fresh and beautiful for spring. It's not far away. It is not far away. It's going to creep upon us. Now, this one comes in two colours. It looks completely different in each colourway. This is the direction of the print, so it's multi-directional. And I love that classic Dan Morris sort of background. I love that. All of the different scripts and texts. It's really cool, but then it's got those lovely images as well with your bunnies. Notebook covers. Scrapbooking. This is lovely. Me and Hannah are so in sync, aren't we? We both said notebook covers straight away. We are actually very similar. She's just gone into singing Spice Girls. Our brain goes to the same places, which is quite scary. Hannah's often told me that she just wished that she were me when I was a child. It was when I auditioned for S Club Juniors. She was like, that's all I wanted in my childhood was to audition for the S Club Juniors. I didn't get anywhere near the S Club Juniors. She said, I dreamed of going to that audition. Did you used to watch the programme as well? Yeah. We were the same person. $7.99. Half a metre with your tan background. And then we also have the grey scale. Oh, sorry if you can hear that. Somebody's moving all the furniture next. What? What is going on? Someone's moving all the furniture upstairs. Or there's a bowling alley now. I think they've inserted a bowling alley upstairs. It wouldn't surprise me. This is the sort of fun they have upstairs in the office. There could be a bowling alley up there now. Yeah, someone near the crisp-off table. Or near the ice machine. $7.99. Your Creative Group Honey Bunny collection in the gorgeous grayscale. Oh, again, this would be so lovely for your tableware for Easter. More spring sort of feel. Lovely for all year round. But what about having this as the back of the cushion or a lining of a bag? Very posh lining of a waistcoat or a jacket. £7.99 half metre for your grey collage. It's got a slight sort of purple to it, hasn't it? Looking at it on my screen and then looking at it in real life, it does have a very slight purple tinge to the grey. If you got the watercolour pencils, you could do some colouring in, couldn't you? The Inktense ones. Very nice. £7.99. We've got the velvet ribbon. I've never even seen this. See, I know that we have things like buttons, ribbons that sell on the website every single day, but we don't get the chance to bring them on air. Now, these are already cut into 50 centimetres. We've got the, what colour first? Light pink. Light pink. For Easter, this is lovely. It's already pre-cut into your 50 centimetre lengths. So if you do want to put this, sew this onto like a border of a cushion, it's only literally £1. Velvet, beautiful quality ribbon for £1. You absolutely can't go wrong. If you buy something else today, add that to your order. Why not? Even if you're putting it around a lovely jar and filling it with mini eggs for someone. It's £1. That is so good. Making a headband with it or a lovely bow for your hair. That's so pretty. I'll be getting a couple of these. So my girls are flower girls for Kat's wedding. I could just get a few of these and do like little hair accessories for them. £1. That's so good. 50 centimetres long, 32 millimetres wide, light pink velvet. I wonder whether you could use some of this to sort of, I'm thinking within your embroidery. Oh, I don't know. That'd be lovely. I know people do ribbon embroidery, don't they? Let's do the dark pink. I like all these colours together. Do you? There's the dark pink. Nice palette. There's your hot, hot, hot pink. It's £1. It's £1. Supposed to be £5. See, £1, I'd be going, yeah, go for it. Might as well, especially if I've already checked out on something. If it's £5 on the website, I might overlook this. But if it's £1, I am the bargain hunter, though. £1. Everybody else, tries to declutter the garage. Kieran thinks it's my aim in life to clutter our garage with other people's stuff that they've thrown in the skips or in the tip shop. I've just got another double buggy from the tip shop. Someone was throwing, literally, it was absolutely amazing. And Kira's like, but now we've got 3 double buggies. I'm like, but you need a spare. You need a spare. Literally in the tip shop. It's so good. Right, we're going. I'm going to take you there. Right, this is the lovely teal. £4.99. This is Hannah's motivation to drive, is to be able to go to the tip shop with me. I am the bargain hunter. This is a bargain. This is one of those that you think, actually, do you know what? I will find a use for this lovely velvet teal ribbon when it's £1. If you've already paid your post and packaging, you may as well. Obviously, you can stitch this and it will just add a beautiful trim on maybe like a children's waistband on a dress or straps. Adding detail. They're pre-cut pieces, but you can stitch them together. You want to make them longer. That price, go for it. And then we've got the lovely chartreuse as well. This is a beautiful colour. Again, with your Easter projects. Found an Easter bonnet, that fresh green. So I would put that around a lovely straw hat. If You do your Easter bonnets. I haven't done the Easter bonnet since I lost the Easter Bunny, since I lost the Easter Bunny Easter bonnet competition at Jewellery Maker. I'm still such a sore loser. Everyone kept telling me it was a taking part, and I was like, yeah, whatever. It's not, is it, though? I really wanted to win that Easter bonnet competition. I glued so much stuff to this Easter bonnet. It was like this, and I lost. Maybe it was too much for some people. £1. Now, this is called mint. It's more of like a chartreuse, I'd say. £1. Do you remember that, Bruce? You were there at Jewellery Maker then. But do you remember my Easter bonnet? In that lovely green. Right, let's do the felt. We've got one of the biggest felt packs. This is amazing. Sorry, my drink's in shot, Bruce. Sorry. Coming up. We're actually selling it today. It's my water bottle. I love it. And it keeps your water so nice and cold. It's really lovely. Coming up in the 12 o'clock hour. Right, look at this for a bumper pack of felt. I'm going to get this after the show as well. You are getting, look at how much felt you're getting. I love sewing with felt. It doesn't fray. You don't need to finish the edges. You can do some really great crafting projects that don't cost the earth. You can practice doing your hand sewing. You can make lovely decorations. You can also make some really gorgeous things. I think it was Alison Reed that really inspired me when she comes on air and she makes things that look so impressive. And it's the embellishing with beads and pearls and all sorts that you can do to make it look really professional. Now, also, though, when you do have grandchildren or children or nieces or nephews or, you know, family members that come over and want to dip into your stash, it's such a good way of practicing without dipping into your Liberty stash. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is a really affordable way. Now, they are big pieces. We normally look at smaller squares. So to be able to get a sheet of felt for 20 pence each, get all the colours, well, 23 pence to be exact, 23 pence each, £13.99 is your discounted price today. It's your acrylic felt, great hand sewing, really useful. Even, do you know, we were just talking about our beautiful heritage embroidery projects. Helen, most of her kits had felt to back them with, or to having the inside needle books, or to back your projects with. There's lots of places that you could be using felt that you don't realise. I think this would be lovely to use for applique as well. Adds different texture, doesn't it? I know Alison Marion loves working with felt. Obviously, we've seen books and books from Alison Reed. Now, you get 4 orange, 4, all of the colours of the rainbow, 4 of your orange, 4 red, 4 yellow, 4 green, 4 dark green, 4 of your blues. See, this is brilliant, isn't it? If you run any sort of clubs or events or workshops, I mean, I have Maisie's friends come over quite often on like a Friday afternoon, and I get the tiny little pizzas from Costco for them, which Hannah knows about. She was like, oh yeah, pizza parties. And I am known now, obviously this is my job, I am the crafting mom. I am the one that gets all the crafty bits out. Yeah, I am that mom. £13.99. Yeah, Kieran's not great with the fact that I am the crafty mom, bearing in mind there's 3-year-olds with felt tips and glitter glues and glue and all sorts everywhere. Having a great time. £13.99 for your full assortment, 23 by 30 centimetres each. So they're big sheets as well, and it's a really, really good price. A little meet-up. You can make lovely little flowers. Felt flowers. There's so many things on Pinterest. I think I got a felt flowers book from Search Press, and it was 50 different flowers you could make with felt. I mean, this is such a lovely way to do a nice crafternoon with your friends. What about doing like an Easter wreath or something, you know, that you put on your door, a springtime wreath? And even though we're looking at real bright rainbow colours here, you've got all of your lovely soft peaches and pinks. If you just search felt craft on Pinterest, obviously some of these are paid for patterns, but just to give you a bit of an idea, Christmas, You're not all going to use all of this at once, but for kids' makes, it's so good. I love it. There's loads of things there. And it is great that it doesn't fray. You can use it to hand stitch together. You can use it with your machine. You don't need to finish the edges. You can sit and chat and do nice little projects. Little flowers. Hannah's now shopping. She's now getting some of these and she's now looking for inspiration on Pinterest. Dolls, toy making, absolutely. Please don't think to start sewing, to start crafting, that you have to invest in hundreds of pounds worth of fabric to get going. Oh, no. Get your confidence up using felt. I mean, this is really lovely quality felt as well. $13.99, you can't go wrong. I'd be multi-buying on that because you're getting your huge assortment. I think a couple of times we've done felt, individual pieces, felt squares, smaller packs. That's the biggest bumper pack I have sold here at Sewing Street. How many of these are we getting then? How many sheets is that? 4 of each is 60 sheets. 60. That's so good. Really good value for money. Thank you for discounting it as well, Hannah. $13.99. Thank you. It's a lovely bright orange, that is. It's always like reflecting at me. It's lovely bright orange. Got all your neon colours for your... Oh, you could do disco accessories. Fiesta. This is giving me Fiesta. Oh, I love it. You can make little key rings. Making to sell. Honestly, if you do a stall where you're doing, like Hannah's just said, tacos or cheeseburgers, that's what I'm seeing when I see this colour palette. I'm thinking you could do some really bright, really cool little key rings, couldn't you? Making to sell, you can't go wrong with felt. Can't go wrong. Right, keep going through for those. I've got the glitter pack as well. These are smaller squares, but if you just want to add a little bit of glitter... you're getting loads of colours in here as well. It's going to $4.99, 20 pieces. Alison Reed, she did Wizard of Oz. Oh, your shiny shoes, you need your shoes. Now, I know you're not going to use glitter all the time, but just to be able to cut. And you can use this with your die cutting machine as well if you've got the Gemini. You'll be able to cut loads of hearts for Valentine's. You'd be able to do amazing bunting. Oh, I love those. Yeah, see, if you are, I'm planning my friend's hen do that I'm going on in, and again, I am the crafty one now, aren't I? Being here, I'm in charge of doing all the decoration bits. This could be amazing. You could like applique a different name, like put somebody's name onto a little gift bag, just an initial in all the glitter. This is giving me Strictly Come Dancing tour vibes. Love it. £4.99. I follow them all on social media and they're finishing the tour and just think, gosh, how that must be so... One, yeah, they must be really tired. But two, they've been doing this a long time. You must get so sad after, dancing every day. About a year now. I love that blue. That is gorgeous. £4.99. These are all the colours that you'll get. You'll get a full assortment. Look at that gorgeous pink as well. And it's not shedding loads of glitter on me, by the way. It's not shedding loads of glitter. You've got your oranges, you've got your nice bright pink, blues. Oh, that one's nice, isn't it? Oh, and they are very glittery. I mean, jam-packed. The other side, you can still sew through this with your sewing machine. It's absolutely fine. It's felt on the one side and obviously then just glitter on the other. Your green's lovely as well. £4.99. These are all the different colours you'll get. You get 20 different colours for £4.99. I know you might not do a whole project, but if you are doing toy making, like we said, just little elements. Decoration making. Having in your stash ready for Christmas decorations. Love them. It doesn't shed, no. I mean, it's not shedding everywhere. It's not cover our desk in glitter. I mean, it's absolutely fine. I can see literally like a couple of pieces on my hands, but I have gone through the whole pack. It's, sometimes when you get a gift bag that sheds or a card, I mean, glitter like that you would expect to just be everywhere. I think there will be a small amount come off. I'm not going to it's not a problem amount when you're hoovering for the next week that you're going to find glitter all over your face for the next week. Unless you rub your face with it, and then you think, actually, yeah, just keep rubbing, then maybe you will have glitter on your face. Maybe you will. Right, go for it. £4.99. Right, we've got some sewing-themed buttons. Oh, these are brilliant. I've got a mixed pack, a stitch at a time. See, we have a button stash. If you lose a button on a top or something, you might keep it in a little, tin of buttons. But every now and then, you might want a specialist button. Hannah is in a really funny mood today. I've not worked with her for ages. She says, I don't know what's wrong with me. Sorry, I don't know what's coming over me. I don't think she's seen anybody all weekend. I don't think she's spoke to anybody. She's, we could tell Bruce, can't we? Right, £3.49. Oh, is this your lovely gym lady that you were telling me about? Oh, yeah. Hannah's made best friends with a new personal trainer. You've got your thimble, you've got little spools, you've got buttons. I've got scissors. Look, you've got scissors as well. These are gorgeous. To be able to embellish it onto like a little needle keeper, or if you want to just, you can use them as functional, absolutely, but also just as decorative. They're lovely. You've got all of your little spools, little lovely decorative stitch buttons. I remember when Rebecca Reed came into the studio once and she was wearing this gorgeous cardigan, and it was I thought, like, she's made that, it just looks amazing. And she says, oh, it's just, an old cardigan that I had, and I've just changed a couple of the buttons and the placket, and she's put like a frill on the bottom. It looked amazing. These check buttons are so cool, aren't they? Love those. I'm just looking, we don't have a pack of those, do we? No. They're in the assortment, and I love that scissor one as well. So you could put that on as a little charm for something. It doesn't need to be a button. That could then be on a jump ring and put it onto a necklace, or they're really cool, or earrings. £3.49 for 9 of your buttons. Even the thimble one, look at that. Loads of you put these in your baskets. This is another one of those that if you've bought anything already, if you've bought any of Helen's projects, grab one of these to add to your order, as it's only £3.49 today. Next, because of time, I've got the scissors, I've got the sewing machines. Let's do the sewing machines. These look really ornate. No, you don't. You get loads. It says 3 pieces. No. I've got at least, well, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got 6. I've got 6, yeah. And they are buttons. Put them onto stitch them onto a brooch, or stitch them onto a wall hanging, onto a cushion, onto a cardigan, absolutely. £3.49. You don't get 3, ignore that. You get the whole pack. They look like they're made of wood. They're not, but they look very ornate. Hannah thinks they look like they're made out of licorice. She says, do not eat them. I'm not a licorice fan. I like the ones that have got the ones that aren't very licoricey, like the bubbly, oh, I don't like the coconutty ones, actually. £3.49. And the ones with the blue man? No. Oh, I don't think I've had one of them before. You don't always get Bertie, Hannah's saying. £3.49. I told you she's in a funny mood today. We've got the scissors. Love these. I've never seen any buttons like these before. They're big buttons as well. Now, I probably wouldn't be making a whole shirt with these buttons. But they are big buttons. In fact, for scale, I need to open these out so you can see them. Oh, sorry, 8 packs left. I'll be very careful with my my opening. But look, you've got really good sized buttons. Aren't they so cool? What are you going to stitch these onto? I'd stitch them onto things like a needle, a scissor keeper, or a pin cushion. Hannah wants to do something for a hairdresser with them. Yes, you do know a hairdresser. Your friend. Why don't you get in one of these? £6.99. You need to try the Vaseline trick that Hannah seems to get a lot of hair dye on her face everywhere, all over her head. Yeah, if you put Vaseline, it stops it. That was Baffa's tip for you, wasn't it? Right, I've also got thimbles. All of your little thimble buttons. I say little, they're good sizes again, and they're nice shiny thimbles. Now, this says you're getting 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, you do get 12. On the picture, I think it suggests that they are matte finish. These are highly polished, shiny finish. £6.99 for all 12 of those buttons. We also have the sewing threads. I like this colour, nice neutral colour. They're going to go with everything, aren't they? But they do have the little hook on the back for you to be able to stitch onto any of your projects, whether it be aesthetic or functional. £6.99 for your 12-piece button set. Go back through the website, have a look what is on the show today, because we've got lots of real useful bits and bobs that you may not see on air very often. They're some of our favourite bits off the web shop. And it's £6.99. Like, as I say, you've probably got a big tin full of white buttons or brown buttons or little buttons like from off your shirt, whereas this is nice to be able to have a little bit of a nod to our craft that you can use as aesthetics on the ends of your projects. Love that. Just £6.99. Toy eyes, if you're doing your Scrappy Bear. Now we've got safety eyes in black. Anybody who's doing the Scrappy Bear, grab a pack of these. Remember, anybody under the age of 3, well, anybody over the age of 3, sorry. Obviously, be aware of who you're making projects for. If you're doing something for a younger person, then I would be suggesting to embroider eyes on. Could I have a new talkback, please? My batteries have gone. £1.19, and you are getting a pack of 6 of those toy safety eyes. Got a message on the screen. Good morning. I use these buttons to decorate frames using cross-stitch pictures. Cut off a stem at the back and glued them on. Oh, good idea. So you don't actually need to stitch them on. You can actually just glue them on with your hot glue gun if you've got one. Thank you for your message, Claudia. Lovely. Decorate your frames. Good idea. All of those buttons are underneath us on the website. I like the scissors as well. That would be nice to embellish little frames as well. We also have the red eye. I say red eyes. They're amber eyes. Slightly smaller. These are your 10mm eyes. Perfect for your teddy bears. Perfect for your dolls. They're your traditional Ted. They'd be nice if you're making like an heirloom mohair bear. They are plastic. Obviously, just be aware of who it is that you are making them for. They are 9.99p. It's not very often that we have anything on air that's under £1. I'm sure at some point we were told it's too expensive, airtime's too expensive, we can't bring things like that. But it's so good to be able to show you what is on offer on our web shop all the time. Now, something else I just want to squeeze in before we get Helen back on. A textile medium. Don't ever get a chance to talk about this enough. And this is brilliant. If you've got any acrylic paints in your home, even if you've got any household paint that is water-based, acrylic paint, there are some household paints. Have a look on the front of your tin. If it doesn't have a really strong smell, then it is normally water-based. Have a look, check on your labels. But if you've got any paint in the garage or in your crafting cupboard, you can actually turn it into fabric paint. So it says here, mix here a 1-to-1 ratio with paint and use on light fabrics. Washable at 40 degrees when fixed with an iron. So if you want to paint onto canvas shoes, hats, bags, scrapbooking with your fabric, creating your own designs with stencils, £5.99. It's one of those things that, I mean, it's got a great sort of shelf life once you've opened it. It doesn't even have one of those little labels to say you have to use it within a few months even. I think this will last you ages. Mix 1-to-1 with various paints and use on fabric. Only £5.99. If you've never tried it before, worth having a go with when you're experimenting. Just $5.99, and if you've already paid your postage and packaging, then it's 1 P&P all day today. Love this product. Who is it that we normally see this with? Stencil Up. Stencil Up, they normally bring it. They have got some amazing stencils, some William Morris stencils and all sorts. Sells out on those shows, so it's nice to see it sometimes out of those environments. If you've already paid your postage and packaging today, which so many of you have, add that to your order. It's nice to make things that match. If you've got a wall that you've painted in a certain colour and you want to do some cushions, to be able to paint a light colour fabric, like a calico, a really affordable calico, and have it matching exactly in with the colour of your walls, I think is really exciting. Or your lampshades, yeah, if you've got a lampshade making kit. Or pre-existing lampshade, jazz it up. Maybe a fabric headboard. If you don't want to reupholster it, paint it. This normally sells out in shows when we have it. It is your textile medium, 1-to-1 ratio as well. So this will last you ages. Just $5.99. I like the idea of personalising as well. So I'm off to Minehead tomorrow for my father-in-law's 70th birthday, and I did think, should I do us all T-shirts, or should we have all... Which I think he'd absolutely hate if we all went with Grumpy's 70. But it would be good to it would be so cool to personalise it and paint it on, or kids to be able to draw handprints and things like that on T-shirts. Making some fabric with handprints on and having them onto a quilt or something. It doesn't need to be, on T-shirts that he wears for his birthday. It could be something really special that he then has in his home, like, a cushion. I've got all these ideas now. Oh, good idea. $5.99. $5.99. Well done, everybody. Okay. Jason Yenter bundle is available as it stands at the moment. We've got it on 3-way split pay. Should not be on 3-way split pay. I'm not going to tell you the whole story on the split pay deal, but it's the only way now of getting this fabric collection in the bundle. We're not going to be able to make any more mega bundles. If you love it, you've got the large portholes, the smaller portholes. This is from the Calypso 3, which is the brand new collection from Jason Yenter. The Stingray fabrics, the Waves fabrics, the starfish, the shells, those gorgeous, this was seaweed one. I love them all. Great collection, ready for summer, in time for your holidays. 3-way split pay. We haven't had it taken off us yet. Make the most of it, because this was a little cheeky deal. We took £5 off and put it on 3-way split pay for you. It takes your split pay down to just £23.80, was it? Yeah, good memory. £23.80 is your 3-way split pay today. It's normally, this should be £5 higher. It's the best value for money. Getting it in the bundle should be £76.41. There's over 10 of you who've got it in your basket. Check out during the break. We've got brand new kits on the way with Helen. We've got the silk shading kits, the Tudor Rose back in stock. We've got some of those lovely tools as well. I'm calling it an extender tool, retractable necklace. All the different colours are available. We'll explain with Helen in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. Check out over your baskets and stay where you are. Helen McCook's bringing all of those goodies for us after this.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Nesting seams is a really good way of getting perfectly matching seams. We use them a lot in patchwork, but they're also really good for dressmaking as well. So I've sewn these 2 separate pieces of fabric together and I want to join them. So what you do for nesting seams is press the seam allowances over to one side. So with this one, I'm going to press them over to the left. So you could do that from the wrong side. I also like to give it a little press from the right side, just gives it a neat finish. Now, with the other seam, I'm going to press this one over to the other side. So the seams are pressed over to that way, and then I'll give it a little press from the right side. Then you take the two seams, and because I want them to sit exactly one on top of the other, if you take the top fabric and pull it very gently, it stops. It stops just there, and that's the nesting of the seam. Because the seam allowance is higher this side on this one, and higher on this side, it makes the seam nest. So all you have to do now is pin, then sew them together. Join me for my birthday show on Thursday. Yes, it's actually my birthday that day. I've got the lovely Wendy Orlando, who's going to be demonstrating a beautiful shoulder bag and a quilt. Then I've got Sam Sabido in with a brand new Sunshine crochet cardigan, and a show with Amber Makes where we've designed the Carefree cacti with all cacti themed prints as well. So I hope you can join me. Happy birthday to me.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
In sewing, the term square up means trimming your fabric or block to ensure it has straight edges and perfect corners. Using a ruler and rotary cutter, trimming away any uneven edges. This step helps your pieces fit together neatly in your project. Square up is a quick way to keep everything perfectly aligned.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Please don't forget about the notches when you're cutting out your pattern pieces. Every notch on one piece will match up with a notch on another piece of your garment, and they'll make the whole thing go together so much more easily. This is how you do it. Your notches might be a small little line or a double line, or they might be a triangle. When you cut them out, I recommend that you cut a small triangle outwards rather than cutting into your seam allowance. Notches on sleeves are particularly important for helping you to get them into the right place. So take your time to cut them out carefully. 2 notches means it's the back of your garment. 1 notch means it's the front.
Hello, welcome back. More kits for you. Well done everybody who managed to get anything over Helen's previous hour. It's been really, really busy. We're back in stock with the Tudor Rose. Now, silk shading. I think this is a new term or technique for me, actually. What is silk shading?
In layman's terms, it's colouring in with thread.
Right, okay.
So let's dress it down.
Yeah.
We can come back up a level. It's had loads of different titles over the years. So my favourite is needle painting, but some people find that a bit off-putting. But yeah, silk shading, long and short, is the stitch that we're using. So yeah, but it's actually quite accessible. So
is this done with variegated thread, or is this?
No, you choose what what areas you want dark and what areas you want light, and you move through accordingly. So you're literally colouring in the same way you would with a felt tip pen.
Amazing. I mean, the end result is incredible, isn't it? And I know this has now become part of a bit of a series for you.
Yeah. So I did the Tudor Rose one, and that turned out to be so popular with all of you, so thank you for that. And then so I've done a new piece to go with it. And with all of these things, if there's things you'd like to see from me, let me know. Like, do put suggestions in. I'm very open to it. So
it's sold out every single time it's been to air. This is it. Once again, half the stock has gone on pre-order. We've now got just 12 of these kits remaining. If you want one, please grab it now. It's $34.99. And what do we get in the kit, Helen?
So everything that you'll need apart from your scissors and your hoop. Which
Okay.
is what the standard thing is with me. I like you've got scissors, you've got a hoop most likely, but everything else should be in the kit. So you've got your printed fabric, you've got your calico base with your needles, and then you have all your stranded cotton and the instructions, which are step by step. And you'll see that the printed design, all the angles for your long and short are already printed on, so that it gives you a really clear idea of where you're going.
So what sort of stitches are we going to be doing within?
So you do split stitch underneath, and I'm going to demonstrate that.
Okay.
You also do, with this one, there's long and short, so the leaves and the petals are long and short. We've got stem stitch around the outside of the outer petals and the small inner petals, and then we've also got laid work in the centre of the flower.
Yeah, I was going to say, what is this? I've never seen. So we've done laid work in the last one.
That we were doing in the last show. So you know where you do the long stitch on the front and the short stitch on the back, and then it needs some stitching over the top to hold it down, to shore it up. So in this case, I did some tiny little stitches at half drops to each other to give that kind of texture. Over the
I love that. It looks amazing, doesn't it? There's so many of you got this in your basket. If you do want the Tudor Rose Silk Shading Kit, everything you need, even all of your lovely quality DMC skeins. I mean, the colour palette is perfect for this as well. Where is it that you've used the gold?
So in the centre there.
Oh yes, of course.
Yeah, so that's the thing though, because when you look at the palette, you notice different things, and then when you look at the piece of the work, they kind of mould into each other, don't they? So that should be the thing about a piece of embroidery. You shouldn't kind of be staring at one piece initially.
No, it takes you on a journey, doesn't it, when you look at it and you notice different things each time.
Yeah, exactly.
You've got your full stitch diagrams, you have your colour plan in there, your order of work, and the photographs and the step-by-step instructions are so clear. So please don't be daunted by the process. I always remember when I first met you and we spoke a lot about, you know, your background with the Royal School of Needlework, and I just presumed that this is for people who have been stitching their whole lives, whereas actually you have a lot of people who are completely new
so
to hand stitching.
I always kind of think, you know, you want to have a range of things for different people and different interests, and the lovely thing about embroidery is when people say to me, embroidery is not for me, and I'm like, you haven't found your embroidery yet.
Right.
So there's something for everybody. I truly believe that, and whatever level you're at and whatever your interest, there's something for you. There's so many different techniques, but it's one of those things that embroidery should be made to be approachable, because it is, and it's such a lovely way of spending your time.
Yeah.
And you'll create such beautiful things, and you'll find yourself sliding down that rabbit hole really quickly. Yeah. It's a nice place to find yourself.
But like you said, exactly. I think that we all thought about this 5 years ago when we first started Sewing Street, and we were in COVID, and you know we were all talking about trying to focus our mind on something. Whereas actually, I think it's such a really important thing to have that mindset. We're now learning, obviously, your physical health and your mental health. It's all linked, isn't it? And I think that hand stitching is so mindful.
I think the thing is, it's so easy to kind of see different parts of your life and different parts of your personality kind of compartmentalised, and it's not. We're not like that, you know. And at the end of the day, you feed something and put water into something here. It spreads across to other parts of you. So living a creative life isn't just for a small group of people, and it's not just for a certain part of your life. It overspills into everything, doesn't it?
Yes, I love it. Love it. This is such a beautiful kit. There's so many of you who've got it in your basket. There's literally 8 of those left to be allocated. Please do get that as soon as you can. We've also got the brand new Thistle kit, which is beautiful, Helen.
Thank you. Never been seen before.
Really? This is literally hot off the press, everyone.
Yeah.
No one's seen this. So are you designing these, you know, each month depending on what everybody is messaging you? And,
sometimes people message me and they're like, it'd be great if. Sometimes we're chatting and it'd be like, you know, I'm not so much about this, but if it was that, I'd be interested. And sometimes things just naturally evolve. So I did the Tudor Rose because I trained at Hampton Court Palace. I used to see the Tudor Rose a lot around there because obviously it was a Tudor palace, or developed into a Tudor palace. But my family's actually Scottish, so my mum's maiden name was Stuart. So it's one of those things that I spent a lot of my working life in Scotland.
Yeah.
So for me, it's lovely because I get to travel around and see so many different parts of our fantastic country, and further afield. And you want to kind of bring different flavours to people. And, you know, if one thing doesn't appeal, another thing will. So, as I say, if there's things out there that people want, let me know. But yeah, I just love stitching. I just love being given an idea, or an idea comes to mind and you're kind of like, oh yeah, that could be great. I'll do that now.
And this is on a pre-printed fabric as well already, isn't it? So the design's there for you.
Yeah, same idea. So it's pre-printed. You've got the angles already on there, and you've got all the threads, the base fabric, the needles, and all your instructions.
These are all kitted by yourself, aren't they? Everything, you know, is your design, and they are all ready to go.
Absolutely, ready to rock and roll.
They'll be sent out to you in the next few days. I absolutely love the colours on this as well. The beautiful palette of purples and peacock sort of blues and greens.
You know, it's that thing though, when you kind of look different times of the year. I keep saying I'm going to do a colour study of the different times of the year in the Highlands of Scotland, because the hills are such different colours and there's such different palettes. You'll see at certain times, and there's people think about purple heather and the kind of blues, but you see kind of blue greens and these blue tones through. So I wanted to kind of bring all those things together into a piece. So that's what we're seeing here.
Loads of people loving this one. It is very, very busy. This is your finished piece of what it's going to look like. Stitches on here as well.
Again, you've got long and short. You've got stem stitch to finish off the cut stem and down here and edge the bulb here. You've got some little lazy daisies with straight stitches in to decorate the thistle head. You've got little French knots in the plume, and the rest of it, as I say, is long and short.
Mate, all achievable, all absolutely achievable. I love the fact that you're looking at something that, whether you're making it for yourself, whether you're gifting this, or whether you're gifting a kit, we all have friends as well, don't we, who say, I'd love to have a go, I'd love to have a go. And one of our directors who comes in often, Chris, his mum's just started stitching, hasn't she? And it's a bit of a minefield, you don't know where to start. So having a kit, I think, really helps that, because you might not have a huge stash of different threads, or...
Yeah, I mean, what I don't want is for people to think it's like an exclusive club. You know, that's the lovely thing about craft. Everyone's so generous with their ideas and their knowledge, and you know, and if you go into it, you enter into it, you'll see, even on the kind of the Sewing Street fans page. You know, I'm stuck on this. Has anyone got an idea on that? You'll see how people share with each other, and that's what it's like, isn't it? And it's a lovely place to be, for the making and for the people. And that's the thing, you know, there's a really easy way into it, in so many different ways, whichever suits you. So.
Oh, honestly, these kits are flying out. We love it. The silk shading kit. We are going to be doing a bit of a demo on this one as well, aren't we? So once again, get your questions in over the next half an hour or so whilst we have Helen with us. If there are any more difficult stitches within this?
No, it's all very similar, and you can see I've tried to make it as step by step as possible. You're literally seeing the different levels of where you're going to fill the areas. So it really couldn't make it any more straightforward. We were joking, it couldn't be more straightforward if I was sitting in your living room with you. But it's to try and give you that feel so you can see exactly what you're supposed to be doing and go, okay, I've done that bit now, what's the next bit? So, yeah, hopefully it should be nice and straightforward.
You will really enjoy making these. Everybody who's got one, well done, because this will be another sellout, $34.99. This is for the Thistle. It's kind of part 2 of the series, and they complement each other quite nicely, actually, don't they? Really nice. What's next? What's the next part of the series?
Well, this is the thing. So do people want a leek for Wales? Do they want a daffodil for Wales? What are we doing for Ireland? Are we doing a harp? Are we doing the... you know, are we doing the shamrock? So let me know what you fancy. So we're open to play here.
Oh, very nice. Get your messages in. So I was just ask if you're going to bring back the, which kit? Is it the Flying Flame?
Yes, I think.
The Dragon kit?
People have been asking for this one and also for the hair. So I think I will be bringing those back at some point, possibly in the March show.
I suppose you're always working so far ahead as well, aren't you? You're always working a couple of shows ahead. And I mean, you're very busy outside of it. Isn't just Sewing Street. You say you're off to India next week?
So I'm off to India on the 22nd, I think it is. So I'm there for like 3 weeks. So I'm going to be teaching for a needlework company from Australia, and we're teaching people from all over the world.
How do you find that with different languages as well?
I've taught classes to people who don't speak the same language as me at all. I don't share a language with them at all. But as long as you can see the demonstration and they allow me to kind of touch their hands to change the technique that they're doing, then we can do it quite well. I even taught a class a few years ago in very broken French. It's been a while since I've spoken French, but we managed to get by. But it was it's interesting how the shared the shared language of craft, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it doesn't necessarily need to be
No.
the words that work. It's the same with the instructions. I put wording there, obviously, but the pictures should do the job.
Yeah.
So
how exciting! So you're off to the mountains, you say?
Yeah. So Darjeeling. I'm off to overlooking the Himalayas.
Have you done India before?
No, I've never been before. I've been wanting to go for such a long time. So this is going to be a work trip, and I imagine it's going to be one of those that's the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah.
You know.
Bex Reed was in India, wasn't she, earlier on? Was it the tail end of last year? She went, yeah. She went to Goa, and she loved it. So it was
I can't
brilliant.
wait. Yeah.
In fact, can we see a little bit of demo on
Yes, of course.
this?
Yeah.
So, because as I say, silk shading, this is new to me. It's a technique that's basically colouring in with your threads. It sounds nice and simple. Both kits are going to sell out, by the way. You've got the Tudor Rose one in your basket. That is now last of stock. This one's only got 7 remaining, and it's fresh, hot off the press. Nobody's seen the thistle before. Tudor Rose is your side graphics. It's the same technique.
Yes.
Brilliant.
Absolutely.
So, again, you work in a hoop.
Yeah, I work in a hoop because I prefer that, so I don't have to hold anything and I can work with both hands. And it keeps the tension of the fabric better. But you do you know. I'm not here to judge. So one of the things that we can choose to do is to put a split stitch edge onto the edges of the areas. So I'm split stitching. I've already started the outside here, so you can see I've got 2 colours here. I've got the lighter and the mid green. I'm working through split stitching, so you travel forward, just a nice short stitch, and then you come up from beneath and split the thread at about the halfway point. This will help to raise up the edges of the embroidery, but also gives you a lovely firm edge to work against. So we should get a nice neat finish when we do that. So I'm working all the way around the outside of it, and I would come down here and then back up. So I would then use those 2 tones to fill in. So I've got my light thread already here ready to go. So what we do with long and short is generally you're going to, when you're covering an edge or a split stitch, you come up in the shape and down over the edge of the split stitch. So it's going to help you get a nice firm edge. So if it helps you to set up your angles as you go, I have them drawn on. So you can use your thread to help you to work out your angle as well. I'm starting to just put some angle stitches in. When people start, they find it sometimes easier to set some angles up, to just guide them, because if they don't look right at this stage, then you know you can tweak them. It's only 4 stitches that you've put in. So, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to fill in, but what I want to do is long and short, which is the name that's sometimes used for it, silk shading, needle painting, it's had so many names. Long and short, which is the most common name it's known by, is a bit of a misnomer because it suggests that all the shorts should be the same length and all the longs should be the same length, and in reality that's not the case. You want to be nice and irregular, so I'm going to fill in between my stitches here, making sure I'm nice and smooth on the outside edge by the split stitch, and I'm going to have irregular lengths on the inside edge, and I'm just working through filling up the space, so everything should sit in its own space here. And it's just filling in that edge.
Right.
Let's say some shorter, some longer. You're getting the speed version here.
There's literally 2 of the thistles left.
Oh, I'm glad you're liking them.
Yeah, we're loving this whole collection of silk shading.
Yeah, and as I say, let me know what you want the next ones to be. So, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to start to fill down. So to fill inside the shape, you split anywhere along the length of the stitches that you've just put in and then travel forward. So I split that stitch, it anchors everything into place, and then I can turn. So I want to turn around this curve, which is why I've started there, because I wanted to show you probably the most tricky bit. So you've got a curve there. So the thing that people try to do is to try to turn too quickly. So they put in a stitch like that and you get an angle. Can you see it's quite unfortunate there? So you'd be better off putting 2 shorter stitches in that area. And you can see with the thread, the point at which it starts to get uncomfortable. So I can go to there. And then if I put a stitch in next to it that starts higher, because you don't want your stitches to start in the same place, because otherwise you get ridges. And then you can feed downwards, so I'll come back up in that stitch that we were on originally, and then I can turn it a bit more. So it eases round the corner, so you can start to work in that direction then. You just need to fill in any gaps. So I've got a little gap there, I'm just going to fill in there. It's quite forgiving, you can go back in and just pop a stitch where you need it.
I suppose with this, you can see quite quickly
Yeah.
if you do need to fill in any gaps anywhere or...
Yeah, so it should end up feeling quite smooth and you shouldn't be seeing any of the fabric showing through.
No.
So if you have a kind of a lumpy, bumpy appearance to it, you've either overstitched it and built up too much in one area, in which case just take a couple of stitches out, or you've got a gap. And the other thing is if you're seeing the fabric, then you've got a gap, put a stitch. So, and then I can feed through. As I say, you want the stitches to be coming up and down at different places so that you don't create stripes.
Right.
And once you remember that, that's actually as complex as it gets. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn direction because I'm going to cover this edge now. So come up in the shape, go down over the outside edge. I'm just going to finish this thread because I'm running out of thread. Once you see it in action, you're kind of like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's
how much thread do you tend to work with?
I tend to use the traditional measurement. So it's a fingertip to elbow length, which is called an L or an elm. It's how we used to actually purchase all fabric and thread traditionally.
Right.
It's body lengths. Everything used to be in body lengths before people were literate.
Yeah.
Fingertip to elbow length, so that length. And it means that your thread stays in good condition because you're not using massive lengths. But also, you shouldn't find yourself doing Saturday Night Fever movements with your needle. And the reason is it's not good for your shoulder, but also it's not good for the thread. The condition is going to be quite poor by the time you get to the end of that thread because it's been in and out of the fabric so much. It's going to be fluffy and thin and worn, and the shine's going to be off it because you're going to have handled it quite a lot. But also, if you've got somebody next to you, you've potentially needle in the face because you're not that aware by the time you get that far from your body. So there's many good reasons for.
Do you always condition your DMC skeins? Do you always...
No, they're ready to use. So I use them as they are, unless I'm doing something particularly with metals or beads. Then I don't. And if I'm going to condition them, I use beeswax. So because I know how it responds over time, we've been using it for centuries. So it's the best way. So I'm just going to start my thread in that shape because I know I'm going to cover it up later. So not on the top, 2 small stitches.
This is something else I've learned about knotting on the top.
Yeah, so you can get rid of that knot once you've done the job. So 2 small
Does that make the back really neat as well?
Well, on the whole, yeah. So
you look at the back of anybody's embroidery, do you?
Well, I mean, the only time I look at the back, I always joke about this. So asking to see that people always automatically go, oh, look, and look at the back, and they've hardly seen the front. They're like, I'm going to see the back. I'm going to judge you from the back of your embroidery. And I always say these are not your people because that's what they're doing. Don't let them look at your stuff anymore. Because I always joke that asking to see the back of somebody's work is a bit like asking to see somebody's knickers. It's a personal area, and there should be a limited number of people looking at it. So it's unnecessary. Because what are you seeing from the back that you're not seeing from the front? The front is the aesthetic space. The back is a working area. So it's not needed. And the only time I look at people's work at the back is if I'm teaching them and helping them to untangle something, or if if it's clear that they've kind of gone a strange way about it, and I'll sometimes be like, can I just check the back?
Yeah.
But I always ask.
Yeah.
You know, as you'd expect. So, you know, and it's fine if they say no. I'll work it out another way. But it's a funny thing. It's one of those hangovers from when we were. It's a Victorian thing. You know, it's that whole thing about the back must be the same as the front. It's not a flag. Mm-hmm. We don't need to worry about those things. There's enough things to think about. If that's the worst things that we can get up to, then we're all right.
Both kits have now completely sold out. We're going to try and get more next time that you'll hear, fingers crossed. Yeah. The hoop that's the main graphic in a moment is the seat frame that we were talking about in the last hour. Helen says she wouldn't be without her. She takes it on the train, on the plane, all the time. Obviously, we're working on this desk today, which is the clamp one, but this is the hoop that I know Helen normally uses, the seat frame. It's a 20 centimetre hoop, an 8-inch hoop, and it is completely collapsible, so you can take it on the move with you. It's $21.99. If you want to work in a hoop, it is completely personal preference. Can we move on to the... oh, hang on. What's the recap? Yeah. One of the Elizabeth Garden projects left. If you do want to make the brand new Elizabeth Garden kit, the kit is on your screen. It's $99.99, or it is on two-way split pay as well. It came in today. It's been so popular, and there is now literally one left to be allocated. We love it. We love it when Helen brings us new treats. It is so exciting because nobody else has really had a look at this unless you were on the workshop during in the Lake District. When was that you?
In last October.
Last October. Then you will not have seen this before.
Yeah.
Thank you, Helen and Vicky. Can't wait for the March show. Just bought the Tudor Rose and the Elizabethan Garden. Let us know. So you've got obviously Wales next. Daffodil, we're thinking?
Yeah, so Wales and Ireland still yet to come. Daffodil, leek, you know, are we going for harps? Are we going completely off-piste with the Irish? Are we going to go for the harp? You know, who knows? Let me know.
Send in your messages. Right, can we do these amazing retractable accessories? So, this one, it is either a choice of pink or purple.
Yeah, absolutely. Pink or purple. They are what they are. Do you know what? I'm a complete sparkle fiend, which I love a bit of glitter. And they've got crystals all the way through the mesh around the neck and then onto the lanyard, the extendable bit. You can have this separately. So I've clipped it on at the moment, but these can be two separate things. So you can use that to clip on your embroidery frame, onto your belt, whatever you like, onto your top, your pocket. And that's got a clip on and is retractable. And then that you can just leave round your neck with the loop.
How brilliant! I mean, I've seen retractable lanyards before, but I've not seen one anything like this with all the diamonds on. And also, I haven't seen one with as many options. Like you said, you can take this completely off if you want and have that on your embroidery hoop. But also, it's so useful. You then got a clip if you want to put, I mean, you've got your scissor keeper on this section here.
You can put little loops on your embroidery tools and keep them clipped on, so they're all around your neck. If you're in embroidery class, or if you're like me, you're kind of a bit scatty, you know, I'm constantly thinking about several things at once. So the door will go, I'll go back to the phone, and I'll suddenly realise I don't know where my scissors are, and where's my malure, and, you know, all various things. So I tend to clip them on.
Good idea.
So it means that I can't lose them. And if I'm in class, it's one of those things as well, like, you know, we always say particularly with scissors, your scissors are like your fountain pen, so they mould to your hand and the way that you work with the pressure. So you don't want to really lend your embroidery scissors to other people. So so you want to keep them safe. So I'm a bit funny about my scissors in that way. They're quite personal to me, so I don't want somebody else using my scissors. So I'm like, you know...
Oh, gosh, Hannah, when you asked Helen this morning to use your scissors, and she was, no, forget it.
They're always around my neck if I'm in class or whatever. So it means that, like, if I'm travelling around, it means that they're in one place, I'm using them, and that's it. Brilliant.
Remember, you'll either get pink or you'll get purple. One of them will be sent out to you. It will be at random. They are really gorgeous. They are about to sell out. $14.99. I actually just really want this as well. For at work, we have to have our pass to get into the door with our fobs and things.
Yeah.
This is brilliant if you've got your card for at work or, you know, different bits. I love it.
Hard to lose being sparkly as well.
Oh, absolutely. And it looks like a really nice necklace, like a nice accessory.
Yeah, exactly.
Next one. These are lovely. Now, it will be either in that gunmetal grey, a rose gold, or a silver. You don't get a choice. It's at random, but one of these beautiful... See, it looks like... If you go out and you leave the workshop or you leave your craft room and you wear it, it's like a nice necklace as well, isn't it?
They're actually quite good for putting your glasses on as well. Because, they've got the metal hoop, so you can put your glasses through the hoop and they're there and you can still,
Good idea.
Yeah.
Really good idea. If you need reading glasses for instructions or something, you need to change your glasses, certain close-up glasses.
I'm getting to this point now, as is my partner, and something came through the post the other day and he was trying to read the label to me and I was like, I don't know. And then he passed it over and I was like, yep, no, I don't know what that is either. I was trying to read the writing. And it's like
varifocals don't suit everybody, do they? I know a lot of people don't get on with varifocals. So, if you have multiple glasses, brilliant. But to be able to add your crafting tools onto them, to be able to put your essential bits, but also they just make a lovely gift, or treat yourself if you've opened your order already, if you've got anything in your basket, grab this at just £12. You will either get the silver version, the rose gold version, or the gunmetal grey version. I like them all. They're all really nice. And super, super useful.
They are. They're just so handy, aren't they?
To have that retract. Remember when these were like gold dust in our old building, Hannah? Because we had our card on the side and you could open the door with a fob like this. And I remember I lost one and I went to our security guard and he was like, oh, no, you can't have another one of those.
One shot only. You're not having another.
Leon had a secret stash of these retractable lanyards in his drawer. He was like, here you go, you can have one. These are so fancy, yeah. £12. There are now only 8 remaining. Oh, Hannah says she never even got a pass for that building.
Oh.
She never even had a fob for that building.
But the thing is, these are the kind of things that you wouldn't mind wearing,
Yeah, they look lovely. I mean, that looks really nice with all of your layering up your necklaces. Looks lovely. There's a queue on the phone line. There's 5 remaining. They're about to sell out. So can we talk about very quickly the awl as well?
Yes.
Taylor's awl.
Right, so awls. These are really useful tools. You can use them as a laying tool for various techniques, metal, for canvas, etc., ribbon work. But they're originally used for making holes like a stiletto. And you can also punch even into leather. They're very solid. They're steel. A nice grip to them, so they're just really easy to use, and they've got the sheath to them so that you aren't going to end up stabbing through your handbag or your kit with them. But yeah, so a really just handy tool to have, to be honest.
And a brand, I know you say Clover's
yes,
a lovely
so
brand.
Clover's a very nice Japanese brand.
Yeah.
So they do some really nice embroidery tools. Yeah. So this is the type that I use.
I'm sure I've used these in like a leather show as well, punching holes in leather.
Yeah. So you can use them if you make leather bags or shoes or whatever. You can use them to make eyelets, but they're quite good for white work embroidery as well because you can see it's a scaled up circular increase, so you can make different sized eyelets. So tiny little eyelets or very, very large ones. Brilliant. So very handy.
It is all for £12. We always ask Helen, what are your favourite tools and your tools that you use and you work with as well? So you know the proof's in the pudding of the quality tools that you like to use.
Yeah, exactly.
It does feel nice as well.
It's quite ergonomic, isn't it?
Only £12. We also have the spool huggers back in the disco colourways.
Absolutely. Yes, I mean, obviously this must have been the start of our disco colourway moment.
Yes. So hang on, what is a spool hugger? I've never seen a spool hugger.
If you know when you've got a load of kind of reels, embroidery reels, like thread reels for machine threads and things, and they unravel all over the place, you get a knot. So you put this round and it holds it all intact. But also, I also use them for my cable charging and things. So I've got these on
cables.
So my phone and iPad charger and all that kind of stuff. I keep them nice and neat and tidy in my handbag, because I'm constantly bouncing from one place to the next. So, yeah, useful.
I love those.
Useful
all
little
colours.
gadgets.
You get the pack of 4, all multicoloured for £3. £3. If you bought anything else, get these, because they are just going to organise yourself a bit better.
They're quite a good stocking filler as well. I know we're not at Christmas, but like these are the kind of things that I always think are really useful.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Like you say, for cables, that's really handy as well. Household bits. Get a couple of those packs. I think you'll find lots of uses for them. They're only £3. Okay, now we've got 3 different kits. All relating to black work.
Yeah.
Now, we're going to start with what we've called the beginner's kit.
Yes.
We'll introduce all 3 and then we can talk about them in detail if that's okay. So is this the
Yeah,
beginner's
so
kit.
this is the beginner's kit. So it's got, it's blackwork technique, which is basically where you've got counted linen, and then, so it's an even weave fabric, and then what you do is you count across the threads of the fabric, or the holes of the fabric, whichever you prefer, and they're geometric patterns. So here we can see we've got a pattern here and here, so that's pattern 1. You've got another pattern here. You've got another pattern here and here that match, and a pattern here and here that match. And it repeats, and you create shade in different ways, so tonal qualities in different ways. So you could use thicker or finer threads, so finer through to thicker, or patterns that are lacier and more open, so you can see this is a really open pattern, or closer together, so you can see that creates density, kind of difference in density.
Now, the way that you've created this amazing shading is literally from the strands that you
the amount of threads you've got. So it's a really clever technique.
It looks so complicated.
Yeah, and I'm going to demonstrate this to really explain it for you. But it's so straightforward, but it looks impressive. It looks complicated, but you're literally counting, and it's repeated motifs.
Right. So this hasn't got a printed piece of linen.
This does. This particular one does, because it has all the outlines are covered up.
Okay.
So some techniques with blackwork, you don't cover the outlines, so you wouldn't necessarily draw it on permanently, because you'd then have to cover your outlines. So this one has the outlines. You can start and stop your threads on the outlines, and then you'll do all your counted work, and then you can stitch the stem stitch around the outside, and it covers up your starts and stops.
Okay. So that's what makes it slightly more, achievable as a beginner, potentially, that you've got your outline already on your linen.
Yeah.
So you've got your fabric in here, you've got your thread. You've also got
so you've got some 50 weight machine thread, which is nice and even in weight, and you've also got in your fabric, you've got sharp needle and 2 tapestry needles.
Right.
So we have 2 different types of needles. The tapestry is when you're doing the counted work, because you're going through the holes of the fabric. You don't want to snag on the fabric. And then the sharp embroidery needle is for where you're doing the outlines, because you want to choose whether you're going through a hole or through the fabric, so it doesn't look pixelated.
Right.
So, yeah.
I mean, when I first looked at this, I was like, beginners. I mean, it looks so impressive, doesn't it? But you said it's the amount of thread that you're using, the different, how many strands you're using. And also, remember, there is literally four different patterns.
Yeah. So if you think about it, if anybody out there's ever done canvas work or cross stitch, in cross stitch, you're still counting across the fabric, aren't you? You're going across, one hole to one hole. It's the same concept, but in this, for example, this pattern, which I'm going to demonstrate for you, you come up in one hole, and then you miss the second hole and go down in the third hole.
Right.
So each of these particular lines are up in hole 1, down hole 3.
Right.
So you build up the different patterns for them. Okay. And if you look in the booklet, you'll see it's gridded out. So you'll see, if you go to the stitch diagrams, that's the next page, I think. Can you see how clear the grid is? So you can see that the light grey of your grid represents the threads of the fabric. The white represents the hole in the fabric, so you can see where you're coming up and where you're going down, and this is exactly the right count. Plus, in the instructions, I've said to you, come up in hole 1, down in hole 3, which means you're passing over 2 threads of the fabric. Right. Because some people are thinking threads and some people are thinking holes.
Okay.
So.
Okay, so it's all in here with stitch diagrams and also your text order of work. So, I mean, like you say, a lot of people literally can follow this.
Yes,
and work it out. But you have also got it in text as well. So it's all covered there in your instructions. Single figures on this one. Is this new or is this a recap? Have we done this one before?
No, this is brand spanking new, being released today.
Brand new. I love it. How much newness we've had today. And everything has been selling out. Well done if you got any of the Thistle or Tudor Rose, they've gone. If you have got any of the other pieces in your basket as well, we will bring those to air before we do a demo on that one, if this is okay. So we also have something else I've learned is that black work isn't to do with the colour, it is the term of
so black work is still black work, even if you're working it in colour.
Okay.
So traditionally we'd quite often see it in, say, brown tones from Germany, or for children it would be in kind of a lemony, limey colour. Right. And we could see it in red and purple. So the reason for that is that black was actually very hard to pay for. It was an expensive colour. So traditionally, when you had naturally dyed threads, you had to dip the 3 times into different mixtures to get a black, or anywhere near a black. So it was actually cheaper to work in the colours sometimes than it was in the black. So the other thing about it is that it's actually sometimes easier for people to see the colour than it is the black. So sometimes, particularly where people have got maybe, quite often we see it related to dyslexia, where people find that the words jump around a little bit on a page where they don't use a filter. That's to do with scotopic sensitivity. So working in colour will make it much easier for them to do black work.
Wow.
So you're still working with the same ideas.
Yeah.
So you can see in the black version of the acorns
we've got 2 kits here.
you can see you're using single threads and double threads.
Yeah.
Whereas in the green, you're using lighter thread and darker thread.
Yeah.
But the same idea.
Yeah, and you get the same sort of effect, don't you, as well, of shading. So this is the black version. This is from Small Acorns. You're getting everything you need in your kit. Now, this one doesn't have the outline like with the beginner's one. So does that mean that I don't have anything printed onto my linen?
No, you've got a template.
Okay, you've got a template. So does that sit underneath my linen?
Yes. So what you do is put it on a light box or put it onto your window, and you can actually, the linen's quite thin. You can actually see it through quite clearly. But what you do is you then either draw it on with a water erasable pen.
Okay.
And then once you finish working your embroidery in total, you can then just dip it in some nice clean cold water, and the water erasable pen will disappear. Or if you want to, traditionally we used to sometimes tack it on, so you could tack the design on.
Right.
So maybe use tissue paper, draw onto tissue paper, and then pin it into place, tack around the outline with a machine thread. Remove all the tissue paper, and it leaves the tacking line, and you can work up to the tacking line and then remove. If you wanted to, you could transfer it on and just put yourself some outlines. So if you wanted to work permanently and you wanted to have some outlines, that's absolutely fine. You can do that too. But I wanted to give you the option of not having to have the outlines, because it gives you a delicacy.
It does. It looks like lace.
Yes.
You've got literally, how many? 4 different designs again? A honeycomb?
So we've got this one here, we've got this one, we've got the small diamonds, and we've got the honeycomb, and then you've got the stem stitch.
I find that so fascinating that this is done by hand. If you'd say, oh yeah, this is done on a machine, I'd be like, oh yeah, I can see that. But to say that you have literally done all these stitching, oh my gosh, it's amazing. You'll really love doing this project. It's £32, and so many people are going to.
You become completely immersed in it as well, because it's one of those things, because you're counting and you're counting within an area, you just become entrenched. You kind of just zone out, and you're just like up in hole 1, down in hole 3, up in hole 1, down in hole 3, and you're like, just time disappears with this. I will warn you, disclaimer now, your time will disappear.
Do you know what? It's things like that. I was telling you in the last hour, I've started trying to go to the gym, and not so necessarily for my physical, for my mental, and just doing the Pilates classes of learning breathing, of in and out. It's similar, isn't it?
Yeah,
that you're
absolutely.
Absolutely. Up in hole 1, down in hole 3. It's that repetitive, which is just so mindful and lovely. I'm beyond angry with myself. I forgot Helen was on today. Will she bring the Tudor Rose and Thistle back again, please? Sorry, Sue. Honestly,
we'll bring it back.
Please bring back, please.
Don't be angry with yourself. I'm very flattered. I will bring it back, I promise.
Who's this? Sorry, B. B's emailed in.
Yeah.
She suggests Welsh love spoons.
Oh, very nice. Good idea. I like it. I think love spoons would be quite nice in gold work, though. Might do some metal love spoons.
Very nice.
Good idea. Yes. I'll tuck that away. I'll tuck that away for.
Thank you. Thank you for all of
the
your
ideas,
messages.
Bank. Thank you.
So this one is available in the black or in colour.
Yes.
Let's have a look at the colour version. So this is the one again that's been made up. Now, might be slightly easier for some of us. Might be slightly easier to see.
Yeah. So, so it's Belfast linen, so you could use, if you are concerned at all, you could use, make sure you're always working in good lighting anyway.
When you say Belfast linen, is this, we're talking about the different counts
of
linen?
It's the threads per inch, Okay. So there's different types and sizes.
Right.
So this is a kind of medium scale, so it's not the finest and it's not the biggest, but it means that you get a delicate scale still with the work that you're creating. So I thought I'd be nice and go medium ground. But I might think about doing some.
Thank you for being
complex,
kind to us.
But you've got your sharp needle, you've got your tapestry needle, and you've got your threads, and you've got all your instructions and your template.
Brilliant.
So ready to rock and roll.
Fantastic. This is again, it's not cheating doing the colour version. It is literally, you are going to get the most stunning result.
It's still historically accurate. It's still exactly as you'd see in kind of Elizabethan and later period. And we know that we've had blackwork techniques. It's even mentioned in the Chaucer's Canterbury Tales. So it's a really old technique, and we've had different types of blackwork over the years. So ours traditionally was like a double running, which created patterns that were both sides alike, so they were both sided. Whereas this type came to us via Spain, and we think it was brought to England with Catherine of Aragon,
right?
Because there was that Moorish influence. So if you look, all the patterns are geometric.
Yeah.
Think of the Alhambra and the Moorish palaces. This is the footprint of where this comes from.
I love your knowledge of the history.
It's just fascinating, though, isn't it?
Like you say, you can go into such a rabbit hole of learning about the history of it.
Understanding it helps you to really appreciate, understand the technique. And also, lace was very expensive, so using this was to create that kind of laciness. But anyone could have a go at it that could have thread and even weave fabric. It's accessible. So it was something that embroidery quite often is made to imitate something else, and in this case you can see the footprints of where it came from.
I love it.
So,
the side graphic is for the black version, and the main graphic is for the colour version. Shall we have a look at a bit of a demo as well? Because this is something that, whether you're going for this beginner kit you can see here, with that outline, you are literally looking at, like you said, you're looking at linen and thread.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you can create an absolute work of art. This one is about to sell out. If you've got this in your basket, please be aware. Don't be angry with yourself if you miss it. It's literally about to sell out. If you're a beginner, there's no reason to not do the others.
No, absolutely not. It was, I defined that one as beginner because it has outlines, and that's the only reason.
Oh, well, you even said to me this morning, I don't even know why I've really called this beginner. They were all,
it was just because there's outlines. It's acanthus leaves is what's shown. And it's not more complicated to do one than the other. It's just if you wanted an outline to start,
right, so
and something marked on already.
If you haven't got an outline on the other two kits, which are available, here's your hemline. You said about a marker, a washout.
Water erasable.
Yeah, this is your water erasable pen. Haven't physically got it here, but if you just want, that's what it looks like, your water erasable. If you want to transfer, you do have your template, you can see it through.
So this isn't exactly the same thing, but if I show you what it does, so you can literally draw on, it creates this blue line, and then what you'll do is that will then, when you finish working, that will be erased if you dip it into water. So you could get a nice clean brush and brush water onto it, or you could literally immerse the whole thing outside of the frame, take it out of the frame, immerse the whole thing into water, and it will disappear entirely. If once it's dry you see any traces of blue, just re-dip it and it just needs to disperse a bit more, and that's absolutely fine. Is that
brilliant?
Right?
Yes, fab.
Great. Okay, so with this we've got a lovely central pattern that's quite sizable. So in my directions, I know that it's got the square and then a cross through it. Now it's quite a sizable piece, so it's up in hole 1, down in hole 9 for all the sides, and then it's corner to corner diagonally. But what I would do is that makes quite a large stitch, so I would go down in the middle and share the hole. Now if you do that, you just need to make sure you don't end up pulling the threads too tightly and end up with an eyelet, so we're not doing pulled work, which would be another nice technique to bring at some point. We'll have to have a white work show at some point.
Yes.
So we haven't done that yet, I think. So, yeah, I don't think I've brought...
Like you said, there are so many different techniques, stitches, all sorts, and there's something for everybody. So
absolutely. If
you love Helen shows and you watch the shows, but you haven't found your favourite embroidery technique, then, watch this space. There's still so much more.
There's so many things to do. Plus... Send in suggestions. We're open to suggestions.
The beginner's kit completely sold out. This is the version that's your main graphic with the black work. Side is the colour version.
Well, that's lovely. Thank you. It's so nice to know people are enjoying what I bring, because you sit at home and think, what shall I bring on the show? And you never quite know. It's all just let's test it out and see what happens. So you can see these building quite quickly. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So you can see it builds up. So I'm going to work all the way across, and you're on the grain line of the fabric, just counting the holes or counting the threads. So that was up in hole 1, down hole 9, so over 8 threads. And then the central hole, which is why it's an odd number, because it needs to be central to have you have to have an odd number. You then can share. But as I say, make sure you don't pull these stitches too tightly, because I don't want to end up with a hole appearing in the middle. Now, what do we do when we get to the edge of a shape? So you can see that this leaf shape comes into the outside. So what I want to do is I want to be able to put in what I've got room for. So count it out. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That rather amazingly is perfect. So, but there's no room to go up and there's no room to go across here. So if I look at where the central hole is, which is there, I've only got room for that. I've only got room for a full one here. I can put in a full one here, and then the top left is going to only be what I've got the space for, and it's on the true diagonal, so I've only got room to put in that tiny stitch there. But do you see how it makes it clear when we work the leaf? We'll be having a really clear edge of the pattern here. So you compromise the stitch to the edge. So my advice is to start somewhere in the middle of the space where you can really set it up and see it clearly, and then work towards the edges so that you then have more sense of what the pattern is and you're more comfortable with it. So the pattern in the inside of the leaves, let's just have a little look at that. So it's interlocking wise, so it's this pattern here. So you're up in hole 1, down hole 3 for all of these, and it creates one of those little kind of almost like a cross shape, or Y from both ends, and then has the same space with the same diagonal. So some people like to put in all the verticals and then go back in. So put all this one, this one, this one, and this one, and then that one, that one, that one, that one, blah 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 blah. Carry on, and then they'd put all the diagonals in and just connect. Right. How you work your blackwork patterns, similar to how we were saying about the canvas, there's no fixed right and wrong way. I can show you how I see it, because I see these as individual motifs more clearly. If you see the verticals more strongly, put those in first, and as long as you end up with the same pattern and you haven't hopped about, because obviously this has to be in the correct count to this, for example, so you have to be in the right scale. But as long as you're achieving that pattern, it will be right. So, so I can then simply count out 3, so you can go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, or you can count diagonally if some people prefer. The other thing is, because it's an even weave fabric, it's not always, the threads of the fabric aren't always perfectly the same width. There is occasionally going to be a slightly slubbier, slightly wider piece in the fabric. That's completely normal. It's a natural fabric. It is linen. However, do not adapt your count for the width, adapting for the width, because it means that you'll be off somewhere else. Right. So don't worry if one of the motifs looks slightly longer or one leg of the motifs looks slightly longer. As long as the count's correct, it will be fine. And once you've got more of it in, you won't even notice. Okay. So don't be tempted to kind of think, oh, that doesn't look quite right, I'll change it, because it just won't work. So you just need to make sure that you keep going, carry on regardless. So you can see I've only got room for half a stitch here. So I'm only going to put in the half stitch I've got. So how do we change colour? Well, literally we'll stop stitching in one and start stitching in another weight. Right. So you can see that on the sample that we change through from light through to dark, and we go machine weight, 1 strand of stranded, 2 strands of stranded, 3 strands of stranded. So what you don't want to do is start here and then start here, because they might not be in the correct count with each other to marry up. So you'd want to just start here and then be consistent with the way that you work round from that central point. So for example, if I'm in 1 strand there, you can clearly see the weight difference in 2 strands. So if I just swap out 2 strands just next to it, and you'll be able to see the difference.
Can you tell us how many of those stitches to do before you change to 2/3 or 3, or do you just naturally?
It's approximately a quarter in each weight. And there's pictures in the in the pack that kind of show you you can clearly see the delineation of the weights. But I'm just going to start this here. So it's one of those things that there's no perfect right and wrong way to it. As long as approximately a quarter, you've got four weights to go through, approximately a quarter of each is in the different weights, and that will work absolutely fine. So, so if I then start in this weight, you'll instantly see the difference in the depth. So even just using one more strand, can you see how much, from the top particularly, you can see how much impact that has? Can you see?
Yeah.
So just this little bit, you can see the weight of that compared to the weight of that. It's a lot darker, isn't it? So it just has a huge amount of impact, even just adding one strand. So it's fascinating how different that can make it.
Gosh, absolutely. It adds so much different. It adds the texture. It adds, like you say, the different shades. It's, I couldn't, when you say it, it makes so much sense, just adding another strand.
Yeah, well, it's when you see it, you're kind of like, oh, okay, well, I didn't realise that was going to make that much difference.
Yeah.
But when you see it, particularly in the counted patterns on the even weave, it just has a huge amount of power. It's very graphic. This is very graphic kind of technique. So seeing that, you know, and you can really kind of create the depth. And you see on the sample, the difference between the light end and the darkest end is quite a lot, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, you know, and that's just literally going through, the light end is the machine weight and the darkest end is 3 strands of stranded.
Yes.
So it's incredible to see that difference, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, on all of the different pieces, you can see this one's now sold out. Well done. There are 10 of the small acorn kits, which is on your screen in the black. The colour one is also available at the moment, but again, few more of the colour versions in stock. There are still less than 15 of those if you do want either of your black work options. The silver, can we just recap a couple of bits from the last hour? So there are 2 different packs that Helen's put together. The amount of people that have asked for the silver embellishments, the silver materials kits. We had the gold before, we've now got the silver. You're getting loads, I mean loads to play around with here. If you do want your silvers, for any of your ongoing projects, any projects or any, just your stash. It's nice to start building up your stash. If embroidery is your thing, then add these in.
That's it. So I know over the time I've done a few demonstrations with the metals and used them for different things. And it is good to build up your stash, but it might be that you've got a particular project in mind. So it's just really interesting to see how different the techniques can look, whether you're working in silver to gold, because obviously gold has that lovely warm quality to it. Silver has a slightly colder kind of moonlit quality, doesn't it? So it feels very different. Even working in that same technique, the look is just polar opposite, isn't it?
And it's nice to be able to have all of the different kinds of textures as well. You've got this is your Japanese thread. They've all got the labels on, so if there's one that you particularly like, at least you know when you're coming back which one you want. So that's your bright check, your smooth, pearl, and your Rococo.
Rococo.
I love that one. That's a wavy one.
So Rococo has quite a lot of texture to it, so it's a lovely thread to couch with. It builds up quite quickly. It's slightly wider than the other threads as well, so it fills an area relatively rapidly, but you can pair it up with the Japanese.
Right.
So you can put it in a pair, so one Rococo, one Japanese, and you get like a real kind of ripple, so you get a smooth and a texture next to each other. So,
lovely. Have a play around. I know a lot of people loved the gold and have asked specifically for silver. This is $28.99 for your full silver threads pack. We also have the padding available on the show today. So if you've got the silver, this is designed specifically with the silver metal pack in mind.
The white elements in there. So the soft string and the craft felt are white. That means they're more complementary to your silver threads, which obviously normally they're the yellow tones.
You're getting 5 of your beeswax as well. This is what you use to condition your metal threads.
Yeah, so you use them to condition the working threads for metal.
Okay.
So, and also if you're doing soft string, you'll use it to kind of make the soft string something you can sculpt and mould with.
Right, so I'm not conditioning this.
No. So you always have a working thread to apply a metal. So basically you need to condition the working thread rather than the metal, because if you condition the metal, it will be clumpy and also it will dull down the metal shine. Whereas the working thread, it's to smooth all the fibres down and to make sure that you're not catching on any sharp bits of the metals and therefore potentially ruining your working thread.
And I mean, you've put loads of this carpet felt in as well, and you don't just think you have to use it as one thickness.
Yeah, you can split it down.
You can actually split it down and use parts of it or bits of it or just layers of it. As you wish, depending on how sculptured or how padded you want it to be. I think this is a whole different show in itself, isn't it?
Yeah,
to do a sculpture padding show. I think that would be really useful. I find it so intriguing, the amount of different things you're going to be able to make. £16.99 for your padding pack as well, and that comes with all of your wax, your beeswax. Thank you so much. You're back on Wednesday anyway, aren't you?
I know, I'm back on Wednesday for Oakwood Archer, demonstrating techniques for them. And then I'm back, I think, the 19th of March for my show next time. So lots of new things, some returners.
Yes, well, you've got a long list of people who want all sorts from this show as well.
That's all right, that's good. It's, it's nice because it's, for me, you never quite know what to bring. And there's so many techniques that I can bring that are new ones, but equally it takes a little while to do those things, those new pieces, and to work out the engineering of the kit. So it's really great when people have found things that are popular and they want to bring back.
Yeah.
So thank you. Really appreciate it.
Honestly, we're so grateful to have you. Thank you so much. Enjoy your holiday as well. I say your holiday, it's a work trip, isn't it?
Thank you. Yeah, I'll come and give you a hug.
Yes, lovely to see you. We love having you here. We learned so much, don't we? Thank you very, very much.
Pleasure.
Don't go anywhere because I've got my William Morris quilt that's been hanging behind Helen, and the one on the other set with the gorgeous colourway. We've got the water bottles, we've got fabrics, we've got all sorts coming up. Don't go anywhere. Check out on the last few kits, and we will see you right after this.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street. Charm Pack, or 5-inch squares. A charm pack is a bundle of pre-cut fabric squares, usually 5 inches by 5 inches. Each piece comes in different patterns and colours that match perfectly. They're great for quilts, patchwork, or any small sewing project. No cutting or matching needed. So next time you are looking for a quick and easy way to start a sewing project, why not try a charm pack?
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Chain piecing is a method where you can sew lots of pieces of fabric together all in one go. It saves time and it saves fabric, and it's a little bit more accurate too. So when you want to sew chain piecing, I'm going to sew 2 squares of fabric together. They're only little, so I'm not pinning them. So just put the foot down, and I'm going to sew them together with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Just stop a couple of stitches before the end of the first one, and pop the next set underneath. I like to leave a little gap because it makes it easier to cut. Stop just a couple of stitches before the end, and then pop the next ones underneath. If you leave a couple of stitches, those stitches will then stitch almost into the air, and you can cut them off. But it means that you're not stopping and starting, you're not wasting thread, and you can have a nice accurate group of patches. Also, if you're doing this like a production line, it means that you've got them all joined together. So once it's finished, all of your pieces are now joined together into one long line, which you then just cut apart and you've joined them all. Now, if you're wanting to sew at an angle, maybe you're sewing half square triangles and you need to sew either side of a drawn line. So I'm going to position my foot, so I've got the 1/4 inch seam allowance. You can do the same thing. I'm going to sew 1/4 inch outside. Just stop a couple of stitches before the end, and then you can pop the next one in. I'm going to line up those lines and then stitch across, and you can stitch the next one in. So it's really easy. Just carry on stitching all the way along. You can stitch along the line, or you can stitch either side, depending on what you're doing. But it does mean that they're all joined together in one nice long line in exactly the same way. And it's quicker and easier too.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Let's talk about quilt blocks. Quilt blocks are like building blocks. They come in all sorts of patterns and sizes and are pieced together to create a larger quilt top. In sewing, a quilt block is a single section of a quilt design, often made up of smaller shapes like squares, triangles or strips. That's quilt blocks, the foundation of every beautiful quilt.
Join me for my birthday show on Thursday. Yes, it's actually my birthday that day. I've got the lovely Wendy Orlando, who's going to be demonstrating a beautiful shoulder bag and a quilt. Then I've got Sam Sabido in with a brand new Sunshine crochet cardigan, and a show with Amber Makes where we've designed the Carefree cacti with all cacti themed prints as well. So I hope you can join me. Happy birthday to me.
There are 2 different types of needles. Needles that you use in your sewing machine and needles that you use for sewing by hand. They come in different thicknesses and different lengths. The needles for your sewing machine can have different tips to them as well, depending on the type of fabric that you're going to sew.
Hello, welcome back. We love William Morris. Is the chant we do every morning when we come into Sewing Street, isn't it? We've got a whole show dedicated to one of our favourites, if not our favourite, of course, William Morris. Now, we've got all sorts. I am so thrilled we have these bottles. We launched this during our Treaters Week, our Manager Special Treaters Week. And I had one of these. Loads of us have got these upstairs as well. And I did not know that we were able to bring them on air. We've got them back in stock. And do you know what? It's one of those days today. We've been breaking the rules since the word go. And we should not be... no, I said breaking the rules. I didn't say we're breaking the law. I was like, no, please, we can't break the law. I'm not peer pressuring you into breaking the law, Hannah. Just breaking the rules, leaving the rule book by the window, throwing it out. Rules is fine, but laws, no. Also, we're going to start with the show with this, but I just must mention, this quilt is epic. I mean, it is our favourite design, and Tangord is gorgeous. Oh, sorry, it's also the most incredible skill builder, but also it looks very, very complicated. It's not as difficult as it looks. Honestly, it's in the new Emery Walker collection from William Morris, and Stuart's demoed it before. It's actually more straightforward than you think. It's without a doubt one of the best-selling designs. I love it. This is a brand new colourway that was launched literally for the Treaters Week. So it's very exciting that we've got quantity of that. Stay tuned. Now, the bottle, my bottle, I love this water bottle. I think that it's an essential part of our life nowadays, isn't it? Obviously, water's always been an essential part of our life, but taking a water bottle to work, taking a water bottle to the gym, taking a water bottle to workshops and classes, we'll travel with a water bottle. Now, we had more of these available when they launched during that manager special. We do not have anywhere near that amount today. We have got less than 100 of your reusable water bottle, 500 ml, keeps your water lovely and cold or whatever you choose to put in there. It's stainless steel. It's got that lovely shape that's very, very similar to a brand that is very expensive. Very expensive. It's lovely. It's got a leak-proof design. I know this sounds really silly, but it's easy to clean and it's also easy to drink from. The reason I say that is because I've had a water bottle before that was a stainless steel one, and it was the opening at the top was always too wide. So it fits 500 millilitres of water or squash or whatever it is that you want. Hannah's putting wine in hers. But I do love the fact that it's got the nod to William Morris as well. Hand wash only. It makes me absolutely, I think, personally, drink more water because I've got my nice water bottle. I'm starting the day. I'm going to fill it up when I'm at home, and then I make sure that I definitely drink 2 of these before I go home at work. It's brilliant. Even though it keeps your water nice and cool, it isn't double-walled. We have got a flask coming up, so if you do want, you know, your hot things in, that's the one to go for. But if you do want your lovely William Morris honeysuckle water bottle, it's just $8.99. The amount of times that you go, you know, to the shop, and how many times do you spend a couple of pounds on a plastic bottle of pop that you just throw away, you know, a half an hour later? To be able to get a reusable, good quality with a lovely William Morris honeysuckle print on it as well, I think it's brilliant. And it's great value for money. It's $8.99. If you've bought something already, add this to your basket. Great gift idea. Treat yourself. Elsewhere, we found it for £13. £13.25. Oh, no, sorry, that's this one. That's this one. Just £8.99 is a brilliant price, though, isn't it? I think that's a fab price. Normally, you would pay at least £10 on a reusable water bottle, from my experience. Now, I'm not sure what is happening. I believe there is a queue on the phone line. Thank you for your patience. The customer service team are brilliant. There are 20 of you who have got this in your basket. If you have got it in your basket on the web, be aware there's a lot of people who are going through to the customer service team, so check out your web's definitely your quickest and easiest way to check out. But it is a lovely water bottle. As I said, this is mine. I love it. I've used it since the treaters. I take it to my new Pilates classes. It just looks nice as well, doesn't it? It's a little nod to our favourite designer, William Morris. And let's face it, when you go to your National Trust houses, when you go to your lovely gift shops, you will see William Morris everywhere. It isn't just fabrics. My mum's just had a William Morris blind made. Loves it. Loves it. Expensive. Expensive. Yeah, honeysuckle as well is one of my favourite prints with a nice pink. And it is nice to be able to have a matching set, I think, isn't it? For your hot and your cold. Half the stock gone. Not enough of these to go around. If you've got it in your basket, you've got to be quick. There are now, less than 30 of the honeysuckle drink bottles. We don't have any other colourway. This is the only one that we have with your William Morris drinks bottle. We've got this one and we've got the flask. I would absolutely grab those whilst you can. The flask is coming up next. Don't forget, you can start checking out on the quilt behind me. It's underneath us on the web, the Entangled quilt. Now, once everybody's checked out, there's 6 of these left. Multi-buy on that, honestly. I know that it's not something we do every day. It isn't necessarily sewing related, so we don't tend to do too many homewares, but it is nice for anybody who is shopping with us regularly. If you've bought anything already in the show, you're only paying one post and packaging. And let's face it, we all love William Morris fabrics. We might as well have a nice water bottle as well. Really pretty. I bought it for a gift for my friend. Amazing. If you're shopping a lot at Sewing Street and you know you've got a friend who isn't necessarily a sewer, but you've opened your order, then this is something you will recognise, isn't it? It's well renowned, this print is. It's a well-made product. as well as looking attractive. Yeah, it's not just the sort of, it's not just the sort of print. It is also a really lovely quality water bottle. Brenda said, lovely product. Thank you for all of your recent reviews as well. Well done if you've already got yours. There's now 10 left. That is it. That will sell out. If you do want the drinks bottle, grab that whilst you can. I want the flask as well. Maybe you're thinking, oh, Hannah's very posh then with a flask. I like that you could have it as a little cup as well, like this. So you can put your hot drinks in this and it will keep it warm. So if you've got your coffee on the move, if you've got your, because let's face it, if you go to Starbucks, Nero, Costa, what are the ones? There's loads, independent coffee places. If you start adding in, if I buy John Scott a coffee, and John, I'm calling you out now, because we and him went to Ulster the other day, and had coffee. But because John wants his soya milk, and you know, he has his caramel or vanilla, isn't it? Vanilla flavouring. Sometimes it can cost over £5 for a coffee. It's crazy. Take your own to work with you. Take your own to the shops. Take your own on a walk with you. It is that sort of perfect time of year now that you're going for your walks. I wonder whether you could put a bit of soup in there. It's going to stay warm. Price comparison, exactly the same one. Your stainless steel bottle with that William Morris honeysuckle print, £13.25. Now, we are already at £12.99. Amazing. We'll go lower. Even though we were already beating that price comparison, £10.99 today. And as I said, you can obviously pour it in, you can use it as it is, or what I would do if it's a hot coffee, I'd be pouring it into my little cup. It's got one of those lids that you can open and close, so you've got the button on the top, so you don't even need to be spilling it everywhere or making the rest of it cooler. Keith, this is brilliant. Keith's sticking his tongue out at me through the cameras. £10.99. Great gift for somebody if you're thinking of a gift for someone. £10.99. There are now less than 10. Oh, see, I always have a drinks thing like this, a flask now by the bed. I mean, especially Maisie is nearly 4, but she still comes into our room a bit at night time. Yeah, it is what it is. No, the twins don't. They're good girls. They stay in their bed all night. But Maisie, she's always coming in, and I'm so aware that she's always scrambling, trying to get into bed with us at the side of the bedside table to have a nice cold glass of water instead of the water foiling a glass, or, you know, if you've got pets, if you've got cats, you've probably got a similar issue. Now, the drinks flask is about to sell out. That one's gone. That has gone. Are there any of these left? 10 left. Jimmy's here as well. It's all going on at Hobby Maker this afternoon. Right, well done everybody who's got their drinks flasks. We're all going to stay nice and hydrated for 2025. It is time. The most popular selling quilt, without a shadow of a doubt. This design is amazing. This is the very colourway that you are going to be making. Now, the bottles haven't been on since Manager Special Week. We launched this during that same Treaters Week. We all saw the adverts. We all loved the advert. It was a very, very big, very successful week. I wasn't even here. And do you know what? Stuart, mate, he was like, oh, are you not in for the Treaters Week? He said, oh. So I felt like I needed some special treats for today because I haven't been here for ages. Now, this is the Entangled quilt. It's one of the most famous designs. We've had it before in different colourways. You saw it over on the other desk with Helen McCook, a different colourway. You've seen Stuart Hillard demonstrate the blocks. It's amazing. This is the only way, I believe, of getting this design at the moment in stock, this colourway, and it is with the gorgeous Emery Walker House collection. Now, we've put it on 3-way split pay for you. It is a massive quilt. I mean, the finished size is 193 centimetres by 193 centimetres, and this is the colour that you're getting. And I love that you're getting the birds in the corners. Every single one of these fabrics is William Morris. There's no solids in there, and it is, I mean, it's a whopper. this is one of those. I don't think it's been long arm quilted by the looks of things, which is unusual, but it's still achievable. You don't need to do too much quilting because of the design that's going on here. But let's face it, if you do want to go and send it off to be long arm quilted, this is a quilt that is, for me personally, I think an heirloom quilt. It's amazing. Now, when we did it during the Treaters show, you did not even see this. This is why this morning, when my floor manager, Dan, said to me, I've got this one, I've seen it. We could not believe our luck because we actually had a different sample up during that manager special week. It is literally arrived in, so we wanted to get it up straight away this morning so everybody could see how amazing it looks in this Emery Walker House collection. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but outside of a manager special week, the reason they are so busy, the reason it's so popular is because those prices don't get repeated, and they don't. They really don't. I wasn't here for that Treaters week. I know this was a quilt that everybody was waiting to see. Normally, we have a sample that has been sent, by Free Spirit in the exact colourway so you can see what it looks like, and we didn't have that. Just because the sample has arrived, they have let us honour the price. Please do not take this lightly because we cannot repeat manager special prices. We've done it. I didn't want to tell everybody from the start because I know that we haven't got enough to go around, and I wasn't quite sure. We've been in negotiations today to see whether we could do it. We've done it. There are loads of you there. If you want it £50 lower, we have matched. You won't hear many people say this, manager's special price. Now you get the full instructions, and there has been, if you have a look on YouTube, type in Entangled William Morris Quilt Kit on our YouTube channel, you will find Stuart Healard demonstrating a different colour. He's demonstrated different ones, exactly the same techniques. And what is amazing about this, your instructions are broken down really well. Normally with the quilt kits, you might have, 1 or 2 sheets, whereas this is really broken down well. And it's broken down with this colourway. It was originally designed and it was originally done as a quilt along. So it's broken into sections, which makes it so easy because you're getting it all. So you're getting your half square triangles in here. I mean, a lot of blocks that we all know how to do. You're getting strips, squares, half square triangles. It's really clear instructions, cutting instructions there as well, and your layout diagram. It's all in different rounds. Then you've got your corners to do. All of your cutting directions for that section as well is here. That's what I love about the quilt along, is that they're all individual sections. The colourway is on the wall behind us. I'm so excited that we actually have this colourway available for you. So this is the brand new Emery Walker House collection fabrics. And let me show you how much you are getting in this amazing kit. Are you ready? It all comes wrapped up in beautiful tissue paper. It's a gift to yourself, and you are getting Free Spirit fabric. It is luxury, 100% cotton, quilting weight fabric. There is 20 of you who have got this in your basket. If you've been waiting for the ultimate William Morris quilt, maybe you're a bit of a collector of William Morris quilts now. I know that we are so lucky that we were able to do multiple versions because this has been one of the most popular quilt kits. We all got asked, which one should we do? What design should we do? And everybody said the Entangled quilt. It's such a popular design. It looks so complex and so impressive. But actually, the way that it's broken down and the rounds that you do make it really achievable. So maybe this is your first large quilt. It looks amazing. And isn't this colourway gorgeous? You are getting that stunning collection and loads of these pieces, by the way. I mean, look at this one. You're getting a whole ½ metre of this one. When you see it all folded up, you think, oh, well, you're not getting that much fabric. Oh, my word, you are getting so much fabric in this kit. But it's all been sort of thought out for you. The different scales of print, the positioning of the fabrics, that deeper, darker blue in the background is going to make all of those different fabrics pop. I've made the William Morris Entangled quilt. It's easier to piece than it looks. Yeah, you're completely right. It's an heirloom quilt. It really is. I made it for my sister's 40th wedding anniversary. See, Christine, there are quilts that you want to do because you think, actually, I've got a special occasion coming up, or I just want to be quilting. I just love it. It's my hobby. And then there are certain quilts that you just know are going to be in your family forever. I mean, I just think that is timeless. Timeless. It's going to look amazing in any decor. It's going to look fabulous in any house. I love the new colourways. They're really rich, aren't they? Really rich colours. But also, I just think that the technique of creating this square within square within square looks so impressive. And you would think, oh, gosh, where on earth do I start with it? The instructions take you through. And a majority of it you can see is squares and half-square triangles. So clever. So clever. All of these fabrics included. It's on £66.66 split pay. We have loads of people getting involved and sending in pictures. This is Kate. She said, I adore this kit. Currently making it out of this different colourway. It's so easy to follow. Look how amazing it looks. And do you know what, Kate, as well? You could actually stop there. You could do a quilt this size. And you could have all of this fabric for something else, for cushions. You could do, if you wanted to stop there, because the way that it's done in rounds, there's nothing stopping you from stopping at that point. It's Kate who messaged in and said, I love this quilt. I'm currently making my own. It's so easy to follow. Sent a picture on the email. She said, don't be daunted. It's all easy, step by step. Carolyn, thank you so much for your message, because hopefully that's inspired everybody who's looking at this and saying, yeah, but it's easier said than done. That obviously looks very complex. It's broken down brilliantly. We have video tutorials as well on our YouTube channel of Stuart making this on air. So if you do have any questions, of course, there's a lot of people on our fan page, I'm sure, who have made this quilt. It's awesome. There are now loads of you checking out on this. Can I reiterate? We kind of have to see a sellout on this today, if I'm honest, because I have begged and I've pleaded with our management and said, look, because we've got the sample finally in the building, can we honour the manager's special price? So this was launched earlier in January, 15th of January, I believe. If you want to watch the show, they went to this price. They didn't have the sample. They didn't have this colourway. They showed a different one. This is what it's going to look like. These are the fabrics that you're going to be using. But now that we've got it here to see exactly what it's going to look like, it's a good size as well. It'll look amazing on a bed, amazing on the back of a sofa. But as we said, it is one of those heirloom quilts, isn't it? You'll love it. Full collection of that Emery Walker fabric range. And even, I mean, this fabric here, if you do want to stop at the point that Carolyn or Kate is, then you would have all of this fabric to do some cushions with, or whatever it is that you want to do. I mean, there's meters of this. Well, that's definitely half a metre. I'm going to say a metre and a half of that. You're getting loads. This is what I love about doing a quilt kit, though. There are so many people who I know have got a huge stash of fabric, have got a pattern, and like to work out their own. And that's a skill in itself, I think. But to be able to know that you've got the right amount of fabric, you've had somebody that's designed the different scales of print and the different colours that are going to complement each other and work to create this illusion and this different pattern, I think is so clever, and it's just nice to be able to get on and sew then, isn't it? Right, what's the basket situations? 16 of you have now got it in your basket yet to check out. Good luck on this. Yeah, this quilt, if you go to YouTube, it was a step-by-step on this is actually the Entangled Quilt General Overview. So they did literally a step-by-step section video tutorial on YouTube that you are going to be able to follow along with your fabric kit. If you just search the Entangled Quilt. So, for example, you'll be able to see round 6 has got, and with your instructions, it's from the same company. This is a Free Spirit pattern, so you can follow it with your... Where have I put my pattern? It's buried under all my fabrics somewhere. There we go. So you can see it's all in different rounds. So you've got round 2, round 4, round 7, round 6, obviously in order. Your fabric will obviously be different. It's the Emery Walker range that we're looking at today, which is the one behind us. But if you want that extra support today, then of course you can watch back on YouTube, pick a section and watch it. How cool is this? Look, with the design wall, they're piecing it, they're starting to put it together to show you the stages. I think that is amazing. Obviously, you'll be able to watch that with the sound, and you'll be able to watch that and follow along each round. Makes it really manageable. If it is your first quilt kit, it's holding your hand all the way through. Because even here, we don't get the chance to show you more than, a block. I don't know another quilt kit that we have videos through Free Spirit that have offered you step by step. That must show you how popular this quilt kit is for them as a company as well. To be able to reproduce it in all of the different colours is brilliant. I love the fact that we've got it as well in the Emery Walker collection, because I think this has been one of the most popular collections that we've launched with William Morris, and it's finally here. We always wait for the sample, but obviously the Treaters Week was already planned. They knew they wanted to do it, and so they bought it live without having the sample. It is finally here, so you can see how fabulous it looks. There are now over 20 of you who have got it in your basket. I wish I could spend the whole hour talking about this because it is mega. And the fact that we've taken £50 off it as well means your split payments are down at £66. It makes it hopefully more achievable for you to be able to manage. You're not going to be paying more. If you go on a sew-along or a craft-along or a workshop where you're going for weeks and weeks, where you're going to be breaking it down into stages and have that tuition, how much do you pay? How much do you pay for that privilege? You can do the sort of equivalent at home with the videos that Free Spirit have put on YouTube. I don't know if they've done it on any other quilt kit, not like this. We've not had a quilt kit that's got that. So I love the fact that you've got that online support, as well as when Stuart Hillard, he's also done demonstrations on on the show, live on the show as well. But what's great about the Free Spirit is it's, completely dedicated through each round of the quilt. It's quite overwhelming when you see a quilt like this, isn't it? I mean, you think, well, where on earth does it start? It's not going to be block by block by block. It's working in a round. It's working on point. A lot of people who buy a quilt kit might just get the box home. You look at it and you go, right, I'll start that another day. What day shall I start that? Let's have a cup of tea and read the instructions. Whereas if you've got somebody who's on your computer screen that you can stop, pause, rewind, re-watch again, come back another day, watch it wherever you are. If you're in a class, if you're in a workshop, on your phone, on your tablet, on the go, wherever you are. I think that is invaluable, actually. I think that's brilliant. Okay, so your Emery Walker range. This is the first time we've seen the full quilt already made for you. And it is just gorgeous. It's gorgeous. There are over 20 of you who have got this in your basket. Do not miss it. It looks amazing. It really does. We're going to keep an eye on the quantity, and I will come back to it. I mean, we've got so much of this one as well. What's your binding? Yeah, that's your binding. Binding included. Everything that you need for the top of the quilt and the binding. One point that I must make is it is Free Spirit. So Free Spirit, those of you that have bought Kaif or Tula, it's real quality fabric. The licensing has changed. The reason I stress it is because the licensing has changed as of recently with William Morris, and a lot of people are using his prints and printing onto lower quality fabrics. Bear in mind, I mean, this is 100% cotton quilting weight. The printing is amazing. And the colours, everything is so well thought out. So it is Free Spirit. It's gorgeous. Right. We now have, we'll come back to it. I'll keep an eye on the quantity for you and we will come back to it. But well done. I'm so thrilled. Thank you to the team upstairs who have let us honour the manager's special price. because I personally know we are absolutely not allowed to honour manager special pricing. That's what makes the event so special. It's there, it's on air, and that's it. Instructions are very clear, and if any doubt, the YouTube videos are very informative. I'm very tempted to buy this. It's a different colourway. So you've already done it in one colourway, and you're now saying, I'll get another colourway. See, that is the proof in the pudding that so many people have come back and loved this quilt design. We've all loved this quilt design. We all know Entangled Quilt. It's definitely one of the most popular quilt kits we've ever launched. It's the illusions, it's the colours, it's the clever placement of half square triangles that is giving you just such a good look. Yeah, Janet Clare says that. Work smarter, not harder. Work smarter. This is the one that everyone will go, what? No, you did not do that. No, you didn't. And it's like, yeah, and you can be so proud. It's breaking it down. It's in those rounds. You're starting with your block in the centre, and it's building up that design round and round. Have this as your 2025 quilt. Don't put yourself under pressure by finishing it in a week. You know, this can be your project for the year. Enjoy the process of it, because this will be with you forever, surely. Like our lady said earlier on, it's an heirloom quilt for me. It really is. Love it. Okay, I will absolutely come back to it. There are now limited, I'm calling limited availability on this colourway. Yes. Okay. William Morris mugs. Let's do Strawberry Thief. Right, do you know anybody moving house? Do you know anybody who has got birthday coming up? Mother's Day coming up. This is such a lovely gift for somebody. Or I say this, treat yourself. Treat yourself. Did you know Galentine's is actually a thing? It's actually on the 13th. 13th is Galentine's and 14th is Valentine's. I don't think they'll be with you in time for Galentine's, but treat yourself with a set of your fine china mugs. And they come with coasters. I've never seen these. These are new to me. They could be new to you too. £19.99 for your Strawberry Thief. They're really good size. They come in the nice box, which explains on the back more about William Morris and more about the print Strawberry Thief. But they're £12.99. See, even in a supermarket, for the nice range of mugs, you know, you pay £10 surely, don't you? Or if you go to a card shop and you see them on the carousel, this is, isn't it called the carousel? You know, the carousel that someone's on the other end of it and you're like, oh, do we spin? Do we not? They start moving it and you're like, I'm looking at that. £12.99 with the coasters as well included for under £13. First time I've seen these, they are lovely. I do think a cup of tea always tastes nicer in a china mug. Do you? And they look nice as well. For my birthday last year, Kieran got me one of these little pod machines, like coffee pod machines, and a nice mug with a pod machine. When somebody comes round and I hand them like a nice cup of tea or a nice cup of coffee in a really nice mug, I think it instantly elevates your afternoon. If you go to someone's house and they offer you a lovely cup of tea, it's just different, isn't it, to like, you know, a free, yeah, it hits different, doesn't it? Than I used to just have mugs that I got from like free team building exercises, you know. I was obviously a really bad team player. I've been to a lot of team building exercises at work, and I've always got the free mug. Or, you know, if you go to, I used to do a lot of like promotion work and would work at different events at the NEC, and there'd loads of places to give out free mugs and things. And I just have a cupboard full of them. And that's one thing that I've done in my 30s is upgrade all my mugs, yeah. And it is nice. Someone comes around and have a cup of tea. There was a plumber come in to sort all our toilet systems out the other day. I was like, have a cup of tea. Nice, posh cup of tea. Have a coaster too. 4 left. 4 remaining. £12.99. They are machine, they're dishwasher proof, not machine, don't put it in your washing machine. They are microwave and dishwasher safe. Microwave and dishwasher safe, £12.99 for your coaster and mug set, under £13. These ones are also Larkspur. I like this colour. This colour's a really nice green, isn't it? Bit of a better quantity on these. Obviously, I know Strawberry Fifi is always going to be very popular, but if you want an alternative, Larkspur is also really nice. It comes with the 2 matching coasters. £12.99. They're supposed to be £20. Lovely set. And look, even on the box, if you're wrapping it, it's easy to wrap. But also on the box, it gives you a bit more information about William Morris and also about the Larkspur print, which was actually first issued as a monochrome paper. Single colour version was registered as a printed textile in 1875. Larkspur was originally wallpaper pattern, and it does have that beautiful design with that floral look. Now, elsewhere, Long River, you'll pay for exactly the same one, £18. Do you take your own mug to your office with you if you work in an office or going to work? It's a lot of places say you have to bring your own mug now. I think it's all changed, hasn't it, since COVID as well? Everyone has their own mug. £12.99. What? Barry's got his own mug upstairs. Barry the book buyer. Oh, he's had it stolen. He's produced wanted posters. No, he's not. Is the one in the men's toilet? Yeah, it's a bit weird. What wanted? He's lost his mug. Yeah, is it a Harry Potter one? He wants it back. Oh. Oh. So I need to give him a new mug. £12.99. I haven't heard about this. Oh no, shall I give it him back? I didn't realise he'd be this precious over it. Do you know the new mugs that I've upgraded from my team building exercises? I just love my Harry Potter one. I'm only joking. It's not me before you start rumours. Oh my gosh, have you seen this mug? Oh, that is hilarious. Can I show everyone this or not? No. Can I show you? This is hilarious. Sorry, Dazfo's going to put it on airplane mode just in case anyone messages him. Text Dan now. Oh, look. Have you seen this mug? This is up in the, all around the building. Is that got his phone number on, by the way? Call now. We're giving out all his details. Account number and sort code. I didn't know Barry was a Harry Potter fan. I didn't have him down as a Harry Potter fan either, no. It's been on. I don't know if it's just been replayed recently, but I'm so, like, Maisie reminds me so much of Hermione, and I keep telling her, like, oh, she's just, I don't want to say a goody two-shoes, but she always comes and she's a bit of a snitch. She'll tell on the babies. She'll be like, Tilly's doing this, Belle's doing this. I'm like, oh, you're like Hermione, Maisie. Right. They are Larkspur. Keep going through for those. They are what a lovely new home set. If you know somebody who's just moved house. Really nice. Right. Notebook. Getting yourself organised, I think, is really important when you're starting a new big project like this. Having yourself a good notebook is an absolute essential. And a honeysuckle one. This could be your project book. It's just lined pages. It's not sort of telling you that it needs to be for a quilt project, or it's literally a notebook, lined pages. But it's £5.99. Why not get yourself organised? If you know someone's starting a new job, if you're doing the quilt and you want to write down where you're up to, or any notes or any tips or pointers, or for when you make it again. I love a notebook. Do you know what? I really struggle to throw notebooks away. I've got notebooks that are filled with things, and I always keep them. I think it's really interesting. Even things like guides, plans on business plans, or ideas of different things that you have, dreams that you have. Or I've got a notebook that I actually took on Gems the other day that had it had all of my notes for a gemstone that we were launching. And I looked down the next side, and it had like a tally of Scrabble points, and then you turn the next page, and it had when we just had the Tilly and Belle, it had, right, they've just woke up here, milk, tick, all this. And I showed it to Ellis, who was on after me, and she went, oh, never get rid of that notebook. That's a brilliant notebook. And doesn't everyone have those jotters, just to the side of the home phone? You used to have one, didn't you, where you'd write down your thoughts or your list, your shopping list. I just think it's an essential part of every household to have a nice notebook, hardcover as well. A5, so you can take it with you to your workshops, to your classes. I did think our lovely friend Kat, who used to be a producer here, she was then a producer at Hobbymaker. She's now part of the management team upstairs, and she's just started her new job. She was off in Frankfurt at the Creative Craft Show in Frankfurt this weekend, and I thought, what can I get her as a nice new, new job gift? It's all the thought at the moment because I haven't got her anything. She has started now, but I did think a nice new notebook would be nice. Maybe she wants a nice new water bottle and notebook. I can sort my gifts out just in this show right now. $5.99, that's really good, isn't it? That's your A5 notebook. Brilliant. Thank you ever so much. And then we also have the card holders. So Kat's now got all her new business cards as well. Why not keep your business cards in here? Your loyalty cards in here. They've got all the different slots there, look. So you can access all the different cards you have. But is this the one that also is good that it doesn't... It's got that... Right, RFID is the technical name. It's a blocking card case. It stops your card being scammed. If you were to put it into your back pocket, people can scan them. Or it can wipe certain things sometimes, can't it? If it goes near a magnetic... There's something that I've had before that it's wiped memory of loyalty cards or something. Having it in here will stop that from happening. Now, it will be William Morris design that you get. It might be one of these different designs. It might be the honeysuckle one. It might be... oh, we're going low, by the way. It might be just one of those different random designs that you see on screen there. This isn't staying at $6.99. We're loving our William Morris selection. Everybody's already checked out. You're getting it at $4.99 today. Your protective card holder, nice secure case. I am this person that I don't really carry a purse anymore because I have a lot of it all on my phone. But I do have certain cards that you need. Like I've got a gym membership card that you need, a physical card. I've got my work pass to get in and out the doors. There are certain cards that you still need that aren't completely made redundant. And I am the worst person for leaving cards in my car, down the side of a seat somewhere. They're in a handbag, in a pocket, they're in my coat pocket, and I lose them. So many times, my driving licence, I lose them. To have something like this is so handy, isn't it? And you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 slots, but they're big slots so you can fit multiple cards in there. Now a lot of loyalty cards are now on your phone, aren't they? But if you do have loyalty cards that are physical, then that's a really nice little gift for somebody. Fit in your handbag, £4.99. And you do get a random selection of designs. So if you're multi-buying on it, you might get a couple of different designs. They'll all be William Morris, though. Right. Amazing price. Can I remind you as well, the quilt behind me is here, physically here. The reason I say this is because when we launched this on the Treaters Week, on that manager special week that I know all of you here, we didn't have the sample. We went ahead with the discount anyway. They probably went lower than they should have done because they didn't have the sample here. Whereas, because the sample is now here, I ask special permission. We cannot just honour manager specials willy-nilly. You and I both know that. We're used to these events now. Even Ben didn't go crazy manager special price. Hannah, even if she's doing like a few pounds more, cannot normally honour it. We've done it today. It's under £200 on 3-way split pay, and you are getting one of the most amazing designs in the Entangled quilt in that lovely Emery Walker's House collection. This is the second version of the collection. Stunning prints, gorgeous fabrics from Free Spirit. You're getting loads of fabrics, everything that you need to make the top of the quilt and the binding. And it's a big quilt. It's 193 centimetres square. The amount of messages that we have had through over the last hour of people who have completed the quilt and want to get another one, or have loved the step-by-step videos, have really loved the instruction set, have said it's achievable, go for it. $199.99, 3-way split pay, and we have honoured the manager special price. I cannot guarantee we will be able to do that manager special price point again. So honestly, please make the most of that whilst you can. It will be available until midnight tonight or while stocks last. If you're watching on a replay, call up. You never know. The colourway behind me, as it stands, is available, but we have honoured the manager's special deal, and it is epic. It's one of my favourite quilts. I love it, love it, love it. It just looks so clever. It looks so difficult. It's one of those that gives you maximum impact, and actually the step-by-step elements to it as you start in the middle and work around in rounds, so easy. And if you get stuck, you've got videos. You've got full video tutorials for every single round. So your hand is held throughout the whole process of making this epic William Morris quilt. We love it. So many of you, over 20 of you have got that in your basket. I understand it's a considered purchase. Use your split pay, 0% interest on split pay at £66.66. We absolutely love it. Love it, love it, love it. Thank you very much to Upstairs as well for letting us put that on the manager's special prize. It really shouldn't be. And it didn't need to be. It didn't need to be. It's one of the most beautiful designs anyway. At 250, I'd still be saying exactly the same thing. Anyway, thank you so much for Fab Day. Thanks to Helen McCook. Enjoy all of your kits from her. She's back on Wednesday, remember. Tomorrow, it's Tilda Fabrics at 8 a.m. It's Sandra from Santangle on with Stuart at 9. We've also got Rope and Anchor. Oh, I love Tracy. Her designs are amazing. You've got a full-on day tomorrow. Santangle back at 11. Brother Machines at 12. Rumour has it that the embroidery machines as well are back, I believe. Stuart will be here. Hannah will be here. Hannah says, I will know what's going on in about an hour or so when we've got upstairs. But it's going to be a fabulous show. I'm off to Butlins. I'm off to Minehead. I'm so excited. Have you been before with the kids? Shez is here up next on Hobby Maker. I'm really excited. Oh, I can't wait. Shez is make it very clear that they will love it. The children will love it. She said, oh, no, you will love it as well. They'll be entertained, so I'll love it too. But I will see you on the other side. I will see you on the weekend. Thank you ever so much for your company today. If you want more crafting, stay exactly where you are. Shez and Keith are going to be here with Paper Dynamics after the break. What's that? Yeah, we're having loads of fun. Excited about Hobby Maker? Stay exactly where you are. More crafting coming up, and Stuart will see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Bye.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are, because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobby Maker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobby Maker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.